Chapter 1. The Collapse of Heaven and Crossing Over. Storage of the Mind. In the realm of the Yuan, within the boundaries of the Great Xia Dynasty, lies Qin Zhou and the Jihua sect. Chu Yun, you possess an audacity like no other. Not only have you conspired with outsiders to steal the sect's treasure possessions, but you have also slain a fellow disciple. With the evidence undeniable, what further justification can you offer? A thunderous roar echoed through the grand hall of the sect. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Jihua sect were gathered, their faces a tapestry of fury and disappointment directed towards Chu Yun. Bound by 4 blood-red iron chains, he was nailed to the judgment rack in the hall, blood dripping continuously as he hung his head low. Gan Lin, this is unbearable. Am I truly traversing realms? As a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, Chu Yun began to comprehend the gravity of his predicament. He had found himself in a cannibalistic fantasy world. The original owner of his body was a talented disciple of Jihua sect. The reason for his current plight lay in having offended the sect's grand elder, whose grandson had been grievously injured by the original owner during a competition, now rendered bedridden. The accusations of theft of the sect's treasures and the murder of a fellow disciple were merely the concoctions of the grand elder and the original owner's rival, Zhu Tiansu, who had scapegoated him. In the same breath as Jihua sect, the Yi family of Qingzhou was renowned. The eldest daughter, Yi Wanru, was the most radiant prodigy within the sect, pursued by countless admirers. Her interest in the original owner was piqued upon discovering his rare bloodline, leading her to deliberately ingratiate herself with him within the sect. Over time, she became his white moonlight, even going so far as to willingly absorb his bloodline for herself, draining him of all his worth. It was after indulging in her wine that he unwittingly fell into this meticulously orchestrated trap. What a calamitous beginning, to end up with nothing after such indulgence. Even Fei Yangyang would have to call him brother. Chu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding his unfortunate crossing into such a dire situation. With a slow rise of his gaze, he fixed his cold stare upon a young woman clad in a flowing white gown, her delicate beauty reminiscent of a pure white lotus, standing alongside Zhu Tiansu. It was none other than Yi Wanru. They say actors are heartless, and harlots are devoid of loyalty. Therein lies truth. Yi Wanru, with a single cup of wine last night, you have ensnared me to this extent truly. You possess a heart as cold as a wolf's. Unmoved, Yi Wanru regarded him with an icy disdain. Chu Yun, what nonsense are you uttering? I have not laid eyes on you last night. Your actions of slaying a fellow disciple and stealing the sect's treasures are despicable, beneath even the basest of creatures. How foolish of me to have sincerely cared for you in the past in hindsight. I have merely nurtured a treacherous wolf. Yi Wanru's counterattack ignited a chill in Chu Yun's expression, a flicker of murderous intent sparking within his eyes. Good. What a splendid rhetoric. Proclaiming oneself virtuous while engaging in such vile acts, you are indeed a shameless wretch. Yi Wanru regarded Chu Yun's demeanor with a flicker of intrigue in her heart. In the past, Chu Yun was someone whom others dared not raise their voices against, meekly obeying orders without question. Yet today, even after being ensnared by his own machinations, his customary demeanor of restraint and composure seemed to have dissipated. Chu Yun, if you dare to slander junior sister Yi again, I shall sever your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Beside Yi Wanru stood a tall, slender young man clad in purple robes, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he struck Chu Yun across the face. Zhu Tianhua, the undisputed elder brother within the Jihua sect, was also a fervent admirer of Yi Wanru. His jealousy and resentment towards Chu Yun, stemming from the latter's relationship with Yi Wanru, had long since reached a boiling point. Fortunately for Zhu, the scheme orchestrated by the Grand Elder had captivated Yi Wanru, and together, the three conspired to ensure that Chu Yun would never rise again. I shall remember this slap. Chu Yun's eyes glowed crimson as he glared at him. Enough. Chu Yun, return the sect's treasured artifact. Otherwise, today shall mark your end. The sect master of Jihua, seated at the highest position, spoke with a fierce and commanding tone. As a sliver of his oppressive aura was unleashed, Chu Yun felt his bones creak under the immense pressure, enduring excruciating pain as if his very body were about to shatter. What a baseless accusation. With a spurt of blood, Chu Yun coughed, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Will you not show yourself? If you don't appear soon, I may truly perish. Focus. Do not panic. You are the protagonist. You cannot die. System activation in progress. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the background editing system. Do you think this is a 3-year agreement? How could it be so critical? If I truly die, you must restart. Chu Yun could not help but curse at the tardy arrival of the system. Rest assured, Master, the system is professional. Enough with the idle chatter. Reveal your utility swiftly. Focus. This system is the background editing system. As long as the host possesses sufficient editing points, they can edit backgrounds and relationships at will. The edited backgrounds will manifest rationally and in accordance with causality in the real world. The greater the scale of the edited background, the more editing points will be consumed. Acquisition of editing points. These are obtained by eliminating those with whom the host shares enmity. The higher their cultivation or hatred, the more editing points the host will receive upon their demise. Related individuals can also be included. Can also raise pigs. Additionally, editing points can be exchanged for various items in the exchange marketplace. Backgrounds may be edited once every 7 days, with no restrictions on time. Editing backgrounds? Are you suggesting that with sufficient editing points, I could transform into a formidable figure? Chu Yun inquired with curiosity. Indeed, even the emperors of the Yuanshe realm can be made to bow before you, provided your editing points are ample. Enough with the empty words. With the editing points still at 0, given such a dismal start, surely you must provide some benefits for your family? Chu Yun urged anxiously. Indeed, my master. The welfare package has been successfully distributed. Would you like to open it? Needless to say, of course, I shall open it. Focus. Congratulations, Master. You have received 1,000 editing points. Celestial Blood Divine Bone X1, Chaos Body of 10,000 Demons X1, Netherworld Divine IX1. All rewards have been distributed. Unlocking panel functions. Celestial Blood Divine Bone, one of the supreme bones of the myriad realms, containing the innate divine ability Blood Heaven World. Chaos Body of 10,000 Demons, an unparalleled physique in the heavens, surpassing all divine and demonic bodies, capable of merging with the great Tao, sealing myriad demons, possessing the might to overturn the heavens and earth. Netherworld Divine Eye, able to penetrate the realms of yin and yang. All illusions and malevolence are at its command, rendering all shadows powerless. P.S. Innate Realm, Qi Condensation Realm, Qi Gathering Realm, Gas Transformation Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Venerable Realm, Celestial Aspect Realm, Celestial Venerable, Supreme Realm. Chapter 2. The Ninth Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Master, do you wish to merge immediately? Given the current situation, if I do not merge now, my demise is imminent. Detected that the Master's life is in jeopardy. Initiating rapid fusion. Heavenly Blood Divine Root Fusion successful. 10,000 Demons Chaotic Body Fusion successful. Netherworld Divine Eye Fusion successful. At this moment, after successfully merging these entities, Chu Yun's consciousness regained an extraordinary clarity. The Heavenly Blood Divine Root significantly amplified his willpower and spiritual strength by at least 10,000-fold. The essence birthed from the 10,000 demons' chaotic body further healed the injuries within him. The Netherworld Divine Eye momentarily illuminated his gaze with a flicker of purple divine light. In that fleeting instant, his eyes appeared to possess a certain enchantment. As if a multitude of demons danced within his profound pupils. With 1,000 editing points at his disposal, which background should I choose? Surely, you must recommend a few. Though Chu Yun had merged these 3 elements, he was acutely aware that his current predicament remained unchanged. His cultivation level was merely at the Qi gathering stage. While the Grand Elder and Sect Master of the Jiuhua sect were both formidable golden core cultivators, in terms of sheer strength, he stood no chance. Thus, he could only place his hopes upon the background editing. The recommended backgrounds included illegitimate child of the Prince of Yun County, Great Xia Dynasty, 600 editing points. Disciple of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 200 editing points. Junior brother of the sect leader of the Fighting Star Sect, 700 editing points. Ninth Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, missing for many years, 1,000 editing points. After perusing the numerous recommendations, Chu Yun identified the most suitable identity for himself, the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty. It is essential to note that Qingzhou lies within the territory of the great Xia dynasty. With such a vast expanse as Qingzhou, the great Xia dynasty commands no fewer than 13 of these colossal land masses, in addition to dozens of counties. The Jiuhua sect, positioned in Qingzhou, ranks as a top-tier sect, housing not only golden core cultivators but also ancestors of the Nascent Soul stage. Yet, even with such stature, they remain insignificant in the eyes of the great Xia dynasty. Akin to mere ants. If he could become the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty, then this seemingly insurmountable crisis would undoubtedly be resolved. After all, the most significant divide in this world is dictated by one's inherent circumstances at birth. The notion that hard work guarantees success is the grandest of fallacies. Some individuals are destined for success solely by virtue of their background. Resolutely expending his editing points, Chu Yun chose to edit his identity to that of the ninth prince. Missing for many years in the great Xia dynasty. Background editing in progress. Please wait. Causal alteration complete. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, master. Background editing successful. In the realm of the immortal world, within the imperial palace of the great Xia dynasty, a dignified man clad in a nine-clawed dragon robe exuded an aura of imperial grandeur. He resembled the supreme sovereign of heaven and earth, his presence towering above millions of beings, seated in the imperial study as he reviewed official documents. Around his neck hung a transparent jade pendant, within which was sealed a single drop of blood. As the sovereign of the great Xia dynasty, he harbored a perpetual regret within his heart. When he personally led his troops into battle to quell the invading forces of two rival kingdoms, it resulted in the abduction of his ninth son shortly after his birth. To this day, the child's whereabouts remain unknown, shrouded in uncertainty regarding his very existence. The jade pendant he wore around his neck contained the very essence of his ninth son's blood. His consort, the esteemed Lady Shi, had preserved 2 drops of blood at the time of his birth, crafting 2 jade pendants, one for each parent, bound by blood. Should their son's lineage awaken at any moment, their pendants would respond. Yet, over 2 decades had elapsed without any sign, becoming an unrelenting knot in their hearts. Suddenly, the drop of blood within the pendant transformed, becoming scalding hot, even shattering the jade and illuminating the imperial study with an overwhelming radiance. This is it, my son. The emperor of Great Xia sprang to his feet, his expression a tempest of excitement and emotion, overwhelmed with joy. Marvelous, my son lives. Ha! At that moment, the door to the study was flung open. A woman adorned in resplendent royal attire, once composed and dignified, burst in, her emotions surging. Your Majesty, it is Yun'er. The bloodline of Yun'er has awakened. This woman was none other than the mother of the ninth prince and the emperor's most cherished consort, Lady Shi Minhua. Do not fret, my beloved consort. Since Yun'er is alive, I shall ensure his safety. Upon uttering these words, the emperor summoned 2 figures clad in black, shimmering armor, who appeared within the study. We have seen your Majesty. The emperor regarded them solemnly. I command you to bring the Shadow Guards and immediately proceed to the territory of Qizhou to retrieve the ninth prince without fail. By your decree, the 2 leaders of the Shadow Guards promptly accepted their orders and departed. The emperor's mobilization of the Shadow Guards underscored the significance he placed on this matter. Unlike other forces, the Shadow Guards in the great Xia dynasty answered solely to the emperor's command. Each ordinary member of the squad possessed at least the strength of the Nascent Soul realm, endowed with the authority to act swiftly and decisively, leaving officials of various sects within the dynasty wary of them. They were, without question, the sharpest blade in the emperor's arsenal. Yun'er is in Qizhou, and my brother happens to be there as well. I shall promptly send him a message, urging him to rush to Jiuhua sect to avert any unforeseen events. Shi Minhua recalled that her brother had recently set out for Qingzhou in search of cultivation materials. She hastily transmitted a message to him. Her long-lost nephew, after years of absence, was now within Qingzhou. Undoubtedly, upon receiving this news, he would hasten to Jiuhua sect without delay. With Qin Feng and Luo Feng dispatched, along with the Azura, Yun'er would undoubtedly be safe. Rest assured, the emperor reassured, enveloping Shi Minhua in an embrace. She nodded, fervently hoping that her brother would swiftly retrieve her son. Due to the recent disappearance of the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty, the emperor chose not to suppress the news, but rather to make it public, even going so far as to instruct that preparations be made for the return of his beloved son. The return of the ninth prince has stirred a tempest within the great Xia dynasty, eliciting mixed reactions of joy and sorrow. However, within the confines of the Jihua sect, the members remain blissfully unaware of these developments. Qin Feng and Luo Feng have already led the shadow guards of the great Xia dynasty, embarking on the spatial transmission array en route to Qizhou. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Shadow Guards. Chu Yun, your resolve is quite formidable. Since you have no intention of being forthcoming, Grand Elder, employ the torture methods. The sect leader of Jihua sect, observing Chu Yun's defiance, spoke with a commanding tone. Yes, sect leader. The Grand Elder of Jihua sect approached Chu Yun with a cold smile. Chu Yun fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Old ghost. Shall we place a wager? Oh, what do you wish to bet on? The Grand Elder retorted mockingly. I wager that you will soon find yourself on your knees, begging me for mercy. Chu Yun's voice dripped with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Ha! Chu Yun, have you lost your mind? Even now, you cling to fantasies? With a cruel smile, the Grand Elder declared, since you are so obstinate, I trust you will not scream when the pain comes. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder shattered Chu Yun's limbs with his bare hands, employing methods that were barbaric and bloody. Is that all you've got? I expected more, Chu Yun scoffed, his expression devoid of pain, his eyes glimmering with mockery and derision. Then, before everyone's astonished gaze, his limbs visibly regenerated as if restored to their original state. The power of the 10,000 demons' chaos body continued to enhance his physical form. What? How is this possible? Restored. This spectacle left countless individuals in the hall in a state of shock and confusion. Even the sect leader of Jihua sect displayed visible surprise. Grand Elder, what manner of technique is this? How can he regenerate limbs so swiftly? Yuano inquired with curiosity, pondering whether Chu Yun harbored hidden abilities. If such powers were attainable, how glorious it would be. Damn you. Chu Yun, how can you be so deceitful? You deserve this fate. Yi Wanru found herself harboring resentment toward him, feeling betrayed. Merely a perverse method. She scoffed inwardly, thinking it unsurprising for someone capable of harming their own sect members to practice such dubious techniques. Yet today, I shall compel you to divulge everything. The Grand Elder unleashed the might of the Golden Core realm, channeling spirals of spiritual energy into Chu Yun's body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Chu Yun's internal organs suffered grave damage, and it felt as if a myriad of insects were gnawing at his bones, the agony sweeping through him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chu Yun's eyes blazed with fury and murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the Grand Elder of Jihua sect. Ah, old ghost, these agonies, I shall ensure you repay 1,000-fold. Chu Yun vowed silently within his heart. He was acutely aware that the forces of the great Xia dynasty were already en route. Once they arrived, none within the Jihua sect would escape unscathed. With a thunderous crash, as Chu Yun's limbs shattered once more into a mist of crimson, the great elder of the Jihua sect finally relented in his brutal grip. He had no desire for Chu Yun to perish so easily. With his own grandson gravely injured and bedridden, he could not allow Chu Yun to simply die. He was determined to torment this wretched creature thoroughly. To this day, Chu Yun had remained silent, demonstrating a remarkable resilience. Elder, allow me to take a turn, suggested Zhu Tiansu, stepping forward. The 13 needles of soul extraction from my Zhu family are designed specifically to attack the soul. I find it hard to believe he can endure against such spiritual assault. Zhu Tiansu harbored his own malicious intentions, eager to seize this opportunity to inflict suffering upon Chu Yun. It was said that those who experienced the 13 needles would feel as though their souls were being torn apart 1,000 times over. Given Chu Yun's obstinacy, it was worth a try. Should that fail, they would have to summon the ancestral figure for soul searching. Regardless, he must reveal the whereabouts of the Tianhua cauldron. The sect master of Jihua nodded in assent. Indeed, sect master. Zhu Tiansu, harboring his dark thoughts, approached Chu Yun, observing the pitiful state of Chu Yun. A triumphant smirk graced his features. Chu Yun, savor the taste of my Zhu family's soul extraction needles. As Zhu Tiansu conjured 13 silvery needles of spiritual energy, poised to strike Chu Yun, an explosive force suddenly shattered the doors of the hall. Qin Feng and Luo Feng, the leaders of the great Xia Shadow Guards, entered the grand hall, accompanied by over 50 warriors clad in black and gold armor. Impudent fools! Who dares intrude upon my Jihua sect in broad daylight? The elder of Jihua was the first to voice his outrage, his eyes narrowing in icy disdain as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Shadow Guards. Qin Feng and Luo Feng paid him no heed. The former held a droplet of blood belonging to the ninth prince, scrutinizing each individual present in the hall. The blood's radiance flared once more, soaring directly toward the battered Chu Yun, and before all eyes, it fused with his very being. Witnessing this, the expressions of Qin Feng and Luo Feng shifted dramatically. Below, Qin Feng declared, shattering the apparatus binding Chu Yun, swiftly catching him and administering 2 precious pills to alleviate his injuries. As Luo Feng beheld the grievous wounds inflicted upon Chu Yun, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the room, unmasked and overwhelming. This palpable killing intent was forged from the depths of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The remaining members of Jiahua sect felt this aura and trembled in fear, as though standing before a bloodthirsty deity of death. May I inquire which faction you hail from? What is your relation to this Chu Yun? Realizing that something was amiss, the leader of the Jiahua sect rose cautiously and inquired. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Luo Feng seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The speed was so astonishing that no one had time to react. Sect leader. The elders of the Jiahua sect were taken aback, ready to intervene. However, a shadowy guardian appeared before them, emanating a formidable pressure from the late stage of the Nascent Soul realm, rendering everyone motionless and drenched in sweat. A Nascent Soul expert. The members of the Jiahua sect were utterly astonished that this seemingly unremarkable individual was indeed a figure of such caliber. Their sect leader was gripped by the neck as if he were a mere chick, swaying helplessly, devoid of any power to resist. Senior, let us speak. We can discuss this. As he spoke, the leader of the Jiaoxian sect contorted in agony, his face twisting grotesquely, flesh sinking inward as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Luo Feng, the captain of the Shadow Guards, paid no heed to his life or death and commenced a shocking soul search. He sought to uncover the truth, to discern what audacity the Jiahua sect possessed to so ruthlessly torment the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty. After conducting the soul search, Luo Feng grasped the full context of the situation. As for the leader of the Jiahua sect, his soul had suffered unprecedented torment, cast aside like a rag doll. Collapsing to the ground, his head throbbing in agony as he howled, his spirit on the verge of collapse. Zhu Su, Yuan Rou, and the high-ranking elders of the Jiahua sect were all rendered speechless. Witnessing the pitiful state of their sect leader, none dared to act recklessly. Who were these individuals? How could they possess a nascent soul expert? How did Chu Yun come to know them? Yuan Rou was filled with both astonishment and suspicion. She simply could not fathom how Chu Yun wielded such influence, capable of commanding the support of a nascent soul powerhouse. Esteemed friends, our Jiahua sect is affiliated with the great Xia dynasty and ranks among the notable powers in Qingzhou. Your audacious intrusion into our sect, injuring our leader, is utterly unacceptable. Just then, a deep and resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. Following this, a tall, elderly man clad in plain robes appeared in the hall, exuding the overwhelming aura of a peak nascent soul expert, effectively suppressing the pressure of the Shadow Guardian. Simultaneously, for other elderly figures with varying appearances, all possessing white hair, emerged within the grand hall, each at the nascent soul level. Splendid. The 5 ancestors have arrived. They will surely ensure that these intruders face the consequences. Upon witnessing the appearance of the 5 ancestors, the members of the Jiahua sect displayed expressions of joy and excitement. The Grand Elder, initially shocked, instantly regained his confidence. Yet, in response to the appearance of the 5 nascent soul ancestors from the Jiahua sect, Luo Feng and Qin Feng's expressions remained unchanged. Ignoring them completely, Luo Feng approached Qin Feng. How is His Highness? Fortunately, His Highness's innate recovery ability is astonishing. After refining 2 elixirs, he has regained about 70 to 80% of his strength and should awaken shortly. Qin Feng, utilizing his own power of rebirth, maximized the efficacy of the elixirs within Chu Yun's body. His limbs had already begun to heal, and his awakening was merely a matter of time. Hey, are you all deaf? Our ancestor is speaking to you. Do you treat it as mere wind passing by? Observing that their ancestor was being disregarded by Luo Feng and his companions, a mid-stage Golden Core elder from Jiahua sect stepped forward, pointing at them in accusation. Boom. Luo Feng's gaze flashed with a fierce light, and an invisible pressure descended upon the elder. In a thunderous explosion, flesh and soul transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks, vanishing into dust before anyone could react. Third Elder, the Grand Elder of Jiahua sect, and others cried out in anguish, their eyes filled with shock and fury. No one had anticipated that Luo Feng would strike with lethal intent, and even the 5 ancestors of Jiuhua sect were caught off guard. Such swiftness. This individual has likely surpassed the Golden Core stage. The peak Golden Core elder of Jiuhua sect could not conceal his astonishment, although Luo Feng's aura remained concealed. The sheer speed of his strike was beyond anything he could compare with. It was evident that his cultivation surpassed his own, a shattering realm powerhouse. The thought sent a jolt through the elder's eyelids. This development made today's events exceedingly troublesome. Given the formidable strength of this individual, he must be a master of the shattering realm. Yet, the elder was utterly perplexed as to the motive behind today's incident. Was it solely because of this young friend? Immediately, the elder altered his demeanor, inquiring with caution. Qin Feng cast a cold, indifferent glance. What do you think? He had yet to take action, merely waiting for Chu Yun to awaken. The fate of these individuals would naturally be determined by Chu Yun. Qin Feng, what is the meaning of all this? Speak clearly. One of the elders from Jiuhua sect coldly interrogated the Grand Elder. Several elders, it is about that little beast. Chu Yun. He has stolen the Tianhua Ding and killed fellow sect members. The evidence is irrefutable. We must bring him to justice. Qin Feng initially intended to embellish his words, but upon witnessing the imposing presence exuded by Qin Feng and Luo Feng, he was immediately intimidated into silence. What? He stole the Tianhua Ding. You claim the evidence is irrefutable. Where is it? The elder who had previously inquired turned pale with shock upon hearing of the theft, quickly pressing for details. The Tianhua Ding was not merely a treasured artifact of Jiuhua sect. More critically, it sealed a millennium-old medicinal herb within. It was a legacy left by the highest Dao lineage of Qingzhou, the Wangxian Dao sect, intended to ensure the continual nourishment of that herb. After a century, they would return to reclaim it. The theft of the Tianhua Ding not only meant the loss of their treasure, but also posed a grave dilemma. Should this matter come to light, they would be unable to account for it to the Wangxian Dao sect. Returning to the ancestor, there are witnesses who claim that during the late hours of the night, Jian stealthily infiltrated the treasury and absconded with the heavenly Hua cauldron, while also taking the lives of 2 disciples on guard. Qin Feng responded. Who is it? The ancestor inquired once more. It is indeed I, disciple Zhu Tiansuo. He slowly stepped forward. This was a premeditated scheme. Zhu Tiansuo, as the elder brother, was to serve as the witness, while Yuaner would place the blame for the 2 deceased comrades squarely on Chu Yun, coupled with his mysterious disappearance throughout the night. They possessed both witness and physical evidence, creating an airtight case. Should they face a soul-searching inquiry, they intended to shatter Chu Yun's spirit beforehand. The design was intricate and multifaceted. However, they had not anticipated that the present Chu Yun was vastly different from the one they had known. Are you truly certain that you saw Chu Yun steal the heavenly Hua cauldron? The ancestor pressed once again. I swear, ancestor, I indeed saw Chu Yun last night. He is the very culprit. Zhu Tiansuo declared with unwavering conviction. The several ancestors of the Jiuhua sect found themselves troubled. It was evident that these individuals had come on behalf of Chu Yun, yet the significance of the heavenly Hua cauldron to the Jiuhua sect was profound, compelling them to reclaim it. Esteemed ancestor, within the heavenly Hua cauldron lies an item belonging to our superior sect, the Wangxian Dao sect. If indeed it was young friend Chu who took it, we kindly request its return. As for other matters today, the Jiuhua sect is willing to forego any further pursuit. The ancestor of Jiuhua understood that they were no match for Luo Feng and his companions. Thus, he directly invoked the might of the Wangxian Dao sect, the most powerful force in Qingzhou. The Wangxian Dao sect, a lineage with over a millennium of heritage, reigns supreme in Qingzhou, holding near absolute dominion over its core territories. It is home not only to practitioners of the Broken Realm, but also to formidable beings of the Nirvana realm. The ancient figures within the Wangxian Dao sect are terrifying existences, holding titles of great renown. A single being at the venerable level can dominate an entire province. Their power capable of upending regional governance, and their battle prowess akin to divine manifestations, traversing the world with ease. Chapter 5. Chu Yun awakens. Visitors from the Wangxian Dao sect. However, his self-satisfaction merely appeared as a jest to Luo Feng and Qin Feng. The Wangxian Dao sect is indeed formidable, its foundation profound, ranking among the notable sects within the Great Xia dynasty. But who are they? The shadow guards of the Great Xia. Both of their leaders have been tempered through the Nirvana fire, honing their bodies into peak Nirvana realm practitioners. Unless the ancient figures of the Wangxian Dao sect personally intervened, defeating them would be a daunting task. However, simply the name of the Great Xia Shadow Guards carries weight. The elders of the Wangxian Dao sect would have to ponder the consequences of any engagement. His Highness has awakened. At that moment, Qin finally stirred. His eyes fluttering open, and Qin Feng, who had been attentively monitoring his condition, exclaimed with excitement. Luo Feng also approached him. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. How do you feel? Luo Feng's concern left Chu Yun in a state of bewilderment. Your Highness? Who are you? Although the background had been meticulously crafted, Chu Yun was still unaware of his own identity and felt compelled to maintain the facade. Your Highness, we are the Shadow Guards of the Great Xia, and I am Luo Feng, one of the 4 commanders. This is Qin Feng. Your identity is... Luo Feng conveyed everything through a telepathic message to Chu Yun. Upon hearing all of this, Chu Yun feigned an expression of profound shock. Is this true, Ninth Prince? You are not deceiving me, are you? Luo Feng replied earnestly. Rest assured, Your Highness, you are indeed the genuine 9th Prince of our great Xia dynasty, without a doubt. When we arrived, you had already fainted, fortunately. You are now unharmed. Otherwise, we would face dire consequences. Chu Yun, pretending to have just regained his composure from the shock, contemplated for a moment before gradually accepting his new identity. Your Highness, now that you have awakened, how should we deal with these individuals? Their fate, whether life or death, rest in your hands. Qin Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He found the members of the Jiuhua sect exceedingly displeasing. They foolishly believed they could leverage the Wangxian Dao sect against them, which was nothing short of a jest. Fellow Taoists, I have spoken kindly. Yet you maintain such an attitude. Are you not overstepping your bounds? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the elder of the Jiuhua sect could no longer contain himself. Hand over the Tianhua cauldron, and we of the Jiuhua sect shall overlook this matter. Is that not sufficient? Relying on their superior cultivation. Did they truly think they could treat the Jiuhua sect as a soft persimmon to be squeezed? The leading elder of the Jiuhua sect pointed, unleashing a beam of spiritual light upon the floor of the Grand Hall, which promptly activated the spatial teleportation array. This teleportation array was connected to the Wangxian Dao sect. Since you are all so aggressive, let the Wangxian Dao sect come and reason with you. Yi Wanru observed the unfolding situation, her brows furrowing. Looking at Chu Yun, her resentment deepened. You have concealed so much from me. Chu Yun, how utterly hypocritical you are. When the people of the Wangxian Dao sect arrive, I shall see how you resolve this. Chu Yun gazed calmly at the shimmering teleportation array, a hint of relaxed amusement gracing his features. He was well aware of the Wangxian Dao sect, the foremost sect in Qingzhou. Even the Jiuhua sect was merely a vassal force. However, when comparing the Wangxian Dao sect to the Great Xia dynasty, the disparity was immense. He felt no urgency now. The humiliation inflicted upon him by Qin Kuan, Zhu Tianxia, and even Yuanru would be repaid 1,000-fold. With a flash, as the brilliance of the teleportation array illuminated the space, 5 figures materialized upon the Grand Hall's intricate design. Elder Yang. The elders of the Jiuhua sect all clasped their fists in a gesture of respect towards the towering elder clad in red robes who led them. This elder, known as Yang Muqian, was the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, a formidable presence in the early stages of nirvana. Judwa, why have you activated the teleportation array to summon someone from our sect? Yang Muqian surveyed the Grand Hall and turned his gaze towards the Jiuhua sect elder, inquiring. Elder Yang, the matter is as follows. The elder named Shudwa of the Jiuhua sect bowed respectfully and explained everything. Upon hearing that the Tianhua cauldron had been stolen and that the medicinal resources of the Wangxian Dao sect had also vanished, Yang Muqian's expression darkened as he turned to Chu Yun. Boy, where is the Tianhua cauldron? Yang Muqian's demeanor was imposing and arrogant. Showing no regard for Qin Feng and the others, Chu Yun replied leisurely, Captain Luo, can you handle this old man? What does His Highness think? Luo Feng inquired. I dislike it when others are so arrogant in my presence. It is far more fitting for them to speak from their knees, Chu Yun stated. Indeed, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Luo Feng became a mere afterimage. In the next instant, he appeared before Yang Muqian, delivering a palm imbued with terrifying nirvana energy towards him. Nirvana realm. Yang Muqian's pupils constricted as he realized that Luo Feng was a formidable opponent of his own caliber. With a sudden stomp, the ground of the Grand Hall shattered, and countless waves of nirvana energy surged upward, akin to 1,000 fire dragons descending to consume him. Yet, Luo Feng merely waved his sleeve, and the black nirvana aura shot forth in all directions, obliterating Yang Muqian's defenses. Boom! Luo Feng's palm struck decisively at Yang Muqian's abdomen, piercing through his nirvana form. Immediately, A black, radiant nirvana wheel materialized behind Luo Feng, descending upon Yang Muqian. Boom! Yang Muqian's legs buckled under the overwhelming pressure, forcing him to kneel as he was firmly suppressed by Luo Feng's nirvana energy. Elder, Master. The other members of the Wangxian Dao sect gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief upon witnessing Yang Muqian's subjugation. However, the next moment, four figures emerged from the shadowy guards, exuding the might of peak broken realm, overpowering them entirely. The elders of Jiahua sect, including the Grand Elder Qin Feng and Zhu Tiansuo, wore expressions as if they were turned to stone, frozen in shock. Terror filled their eyes. Nirvana realm. The individual before them was indeed a master of the Nirvana realm. Even Elder Yang Muqian was no match for him, falling to his suppression in mere moments. Who were these people? How could a disciple of Jiahua sect be connected to such formidable figures? Cough. Yang Muqian, pale and trembling, managed to stammer, "Who are you? In Qingzhou, there is no one of your caliber. Who exactly are you?" Yang Muqian was equally astonished, blood trickling from his mouth as he questioned the stranger before him. He understood that this person's cultivation was sufficient to rival that of their sect leader. Yet his face was unfamiliar, clearly not from any local power. Chapter 6. Identity Revealed. Astonishment all around. Luo Feng. With a cold expression. Luo Feng spoke with a voice as sharp as a blade. Luo Feng. This name was utterly foreign to the members of Jiahua sect. Their rank was far from qualifying them to engage with the likes of the Daxia Shadow Guards. However, Yang Muqian was completely different. As the seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, he had visited the Daxia imperial city and witnessed its grandeur. The name Luo Feng, coupled with his peak nirvana cultivation, quickly conjured an image in Yang Muqian's mind. Upon recalling the identity of the individual, his expression transformed successively, displaying astonishment, disbelief, and even a flicker of panic. Could it be that you are the esteemed leader Luo Feng of the Great Xia Shadow Guard? As Yang Muqian uttered these words, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, as if frozen in time. Ordinarily, someone of your rank would not possess the privilege to engage in dialogue with this commander. However, your audacity to offend His Highness has granted you the dubious honor of seeking death beyond your station. Luo Feng's voice resonated with authority, the wheel of his nirvana pressing down on Yang Muqian, denying him any chance of escape. Your Highness. Yang Muqian's pupils abruptly shifted towards Chu Yun, to be addressed as Your Highness by Luo Feng, one of the four leaders of the Great Xia Shadow Guard, implied that there were only a select few within the entire dynasty who held such a title. This young man before him, Chu Yun, must undoubtedly be a prince of the Great Xia. Unaware of the prince's presence, Yang Muqian had inadvertently offended him. He hastily bowed his head in apology, his heart filled with resentment towards the Jiahua sect. This was a prince of the Great Xia. How could he, a mere elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, dare to act so brazenly? Even their sect master would be compelled to show utmost respect in such a presence. Moreover, the security of the prince was reinforced by the Great Xia Shadow Guard. The sight of so many guards, including Commander Luo Feng himself, was unprecedented. Which prince commanded such attention from His Majesty? The Great Xia Shadow Guard, a royal prince, Su Duo, Qin Feng, Zhu Tiansuo, Yuanru, and the others could scarcely believe their ears. Their eyes widened in shock, their faces drained of color, revealing their inner turmoil and dread. What had they just heard? The individuals before them were the very shadow guards whose name struck fear into the hearts of many across the Great Xia dynasty. And Chu Yun, who had been on the brink of judgment, had now transformed into a prince of the Great Xia. How could this be? Was this reality? Were they truly not dreaming? Chu Yun cast a glance at Yang Muqian, recognizing that the old man, though somewhat deranged, had the sense to bow in acknowledgement of the situation. Let this be a lesson. He addressed Luo Feng. Release him. As you wish, Your Highness. Luo Feng and the other shadow guards immediately lifted their oppressive hold on them. Once standing, Yang Muqian expressed profound gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Rather than executing him, Chu Yun chose to grant him a favor, allowing him to feel indebted, thereby showcasing his magnanimity. Yet, the time had come for him to demonstrate his ruthlessness. Chu Yun slowly approached Zhu Tiansuo, coming to a halt and fixing him with a chilling gaze. Zhu Tiansuo, you have not forgotten how you treated me previously, have you? It is time for you to repay in full. Take him away, dismember him, and skin him alive. As for his soul, let him experience the torment of his own soul-seizing 13 needles until his spirit shatters. Yes, Your Highness. Two shadow guards advanced, dragging Zhu Tiansuo away. No, Chu Yun. No, Your Highness, I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. Your Highness, spare me. Ah. Before Zhu Tianxua was dragged away, he urinated in desperation, pleading for mercy, yet he received no acknowledgement. In the end, only his heart-wrenching cries echoed from afar. After disposing of Zhu Tianxua, Chu Yun began to approach Qin Feng. Qin Feng's gaze wavered, and it wasn't until Chu Yun stood directly before him that despair fully engulfed him. Old dog, I have vowed to make you repay 100-fold for all that has transpired. You revel in shattering limbs and severing meridians, do you? Then you shall experience this torment firsthand. Just as Chu Yun prepared to command his shadow guards to take him away, Qin Feng suddenly revealed a smile tinged with despair and malice. Chu Yun, let us descend into hell together. With both hands grasping Chu Yun, Qin Feng's body swelled in an instant, intending to self-destruct and take Chu Yun with him. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the power of nirvana erupted instantaneously, severing Qin Feng's soul and body into ashes in a heartbeat. Stare. Congratulations, Master. Commander Luo Feng has slain Qin Feng. You have gained 100 editing points. Qin Feng met a swift demise. For attempting to play tricks in the presence of nirvana was but the folly of a deluded mind. Following his death, from his storage pouch emerged a small green cauldron, adorned with ancient spiritual inscriptions, pulsating with Qin Feng's lingering obsession, striking directly towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun's netherworld divine eye opened wide. He discerned that this cauldron was no ordinary medicinal vessel. The inscriptions were, in fact, seals, forming a grand sealing array when combined. Within this cauldron lay hidden mysteries. However, the most pressing concern was the impending eruption of its immense energy, which could obliterate him. As Qin Feng, positioned nearest, prepared to act, a sudden rip in space opened beside Chu Yun, revealing a depth of enigma. A hand emerged from within, firmly grasping the green cauldron. The energy waves that were set to explode from the cauldron were forcefully suppressed beneath that hand. Next, a middle-aged man clad in a deep black robe appeared. He wore a mysterious crown upon his head, with dark purple symbols intricately embroidered at the cuffs. His sword-like brows exuded an aura of lethality, and his stature loomed like a mountain, commanding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. The very space surrounding him trembled violently upon his arrival. As the rift in space began to close, Chu Yun found himself momentarily stunned. Who was this individual? How could he emerge from the void with such ease? Luo Feng and Qin Feng, upon witnessing the middle-aged man, wore expressions of solemnity and reverence. We have encountered the Lord of Azura. Yang Muqian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Lord of Azura, the current patriarch of the Shi family, the foremost family of the great Xia dynasty, a terrifying being of the Lord realm. His mere stomp could send tremors throughout Qingzhou. Even their ancestors held the Lord of Azura in the highest esteem. Among all the esteemed figures of the great Xia dynasty, the Lord of Azura's prowess ranked among the top 3. Such an individual had graced this occasion. Could it be due to the presence of this prince? Chapter 7. The Regret of Yuanru and the Shura Sovereign. The Shura Sovereign turned his gaze towards the 2 Shadow Guard leaders, giving a subtle nod. I am already aware of the situation. My nephew, the 9th prince of the great Xia dynasty, has suffered humiliation in such a trivial place. Humph. The Jiuhua sect no longer has any reason to exist. The Shura Sovereign scoffed coldly. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, rippling through the air like waves, instantaneously enveloping the entire Jiuhua sect. Above the Jiuhua sect, a dark cloud of purple and black gathered, crackling with lightnings, infused with boundless Shura malevolence, seeping into every corner of the sect. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, thousands of disciples and elders within the Jiuhua sect were reduced to blood mist, with no chance to resist. Thus, only a few remained in the grand hall of the sect. Nephew? Chu Yun's eyes widened in confusion. The Shura Sovereign is my uncle? Your Highness. The Shura Sovereign is the current head of the most prestigious family in the dynasty, the Shi family. He is also the elder brother of the Empress, thus making him your maternal uncle. Luo Feng explained, noticing Chu Yun's bewilderment. Only then did Chu Yun come to a sudden realization. He had not anticipated that his identity as the 9th prince bore such delightful surprises. Not only was his father the emperor, but his maternal lineage was also terrifyingly powerful. The foremost family of the dynasty, this was not something the Yi family or the Jiuhua sect could easily confront. Uncle. Once Chu Yun grasped the entirety of the situation, he affectionately called out. The Shura Sovereign turned to him, genuinely delighted. Excellent. You truly resemble your mother. Yuner, you have suffered all these years. Fear not. From now on, no one shall bully you. Behind you stands not only the great Xia dynasty, but also my Mei'er family. If anyone dares to mistreat you, your uncle will shield you. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I would stand firm for you. The Shura sovereign's words filled Chu Yun with a profound sense of familial warmth. This was the essence of true kinship, regardless of right or wrong. Family would always stand by your side, providing strength and courage. Uncle, may I see that ding you possess? Chu Yun expressed his delight, pointing to the green ding in the Shura sovereign's hand. Of course, if you are interested in this small ding, take it. The Shura sovereign directly handed the ding to Chu Yun. At that moment, Yang Muqian was taken aback. He had begun to piece together Chu Yun's true identity. If the Shura sovereign was indeed his uncle, then he could only be the long-missing ninth prince. However, as he scrutinized the ding closely, fury surged within him. The Tianhua ding. You dare to deceive me regarding the Wang Xian Dao sect. This Tianhua ding was clearly in the hands of your sect's elder. Yet you have the audacity to tarnish the name of the prince. Truly deserving of death. Yang Muqian approached the Su duo and his companions, striking them with a single palm, sending the 5 elders flying while simultaneously crippling their cultivation. I truly have no knowledge of this matter. The expression on the face of the usurped elder was one of utter despair. His cultivation had vanished in an instant, and the disciples of the sect were no more. At this moment, he was on the verge of a breakdown. The other elders were in a similar predicament. Despite Qin Feng claiming that the Tianhua ding had been stolen by Chu Yun, it now inexplicably resided within his storage pouch. The crux of the matter was that Qin Feng was dead, leaving no one to elucidate the situation. Was it not simple to deduce? Zhu Tianxua and Qin Feng had conspired together to steal the Tianhua ding and then frame me for it. Once I was dead, the Tianhua ding would vanish entirely, becoming a possession of Qin Feng. Thus, by eliminating me, they would simultaneously acquire the Tianhua ding. 2 birds with 1 stone. Am I not correct, Yuanru? Chu Yun, holding the Tianhua ding, cast a mocking glance at Yuanru after inspecting it for a moment. Overwhelmed with fear, Yuanru's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her face a portrait of despair. Chu Yun, I am sorry. I was wrong. Everything was coerced by Zhu Tianxua and Qin Feng. If I had not aided them in framing you, they would have killed me. I had no choice. I truly apologize. Please grant me another chance. As she pleaded, she reminisced about their shared moments, practicing together, dining together, and watching sunsets side by side. Her feelings for him, she insisted, were never insincere. In her current state, with tears streaming down her face and an expression that evoked pity, she appeared utterly wronged and heart-wrenching. Yet, as Chu Yun observed her performance, his revulsion only grew. Yi Wanru, cease your pathetic theatrics. You do not truly regret your actions. You merely lament your failure to uncover my true identity sooner, which led to your misguided choices. However, do not worry. I shall provide you with an opportunity to make a choice. A mysterious smile flickered across his lips as he uttered the final words. A profound sense of unease gripped Yuanru. She was uncertain of how Chu Yun intended to treat her next. Yet, that fleeting smile he had displayed sent a chill down her spine. Enough. This farce should come to an end, Chu Yun declared. Captain Luo. Spare none except for Yuanru. Yes, Your Highness, Luo Feng responded, gesturing as several Yuan-ing realm shadow guards approached. Qin Feng, even in death, I shall not spare you. Your Highness, we truly had no knowledge of this matter. Ignorance is no crime. Please grant us another chance. The shadow guards executed their task with swift efficiency, and the elders of the Zhihua sect, along with the remaining elders, fell lifeless to the ground. Focus. Congratulations, Master. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have slain Zhu Tianxua, and you have earned 500 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have killed the Yuan-ing Realm Elder of Zhihua sect, and you have acquired 150 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have eliminated the usurped Elder of Zhihua sect, and you have received 200 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have dispatched the Elders of Zhihua sect, and you have earned. With the demise of these individuals, the editing points within Chu Yun's mind continued to accumulate. Though the animosity these individuals harbored towards Chu Yun was present, it was not particularly intense. Rather, it was their despair and fear that prevailed. This was also the primary reason why the editing points for slaying Zhu Tianxua reached an astonishing 500. His hatred for Chu Yun was nearly absolute. Consequently, this pig had indeed been thoroughly fattened. Currently, how many editing points are there? Editing points, 1,500. For Chu Yun. The editing points could only be deemed beneficial if they continued to rise. Even after annihilating a sect as formidable as Jiuhuazong, he had only garnered 1,500 editing points. Thus, it was evident that the next focus would be on Yi Wanru. Chapter 8. The Distinguished Guest, Lu Yu. The Mysterious Young Master. My lord, all matters have been resolved. Shall we proceed back to the Imperial City? Luo Feng inquired. There's no rush. There remains one more task to complete before we return, Chuyin replied languidly. Yuner, what else do you intend to do? The Shura sovereign interjected. Chuyin smiled. The Yi family of Qizhou. The sins committed by Yi Wanru cannot be atoned for by her alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanru's expression turned pale with horror. Chu Yun, what I have done has no bearing on my family. You cannot implicate them. They are innocent. Yi Wanru was thoroughly panicked. If her actions were to bring calamity upon her family, she would not find peace in death. Chu Yun regarded her with a cold smile. When you conspired against me, I was more innocent than anyone. Elder Yang, you should be familiar with the exact location of the Yi family? Yang Muqian promptly affirmed. Indeed, I am willing to guide you, my lord. Chu Yun nodded. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Commander Luo, have the Shadow Guards pay a visit to Zhu Tiansua's family. The crime of framing a prince is sufficient to annihilate their entire lineage. Luo Feng nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I will arrange it immediately. Qian then turned to Yang Muqian. Where is the nearest transmission array to the Yi family? Just as Yang Muqian was about to respond, the Shura sovereign interrupted. There is no need for such complications. It is but a Yi family. I shall take you there myself. With a wave of the Shura sovereign's hand, a fragment of power tore open a vast expanse of space before them. A rift emerging anew. A being of the sovereign realm had completely mastered the power of space, able to traverse it with ease. Some even moved faster than transmission arrays. Then I shall rely on you. Uncle, Chu Yun expressed with gratitude. It is a trivial matter. Once you resolve these trifles, return with me to see your mother. She yearns for you more than anyone else. Chu Yun solemnly nodded. I understand. With that, the Shura sovereign waved his hand, and all were enveloped in a radiant light as they entered the spatial rift. Qingzhou Jubai City. Jubai City ranks among the top 5 cities in all of Qingzhou. Its internal forces intricately entwined, a veritable mix of fish and dragons. For weaker cultivators, it was not only lively but also perilous. Within Jubai City, there were 3 exceedingly renowned families. In fact, Yi Wanru's family, the Yi family, was one of them. Within the clan, there exists a venerable ancestor at the Yuaning stage, and their overall strength, while slightly inferior in foundation to the Jiuhua sect, remains formidable. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Wanru's father, Yu Zhengxian, the head of the Yi family, alongside her mother, Wang Yayan, is receiving a distinguished guest of great consequence. Head of Yi family, have you given any thought to our young master's proposal? It is worth noting that for Yi Wanru to catch the eye of our young master is a stroke of fortune cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Given our young master's status, even the princes and heirs of the great Xia dynasty must show him respect. Should your daughter ascend to this connection, it would undoubtedly bring immeasurable benefits to your Yi family, a fact that need not be elaborated. At this juncture, the middle-aged man, whose countenance bore a fierce demeanor, spoke with a hint of disdain. Were it not for their young master's admiration for Yi Wanru's beauty, the head of the Yi family would never have had the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Indeed, I fully comprehend the sentiments expressed by Lord Lu. However, this matter pertains to my daughter's lifelong happiness, and since it involves her becoming a concubine, I must request a modicum of time to ascertain her own wishes. Yi Zhengxian replied with a series of forced smiles. The individual before him was a cultivator of the broken realm, and should he take offense, he could easily reduce the Yi family to ruins. Thus, both Yi Zhengxian and his wife were exceedingly cautious, wary of causing any slight. What of becoming a concubine? Yu Zhengxian, do not deceive yourselves. Forget not the status of your daughter and that of our young master. Since you demand time, I shall grant you 1 day. Within this span, provide me with an answer. Should you delay further and incur our young master's displeasure, the consequences for the Yi family will be dire. Lord Lu threatened brazenly. He offered them a day, yet the implications of refusal were ominous. Yi Zhengxian's eyes reflected deep concern, and just as he prepared to articulate a response, a thunderous roar erupted. Yi family head, come forth at once. Suddenly, the very foundation of the Yi family trembled violently, as though quaking under the weight of an earthquake, causing the grand hall to sway perilously. What audacity! I am eager to discover who dares to provoke the Yi family in broad daylight. Yi Zhengxian, already troubled, was further incensed by this intrusion. He and Wang Yeyun soared into the air, demanding to know the nature of this disruption. What is happening? Whom have we offended? I do not know. These individuals appear unfamiliar, likely not cultivators from Jubiai City. Regardless, we shall ascertain the truth. Outside the Yi family, the streets were teeming with onlookers, and even from afar, figures stood atop tall buildings, their gazes drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, above the Yi family, Yang Muqian stood resolutely before Chu Yun, his expression steely as he surveyed the Yi residences. Beside Chu Yun stood the revered Shura and a cadre of shadow guards. While Yi Wanru found herself ensnared by one such guard, rendered immobile in the celestial expanse, as Yi Zhengxian and Wang Yeyun, accompanied by the upper echelons of the Yi family, ascended into the air apart from Yi Zhengxian, who was at the late stage of the Yuaning realm. The rest were all cultivators of the Golden Course stage. Yi Zhengxian bellowed, "You possess great audacity. Dare you lay hands on Wanru?" Yi Zhengxian was about to voice his indignation when he suddenly spotted his daughter among the crowd. Despite his fury, his expression grew somber. "Wanru, who are you? Why have you taken my daughter?" Wang Yeyun, witnessing her daughter's abduction, was instantly consumed with anxiety. "Wang Xian Dao sect, Yang Muqian," proclaimed Yang Muqian, revealing his identity. At this utterance, both the Yi family and the onlookers erupted in astonishment. The seventh elder of the Wang Xian Dao sect. Has the Yi family truly met its demise by provoking such a powerful sect? The foremost authority of Qingzhou had personally arrived. It seemed the Yi family was genuinely ensnared in a dire predicament. Yi Zhengxian could not fathom how his daughter had attracted the attention of the Wang Xian Dao sect, let alone prompting the seventh elder to appear in person. "Young elder, may I inquire what transgression Wanru has committed to warrant your presence?" At this moment, Yu Kaishan, the pinnacle ancestor of the Yi family, manifested in the skies above Yi Manor. The arrival of an elder from the Wang Xian Dao sect signified that matters had escalated beyond critical. As the patriarch of the Yi family, he could not remain passive any longer. Chapter 9, Blood God Sect, Blood Xian Venerable. Yang Muqian cast a scornful glance at Yi Kaishan and coldly remarked, "It is not I whom he has offended, but His Highness." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in bewilderment. His Highness? What Highness? At this moment, Yi Wanru found herself silenced, her body trembling as she sought to break free from her constraints. Desperation surged within her. If her actions were to implicate her family, she would never forgive herself. Chu Yun knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Accompanied by Luo Feng and Qin Feng, he slowly approached the forefront of the gathering. Yi Wanru was also brought forth by the shadow guard. Her mouth was unbound, allowing her to speak. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards the shadow guard. "Yes, Your Highness." With the restraints lifted, Yi Wanru anxiously fixed her gaze upon Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, what do you intend to do? My kin have not wronged you. You cannot harm them." Chu Yun coldly smirked. "Yi Wanru, I have offered you a choice. These two are your parents. Now, choose one to die. The other shall live." In horror, Yi Wanru shook her head in despair, exclaiming, "No, I refuse to choose." "Chu Yun, direct all your wrath towards me. Humiliate me. Demand whatever you wish. I beg you, do not involve my family." Hearing his daughter's anguished pleas, Yu Zhengxian's heart was wrenched, his expression one of profound sorrow. He began to suspect that this Chu Yun must possess an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the seventh elder of the Wang Xian Dao sect would not be personally involved. "Yu Zhengxian, if you agree now, I could intervene to save your daughter and help you navigate this predicament," came the voice of someone named Lu Yu, resonating in Yi Zhengxian's ears. After a moment of internal struggle, Yi Zhengxian decisively declared, "All right, Lord Lu Yu, as long as you intervene, I will accept the conditions of the young master." Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction and stepped out from the Yi family's ranks. "Elder Yang, you and the Yi family cannot touch Yi Wanru." His declaration immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Yang Muqian glared at him with a menacing gaze. "At the peak of the broken realm, who do you think you are? Who I am is of little consequence. While my cultivation may not match yours, Yi Wanru is to be taken as a concubine by my family's young master. Thus, regardless of your background or identity, neither Yi Wanru nor the Yi family can be harmed," Lu Yu asserted with unwavering confidence, seemingly dismissing both the Wang Xian Dao sect and Chu Yun entirely. At the rear, the Shura Venerable observed Lu Yu, his eyes discerning the profound essence of the techniques he practiced, leading him to surmise Lu Yu's origins. Liu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine under the Shura Venerable's gaze, a peculiar sensation that he chose not to dwell upon. Seeing Liu Yu's audacious demeanor, Chu Yun displayed a hint of amusement. Is that so? What if today I must act against you? What can you do about it? Liu Yu's expression grew increasingly stern. If you harm them, you declare war against my family's young master. You will be sealing your own demise. Ro Feng's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Impudent. A mere broken realm dares to threaten His Highness. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of nirvana power that manifested as a colossal mountain, pressing down upon Liu Yu. Crushed under the weight, Liu Yu found himself unable to raise his head, utterly powerless against Ro Feng, a nirvana realm expert. Do you truly fear not death? If you harm me, none shall survive. A flash of crimson light sparked in Liu Yu's eyes as a seal hidden within his soul shattered. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted, transforming into a massive blood cloud above the Yi family, swirling with a dense mist. Countless threads of blood energy wove together, forming a shadow of immense scale that rivaled mountains, breathtaking and awe-inspiring. The Battle Venerable Body. No, this is merely a fragment of the Battle Venerable consciousness, lacking the complete and supreme power of the true Battle Venerable. Yet even so, it is still a venerable. The presence of such a formidable figure behind him left many in the great North City astonished, their faces reflecting sheer shock. Which venerable is this? A mere nirvana realm dares to challenge the Blood God sect. How audacious! Though it was but a fragment of the Battle Venerable's consciousness, the power of the venerable realm still overwhelmingly crushed any nirvana realm, regardless of their numbers. A thunderous roar, imbued with the might of a venerable, sent Ro Feng hurtling away. In the critical moment, the Shura Venerable appeared behind Ro Feng, catching him and preventing any injury. Thank you, Venerable. Ro Feng expressed his gratitude immediately. The Shura Master nodded slightly before slowly approaching the Battle Master's consciousness. It seems this insignificant creature is your servant. As for the so-called young master he mentions, I presume he is merely your lecherous son. Blood Xian, it is said that the longer one lives, the lower their ambition becomes. How is it that after all these years, you remain so utterly useless? Resorting to bullying the weak? Strutting about in front of juniors serves no purpose. If you wish to fight, I shall indulge you. The tone of the Shura Master was laced with disdain and mockery. As a figure of equal standing, the Shura Master merely standing there radiated an aura that completely overwhelmed his opponent. Shura, what brings you here? The Battle Master's consciousness shifted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the Shura Master. The Shura Master. It is indeed the Shura Master of the Shur family. What on earth has transpired today? What has the Yi family done to warrant such an esteemed visitor? The onlookers were deeply astonished, their faces reflecting sheer shock at the unfolding scene. What concern is it of yours where my true self is? Annihilating your consciousness is trivial. How about this? Bring your true self here. Let us engage in a battle to the death, shall we? The Shura Master spoke without restraint, addressing the Battle Master's consciousness in front of countless beings in Giant North City. The countenance of the Battle Master's consciousness darkened immediately. It was evident he could not afford to bring his true self to Qinzhou to contend with the Shura Master. Despite both being of the same rank, the Shura Master vastly outclassed him in combat prowess. There was no reason for him to humiliate himself. Shura, there is no need for this to escalate to a life and death struggle, is there? Liu Yu, what is going on? Explain this to me. The Battle Master's gaze shifted to Liu Yu, demanding clarity. Liu Yu's expression was one of horror. Upon regaining his composure, he promptly divulged all that had transpired. Upon learning that it was all due to his son's lascivious intentions, the Battle Master's expression darkened even further. Shura, I shall allow Liu Yu to depart. This matter is yours to handle, and I will not intervene. Before the Shura Master could respond, Chu Yun interjected, Wait. He thinks he can come and go as he pleases, leaving nothing behind? That is rather dismissive of this hall, isn't it? Chu Yun confronted the Battle Master's consciousness. Even though he was a respected figure, with his uncle backing him, Chu Yun felt no fear. Hiss. To confront the Blood Xian Master head-on. Who exactly is this person? So young, yet so audacious. Chapter 10. The Annihilation of the Master's Consciousness, a deep-rooted enmity established. Qian's sudden interjection sent tremors through the hearts of countless individuals in Giant North City, all marveling at his audacity. A young junior boldly challenging a master. Regardless of how exceptional a genius may be, before fully maturing, they typically regard figures of the master rank with reverence. Chu Yun's actions not only astonished everyone but also publicly humiliated a master. You insolent brat, what gives you the right to speak? For the sake of Shura, I shall not hold this against you this time, but should there be a next, you will meet your end. Although the Blood Qian sovereign may not match the prowess of the Azura sovereign, he is undeniably a formidable sovereign in his own right. He would never permit a mere junior at the Qi gathering stage to challenge his esteemed authority. Chu Yun remained unfazed. Even in the face of Blood Qian's sovereign's oppressive aura, his countenance betrayed no hint of fear. Whether I possess the right to speak is not for you to determine. Your servant previously proclaimed his intent to see me dead. Thus, it is only fitting that I ensure his demise first. Qin Commander, proceed. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Feng, akin to a wraith, swiftly appeared before Lu Yu. Lu Yu's expression morphed into one of terror as he sensed the chilling murderous intent emanating from Qin Feng. He immediately attempted to flee. Bang! The five shadows calamity. Qin Feng conjured 5 dark apparitions, encircling Lu Yu in the heavens above, their palms radiating a blackened nirvana light, imbued with the power to shatter mountains and quell seas. Striking fiercely toward him. You seek death. Blood Qian, enraged, seethed at the audacity of the Azura sovereign to disregard him. And now even a mere junior at the Qi gathering stage dared to disregard him. At this moment, his battle-sovereign body unleashed 2 blood-red rainbows. Akin to a sanguine tempest, one aimed at Qin Feng and the other directly targeting Chu Yun's life. However, before the bloodlight could descend, the 2 Azura true Qi manifestations from the Azura sovereign morphed into 2 fearsome purple dragons, effortlessly devouring the blood rainbows. Simultaneously, Qin Feng showed no restraint. The 5 dark figures swept through Lu Yu's form, the potent nirvana energy continuously piercing through his body. With a resounding explosion, both Lu Yu's soul and corporeal form disintegrated into ashes. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Commander Qin Feng has slain Lu Yu, granting you 1,500 editing points. Current total editing points, 3,000. Although Lu Yu had attained the Broken Realm, his enmity towards Chu Yun was merely 20%. Hence his death yielded only 1,500 editing points. Azura, are you truly willing to sever ties with me over a mere junior? Upon witnessing Lu Yu's demise, Blood Qian's sovereign glared at the Azura sovereign blocking his path, his rage boiling over. Preposterous. My dear nephew is not someone you can touch. The Azura sovereign retorted with a disdainful smile. What? Nephew, is he? Blood Qian sovereign's expression shifted slightly as he pieced together Chu Yun's identity. The Azura sovereign's nephew? How had he never heard of such a relation? Hiss. Have you forgotten about the long-missing 9th prince? What? He is the 9th prince? It was not merely a rumor that he had perished long ago. In light of the current situation, the only identity that could possibly align with this was indeed that of the long-lost 9th prince of the Dynasty Dynasty. At that moment, the beings of Giant North City, amidst the astonished murmurs of many, saw Chu Yun's identity fully unveiled. Most were taken aback to discover that Chu Yun was none other than the long-missing 9th prince of the Dynasty Dynasty. The higher-ups of the Yi family, including Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian, were left in a state of utter despair, their faces drained of color. This individual is not only a prince of the Great Xia, but also the beloved nephew of the revered Shura. It is no wonder that the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect holds him in such high regard. However, this 9th prince of the Great Xia has now become an adversary of the Yi family, intent on bringing them to ruin. For the Yi family, this truly represents a calamity of catastrophic proportions. Uncle, I believe it is best to resolve this matter swiftly. Once we conclude here, I must return to the imperial city to see my mother and father, Chu Yun stated resolutely, casting a determined glance at the Shura. The Shura understood Chu Yun's intent and nodded in affirmation. Without further ado, he unleashed his Shura true energy, manifesting as a colossal violet palm that surged towards the blood-soaked consciousness of the Blood Qian Venerable. Shura, the Blood Qian Venerable's war consciousness transformed, its fierce gaze shifting as it summoned a torrent of sanguine energy that coalesced before it, forming a blood wall akin to an impenetrable chasm. Yet, the Shura's mighty palm pierced through all defenses, shattering the war consciousness entirely. In an instant, the boundless blood energy dissipated into nothingness, and the Blood Qian Venerable's war consciousness was utterly obliterated. Yun-er, what shall we do next? Let us proceed expeditiously. The Shura remarked calmly after vanquishing the Blood Qian Venerable's consciousness. Thank you, Uncle, Chu Yun replied with a smile. then turned his attention to Yi Wanru. His voice was devoid of emotion, cold as ice. Yi Wanru, you have but 10 breaths to make your choice. Delay for even a moment, and 100 of your kin shall perish because of you. Now, begin your selection. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Wanru's expression shattered. Her face was streaked with tears, sorrow and regret cascading down her cheeks as she knelt before Chu Yun, pleading desperately, Chu Yun, I beg you. I truly implore you. Spare my parents and my kin. I am willing to endure any humiliation or torment you impose upon me. I beseech your mercy. Grant me reprieve. Chapter 11. The pig is fat. 100% hatred value. Yet, in the face of Yi Wanru's desperate pleas, Chu Yun remained as cold as ever, his countenance unyielding. He was no saint. Had he not transcended fate upon his arrival, his own outcome in the grand hall of the Jiuhua sect would have been no better than theirs. The Yi family faced annihilation due to one Yi Wanru. Was this not a manifestation of their own fate? 3, 2, 1. Act. Chu Yun's expression was steely as he directed Luo Feng with authority. Understood. A cadre of elite shadow guards from the Great Xia sprang into action, akin to harbingers of death, infiltrating the Yi family's ranks to unleash a frenzy of slaughter. In the span of a breath, 100 souls perished. Yi Fan, Yi Ming. No. The ancestral figures, Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian, both Yuan Ing realm cultivators, were struck by the torment of witnessing their kin being slaughtered. Their hearts wrenched in anguish as they howled in despair. They sought to intervene, but as their powers began to manifest, a shattered realm shadow guard unleashed an aura that pinned them in place. No, no, Chu Yun, you are a devil. You indiscriminately slaughter the innocent of my clan. Even if you are the prince of the Great Xia, retribution shall befall you. Yi Wanru, with her hair disheveled, cried out in a hysterical rage, her bloodshot eyes filled with loathing and anguish. I have granted you an opportunity. Should you fail to make a choice, you will only be able to watch as your family is annihilated before your very eyes. Chu Yun remained unperturbed, his gaze steady and calm as he regarded her. The Azura master observed his nephew's demeanor with great satisfaction. His resolute courage and decisive nature were commendable, his methods numerous. He was acutely aware of his desires. Such temperament is not lacking among the princes of the Great Xia dynasty. Yi Wanru looked towards the Yi manor, now engulfed in a tempest of blood. Corpses strewn across the ground. With each passing breath, 100 members of the Yi family perished. The brutality of the Great Xia shadow guards left even whole corpses unpreserved. Her ancestors and father were like lambs awaiting slaughter, suppressed by the might of the shadow guards, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The entire Yi family suffered this unwarranted calamity due to Yi Wanru's decision. She, Yi Wanru, was the eternal sinner of the Yi clan. I choose. I choose my father. I choose for him to live. Driven to the brink, Yi Wanru uttered these words, as if they had drained her of all strength. She did not love her mother any less. On the contrary, her feelings for her mother were even more profound. Yet, she could no longer betray the Yi family. The Yi family could not be without her father, the clan leader. Stop. Upon hearing Yi Wanru's choice, a playful smile danced upon Chu Yun's lips, prompting the shadow guards to momentarily cease their actions. Yi Wanru's mother, Wang Yeyun, smiled a sorrowful smile upon hearing her daughter's decision. She slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She accepted her fate. She did not blame her daughter for choosing to sacrifice herself. Yet it did not mean her heart was devoid of sorrow. Choose for your father to live? Very well, what a dutiful daughter you are. Captain Luo, have her act. Qian smiled at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, and a beam of light shot into Yi Wanru's body. Instantly, fear and panic overtook her expression as her body involuntarily moved towards Wang Yeyun. Chu Yin, what are you planning to do? Yi Wanru asked in terror. Did you not choose to let your mother die? In that case, I shall have you do it personally. Chu Yun replied with a cold smile. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Yi Wanru's heart shattered as she struggled desperately against her own movements. Whether you want to or not is not for you to decide. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on her as she was brought before Wang Yeyun under Luo Feng's control. Yi Wanru was now in tears, her hands uncontrollably raised high, a sharp sword manifesting in her grasp. No. As the sword descended, Yi Wanru screamed in a heart-wrenching wail. Wang Yeyun was dead. She had killed her own mother. At this moment, she was utterly despondent, having lost all hope for life. Her heart suffering an irreparable, devastating blow. Ye Yun and Yi Zhengxian were also moved to tears, witnessing their family in ruins, amidst their profound sorrow. Yi Zhengxian's hatred for Chu Yun escalated to unprecedented heights. Yi Zhengxian's hatred level reached 90%. Yi Kaixin's hatred level reached 70%. Yuanru's hatred level reached 99%. Observing the similar levels of animosity directed towards him, Chu Yun maintained a stoic expression and commanded, "How dull. It is time to annihilate the Yi family." Luo Feng responded, "Yes, Your Highness. Proceed." With a mere wave of his hand, several shadow guards commenced an unrelenting massacre. Boom. The structures of the Yi family crumbled one after another, and within mere breaths, family members met their tragic demise. The entire Yi family estate had devolved into a chaotic graveyard. Yu Kaishan and Yu Zhengxian were swiftly dispatched by a shadow guard, their nascent souls obliterated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard has killed Yi Zhengxian, earning 1,000 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard has killed Yi Kaishan, earning 1050 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard has killed the Yi family's elder, earning editing points. The prompt echoed in Chu Yun's mind once more. No, Chu Yun. You are untrustworthy. You clearly promised to spare my father and the others. You are untrustworthy. Chu Yun, I will haunt you even in death. I curse you to never find peace and to be forever trapped in the cycle of rebirth. Ding. Yuanru's hatred level has reached 100%. Master is reminded that harvesting is now possible. Witnessing the murder of her father and kin, Yuanru nearly went mad, unleashing a torrent of vile curses and vehemently denouncing Chu Yun. This hall has never claimed to spare the Yi family. As for your father, I merely allowed him to survive during the decision-making period. I never promised to spare him afterwards. Yi Wanru, do you now fully comprehend the taste of despair and collapse? Chu Yun gazed at Yi Wanru, who was still frantically cursing, and a cold smile graced his lips. Uncle, is there any way to swiftly elevate a person's cultivation? Even if it leads to their demise in an instant, it matters not. The Shura sovereign, upon receiving Chu Yun's transmission, furrowed his brow. Yunner, what are you planning? In the path of cultivation, one must not rush, do not act foolishly. Chu Yun smiled and clarified, Uncle, you misunderstand. It is not for my use, but rather for Yi Wanru. The Shura sovereign, perplexed, asked, to forcibly elevate the cultivation of one on the brink of death? His tone was laden with confusion. Clearly unable to fathom Chu Yun's intentions behind such an action. Allow me to elaborate further on the intricacies of the realms. In the realm of cultivation, there exist various stages: the innate realm, the condensation realm, the gathering chi realm, the transformation realm, the golden core realm, the nascent soul realm, the fragmentation realm, the nirvana realm, the venerable realm, the celestial aspect realm, celestial venerable, and the supreme realm. Within each of these major realms, there are 4 substages: early, mid, late, and pinnacle. To elaborate on the characteristics of these realms, the golden core realm involves the condensation of the golden core, while the nascent soul realm signifies the birth of the nascent soul, which can then venture out of the body. The fragmentation realm represents a profound transformation of both body and soul, bestowing the power to shake the seas and crumble mountains, overpowering even the nascent soul. The nirvana realm is attained after enduring the baptism of the nirvana fire, where one confronts the trials of life and death. Successfully navigating this peril allows one to master the powers of nirvana. Failure results in demise. The venerable realm denotes the achievement of a battle-hardened body, akin to a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, capable of effortlessly annihilating a city. Chapter 12. A great wave returns to the imperial city. Uncle, some matters are too convoluted to explain. However, I truly need to proceed in this manner, so if you have a way, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Chu Yun replied. The Azura Venerable pondered briefly, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, thus refraining from further inquiries. If it comes at the cost of death, there is indeed a method. I can impart a fragment of my power to her, instantly elevating her cultivation level. However, in the next moment, her soul will be shattered by this force. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression brightened. Wonderful. How far can you elevate her cultivation? The Azura Venerable responded calmly. Her foundation is too weak. My power is overwhelmingly forceful. Reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm in an instant would be the absolute limit. Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Very well, then I must trouble you to assist. The Azura Venerable slightly inclined his head, his countenance grave, and slowly extended a finger, channeling a surge of Azura energy into Yi Wanru's body. The immense energy surged into her, and Yi Wanru's soul felt as though it was being torn apart by excruciating pain. Subsequently, the power of the Azura Venerable forcibly integrated within her. In an instant, Yi Wanru's realm leaped from the early gathering Qi realm to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul realm. Yet, simultaneously, an overwhelming brilliance erupted from her body, piercing through her form as boundless radiance exploded forth. Boom! Yi Wanru's soul and body were instantly obliterated by this force, reducing her to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The Azura Venerable has slain Yi Wanru, earning you 2,000 editing points. System, Master, this seems a bit too much, doesn't it? You forcibly elevated Yi Wanru from the gathering Qi realm to the Nascent Soul realm and then killed her, thus obtaining Nascent Soul level editing points, which strays from the original intent of nurturing. Inwardly, Chuyin retorted, how is this cheating? You speak of nurturing, but it does not solely pertain to hate value. I can nurture cultivation as well. This is merely a clever maneuver, and my original intent in nurturing was to acquire more editing points. Elevating the cultivation of those I nurture does not contradict this goal in the slightest. The tranquility enveloping my mind was abruptly interrupted by the system, rendered speechless by its own reflections. I glanced at my current editing points, a total of 12,000. Until now, Yi Wanru still commanded the highest unit price for editing points, with a full accumulation of hatred points. Even a peak Yuan Ing realm practitioner could yield 2,000 editing points. Coupled with the contributions from the entire Yi clan and previous gains, the total exceeded 10,000. These editing points could not only be utilized for modifying backgrounds, but also exchanged for items within the system's marketplace. After some contemplation, Chuyin decided to postpone further matters. With everything resolved, he needed to return to the Great Xia Imperial City with his uncle and the others. Thank you, Elder Yang, for guiding us on this journey. I leave the aftermath of the Yi family to your capable hands, Chuyin remarked to Yang Muqian with a calm demeanor. Yang Muqian immediately responded with a beaming smile. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall handle the remaining affairs. Chuyin nodded, turning to Luofeng and the Azura elder. Uncle, let us take our leave. It is time to return. Very well, the Azura elder waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift in the heavens, ushering Chuyin and the Great Xia Shadow Guards back to the Imperial City. After their departure, Yang Muqian glanced down at the chaotic remnants of the Yi residence, his expression growing increasingly frosty. Where is the Lord of Giant North City? Here. A middle-aged man, dressed in yellow and possessing an unremarkable appearance, hurriedly approached, his demeanor betraying his nervousness. He was Su Jing, the Lord of Giant North City, whose cultivation level surpassed that of Yi Kaishan, having attained the Broken Realm. Despite this, he dared not act arrogantly before Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian regarded him sternly and commanded, ensure that everything within the Yi family's treasury is meticulously organized. Also, send someone to the Zhihua sect. Once arranged, deliver it all to the Wangxian Commerce Pavilion in the Great Xia Imperial City. Do you understand? Su Jing nodded repeatedly. Yes, Elder Yang, I will comply without fail. Good, let us depart, Yang Muqian replied satisfactorily. I bid you farewell, Elder Yang. Su Jing promptly bowed in respect as Yang Muqian swiftly ascended into the skies with several members of the Wangxian Dao sect, heading towards the spatial teleportation array nearest to their sect. Master, why must those items be sent to the Commerce Pavilion in the Great Xia Imperial City? Yang Muqian's young apprentice inquired curiously along the way. Those items belong to the 9th Prince. Moreover, I have already sent word back, upon our return to the sect. I am certain the sect master will have prepared a generous gift, together with those items. It will be presented to the 9th Prince as a gesture of our sincerity from the Wangxian Dao sect. Yang Muqian was resolute in his belief that establishing a strong relationship with Chuyin was imperative. His return after so many years would undoubtedly stir hidden currents within the Imperial City. If the Wangxian Dao sect could lend its support at this pivotal moment, their relationship would be significantly fortified. Master, I find myself a bit perplexed, the apprentice confessed. Even among the other princes, including the Crown Prince, the sect did not exert itself to curry favor. Thus, why did the emergence of the 9th Prince evoke such a significant response from the sect? His disciple inquired further. Shaoling, you must understand that had the 9th Prince not gone missing all those years ago, the position of heir apparent would undoubtedly have been filled by the 1st Prince. The maternal family of the 9th Prince is the illustrious Shi family, the foremost clan of the Great Xia Dynasty, which is substantial enough to contend with the sect backing the Empress. Moreover, the beloved consort, Lady Shi, enjoys the emperor's profound affection, and this connection is evidenced by the direct involvement of the Great Xia Shadow Guard, signifying His Majesty's exceptional regard for the ninth prince. Furthermore, our association with him, stemming from this matter, has revealed his prior dealings. Despite his youth, he possesses the ruthlessness and decisiveness of a leader, maintaining a respectful yet unyielding demeanor even in the presence of revered elders. Therefore, cultivating a good rapport with him would be immensely advantageous for our sect. And should he ascend to the throne one day, it may elevate the sect to new heights. Yang Muqian concluded, his tone markedly steadied. The others present were not oblivious to the implications. With such candid discourse, they grasped the underlying connections. It could be said that the Wangxian Dao sect's choice of the ninth prince, Chu Yun, amounted to a monumental wager, a bet on his future regard for the sect. His potential influence, his forthcoming achievements, and most crucially, on his eventual ascension as emperor of the Great Xia. Chapter 13, Consort Shi Mingyue, and the events of yesteryear. In the imperial city of the Great Xia, the capital of the dynasty, the architectural marvels within its confines boast a history spanning over 10 millennia. Yet they remain resplendent as ever. The entire imperial city stretches for thousands of miles, its vastness incomparable to the likes of the northern giant city. At the heart of this grand metropolis lies the Great Xia Imperial Palace, a colossal edifice that looms like a mighty beast, with peaks rising steeply into the clouds. Surveying the city from all directions, the palace emanates an awe-inspiring grandeur, symbolizing the sacred majesty of the imperial lineage. Within a grand hall of the palace, the Great Xia Emperor and Shi Mingyue stand, their gazes filled with anticipation. The revered Shura had already sent word, returning with Chu Yun to the palace. Your Majesty, I feel a touch of anxiety. It has been so many years since I last saw Yuner, and I worry that he might harbor resentment toward me. His mother, Shi Mingyue, confessed, a blend of excitement and concern evident in her demeanor. Chu Yun had been missing for so long, enduring untold hardships. Even if he were to blame her, she felt it was justified. After all, had she not failed to safeguard Chu Yun, he would not have been lost for so many years. My beloved consort, do not fret. When Yuner returns, I shall grant him whatever he desires. I shall compensate for all that he has been deprived of these years. As for the events of the past, you must not bear the blame. If there is fault, it lies solely with those malicious individuals whose intentions were far too sinister. As the final words of the Emperor of Great Xia were spoken, a flicker of cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared above the grand hall. The revered Shura, accompanied by Chu Yun, as well as the two commanders, Luo Feng and Qin Feng, slowly emerged from within. We pay our respects, Your Majesty, and Your Highness. Luo Feng and Qin Feng immediately bowed in deference. The Shura turned to address the Emperor and the Empress. Your Majesty, my sister, Yuner has been safely brought back to you. The eyes of the Emperor of Great Xia and Empress Shi Mingyue instantly fixed on Chu Yun. Overwhelmed with joy, Shi Mingyue exclaimed, Yuner, my dear Yuner, after all these years, you have finally returned home. She embraced her son tightly, her heart brimming with joy and emotion, encapsulating the bliss of their reunion. The Emperor's face also radiated warmth as he observed his son, now grown. He felt a mix of happiness and concern. Yuner, how have you fared all these years? Who raised you? Chu Yun looked at them, prepared to respond. Father, mother, I have been well. You need not worry. Since I can remember, I lived in a forest, alongside a pack of wolves. Eventually, I met a farmer who taught me to read and write, allowing me to grow. Upon hearing that her son had initially lived with wolves, Shi Mingyue's heart ached even more. Yuner, rest assured, now that you are home, I will not allow you to suffer any longer. Your father has arranged for your residence to be prepared, along with the servants for your household. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask, understood? Chu Yun recognized that his parents sought to compensate for the years he had been missing, and he naturally did not refuse their goodwill. Mother, I understand. If I need anything, I will tell you. The Emperor of Great Xia nodded. Very well, Yuner. Extend your hand. Chu Yun complied, slowly extending his left hand. The Emperor then touched him with a finger. Suddenly, Chu Yun felt a jolt of energy surge through him, a tingling sensation coursing throughout his body. The next moment, the Emperor withdrew his finger, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Strange. Yuner, what kind of root bone do you possess? How can it be so powerful and peculiar? I have never encountered such a thing. It seems that one's root bone can merge with the bloodline's power. The heavenly blood root bone is among the strongest of all root bones in the myriad realms. And even for the Emperor of Great Xia, this was a first. Father, I do not know, Chu Yun replied. My root bone is innate. I have no knowledge of what it is. Whenever he encountered something he could not explain, he simply attributed it to fate. This was the simplest solution, sparing him the need for elaborate explanations. The Emperor of Great Xia remained puzzled. Shi Minwei interjected. Enough, Your Majesty. Now that Yuna has just returned, must you investigate his cultivation talent immediately? Can he not have a moment to rest? Indeed, it was the Emperor who was becoming impatient. Very well, Yuna. I shall first send someone to escort you to your residence for a brief tour. Should you feel fatigued, you may take a moment to rest. Any matters can wait until tomorrow, declared the Emperor of the Great Xia. Yes, Father, replied Chu Yun. By the way, Luo Feng, from this moment forth, you shall temporarily entrust all affairs within the Shadow Guard to Qin Feng and Qin Feng. With the return of the Ninth Prince, your sole responsibility is to ensure his safety at all times. Do you understand? The Emperor commanded, casting a stern glance at Luo Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. To be the commander of the Shadow Guard and serve as the protector of a prince carries profound implications worthy of contemplation. Father, Mother, I shall take my leave for now, Chu Yun said, offering a respectful bow before departing with Luo Feng. Qin Feng was also dismissed by the Emperor, leaving only the three of them, the Emperor, Consort Shi, and the Venerable Shura in the Grand Hall. The Emperor's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Did anything occur on the way back? Nothing significant, but there were numerous minor incidents, the Venerable Shura replied, recounting the events surrounding the Jiuhua sect and the happenings within Jubei City, as well as Chu Yun's approach to handling matters. Upon hearing that Chu Yun had annihilated the entire Yi family and driven the traitorous Yi Wanru to the brink of madness, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed the Emperor's face. Oh, has Yun'er truly acted with such decisiveness? One cannot simply call it decisiveness. It would be more accurate to describe it as somewhat ruthless. Moreover, he displayed remarkable courage, confronting the consciousness of the Blood Xian's battle sage without a hint of retreat. As if he were born with the demeanor of a sovereign, the Venerable Shura elaborated. Aha, ruthlessness is commendable. If one shows mercy to their enemies, I would indeed feel a tinge of disappointment. As for the Blood God sect, a single Blood Xian cannot stir much trouble. The Emperor expressed his satisfaction with Chu Yun's actions. Your Majesty, while Yun'er is within the palace, and the Blood God sect is far away, I do not worry about them posing a threat. However, should they attempt to act in the shadows upon his return? The tone and expression of Consort Shi were laced with concern. The Venerable Shura's brow furrowed slightly. The Emperor's countenance darkened, after all these years. They have concealed their true intentions well, and I have been unable to apprehend them. Should they dare to reveal themselves this time, let the imperial city be drenched in a tempest, purging all filth lurking in the shadows. The residence arranged for Chu Yun was situated within a vast courtyard near the palace, staffed by over 300 servants, including 180 guards, 50 maids, and the remainder being gardeners and attendants. Chapter 14. The Origins of the Blood God Sect and Events of the Past. Upon entering the residence, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were guided by a servant to explore the premises. The grounds included a rear garden, artificial hills, and pavilions, all well-equipped. Subsequently, as they settled into the main hall, a portly middle-aged man accompanied by 4 youthful maids entered. Upon encountering His Highness, Commander Luo, I am the chief steward of the royal palace. You may simply call me Atai. This portly gentleman is the chief steward meticulously chosen by Shi Minwei for Chu Yun. Commander Luo had informed him of this on the way here, despite his unassuming appearance. Atai is, in fact, a genuine master of the Broken Realm, brought over by Shi Minwei from the Shi family. Thus, Chu Yun places his complete trust in him. Steward Tai, I shall rely on you to oversee all matters within the palace henceforth, Chu Yun acknowledged with a nod. Atai responded respectfully, Your Highness, you honor me. This is merely my duty. By the way, Your Highness, these 4 maidens have been carefully selected by me to attend to your daily needs throughout the seasons. He indicated towards the 4 maidservants. Yes, Your Highness, Xiao Qiu is here to brew tea for you. Your Highness, Xiao Xia is here to massage your shoulders. Your Highness, Xiao Chun is also here to relieve your shoulders. The 4 young ladies, each of pleasing appearance, approached Chu Yun, each employing their own methods to serve him. Chu Yun found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this attention. Reflecting on his past life, although he was a seasoned emperor of war, he had always engaged in one-on-one tutoring. The sudden presence of 4 attendants at once indeed left him feeling a little overwhelmed. Stop, stop, stop. Xiao Xia, you four may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss, Qin declared, recognizing the importance of his current affairs and unable to indulge in leisure. Yes, Your Highness. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us, the four replied before gracefully exiting. Steward Tai, please take a seat, Chu Yun said, maintaining his composure. Your Highness, is that appropriate? There are distinctions between lord and servant. I cannot presume to sit, Tai replied, somewhat embarrassed. What propriety? You are a trusted confidant of my mother. You are one of us. If I ask you to sit, then do so without further pretense, Chu Yun stated plainly. Very well, then. Thank you, Your Highness, Tai said as he slowly moved to a nearby seat and settled down. I have just returned to the royal city, and I am quite bewildered by everything within it. Therefore, I need you both to clarify certain matters for me. To help me familiarize myself with the relationships in the royal city, Chu Yun expressed candidly. Commander Luo replied, Your Highness, feel free to inquire about anything. We shall answer without reservation. Please proceed. I assure you, Commander Luo, and I will share all knowledge, Tai added. With a calm demeanor, Chu Yun inquired, Commander Luo, regarding the Blood Xian venerable we encountered previously, what is the background of the Blood God sect behind him? Commander Luo explained, Your Highness, the Blood God sect is a sect within the realm of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, they operate independently of the dynasty's constraints. They are situated in the southern prefecture, one of the 13 states, where their status is comparable to that of the Wangxian Dao sect in the Qing prefecture. They are undoubtedly the unrivaled overlords. Moreover, the strength of the Blood God sect surpasses that of the Wangxian Dao sect. The most crucial factor is that within the Blood God sect, there exists an ancient powerhouse of the heavenly aspect realm, a depth of heritage so profound that even the imperial dynasties are reluctant to provoke them. Chu Yun, having conducted some inquiries, learned that above the venerable realm lies the heavenly aspect realm. Those who attain the level of the heavenly aspect are referred to as celestial lords, formidable beings that transcend the venerable realm. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia Dynasty, excluding the royal family, there are no more than 10 celestial lords. The Blood God sect alone holds a position among them, highlighting the sect's formidable foundation, which explains their disdain for the Wangxian Dao sect. How does the Blood God sect compare to my maternal family's lineage? Chu Yun inquired further. At this moment, Tai spoke with pride, Your Highness. You may not be aware, but your maternal grandfather, the elder patriarch of the Shi family, is also a celestial lord. In fact, the patriarch's strength far surpasses that of the celestial lord of the Blood God sect. In comparison to the Shi family, the Blood God sect will forever remain in a subordinate position. Tai's reaction prompted Chu Yun to reflect, and he quickly grasped the implications. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, the Shi family's foundation is indeed superior to that of the Blood God sect. After hearing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin and pondered. Since my father is the emperor of the Great Xia and the Shi family is so powerful, why did I go missing in the first place? Upon uttering these words, Tai's expression turned grave and earnest, while Luo Feng's demeanor became serious as he replied, Your Highness, the circumstances surrounding your disappearance were sudden and rather peculiar. Peculiar? Chu Yun's gaze intensified upon him. Indeed, Your Highness, when the noble consort Shi gave birth to you, the enemy dynasty launched an invasion, and the emperor personally led the charge, leaving the imperial city unguarded. Remarkably, on the 3rd day after your birth, you mysteriously vanished. In the aftermath, Consort Shi was frantic and mobilized all available resources, even calling upon your uncle, the venerable Shura, to search the palace personally. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace of you could be found. It was as if you had evaporated from the mortal realm. It wasn't until the emperor returned that he commanded our shadow guards to investigate without reservation. Through years of covert inquiries, we have nearly concluded that the issue did not arise externally, but rather from within the palace. On the day of your disappearance, we meticulously scrutinized everyone who entered the palace, including their trusted friends and anyone who had interacted with them. There were no discrepancies found. Thus, the only plausible explanation for your disappearance is that it was orchestrated by someone residing within the palace itself, Luo Feng conveyed in detail. With a serious expression, Chu Yun understood that his parents had never ceased their quest for the truth behind that fateful day. As he engaged in this background editing, he was acutely aware of the original identity of the 9th prince, Chu Yun. The only reason he could adopt the identity of the 9th prince of the Great Xia was that the original had long been deceased. This implies that the ninth prince had not merely gone missing but had been directly murdered. Now that he had returned, those who had taken the life of the ninth prince would inevitably act again upon witnessing his survival. Even his uncle, the revered Azura, could not uncover even the slightest clue, which further underscored the gravity of the situation. Alas, despite the advantageous background of having both parents and a strong foundation, danger lurked at every corner. Chu Yun lamented inwardly. He then turned to a Tai, Chief Tai, having accompanied my mother for so many years. Might you be aware of any suspects she harbors regarding this matter? A Tai gazed at him with an unusually solemn expression, uttering only 2 words, the Empress. Chapter 15. The System Shop, the summoning card for revered figures. After discussing for nearly half an hour, a Tai and Luo Feng finally took their leave. From their conversation, Chu Yun gained a rough understanding of the current dynamics within the Great Xia Empire. The influences within the imperial city were a veritable mix of characters. Deep and murky waters indeed. Moreover, his current cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of the gathering Qi realm. In the Ninhua Zone, he would be considered a genius. However, in the eyes of some prodigies within the Great Xia Empire, and even among the other princes, the initial stage of gathering Qi was utterly inconsequential. The other princes had a minimum cultivation of the initial stage of the transforming Qi realm, placing them a whole major realm above him. Some, like the Crown Prince, had already reached the pinnacle of the transforming Qi realm, mere steps away from the Golden Core realm. In this perilous imperial city, one needed not only a sufficiently formidable background but also considerable personal strength to genuinely earn the respect of others. The adage to forge iron, one must be strong oneself, aptly applies here. System, open the exchange shop. Let me see what items can aid in enhancing my cultivation. Unlocking exchange shop panel. As the exchange shop opened, a plethora of exquisite treasures materialized within Chu Yun's consciousness. Numerous rare artifacts, cultivation enhancement cards, character summoning cards, elixirs, formations, and more appeared. There was nothing the exchange shop could not provide, only what one could not conceive. Summoning card for figures of the Emperor Realm, exchange points, 8 million. Enhancement card for Emperor Realm cultivation, exchange points, 10 million. Beginner S 10,000 Demon Secret Realm, exchange points, 3 million. Godslaying Sword, exchange points, 7 million. Reincarnation Return to Void Formation, exchange points, 4 million. 10,000 Tribulations Extinguishing Formation, exchange points, 6 million. Upon seeing the prices of the top-tier items, Chu Yun was utterly astounded. 8 million, 10 million, he feared even annihilating the Yi family 1,000 times would not yield such sums. His gaze then drifted downward, avoiding those unattainable items for the time being. Summoning card for figures of the revered realm, exchange points, 100,000. Enhancement card for revered realm cultivation, exchange points, 200,000. Summoning card for figures of the Nirvana realm, exchange points, 30,000. Enhancement card for Nirvana realm cultivation, exchange points, 60,000. Still too high. These options would not suffice for now. The revered and Nirvana realms were currently beyond Chu Yun's reach, so he continued to peruse further. The Shattered Realm character summoning card can be exchanged for 10,000 editing points. The Shattered Realm cultivation enhancement card requires 15,000 editing points. The Nascent Soul character summoning card is available for 2,000 editing points. The Nascent Soul cultivation enhancement card can be exchanged for 4,000 editing points. The white blind box costs 1,000 editing points. The blue one 2,000. The purple one 3,000. The golden one 4,000. And the red one 100,000 editing points. Goodness, you are quite the trickster. Are you trying to take advantage of me? And you even added blind boxes? Chu Yun exclaimed. System, Master. I am not a host. I would like to offer a brief introduction. The items obtained from the blind boxes can vary in quality, but they will never fall below the value of the editing points spent. For instance, the white blind box could yield treasures of up to Nascent Soul level, with a minimum guarantee of Golden Core level. The blue blind box can provide treasures up to Nirvana level, with a minimum guarantee of Nascent Soul level. The purple blind box can yield treasures up to the Venerable level, with a minimum guarantee of Shattered Realm level. The golden blind box can offer treasures up to the Supreme level, with a minimum guarantee of Nirvana level. As for the red blind box, you need not concern yourself with it for now. The system will explain it to you once you reach that level. If what you say is true, Then the value of these blind boxes is quite significant, Chu Yun remarked in surprise. The system recommends the host choose the blind boxes. They are of the highest quality. All right, I will trust you this once. I will exchange for 2 golden blind boxes and a golden core cultivation enhancement card. Chu Yun chose not to exhaust all his editing points. The 2 blind boxes cost 8,000 points, and the golden core cultivation enhancement card cost 1,000, totaling 9,000 points. He retained 3,000 editing points to ensure he could conduct another background edit in the future. Item exchange successful. Master, would you like to open the 2 golden blind boxes immediately? Open them. Beep. Opening blind boxes. Congratulations. Master, you have obtained 1 venerable level character summoning card and 1 source of nirvana. Both have been sent to your storage. Please check. Wow. A venerable level character summoning card. This is amazing. Chu Yun was astonished by the rewards from the blind boxes. Spending 4,000 editing points yielded a treasure worth 100,000. A venerable level character summoning card. This was truly fortuitous. Now, he could immediately summon a powerful ally at the venerable level, bolstering his confidence for any endeavors ahead. Chu Yun was immensely satisfied with this reward. He then examined the other item. Source of Nirvana. The life source of Nirvana realm cultivators. Upon use, it allows one to pass through the Nirvana flames unscathed, thereby breaking through their limits. This is an immense temptation for those seeking to transcend into the Nirvana realm. However, it is a pity, for I have the system at my disposal. Chu Yun shook his head. This source of Nirvana, if placed elsewhere, would be sufficient to incite a frenzy among those at the pinnacle of the fragmented realm. However, for him, its significance was minimal. First, he needed to elevate his cultivation. System, activate the Golden Core Realm Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Core Realm Cultivation Enhancement card in use. Suddenly, a tremendous shift occurred in Chu Yun's aura, as if the bottleneck of his realm had been rent open, resulting in a frenzied surge in his cultivation. He ascended from the late stage of the gathering Qi realm to the peak, transitioning into the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Simultaneously, the power within him, as well as the spiritual energy stored in his spiritual sea, expanded astonishingly, coupled with the essence of the 10,000 demon chaotic body merging into his spiritual sea's power. His spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation. Ultimately, Chu Yun's spiritual sea coalesced into a golden core, successfully breaking through to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. With a foundation that was both profound and stable, his aura was now exponentially stronger than before. So this is the Golden Core realm. I can feel an overwhelming strength coursing through my entire being. Chu Yun clenched his fist, sensing that the Golden Core within him was ceaselessly releasing energy into the spiritual sea, filling him with a sense of immense power. Master, do not underestimate yourself. With either the heavenly blood divine root or the 10,000 demon chaotic body, one could traverse the myriad realms, yet you possess both. Along with the nether god eye, your talents are already unparalleled. In comparison to those so-called top prodigies of this realm, your innate abilities render them as insignificant as a pond attempting to swallow the ocean. Chapter 16, The Fated Empress, Meng Rushiwei. Based on your words, what level can I currently attain with my strength? Chu Yun inquired. Your current cultivation rests in the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, but your true combat prowess can be regarded as invincible beneath the infant transformation realm. Moreover, should you master and skillfully wield the innate divine ability of the heavenly blood divine root, the blood heaven world, even cultivators of the infant transformation realm would be no match for you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. Being invincible beneath the infant transformation realm was already sufficient for him. Looking across the entirety of the younger generation in the Great Xia Dynasty, he found himself without rivals. He proceeded to utilize the summoning card for a figure at the Venerable Realm. Using the Venerable Realm figure summoning card, please hold on. With a sharp sound, the space before Chu Yun was forcefully torn apart by a surge of power. From within emerged a bald man. Venerable One lay at your service. Upon his appearance, the bald man exuded a commanding and formidable presence, as if enveloped in the might of a thunderstorm. He respectfully bowed to Chu Yun. Success. Venerable One lay summoned. Notice, the characters summoned by the system possess a loyalty and obedience level of 100%, even if commanded to sacrifice themselves. They would not hesitate for a moment. Furthermore, characters summoned by the system can effortlessly establish contact through consciousness, regardless of distance. As Chu Yun gazed at Venerable One lay before him, he internally instructed, "Open the introduction panel for Venerable Wanlei. Name, Master Wanlei. Realm, late stage of the Honorable Realm. Physique, Thunder God's sacred body. Root bone, sacred level." What an astonishing product of the system. Both the root bone and physique are of the legendary sacred level. Qin found himself somewhat taken aback. In the Yuan realm, root bone levels are categorized from 1 to 10, and beyond level 10, they ascend to earth level, heaven level, king level, and sacred level. Physiques are also classified into common body, battle body, spirit body, profound body, king body, and sacred body. Essentially, within the Yuan realm, cultivators possessing earth-level root bones or spirit bodies are already considered prodigies. Those hailed as unparalleled geniuses, embodying the stature of an emperor, are the ones who possess king bodies or sacred-level root bones. The individuals summoned by this system enter the scene equipped with standard sacred-level attributes, indicating that their future potential is exceptionally high. There is no need for excessive formality. Master Wanlei, from now on, you shall refer to me as Your Highness, and there is no need to call me Master. From this moment forward, you shall remain by my side and strive to conceal your aura in daily life. Do you understand? Chu Yin instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Master Wanlei replied respectfully. At this moment, Chu Yin contemplated that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well take a stroll outside. Wanlei, let us go out and explore. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Yin led Master Wanlei to familiarize themselves with the imperial city. However, being unfamiliar with the surroundings, he also summoned Commander Luo Feng. Initially, Luo Feng had some doubts about the sudden appearance of Wanlei beside Chu Yun. Nevertheless, upon Chu Yun's explanation that Wanlei was his trusted aide, Luo Feng refrained from further inquiries. In the Prime Minister's residence, within an elegantly antiquated lady's chamber, the air was suffused with an alluring fragrance, as if one were immersed in a dream, enchanting and ethereal. Miss, it has come to my attention that the ninth prince, Chu Yun, has safely returned to the imperial city. His Majesty has prepared a residence and servants for him in advance. And even Empress Shi has sent one of her trusted aides to attend to him, demonstrating considerable concern. Before the dressing table stood a refined and graceful matron, reporting the news to the stunning young woman before her. Clad in a flowing blue gown, the young woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, with delicate features and an impeccably flawless figure. Her slender waist and curvaceous form painted a picture of exquisite allure. The cold elegance of her demeanor gave her an air of untouchability, with an indifferent gaze that suggested she held little regard for the affairs of the Dynasty Dynasty. Her name was Meng Ruxue, the daughter of the current Prime Minister Ming Changzhong of the Dynasty Dynasty. She was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the entire Dynasty realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her admirers could fill an entire province, from the crown prince to various princes, down to ordinary loose cultivators. All harbored an inner desire to have a romantic encounter with her. Sadly, Meng Ruxue was inherently proud, and many who sought to meet her were met with closed doors. Moreover, it was not uncommon for even her own father's status to hold little weight with her. As for Meng Ruxue, she holds no regard for the so-called young geniuses of this land. Little do people know that despite her rare outings, her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the broken realm after over 20 years of arduous practice. What does it signify to attain the broken realm in one's 20s? In the history of the Great Xia Empire, the fastest cultivators to reach this realm have taken over 60 years to do so. A prodigy like Meng Ruxue is truly unprecedented. Should this information be divulged, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire Great Xia Empire, leaving even the most formidable figures of the celestial realm unable to remain composed. The primary reason for Meng Ruxue's extraordinary prowess lies in her true identity. She is a reincarnation, having once been the destined empress at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, commanding the path of destiny and reigning supreme over her fate, traversing all directions. Even other emperors held her in a measure of trepidation. Yet, formidable as she is, during a confrontation with the heavenly demoness over a celestial artifact, their overwhelming powers inadvertently shattered the treasure, splitting it in two. The unleashed might of the artifact obliterated both her and the heavenly demoness. Fortunately, they each obtained half of the celestial artifact, its essence merging into their souls, allowing for their rebirth. Meng Ruxue is acutely aware that if she can be reborn through this artifact, the heavenly demoness must also still exist. For many years, she has covertly sought the whereabouts of the heavenly demoness, yet thus far, her efforts have yielded little fruit. The return of a missing prince. Despite the backing of the Shi family, pales in comparison to the entrenched power of the Crown Prince's faction in the imperial city. In the struggle for power, one named Chu Yun has little chance of success. Upon hearing the remarks of the beautiful woman beside her, her voice remained cold and indifferent, laced with disdain for Chu Yun. In her view, if the supposedly deceased ninth prince does not vie for the throne, he is destined to perish. If he does pursue the throne, his odds against the crown prince, who boasts numerous loyal followers, are virtually non-existent. Naturally, she has little interest in a man fated to die. Chapter 17, The Nirvana Curse, the source of nirvana. What you said is true. However, it seems His Majesty holds him in particularly high regard. It is rumored that His Majesty even dispatched one of the shadow guards, Luo Feng, to protect him. Fearing for the ninth prince's safety, the beautiful woman continued. Meng Rushue's face, capable of captivating and endangering lives, expressed a frigid demeanor. Overprotecting Chu Yun will only deprive him of the necessary trials, hastening his demise. She concluded, enough of wasting time on such a person. Have you made any progress in finding what I asked for? The beautiful woman displayed a look of helplessness and sorrow. Miss, I have inquired far and wide, but there have been no leads on the source of nirvana in the great Xia Empire for nearly a century. The rarity of this object is truly remarkable, as a source of nirvana signifies the very essence of a nirvana realm cultivator's life. Its procurement proves exceedingly challenging. Meng Rushue's quest for the source of nirvana is primarily driven by her cultivation having reached its utmost limit, necessitating a breakthrough. In her previous life, armed with her memories, she could effortlessly navigate the flames of nirvana without concern. However, upon reincarnation, she discovered that the celestial demoness had cast a curse of nirvana upon her through a fragment of her former soul's consciousness. The potency of her nirvana flames had increased exponentially, rendering them insurmountable for any mortal. Should she come into contact with the flames, the likelihood of her immediate demise is substantial. Hence, she must seek the source of nirvana. Only by harnessing its unique power can she successfully transcend to the nirvana realm. Upon hearing that the whereabouts of the source remain unknown, her countenance did not display disappointment. If it cannot be found, she shall forge it herself. The crux of the nirvana source lies in the presence of a living cultivator of the nirvana realm. That search can be set aside for now. Instead, she instructed her companion to gather the materials required for the formation of the arrays. Meng Rushue presented a list filled with the celestial and earthly materials needed for the killing formations. Given her current strength, confronting a cultivator in the early stages of the nirvana realm poses little issue. However, to subdue one, she must rely on the power of the arrays. Understood, Mississippi. The beautiful woman accepted the list and departed promptly. Celestial Demoness, await your reckoning. Once I break through to the nirvana realm, I shall seek the source of the curse. At that moment, I shall personally exact my revenge. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Meng Rushue's icy blue eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Yun and Luo Feng, along with the esteemed Master Wanlei, traversed several streets, thoroughly absorbing the vastness and splendor of the great Xia dynasty. Within the imperial city, there exists a multitude of commercial establishments numbering in the thousands. Notably, powerful factions have established their enterprises here, such as the Wangxian Dao sect, the Blood God sect, and the Shi family, each maintaining a fixed commercial presence within the imperial city. The Shi family alone boasts 3 towering commercial buildings, each exceeding 10 stories, with a Nirvana realm elder stationed at each site. Chu Yun explored all 3 of the Shi family's establishments. Due to his status, he was personally attended to by the guarding Nirvana realm elders. Chu Yun did not hesitate. As he perused the offerings, he merely had to express his desires, and the elders promptly procured the items for him without charge. Thus, he continued until nightfall, with 2 storage bags at his waist brimming with treasures. He strode out of the Shi family's commercial hall. The contents therein could easily rival a small sect's accumulation over a decade. Commander Luo, are there any other intriguing places within this imperial city? On the streets, Chu Yun felt his day was not yet complete and turned to Luo Feng with a query. Luo Feng pondered briefly before responding. Your Highness, the most entertaining locale in the entire imperial city is undoubtedly the Misty Rain Tower. Oh, the Misty Rain Tower? The name alone sounds enticing. What sort of place is it? Chu Yun inquired with curiosity. Your Highness, within the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, numerous activities await. Inside, there are many enchanting songstresses of unparalleled beauty. As long as one can afford the price, one may indulge in their song and dance, reveling in a night of springtime bliss. There exists also a duel arena, a grand auction, and even the sale of rare beasts and steeds, Luo Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was instantly intrigued by the smoke and rain pavilion. So many diversions? What is the origin of this establishment? What powers lie behind it? Luo Feng shook his head. I do not know. Not know? Chu Yun was perplexed. This is the imperial city of the Great Xia. How could Luo Feng, the captain of the Shadow Guards, be unaware of the forces behind the smoke and rain pavilion? Your Highness, the smoke and rain pavilion appeared suddenly 50 years ago. Their esteemed strongman entered the palace to converse with His Majesty, requesting permission to establish their presence within the imperial city. The annual profits of the smoke and rain pavilion are shared with the royal family to the extent of 30%. Thus, His Majesty acquiesced to their condition. However, for the sake of safety, we Shadow Guards were dispatched to clandestinely observe the pavilion for an extended period, yet found no anomalies and thus did not pay it further heed. According to His Majesty's words, the people of the smoke and rain pavilion are not from this region. They hail from other areas of the primordial realm. As long as they do not pose a threat to the dynasty and can bring benefits, His Majesty does not oppose their activities, Luo Feng continued. Oh, an external force? Chu Yun pondered and resolutely declared. Let us proceed to the smoke and rain pavilion. Luo Feng led the way, guiding Chu Yun and Wan Lei until they arrived at the smoke and rain pavilion. Chu Yun gazed upward, and the entire pavilion loomed as vast as a colossal mountain, its grandeur eclipsing even the highest tier of the Shi family's commercial hall. The palace was adorned with opulence, illuminated by vibrant lights that cast a shimmering brilliance across its architecture, resembling a cascade of fireworks. 3 esteemed guests, please. The disciples at the entrance greeted with courtesy upon seeing Chu Yun and his companions. The smoke and rain pavilion imposes no restrictions, regardless of one's status. Even a mere wandering cultivator may enter to partake in its offerings, Luo Feng discreetly explained. Chu Yun maintained his composure, advancing with deliberate steps as he led Luo Feng and Wan Lei straight inside. Upon entering the smoke and rain pavilion, Chu Yun beheld a spectacle of resplendent halls, their expanse rivaling that of a spacious plaza. Aside from the golden counters manned by the pavilion's disciples, hundreds of strikingly beautiful maidens donned in dance attire showcased their long, exquisite legs, dancing gracefully under the gaze of countless admirers, exuding their captivating allure. Wealthy patrons lounged at tables, reveling in opulence, embracing and spending lavishly on the maidens they fancied, casting away spirit stones as if they were mere trifles, indulging their insatiable desires. Furthermore, numerous couples engaged in flirtatious interactions on the dance floor, the air thick with an atmosphere of flirtation and intimacy. TSK, 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 such a place, in my previous life, would surpass even the grandest of banquets. Chu Yun cast a glance around the smoke and rain tower, and everything that caught his eye left him profoundly astonished. He couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life. With wealth, Shanghai is a city of indulgence. Without it, only the Bund and the Oriental Pearl remain. Commander Luo, where are the auction gala and the duel arena you spoke of? Chu Yun inquired, regaining his composure. Chapter 18, Smoke and Rain Tower, the Malevolent Infant. Your Highness, you are currently in one of the halls of the Smoke and Rain Tower. There are 4 halls in total. The second hall is for auctions, while the third is the duel arena, Luo Feng explained. Then let us proceed, Chu Yun replied, following Luo Feng toward the other halls. Meanwhile, from a distance, a young lady in dance attire noticed Chu Yun and a playful smile graced her lips. Upon entering the second hall, Chu Yun and his companions witnessed 5 auctions taking place in sequence, with at least hundreds of guests occupying each auction seat. The items being auctioned varied widely. Some included medicinal pills and various treasures of heaven and earth, while others featured arrays and spirit beasts. There were even intelligence reports and slaves available for bidding. The auction for intelligence is particularly noteworthy, Chu Yun remarked. Let us go take a look. The 3 of them made their way to the nearest seats. To conceal his identity, Luo Feng had donned a mask prior to their arrival. As for Chu Yun, although he was now the 9th prince, he had just returned and few had seen him, so he was not concerned about being recognized. During this auction, the third item presented was an intelligence report concerning the guards of the 9th prince's estate in the Great Xia Dynasty. The starting bid was 300,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50,000. Chu Yun was taken aback upon hearing this. Was he truly the subject of gossip? 350,000. However, in the next moment, a bid was immediately placed by a man in the front row, also wearing a mask, making his identity unknown. What? Someone is actually bidding. Chu Yun became alert, eager to discover who was so interested in him. 400,000. 450,000. 600,000. 700,000. 1 million. The unfolding situation exceeded Chu Yun's expectations, with nearly 10 participants engaging in the bidding. Ultimately, a gray-robed elder with wrinkled skin at the front won the intelligence report for 1 million spirit stones. Commander Luo, do you know who these individuals are? Chu Yun cautiously inquired via voice transmission. Your Highness, the elder who won the intelligence report is named Tang Xiang, a peak broken realm cultivator, and the array master for the third prince. He is also a renowned array master. As for the others, aside from the masked man at the beginning, I do not recognize the rest due to their lower cultivation levels, Luo Feng replied. Oh, you can recognize that masked individual? Chu Yun exclaimed with delight. He has a habit of rubbing his other fingers with his thumb, and coupled with his voice, I can be absolutely certain of his identity. He is Tingyin, a retainer of the 8th prince, possessing initial mastery in the broken realm and specializing in incantations, Luo Feng affirmed. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a jolt within. After his information was auctioned, these individuals departed immediately, clearly drawn by the intelligence he possessed. It came as no surprise to Chu Yun that the third prince had set his sights on him. The third prince and the crown prince are blood brothers, both born of the empress, while the 8th prince is the offspring of the noble consort. It was indeed unexpected for him to send someone to bid on the security details of his residence. However, what puzzled Chu Yun the most was the extent of the influence wielded by the Misty Rain Tower. On the very first day of his return, his estate's defenses had been thoroughly ascertained and immediately auctioned off. This cannot stand. Tomorrow, I shall mention it to Father and request more personnel. If you possess the capability, then you may auction it again. Chu Yun's strategy was centered on remaining elusive to others. Fortunately, the presence of the Venerable One lay ensured that no one was aware. A single piece of intelligence from a Venerable could allow him to retaliate fiercely against the Misty Rain Tower in the future. Let us proceed to the duel arena. At that moment, Chu Yun rose and led the two towards the third hall. The third hall is a vast circular arena for dueling. Surrounding it were disciples of the Misty Rain Tower, along with multiple trading counters. The arena below was equipped with dozens of duel spaces, each inscribed with formations designed to channel the released energy underground, ensuring it would not spread to the surroundings. The spectators were numerous, akin to a cockfighting event, cheering for their chosen competitors. What is the main purpose of this duel arena? Chu Yun inquired. Your Highness, there are two types of contests in this arena. The first is beast fighting, where the beasts refer to the duelists raised by the Misty Rain Tower. Two duelists engage in combat, and the one who survives is declared the victor, while we can place bets on them, with profits determined by odds. The second type involves personal participation, challenging duelists of the same or higher realm to earn rewards from the Misty Rain Tower. Luo Feng explained clearly, and Chu Yun grasped the rules. He slowly approached one of the trading counters, looking up at the rewards displayed. Scanning from top to bottom, he discovered an enticing reward, a peak-level evil infant of the Nirvana realm. The so-called evil infant is a malevolent consciousness formed from the aggregation of the world's dark energy. Known for consuming the souls of living beings, fierce and brutal, and incapable of being inscribed with a soul mark, rendering it uncontrollable except through sealing. However, although it cannot be controlled by a soul mark, Chu Yun's nether god eyes can manipulate all malevolent entities, including the evil infant. This means that as long as Chu Yun acquires it, he can gain complete mastery over it, transforming it into a formidable weapon in his arsenal. I must obtain this evil infant. Chu Yun glanced at the conditions displayed above. One must traverse 3 minor realms to defeat a duelist in order to qualify for the reward. In other words, given Chu Yun's current cultivation, he must vanquish a duelist at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm to obtain that sinister infant. Contemplating this, he promptly retrieved a mask from his storage pouch and adorned it upon his face. Since he intended to feign superiority, it would be prudent to conceal his true identity in a situation where the enemy was covert while he remained overt. Exposing his brilliance too early might provoke others to eliminate him without hesitation, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. After donning the mask, Chu Yun approached an elder at the counter. I wish to challenge a duelist. The elder, with a smile, inquired, Young sir, do you intend to challenge a duelist of equivalent realm or one of higher cultivation? I seek to challenge a duelist 3 minor realms above me. At the pinnacle of the Golden Core, Chu Yun replied calmly. Chapter 19. The Gathering of Storms at the Misty Rain Pavilion. The elder's face registered astonishment, as he thought he misheard. 3 minor realms higher. Young sir, Are you certain you are not jesting? The elder's shock was understandable. It is known that few throughout the history of the Great Xia Dynasty have accomplished such a feat of crossing 3 minor realms to issue a challenge. My lord, is this not overly perilous? Luo Feng, taken aback, expressed his concerns. Chu Yun, unfazed, responded with composure. I am not joking. Please proceed with the arrangements. The elder inhaled deeply. Please wait a moment, young sir. With that, he departed from the counter. My lord, no one has ever succeeded in defeating a duelist from the Misty Rain Pavilion while crossing 3 minor realms, Luo Feng cautioned. Chu Yun responded with a light smile. Fear not. If I dare to attempt it, I must possess the assurance. Luo Feng found himself puzzled. Could the ninth prince indeed be so confident? Wait. The pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Luo Feng's body jolted. He suddenly recalled what Chu Yun had previously stated about challenging a duelist at the pinnacle of the Golden Core while crossing 3 minor realms. This implied that his own cultivation level was at the initial stage of the Golden Core. How could that be possible? Luo Feng gazed at Chu Yun in shock. My lord, your cultivation. Chu Yun turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he met Luo Feng's gaze. Shill. Do not speak of this. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Yun, disbelief flickering in their depths. In a single day, ascending from the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, was such a thing truly feasible? While Luo Feng was still reeling from the revelation, the elder returned, accompanied by a figure moving swiftly. Young sir, I am Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Pavilion. I hear you wish to challenge a duelist 3 minor realms above your own. This middle-aged man, Sun Yin, was evidently a high-ranking member of the pavilion, with the previous elder trailing respectfully behind him. Indeed, should I succeed in my challenge, your Misty Rain Pavilion will honor the corresponding reward, will it not? Chu Yin inquired. Certainly. Rest assured, the integrity of the Misty Rain Pavilion is well acknowledged. However, before proceeding, I must remind the young master that the challenge at the Misty Rain Tower is one that distinguishes between life and death, Sun Yin cautioned. I understand. Chu Yin nodded. Very well. May I inquire your name, young master, so that I may arrange for registration? Sun Yin asked. Xiao Yin. Chu Yin casually fabricated a name. Very well. Lao Feng, escort young master Xiao to the duel arena, Sun Yin commanded, glancing at the elder behind him. Yes, my lord. Young master Xiao, this way please. The elder led Chu Yun and his companions towards a nearby, expansive duel ground. As Sun Yin pondered, the name Xiao Yin felt unfamiliar to him. There was no renowned individual by that name within the Great Xia Dynasty. The elder guided them to the duel arena, announcing, Young master Xiao Yin, ascend the platform. And you shall enter the arena. Very well. Chu Yun stepped up, and as the platform descended, he successfully entered the circular duel arena, with barriers rising around him. Luo Feng and the revered one lay sat in the stands, their attention wholly focused on the event. Luo Feng had already resolved that should anything happen to the prince, he would disregard the rules of the Misty Rain Tower and rush to his aid, even if it meant revealing his identity. He was confident that the Misty Rain Tower would not dare to act against a royal, not to mention the emperor's regard for the prince. The Shura master of the Shur family was currently within the imperial city. As Chu Yun entered the arena, the information regarding the participants was displayed. Initial stage of the Golden Core realm, Xiao Yin, against a peak Golden Core realm duelist. What? Am I seeing things? An initial stage battling a peak? Am I dreaming? Who is this Xiao Yin? Is he courting death? As the information flashed in the duel arena, many individuals at the trading counters gasped in astonishment. The news of Xiao Yin challenging a duelist 3 small realms above him rapidly spread throughout the third hall. In a brief time, the duel arena was filled to capacity. Chu Yun, wearing a mask, surveyed the arena. Goodness, this truly resembles a sea of people. Every seat in the stands, thousands in number, was occupied. Some even stood at a distance to watch, while individuals from the second hall continued to rush over to join the spectacle. Tonight, let the name Xiao Yin become renowned in this realm. Chu Yun maintained his composure. He was confident of victory in this battle. Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, now appeared at the control platform above the duel arena, announcing, this time, the young master of the initial Golden Core realm. Xiao Yin challenges our peak Golden Core realm duelist. The duelist may now enter. As Sun Yin's voice echoed, Chu Yun observed as a prison door within the wall slowly opened. A man clad in simple garments, his upper body bare, muscular and marred with numerous scars across his chest and back, entered the arena wielding a spiritual hammer. It was Tai Feng. Now, this Xiao Yin truly walks the path of self-destruction. Qin Feng ranks among the top 10 in combat strength among the Golden Core duelists of the Misty Rain Tower. 347 victories without a single defeat. The number of Golden Core cultivators who have perished at his hands could indeed form a towering edifice. Alas, the Misty Rain Tower seems intent on ensuring that this individual named Xiao Yin does not survive, even dispatching the murderous Iron Peak. Many spectators in the stands, upon witnessing the duelist, reveled in schadenfreude. The overwhelming majority had placed their bets, all wagered on Iron Peak's victory. Although Xiao Yan's odds were enticingly high, a staggering 10-1, few dared to place their faith in him, for none believed that Chu Yun could vanquish Iron Peak, who stood 3 minor realms above him. Iron Peak's odds barely reached 1-1, yet it offered a reliable low-risk investment, a sure bet to profit. Chu Yun regarded the duelist, Iron Peak, whose eyes were devoid of light, a soulless being indifferent to life, his spirit dulled by incessant slaughter. Iron Peak, at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, boasted a record of 347 victories and no losses. And now, I officially declare the duel to commence. With a commanding voice, Sun Yin initiated the contest. Iron Peak, go forth. Annihilate him. Iron Peak, you can do it. I've wagered 100,000 spirit stones. Defeat him. Before the battle even commenced, the gamblers in the stands vociferously encouraged Iron Peak. You are the first to challenge me in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Iron Peak brandished his iron hammer, his form leaping through the air, a black radiance shimmering ominously upon the hammer, descending with formidable might towards Chu Yun. Chapter 20. The Terror of Chu Yun, Xiao Yan, the evil infant in hand. As Chu Yun beheld the hammer's descent, he deftly employed his learned techniques to evade the strike effortlessly, reappearing behind Iron Peak. Iron Peak, dismissive, launched a left punch, creating a black fist imprint capable of shattering a house, directed at the unsuspecting Chu Yun. With his hammer raised high, black lightning manifested in the air, clinging to the hammer as it struck the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom! Several bolts of lightning surged forth from the ground, mercilessly assaulting Chu Yun. Yet, Chu Yun stood his ground, channeling his energy as a crimson light coalesced from his palm, forming a wall of sanguine vitality. Iron Peak's onslaught was entirely halted by this blood wall, unable to penetrate even a fraction. A flicker of surprise crossed Iron Peak's face. A cultivator in the early Golden Core stage could withstand such an attack. It appeared this individual possessed some strength. He once again swung his hammer, conjuring 4 shadowy hammer images that, along with his physical form, surrounded Chu Yun from all directions. As Chu Yun dissipated the blood wall, the power of the heavenly blood divine root had already fused with his bloodline. This blood wall was a manifestation of his bloodline's strength. Is that all you have to offer? Chu Yun remarked. Your power is commendable, yet your speed is lacking. He had deciphered Iron Peak's every move in the prior exchanges. Now it was his turn. Heavenly blood seal. As the blood energy surged from Chu Yun's palm, he condensed a massive blood imprint. The vitality within seemingly capable of devouring all, and with a fierce thrust, unleashed it forth. Bang! The blood seal clashed fiercely with the hammer shadows, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that instantaneously transformed into countless crimson phantoms, enveloping both the iron hammer and the shadowy forms within. The iron hammer became ensnared within the blood energy, which corroded its very essence, causing it to emit a wretched, anguished howl. How could this be? Is that Iron Peak's cry? This individual named Xiao Yan employs techniques deeply intertwined with blood. Could he possibly be affiliated with the Blood God sect? It is highly plausible. Yet, how utterly astonishing is this? To transcend 3 minor realms and still maintain the upper hand against Iron Peak. The spectators in the stands, upon hearing Iron Peak's cries, were expressions of sheer astonishment. Luo Feng was equally struck with shock and confusion. Where did these techniques of His Highness originate? Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, stood atop the control platform, his countenance inscrutable, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the arena, Iron Peak swung his massive hammer with unrestrained fury, relentlessly smashing through the blood energy, driven by an instinct for survival that pushed him to his limits, ultimately creating a breach. Just as his body, ravaged by corrosion, managed to escape, Chu Yun advanced directly towards him. Xiao Yan, you shall perish. Iron Peak's visage was a mask of madness and vengeance, his peak Golden Core strength augmenting his strike to an overwhelming degree, akin to a mountain descending upon Chu Yun with a mighty crash. Demon Fist. Chu Yun's fist, infused with a deep purple-black spiritual energy, appeared as if bolstered by a demonic deity, unleashing a radiant fist strike that obliterated Iron Peak's colossal hammer in an instant. Bang! Ah! The force of the fist not only sent Iron Peak flying, but also shattered his internal organs and golden core in a heartbeat. His broken body ultimately collapsed dozens of meters away, teetering on the brink of death, utterly unable to rise. As this scene unfolded, the entire audience fell into a profound silence. Each face was frozen in a state of shock, as if petrified in that singular moment. Even Sun Yin wore an expression of utter astonishment, with a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Iron Peak has lost. Surely, I do not misperceive. The power of the Xiaoyin has utterly overwhelmed Iron Peak. How can the strength of someone at the initial stage of the Golden Core be greater than that of someone at the pinnacle? Is he even human? This Xiaoyin is terrifying. After this night's battle, his name will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, leaving all in awe. He is a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. Surely, the major factions and even the royal family will seek to align with him, provided that he is not affiliated with the Blood God sect. Chuyin paid no heed to the chattering spectators. Instead, he approached Iron Peak, a dual fighter whose cultivation was utterly extinguished, making his descent inevitable. He resolved to see it through to the end, granting him liberation. With a single palm, he struck Iron Peak's head, offering him release, and hoped that in his next life, he would not become a mere pawn for others. Xiaoyin emerges victorious in this duel. Sun Yin's voice resounded from the control platform. Chu Yun departed the arena via the lift, reuniting with Luo Feng and Elder Wan Lei. His Highness. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, Chu Yun interjected, "Let us discuss this upon our return." Luo Feng promptly closed his mouth and nodded. "Ha! Congratulations, young Master Xiaoyin. To triumph by transcending 3 minor realms is a testament to your extraordinary talent, indeed a prodigy of the ages. I wonder which sect has had the fortune to nurture such an unparalleled genius as young Master Xiaoyin, truly commendable." Sun Yin approached with 2 elders from the Misty Rain Tower, offering praise with a smile. Chu Yun understood his intention, to uncover his background. He replied, "You flatter me. Elder Su, I hail from the Shao family of Wutan City, merely an inconspicuous clan. Today's victory was purely fortuitous." Wutan City? I have never heard of it. Sun Yin mused, pondering the existence of such a place within the Great Xia dynasty. Nevertheless, he did not question it further, quickly responding, "Young Master Xiaoyin, you are overly modest. Your performance today was evident to all. There is no need for self-deprecation." Chu Yun smiled lightly. "Elder Su, may I inquire about my reward?" "Of course. From the prize list of our second tier at Misty Rain Tower, young Master Xiaoyin may select any item." Sun Yin replied, "I have made my choice. I desire the sinister infant at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm." Chu Yun stated, "The sinister infant? Young Master Xiaoyin, this creature is exceedingly perilous, if released carelessly. Even those of the venerable realm would find it a challenge to subdue. Are you certain of your decision?" Sun Yin asked, seeking confirmation. Chu Yin resolutely answered, "I am certain." "Very well, I shall have someone retrieve it immediately." Sun Yin wasted no time, instructing his subordinates accordingly. At that moment, Chu Yin noticed that at least 1,000 pairs of eyes surrounded him, gazing from all directions. Their expressions varied: shock, admiration, confusion, and some were tinged with intense animosity, likely due to previous losses and wagers. With Tai Feng's demise, their only recourse was to harbor resentment towards Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun was indifferent. The more people despised him, the more advantageous it was for him. Before long, an elder from Misty Rain Tower returned with a purple box, within which was sealed the sinister infant at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. "Young Master Xiaoyin, here you go." Sun Yin presented the item to him. After confirming its contents, Chu Yun accepted it, nodding, "I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, young master. We welcome your next visit to Misty Rain Tower." Sun Yin replied with a leisurely smile. Chapter 21. The Lamb Delivered to the Door, the Name of Xiaoyin. After Chu Yun and Luo Feng departed, Sun Yin's smile gradually faded. He pondered aloud. Has anyone heard of the Shao family from Wutan City? The 2 elders behind him shook their heads. "My lord, we have been in the Great Xia dynasty for many years and have familiarized ourselves with each state and region. However, Wutan City is indeed unfamiliar to us." Another added, "Indeed, my lord. Do you think this Xiao Yin may not be speaking the truth?" Sun Yin contemplated for a moment and replied, "I shall report this matter to the Tower Master. Regardless of this person's origins, the talent he displayed today can be deemed exceptional, even in that location." Chu Yun and his companions stepped out of the Misty Rain Tower, making their way towards the prince's residence. "Young master, we are being followed." "And there are quite a few," Luo Feng noted, having already perceived the ill intent lurking behind them. Chu Yun, having anticipated this, maintained a relaxed demeanor and remarked, "Close the door and deal with the dog. Captain Luo, do you understand?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, I comprehend," Luo Feng replied, understanding the implication. The trio turned a few corners and soon found themselves in a dimly lit alley. Suddenly, they halted, noticing that their pursuers had not yet revealed themselves. At that moment, they turned around to see 5 figures blocking the entrance of the alley. Your observational skills are commendable. Unfortunately, you are still far too arrogant. Having discovered us, you dare to stop?" One of the peak Nascent Soul elders among the 5 sneered. Chu Yun observed them, noting the greed and hostility reflected in their gazes. "It appears you have likely lost a wager and are now coveting the reward in my possession, which is why you have been following me," he stated calmly. "Indeed," one of the elders confirmed. "The rewards from the Misty Rain Tower are divided into 6 tiers, with the first and second tiers remaining unattained to date. Your acquisition of the second-tier prize indicates your extraordinary talent. However, as a mere early-stage Golden Core cultivator, even if you triumphed over a peak Golden Core opponent, you could never stand against a Nascent Soul." The elder's voice dripped with derision. "Tonight, this genius of yours is destined to be nothing more than a fleeting moment." The 5 men regarded Chu Yun as if he were a fool. "Do you know them?" Luo Feng inquired, shaking his head. "From their attire, they appear to be loose cultivators. Quite uninteresting. Lacking a background, they cannot compete with the powerful, and I can hardly be bothered to cultivate enmity." "Very well, Captain Luo. Eliminate them," Chu Yun commanded, gesturing for swift action. "As you wish, Your Highness," Luo Feng responded, instantly appearing behind the 5. "How swift?" The expressions of the 5 shifted dramatically as they prepared to retaliate, but Luo Feng's palm extended, unleashing the overwhelming force of Nirvana upon them. "This is Nirvana power. Please spare us, Senior." The 5 Nascent Soul cultivators, realizing Luo Feng's might, were instantly filled with dread and desperation, their bodies forced to their knees. With a resounding crash, Luo Feng showed no mercy as his powerful hand descended, shattering the bodies of the 5 into a mist of blood and scattering their souls. "Congratulations, Master. Captain Luo Feng has slain peak Nascent Soul loose cultivators, earning 800 editing points. Having eliminated these 5 Nascent Soul practitioners, he garnered a total of 3,400 editing points. Along with the previous balance of 3,000 points, his total now stands at 6,400 editing points." Luo Feng meticulously organized the storage bags of the 5 individuals and presented them to Chu Yun. "Your Highness, these are their storage bags, containing mostly various spiritual items from the world, with very few spirit stones likely depleted in the previous encounters." After receiving them, Chu Yun displayed little interest. "All right. Let us return." "Yes, Your Highness." The 3 departed from the alley, ensuring they were not being followed, and made their way back to the prince's residence. However, the moment they stepped through the gates, an enchanting figure emerged from the shadows of the night, quietly observing them. The woman was none other than the dancer from the rainy mist pavilion. Yet now, an alluring aura surrounded her, and her eyes seemed to possess an invisible charm that could ensnare one's soul, leaving them entranced by her beauty. The 9th prince of the great Xia dynasty. Indeed a splendid choice, she mused with a mysterious smile, and as her figure slipped into the prince's residence, she vanished without a trace. The following day, after a restful slumber, Atai summoned the 4 seasons to attend to Chu Yun, assisting him with his cleansing and dressing while preparing exquisite dishes and spiritual fruits. After bathing, with the help of Xiao Xia and Xiao Qiu, Chu Yun donned the splendid attire prepared for him by Consort Shi, which instantly accentuated his noble demeanor. Following breakfast, he called for Luo Feng, ready to head to the palace. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to have Master Wan Lei remain within the residence for the time being. On their way to the palace, Luo Feng mentioned the name Xiao Yan, which had become widely known throughout the imperial city following last night's events. It had even stirred considerable intrigue among the royal family and several powerful sects and clans. "Your Highness, it is now rumored that Xiao Yan's cultivation technique is a blood art, likely an unparalleled prodigy concealed by the Blood God sect. Consequently, some adversaries of the Blood God sect harbor intentions of eliminating him, determined not to allow him to mature." Listening to Luo Feng, a smile graced Chu Yun's lips. "Let the Blood God sect bear the blame. That would not be amiss. By the way, you mentioned this has garnered the attention of the royal family. What of my father? Luo Feng lowered his head and replied, His Majesty is already aware of Xiao Yan's identity. Chu Yun regarded him with a knowing glance. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, it was only reasonable for him to report everything. This did not particularly surprise Chu Yun. After all, his sudden ascension to the Golden Core realm would certainly not escape his father's notice. Even if Luo Feng had remained silent, his father would inevitably connect the dots upon witnessing his newfound prowess. Before long, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the imperial palace, making their way to the imperial study. Upon entering, they beheld the emperor seated upon the main throne, with consort Shi and the revered Shura beside him. I pay my respects to father and mother. Chu Yun greeted, bowing to the three elders. Luo Feng stood at the entrance, preventing others from approaching. All right, Yuner, rise. Please, sit. The great Xiao Emperor, in good spirits, gestured for him to take a seat. Chu Yun settled comfortably and inquired, Father, you are already aware of last night's events, are you not? The Emperor of the Great Xiao smiled gently and said, Yuner, I do not question your alias, Xiao Yan. What intrigues both your mother and me is the matter of your cultivation and talent. Chapter 22. Crown Prince Chu Rong, Third Prince Chu Yuan. To this, Chu Yun had long been prepared. Father, I truly do not comprehend the circumstances. At a certain moment, I found myself immersed in a wondrous state of enlightenment. When I regained consciousness, my cultivation had unexpectedly advanced to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Chu Yun's response did not quite serve as a satisfactory explanation. However, attributing everything to enlightenment left no room for inquiry. Oh, enlightenment breaking through? That is indeed a novel concept, remarked the great Xia Emperor, wearing a meaningful smile. I too find it somewhat incomprehensible. Perhaps it is merely a stroke of good fortune, Chu Yun replied, maintaining his composure. Yuner, what about your talent? To defeat someone at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm while you are merely at its initial stage. Do you have any idea how astonished I was upon hearing this? At this moment, Consort Shi interjected, her face glowing with pride and joy, for her son's extraordinary talent had greatly pleased her. Mother, my talent, like my cultivation, is also a product of enlightenment. I cannot quite articulate the specifics. The sensation is rather profound. Since he had attributed everything to enlightenment, he decided to remain consistent. Is that so? Consort Shi nodded in realization. Yuner, your astonishing progress in both talent and cultivation brings me great joy. However, I must advise you to refrain from revealing everything until you have firmly established yourself. Do you understand? The emperor cautioned. Within this imperial city, many eyes were fixed upon Chu Yun. If he were to shine too brightly, it would only incite feelings of threat or fear among those observers. Consequently, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. The mystery surrounding his disappearance years ago remains unsolved, illustrating just how deep the waters run within this imperial city. Rest assured. Father, the reason I adopted the name Xiao Yin is precisely for this reason, Chu Yun replied earnestly. Enough, enough. Yuno has grown up and has his own ideas. We shall refrain from meddling. Quickly, tell your father and mother about your experiences during these years spent alone in the outside world. As a mother, Consort Shi was particularly curious about what her son had encountered during his long absence. Chu Yun then gradually recounted his experiences from the moment he could remember. The conversation lasted nearly 2 hours, and eventually, Chu Yun approached the emperor, requesting 500 guards to protect the princess residence. The emperor readily acquiesced. After finishing their lunch, Chu Yun departed the palace with Luo Feng. Enlightenment breaking through, what do you think? In the palace gardens, the emperor gazed at Consort Shi and her brother, a smile lingering on his lips. Everyone harbors secrets. Since he chooses not to disclose them, we, as elders, have no need to pry. We need only to understand that regardless of his circumstances, he remains your son, a prince of the great Xia dynasty. The venerable Shura responded with serene composure. Who are these 3 individuals? Naturally, Chu Yun's absurd reasoning could not deceive them. Fortunately, they are quite open-minded, understanding that Chu Yun does not wish to elaborate, thus refraining from probing further. This child, despite his cheerful demeanor, harbors many concerns. I heard from Atai that he has begun to investigate the events of years past, Shifei remarked with a worried expression. The Shura sovereign, with a stern countenance, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, if Yun investigates on his own, he will inevitably uncover the truth about that mother and son. Rather than allowing him to plunge into danger, why not take the initiative ourselves? A shadow of gloom flickered in the depths of the emperor's eyes. It would be simple to act against her alone, but the connections she possesses are far-reaching. I fear the entire imperial city may descend into chaos. Shall I summon the old man? Is that not sufficient? The Shura sovereign insisted with a heavier tone. The emperor shook his head. Shura, I comprehend your feelings, but you must understand. I yearn to eradicate them even more than you do. Yet the entanglements she has within the court and the royal family are far from straightforward. Hearing this, the Shura sovereign fell silent. Shurfei's expression was grave. For the emperor to find the situation so troublesome, the web of relationships involved must be unfathomable. Outside the palace walls, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were making their way toward the palace gate. Captain Luo. At that moment, a voice called out to them, prompting both to halt. Not far away, a young man clad in a five-clawed python robe approached, accompanied by another in splendid brocade attire. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Third Prince. Upon seeing the two approaching, Luo Feng slightly bowed in greeting. Chu Yun quickly discerned their identities. The one in the python robe was Crown Prince Chu Rong, while the other in brocade was Third Prince Chu Yuan. The resemblance between them was unmistakable. They were indeed brothers of the same mother. The eldest, Crown Prince Chu Rong, exuded a mature and composed aura, while Third Prince Chu Yuan radiated youthful vigor and a certain arrogance. Captain Luo need not be overly formal. This must be our ninth brother, Crown Prince Chu Rong remarked warmly, turning to Chu Yun with a friendly smile. I have met with you, elder brother and third brother. Chu Yun replied, grinning as he clasped his hands in greeting. Ninth brother, let us forego such formalities among brothers. I have heard of your return. Both I and the third are immensely pleased. As your elder brother, I ought to make preparations. In 3 days, I shall host a banquet in the Eastern Palace to celebrate our reunion, and I will also invite our 7th and 5th brothers to introduce you to them. The Crown Prince extended the invitation with notable enthusiasm. Your kindness is appreciated, elder brother. In that case, I shall certainly attend in 3 days. Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Excellent. It is settled then. The Crown Prince beamed with joy. Subsequently, Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the palace gates, heading toward the prince's residence. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to attend the banquet at the Eastern Palace? Luo Feng inquired softly as they walked along the street. Do you think it will be a banquet of treachery? Chu Yun replied with an untroubled smile. Luo Feng spoke candidly. It is the Crown Prince who has extended the invitation. If blood were to be shed, he would not be able to contain the aftermath. Therefore, he lacks the audacity for such an act. I suspect that his invitation was not intended to confront me, but rather to test my capabilities. Coincidentally, he seeks to probe me just as I wish to learn more about him and become acquainted with my other brothers. Upon returning to the residence, the 500 Imperial Guards dispatched by the Emperor also arrived. After reviewing them, I found the results to be quite acceptable. Among the 500 soldiers, there was 1 at the Nascent Soul stage, 10 at the Golden Core stage, while the remainder were predominantly at the Qi gathering and transformation stages. Chapter 23. The evil infant acknowledges its master. The heavenly demoness faces adversity. Within Chu Yun's chamber, the esteemed Master Wan Lei, summoned by him, was also present. Chu Yun held items in both hands. In his left hand was the Tianhua cauldron, while in his right was the box containing the evil infant. Due to time constraints, he could only temporarily set aside these 2 items, intending to examine them further when he had the leisure. Indeed, the spiritual patterns on the Tianhua cauldron formed a complex array. What could be sealed within it? After a thorough examination, Chu Yun realized that the seal was beyond his current abilities to decipher. Even Master Wan Lei, a formidable figure in the late stages of the esteemed realm, could not unravel it due to his unfamiliarity with the formation. My lord, the seal within this cauldron is at least crafted by a master of the supreme realm. Only an individual of equal strength, or one with an extraordinary affinity for formations, could hope to decipher it, Master Wan Lei stated after careful confirmation. The supreme realm? Chu Yun was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the origins of the Tianhua cauldron were far from simple. Regrettably, the members of the Zhihua sect were all deceased, leaving him with no means to investigate further. Very well, since there was no immediate solution, he would set it aside for now. Chu Yun stored the Tianhua cauldron and then turned his attention to the box containing the evil infant. Wan Lei, envelop this room with your power, ensuring that the aura and strength of the evil infant cannot escape. Yes, my lord. Master Wan Lei released a surge of golden, thunderous energy from his palm, and an invisible net of lightning descended, thoroughly enveloping every corner of the room. With everything now in place, Chu Yun opened the box. Boom. In the next moment, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from the box, threatening to engulf the entire room, endlessly and frantically attempting to spread outward. Master Wanlei's thunderous might manifested, as the lightning net shielded against the escape of the evil infant's aura. Ha ha ha. At last, I have seen the light of day once more. The piercing, shrill laughter of the evil infant reverberated throughout Chu Yun's chamber. A dark, shadowy figure swiftly emerged from the box, resembling a cultivator's nascent soul. Yet it was shrouded in an aura of malevolence, akin to a ghostly specter, sinister and otherworldly. So this is the evil infant. Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he observed it. Subsequently, he unleashed the power of his underworld divine eye, his gaze transforming to a violet hue. As an intangible force of the underworld suppressed the malevolent pressure of the evil infant. Kneel. Bang. At Chu Yun's command. The body of the evil infant uncontrollably knelt before him. How is this possible? Who are you, boy? How could you possibly control this king's body? The evil infant was horrified and in utter disbelief that this young human could exert dominion over him. He was, after all, an evil infant, born of countless soul imprints and sinister thoughts. Even a revered master would find it impossible to wield control over him. Before this hall, how dare you claim to be this king? Insolence! Chu Yun's tone turned frigid as he employed some means to torment the essence of the evil infant. Ah! The evil infant's anguished cries echoed, pleading, no, no, please. Spare me. Have mercy. Hearing the desperate pleas of the evil infant, Chu Yun declared, from this day forth, I am your master. Should you dare to entertain any treachery, a mere thought from me can render you non-existent. Upon realizing that Chu Yun possessed the ability to control his very being, the evil infant recognized him as his ultimate nemesis and hastily acquiesced. Yes, yes, I implore you. My master, spare my life. I shall never act with such audacity again. Chu Yun finally relinquished his grip, ceasing the torment of the evil infant's essence. The evil infant then exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually retracting the surrounding malevolent energy. What is your name? Chu Yun inquired of the evil infant. Master. I am known as Yitan, and in the realm of evil infants, they refer to me as the Night King. The evil infant replied, trembling. Yitan. You mentioned the realm of evil infants. Do you possess a separate world? Chu Yun asked, intrigued. Indeed, we do. However, master, the realm of evil infants is far too distant. Even I cannot return at present, Yitan explained. Then how are you sealed by the people of the Misty Rain Tower? Chu Yun pressed further. Yitan's expression darkened with anger. Mentioning this infuriates me. Those wretched bastards of the Misty Rain Tower. I merely devoured a few of their elders, and they dispatched 3 revered masters to capture me, as if I had a blood feud with them. Alas, they were numerous and possessed great power, and I was ultimately apprehended. Chu Yun's face twitched. You consumed their elders. That surely qualifies as a blood feud. He was somewhat taken aback that the Misty Rain Tower could mobilize 3 revered masters at once. This faction was indeed unfathomably deep. Enough. From this day forth, you shall dwell within my spiritual sea. Remain there until summoned, Chu Yun commanded. Yes, master. Yitan's essence transformed into a dark purple light, soaring into Chu Yun's spiritual sea. The thunderous energy within the room dissipated. As Chu Yun rose and approached the door, he pushed it open to find Xiao Xia, clad in maid attire, holding several bouquets of flowers, the fragrance wafting through the air. In an instant, Chu Yun felt his soul spinning wildly. Something is amiss. Realizing the anomaly, Chu Yun swiftly activated his netherworld divine eye, piercing through all illusions. He was astonished to discover that the fragrance emanated a profound and inscrutable magical force, enticing his soul into a state of entrapment. Yet, the source of this enchantment was not the flowers, but a person, Xiao Xia. Chu Yun refrained from acting impulsively. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Xiao Xia, what purpose do those flowers serve? In the depths of Xiao Xiao's eyes, a fleeting expression of surprise vanished in an instant. Could it be that she had not fallen into the trap? How could that be possible? Her methods should have been more than sufficient to ensnare the 9th prince of the Dynasty Dynasty. A smile graced Xiao Xiao's face as she said, Your Highness. I gathered these lovely flowers from the garden, and I thought they would please you. Approaching Chu Yun with the blossoms, an invisible aura emanated from her, enveloping him entirely. The potency of this magic was such that it could easily bring even a formidable being of the broken realm under her control. The Venerable of Thunder sensed something amiss. Yet Chu Yun discreetly signaled for him to refrain from intervening, pretending to be oblivious. At that moment, Chu Yun maintained his composure, smiling with clear eyes as he accepted the flowers and inhaled their fragrance. These flowers are delightful, truly aromatic. Xiao Xiao, you are so thoughtful. With a swift motion, he playfully slapped Xiao Xiao's rounded posterior, an act entirely intentional. How audacious for someone to impersonate Xiao Xiao, and conceal their true identity. Naturally, he would seize this opportunity without hesitation. In an instant, Xiao Xiao's face flushed a vibrant red. Her eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting shock and incredulity. No one had ever dared to touch her in such a manner, not even in her past life. As the esteemed heavenly demoness, once a figure of power in the primordial realm, even now as merely a fragment of her former self. The sensation was palpably real. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his hand and the tremor of her body. This Chu Yun was shockingly bold and audacious, almost a rogue. In that moment, a murderous intent flickered within the heavenly demoness' heart. Chapter 24. A city in turmoil, seeking Xiao Yan. Oh, what is the matter? Feeling shy? Chu Yun teased. Xiao, I understand your intentions. Since you have so proactively presented these flowers to me, I shall offer you a chance to warm my bed tonight. As he spoke, he effortlessly drew Xiao into his embrace, savoring the warmth and softness of her form. Xiao felt a wave of electric sensation coursing through her body, and in an instant, she broke free from his hold. She intended to unleash her fury upon him, but, caught in thought, restrained herself. Your Highness, it is rather inappropriate to speak so in broad daylight, she said. Her cheeks still flushed. Since you have suggested it, I shall return tonight. I will take my leave now. With that, she turned and hurried away from the courtyard. Watching her retreating figure, a smirk of triumph crept across Chu Yun's lips as he gently sniffed the air. Still quite fragrant. The individual is intriguing. The Venerable of Thunder remarked quietly. Her power is mysterious. Had she not been so close, I might not have noticed. Indeed, Chu Yun replied. We nearly fell victim to her scheme. Yet, her true intentions remain unclear. Venerable Thunder, tonight. Chu Yun began to outline the preparations needed for the evening. After Xiao departed, she returned to her chamber, revealing the real Xiao lying unconscious upon her bed. What is the true nature of this situation? Why do my powers seem ineffective against him? The heavenly demoness remains troubled by past events. She cannot comprehend how Chu Yun managed to disregard her soul-capturing abilities. Even those at the Yuanying realm would struggle to withstand such forces, let alone someone at the early stage of the Golden Core. Alas, I shall not dwell on this further. Tonight, I shall investigate him thoroughly. I am eager to uncover the peculiarities that lie within this young lad's body. The gaze of the heavenly demoness becomes sharp and ethereal, as if the entire chamber is enveloped in an otherworldly force, ensnaring anyone who ventures within 5 paces of her. In the Eastern Palace, Prince Chu Rong, 3rd Prince Chu Yuan, and several of the Crown Prince's retainers, along with Tang Xiang, the formation master from the recent auction at the Misty Rain Pavilion, gathered in the hall. Luo Feng remained at Chu Rong's side, making it impossible for them to find an opportunity to act. Chu Yuan's expression darkened slightly as he remarked, We cannot afford to rush this. He has just returned. Both the Emperor and the esteemed consort Shi, along with the Azura sovereign, hold him in high regard. To attempt to eliminate him at this juncture would be exceedingly perilous. After some time, even with Luo Feng's protection, I shall find a means to ensure his demise. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Prince Chu Rong's demeanor. In truth, he still could not fathom how Chu Yun had survived. Years ago, they had cast the infant Chu Yun into a bottomless chasm. A mere newborn, devoid of any protective powers, should have had almost no chance of survival. They could not comprehend how he had managed to endure. The notion that someone might have impersonated him was entirely dismissed. If his father were to misidentify his own flesh and blood, that would indeed be a true anomaly. Elder brother, how do you plan to test him at the banquet in 3 days? Chu Yuan inquired. Let the others assess his cultivation and talent. As for anything beyond that, to think that a newcomer to the royal city could shake the foundations I have built? Such notions are nothing more than the fantasies of a fool, Chu Rong scoffed. Having occupied the position of crown prince for many years, cultivating numerous connections and investing immense effort, he would not be so easily swayed by an inexperienced youth. What warranted his attention was merely the Shi family's backing of Chu Yun. Without that, the crown prince could effortlessly eliminate him with a mere flick of his finger. Chu Yuan chuckled as well. That lad's luck may have allowed him to survive, but returning here only seals his fate anew. How foolish and tragic. The crown prince then turned his gaze toward one of his retainers, Mr. Bai, and asked, What of that individual named Xiao Yan? Have you uncovered his whereabouts? A venerable elder with graying hair and beard responded earnestly, Your Highness, I have dispatched numerous individuals to seek out news of Xiao Yan's location. Strangely enough, since the events at the Misty Rain Tower last night, Xiao Yan's whereabouts have vanished. Various parties are currently attempting to uncover his location, yet no one has succeeded in finding him. Chu Rong furrowed his brow and commanded, "Increase the efforts. We must spare no expense to locate him. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, and if he can be brought under my influence, it will undoubtedly provide significant support for securing my throne in the future. We cannot allow other factions to get ahead of us." The Crown Prince has shown considerable interest in Xiao Yan since hearing about him, even harboring the intention of recruiting him. If Xiao Yan can be acquired, once he matures, he may very well achieve the celestial transformation realm. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will send out the remaining individuals to search immediately, Mr. Bai assured. Brother, isn't there a rumor that Xiao Yan's cultivation technique bears a striking resemblance to the blood techniques of the Blood God sect? Could he possibly be one of their own? Chu Yuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Chu Rong responded with unwavering certainty. No, we can completely rule out the possibility that he belongs to the Blood God sect. The Empress has already consulted with their members. Although Xiao Yan cultivates blood power, it is fundamentally different from the essence of their blood techniques. Moreover, the leader of the Blood God sect has personally communicated to the Empress that this Xiao Yan is not one of theirs. Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with hope. If that is the case, then it is indeed a fortunate development. The less background Xiao Yan has, the easier it will be for us to recruit him. The Crown Prince remarked, "Indeed, this matter cannot be delayed. The sooner, the better." The Eastern Palace has dispatched the majority of its forces, with operatives positioned at all 4 city gates, ready to report any sightings of individuals resembling Xiao Yan. Although Chu Yun wore a mask at the Misty Rain Tower, obscuring his true appearance, his silhouette, height, and hairstyle have been captured by the recording stones. As soon as someone fitting the description is spotted, they will be approached by agents from various factions, not just the Eastern Palace. Throughout the entire Imperial City, the Eastern Palace, the General's mansion, several royal houses, and the formidable forces stationed there, even the rare Prime Minister's mansion, have sent individuals to scour the city for Xiao Yan. The Prime Minister's mansion is seeking him due to a direct order from Meng Ruxua, who harbors serious suspicions that this so-called Xiao Yan might be a manifestation of the Celestial Demoness. The Celestial Demoness is renowned for her ability to assume countless forms, including transforming from female to male. Currently, in the Imperial City, due to Xiao Yan, numerous Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators are bustling about, creating a whirlwind of activity. The mastermind behind it all is none other than Chu Yun, who is presently in his chamber with the esteemed Master Wan Lei, devising a plan for their evening operation against the Celestial Demoness. Chapter 25. Teasing the Celestial Demoness. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. The door to Chu Yun's chamber was gently pushed open by a delicate jade hand. "Young master, I have arrived." Xiao Xia's figure gracefully entered the room. Chu Yun, seated at the table, smiled upon seeing her and said, "Xiao Xia, you have come. Close the door and come here." Xiao Xia said as she turned to shut the door, then slowly walked towards Chu Yun. Noticing her approach, Chu Yun swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her forcefully to sit on his lap. A flicker of anger crossed the heavenly demoness' eyes. A natural lecher, she thought. "Just wait and see how I deal with you." "Oh dear, Your Highness, you're too strong. It hurts a little," Xiao Xia said in a soft, playful tone, her intention being to make Chu Yun completely relax. Chu Yun, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Hee, Xiao Xia, I didn't realize you had quite the figure." Suddenly, he pressed his lips against hers. Caught off guard, the heavenly demoness felt her face flush with heat and anger. She suppressed her discomfort and playfully said, "Your Highness." Look into Xiao Xia's eyes. It seems something is amiss. Chu Yun followed her gaze, locking eyes with her. In that moment, the heavenly demoness' soul-binding power flickered between their gazes. Buzz. Chu Yun's body trembled violently, and in the next instant, his eyes became dazed as if lost in an illusion, utterly disoriented. "Humph. Is that all? I thought you were something special, but it seems I overestimated you." The heavenly demoness sneered coldly upon witnessing Chu Yun's state. "From this day forth, I am your master. Now, break your right hand and pierce your leg with a sword." The heavenly demoness was ready to settle the score. Chu Yun had offended her countless times, and while she had refrained from retaliating, it did not mean she held no grudges. On the contrary, if she had no grudges, she would not have gone to such great lengths to place the Nirvana curse on Meng Ruxua. "Yes, master," Chu Yun replied stiffly, placing his right hand on the table, his left hand raised high, preparing to break his own hand. Swish! As his left hand came down, The heavenly demoness immediately felt a sharp pain, her expression shifting dramatically, fury igniting within her. Chu Yun. Chu Yun jumped back, still clutching a few pieces of clothing in his left hand, bringing them to his nose and inhaling deeply, a look of enjoyment on his face. A different place, yet the same delightful scent. The heavenly demoness, shielding her exposed skin with a surge of power in her palm, glared at him with evident murderous intent, her rage reaching a boiling point. Chu Yun. Are you mocking me? Hiki, what else could it be? I've been playing with you since you delivered flowers during the day. Disguising as Xiao Xia and intentionally getting close. Did you think these tactics were particularly clever? Chu Yun chuckled, lightly rubbing his fingers. Shameless scoundrel. The heavenly demoness's face flushed with indignation. She had not anticipated that Chu Yun had been toying with her from the very beginning. This meant her disguise had been seen through right from the start. How could you possibly disregard my power? With your mere initial stage of the Golden Core realm, it's impossible for you to escape my control. In her past life, as a peak figure of the Imperial realm, even the fated Empress had been deeply wary of her soul-binding powers. No one dared to boldly dismiss her methods across the land. However, today, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a yellow-haired youth. She was perplexed and utterly unable to comprehend the situation. What sort of extraordinary ability did this individual possess that rendered her soul-binding magic ineffective? Nothing is impossible. You are witnessing it now. Chu Yun smiled indifferently. Humph. Pretentious as ever, whether it be Xiao Yin or Chu Yun, today I shall capture you first and settle our scores later. Suddenly, a surge of shattered realm energy erupted from Xiao Xia's body, launching Chu Yun across the room. Yet, astonishingly, at the moment Chu Yun collided with the wall, a force of thunder manifested behind him, cushioning his fall. Thunderstar Prison. In a flash, 6 bolts of lightning surged from all directions, encircling Xiao Xia and forming a 6-star lightning prison that ensnared her within. The demoness expression shifted slightly. Respectable realm. Indeed, I underestimated you. How fortunate you are to have a protector of such caliber by your side. The figure of the Thunder Sovereign stood beside Chu Yun, crackling with electricity, akin to a deity of thunder, standing proudly. Chu Yun chuckled, gazing at her. Now, we can converse properly, can't we? His demeanor grew increasingly serious. Pray, tell me. Who exactly are you? What is your intention in attempting to manipulate me? Seeing his grave expression, the demoness coldly replied, Chu Yun. Few can make me falter in this world. You are indeed a remarkable figure. However, you are not yet worthy of knowing my identity. Let us negotiate a condition. Release me, or else the truth about your connection to Xiao Yin will soon become common knowledge. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Are you certain this is a negotiation and not a threat? The demoness smiled calmly. Do you truly have a choice? Chu Yun raised his eyelids, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized her. This woman was aware of his connection to Xiao Yin, and he had surmised the reason. Likely, she had been tailing them since they left the Misty Rain Pavilion, which explained her certainty regarding his identity. Thus, her threat warranted serious consideration. After all, if this information were to leak, the upcoming Eastern Palace banquet in 3 days could very well turn into a deadly trap. Even if the Crown Prince understood the potential wrath of His Majesty and the retaliatory actions of the Shi family, if Qin Feng were in his position, he would still strike first. System, is there any way to deal with this woman? Hey, System, don't play dead on me. Answer me. Master, she is using her identity to threaten you. You could also leverage your identity against her. Chu Yun, her identity? What standing does she possess that you didn't inform me about sooner? System, you never inquired. Chu Yun, I shall not quibble over trivial matters. Speak quickly. Who is she? Her title is the Demoness. Her true name is Yu Qingxin, once one of the pinnacle powers of the Origin Realm, a formidable emperor-level stronghold. Due to a fierce competition for the celestial treasure, the reincarnation divine pearl, between the formidable figures of the Fate Empress and the Demoness, the pearl was split in two, unleashing its power and resulting in their mutual destruction. Simultaneously, the two halves of the reincarnation divine pearl merged with their souls, awakening the 6 paths of reincarnation, leading to their rebirth and natural recollection of memories by the age of 3. Chapter 26, System Assistance, The Shock of the Demoness. A tremor coursed through Chu Yun's heart. The Demoness, once a towering figure at the pinnacle of the realm, an emperor-level powerhouse. As these terms echoed in his mind, he was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the individual before him was the reincarnation of the Demoness, and an emperor-level reincarnation at that. Wait, are you implying that not only is the Demoness reincarnated, but so is the Fate Empress? Chu Yun's heart jolted. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a nest of reincarnations? One after another. Could they all be destined to reclaim their youthful glory? System, indeed. The reincarnated forms of the Fate Empress and the Demoness reside within the grand imperial city of Daxia. At this moment, the Demoness, observing Chu Yun's prolonged contemplation, assumed she had taken control of the situation and felt assured of her victory. A playful smile graced her lips. After pondering for so long, what thoughts occupy your mind? Chu Yun slowly raised his gaze to meet hers, feigning profundity. I was contemplating whether to address you as the Demoness or as you Qingxing. The Demoness' smile faltered instantly. Her eyes widened in shock, her demeanor shifting as a chill coursed from her feet to her head. Who are you? How do you know my true identity? With a calm smile, Chu Yun clasped his hands behind his back. Someone like you lacks the qualification to know my identity. Such words were all too familiar to the Demoness. Chu Yun had returned her own tactics upon her, leaving her astonished yet seething with suppressed rage. What do you intend? The Demoness' gaze was now intensely focused on him. Are you mistaken? It is I who should be asking you that question. You approached me first, and now you inquire about my intentions? Does that not strike you as peculiar? Chu Yun replied directly. The Demoness took a slow, deep breath and said, Your ability to discern my origins indicates that your identity is equally extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, you too are a reincarnation, am I correct? Chu Yun raised his chin, smiling lightly. And what of it? Since we are both reincarnated beings, there is no need for such animosity. How about we collaborate instead? The Demoness proposed earnestly. You are in my grasp. What leverage do you possess to negotiate collaboration? Chu Yun inquired. The Demoness, maintaining her composure, smiled. Since you are aware of my origins, do you not understand my capabilities? This body is merely one of my many avatars, even if it perishes. The impact on my true self is negligible. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. System, is what she says true? System, partially true, partially false. Her physical form indeed represents a manifestation, yet given her current level of cultivation, should this manifestation perish, her true self would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. It cannot be as effortless as she claims. With the system providing clarifications, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence within. The heavenly Demoness remained oblivious. Despite her prior experiences and strategies from a former life, she held no advantage against Chu Yun. With Gue present, how could she maneuver? Is it true? If my observations are accurate, should this manifestation fall, your true self would be gravely injured as well. Heavenly Demoness, why attempt such trivial schemes before me? Chu Yun maintained an air of nonchalance. The heavenly Demoness' expression darkened, as though everything about her had been laid bare before this man. After regaining her composure, she remarked, Your insight is commendable. Chu Yun, undeterred, continued, however, considering our previous intimate encounter, I am willing to listen to your proposed collaboration. The heavenly Demoness, her ample bosom rising and falling with restrained emotion, replied, It is quite simple. I shall assist you in ascending to the position of the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, and in return, you shall employ your own power, along with that of the Shi family, to eliminate a certain individual. Who? Inquired Chu Yun. The fated empress, Meng Ruxue, the heavenly Demoness blurted out. Meng Ruxue, why does that name resonate so profoundly? Chu Yun felt an epiphany strike him. Meng Ruxue, the daughter of the chancellor. Renowned as the foremost beauty of the younger generation, she is the reincarnation of the fated empress. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Meng Ruxue would be the fated empress. Her father, Meng Changzhong, served as the chancellor of the great Xia dynasty, occupying a position of immense power and deeply trusted by the emperor, making him the preeminent authority. As for his daughter, Meng Ruxue, it was said she possessed an ethereal beauty, yet her demeanor was cold and aloof, seemingly indifferent to her peers. She rarely ventured from her residence. And apart from those within the chancellor's household, outsiders seldom caught a glimpse of her. Indeed, she is the fated empress. Presently, her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the broken realm, yet I have placed upon her a nirvana curse, without access to the source of nirvana. She shall never enter the nirvana realm in this lifetime. My condition is that we join forces to eliminate her. As for your position as crown prince, I shall exert my utmost effort to secure it for you and assist you in uncovering the truth behind your disappearance years ago, the heavenly Demoness stated earnestly. Chu Yun meticulously processed this information, feeling overwhelmed by the day's revelations. To learn such explosive news all at once, should this leak, the chancellor's residence would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various factions. The reincarnation of an empress could herald transformative upheaval for the entire great Xia dynasty. System Master, A friendly reminder, you have 4 days left to edit your background at that time. You may choose to edit it to portray them as relatives or lovers. Why not have both? Indeed, why am I even contemplating choices? As an adult, I should naturally seize all opportunities. Qin attained enlightenment, his heart and mind clear and serene. He replied at a leisurely pace. A celestial empress in exchange for a position as heir? This transaction is far too disadvantageous for me. I cannot accept. How about this? I shall release your avatar, and you will remain by my side for 3 months to assist me. After that, you may choose your own path. What do you think? The heavenly demoness furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. After a moment, she inquired, "You are not afraid that I might renege after 3 months?" Qin smiled charmingly. "I have faith that a reputable heavenly demoness would not go back on her word. Besides, do you really believe I would fear your potential treachery? In the world beyond, one's identity is self-fashioned. The most crucial aspect of being human is learning to present oneself effectively." At this juncture, Qin had already fashioned himself as the reincarnation of a formidable figure, ensuring that even should the heavenly demoness reconsider, he possessed the means to deal with her. His displayed confidence instilled a sense of wariness within the heavenly demoness. Chapter 27. The true form of the demoness, unparalleled allure. Listening to Qin's words, the heavenly demoness pondered deeply. Not only had he seen through her origins, but he also dared to make such assertions, exuding a natural confidence that felt genuine. "Very well. I accept your terms. This avatar shall remain by your side for 3 months," she ultimately conceded, unwilling to gamble. After all, should her avatar be destroyed, her true self would suffer severe repercussions. In such a case, if Meng Rushua sought to concoct the source of rebirth, her injured form would be unable to intervene. Thus, the risks far outweighed the benefits. Since that is settled, shall we now present ourselves honestly? It would not do for you to continue using Xia's visage, Qin remarked with a relaxed smile. She is unharmed. I merely rendered her unconscious, and she is currently asleep in my chamber. A subtle, elusive smile graced the heavenly demoness lips. Are you quite certain you wish to see my true appearance? Why may I not? Qin queried in confusion. I fear that once you behold me, you may find yourself unable to resist falling in love, the heavenly demoness replied with a seductive smile. Oh, if that is the case, I am all the more inclined to take a look. What manner of beauty could inspire such confidence in you? Qin expressed his curiosity, keen to discover the visage of a being who once stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. With a light laugh, the heavenly demoness began to transform. Her appearance enveloped in a surge of magical energy. In an instant, her entire visage, figure, and attire underwent a remarkable change. As Qin gazed intently, he was genuinely captivated by the sight before him. The heavenly demoness' flowing purple hair danced gracefully, her delicate figure featuring a perfectly proportioned waist and subtly alluring curves. Her skin shimmered with an ethereal glow, and her countenance resembled that of a water lily emerging from the depths, possessing a beauty that could enchant even the most stoic. As her true form revealed itself, an irresistible aura of allure radiated from her, her innate charm rendering her a natural adversary for any man. Qin's heart was profoundly shaken. The enchanting figure before him, the heavenly demoness, was undoubtedly the most striking woman he had ever encountered. Her beauty and form surpassing even the celestial beings and illustrious stars of his past life. Even the youthful ex-girlfriends of the legendary actor were rendered pale in comparison. You are quite right, he remarked, his gaze unwavering. Upon seeing your visage, I find myself inexplicably enamored. The heavenly demoness blinked, seemingly unperturbed. Many have fallen for me, but alas, none have piqued my interest, including you. Her candor was striking. Qin shrugged, pondering that the matter of attraction would reveal itself in due time. When he could further refine their circumstances, the nature of his connection with the heavenly demoness would inevitably transform. Wanlei, lift the restrictions, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness, replied the venerable Wanlei, as he released the heavenly demoness from her binds. Curiously, she glanced at Wanlei. To my knowledge, there is no esteemed figure within the royal family or the Shi clan that corresponds to your status. Qin replied with a serene smile. Indeed, he is my own, independent of the royal family and Shi clan. The heavenly demoness regarded him with surprise, yet recalling his ability to discern her identity. It seemed less astonishing that he could also subdue a figure of such prestige. Where shall I reside next? She inquired. I will have arrangements made for your accommodations immediately. Tomorrow, we shall discuss our forthcoming endeavors, he responded. Under Chuyu's direction, the heavenly demoness settled into a chamber for the night. Although she had faced a setback, She had at least preserved the life of her manifestation. Since Qiyu had requested her company for 3 months, it presented a perfect opportunity for her to probe into his true nature. She was exceedingly curious about the person he had been in his past life. The following day, Luo Feng arrived bright and early to seek out Qiyu. "Your Highness, are you awake? Enter," Qiyu beckoned. As the door swung open, he found Qiyu's attendants adorning him in garments, while a breakfast feast awaited at the table. "Very well, you may leave now," he instructed. "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, departing. Qiyu approached the table and gestured to Luo Feng. "Commander Luo, please sit and let us converse over breakfast." Once seated, Luo Feng immediately posed a question. "Your Highness, I recently encountered a striking woman with violet hair in the estate. Upon inquiring, she claimed to be your friend?" Qiyu, savoring his meal, nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed. Her name is Yu Qingxin. You may refer to her as Miss Yu. However, Your Highness, there is something peculiar about her. I cannot shake the feeling that she is far from ordinary," Luo Feng expressed with concern, primarily worried about the potential threat the heavenly demoness posed to Qiyu's safety. Qiyu chuckled softly. "Rest assured, she is trustworthy. Otherwise, I would not permit her to remain within the estate. Commander Luo, you must believe me. I value my life above all else. Should she be untrustworthy, I would not allow her the freedom to roam within these walls." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng nodded in understanding. "Very well, Your Highness. Since you are so confident, I shall refrain from further objections." "Indeed, Your Highness. The esteemed Lady Shi has previously sent someone to request your presence in the palace at your convenience. She has matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Qiyu nodded. "Once I finish this meal, I shall proceed to the palace to see Mother." In the rainy mist pavilion, within a reception room, the chief steward Su Nian sat upright. Opposite him were 3 gentlemen of considerable stature within the Grand Xia dynasty. They included the foremost dominator of Tianzhou, the 3rd elder of the sacred sect, Wang Hansua, the Black Iron King of the Xia dynasty, Tai Chi, and the Duke of Guanshan County, Bei Song. Among these 3, 2 were beings of the Nirvana realm. Wang Hansua possessed the highest cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of Nirvana, while the Black Iron King stood at the latter stage of Nirvana. His influence was formidable, commanding an army of 100,000. And his noble status demanded respect even from the princes of the Xia dynasty. Although Bei Song had the lowest cultivation level only at the Broken Realm, his daughter, the Guanshan County princess, fortuitously became the adopted daughter of the national master of the Xia dynasty, gaining considerable renown in the imperial city, thus securing a position of power among the younger generation. Through his daughter's connections and his governance over a county, he often profited during his visits to the capital. "I am well aware of your intentions," Su Nian remarked with a smile, however, regarding the whereabouts of Xiaoyan. "We at the Rainy Mist Pavilion are currently investigating as well. Thus, your proposed conditions are not something we can agree to at this moment, as we find ourselves unable to assist." Chapter 28. The Queen's Scheme, Master of the Rainy Mist Pavilion. The expressions of the 3 men grew solemn at Su Nian's words. "Chief Steward Su, we have but one request. If the Rainy Mist Pavilion is truly unable to locate Xiaoyan, might you consider issuing a message on our behalf? Simply state that should Xiaoyan be willing to meet, we are prepared to offer a Nirvana-level evil infant as a gift for the meeting," spoke Wang Hansua, the 3rd elder of the sacred sect. In their view, since Xiaoyan had triumphed in the duel against the Rainy Mist Pavilion and claimed the pinnacle Nirvana evil infant, it indicated a strong allure for higher-level evil infants. Perhaps this would entice him to reveal himself. Su Nian maintained his composure and nodded. Issuing a message is certainly feasible. However, under whose name shall it be released? Su Nian's question was astute. The 3 men represented entirely distinct factions. Wang Hansua, as the 3rd elder, spoke for the sacred sect. The Black Iron King, though a prince of a different surname, held significant power within the Xia dynasty. And Bei Song had the backing of the national masteress residence. If the Rainy Mist Pavilion were to issue a message, which of their factions would it represent? Must the issuing party of the message be publicly acknowledged? Inquired the Black Iron King. Not at all. If you prefer to remain anonymous, the Rainy Mist Pavilion can certainly accommodate that, Su Nian replied with a genial smile. Then anonymity shall suffice, Wang Hansua stated flatly. Very well. I trust you are all familiar with the regulations of the Rainy Mist Pavilion, Su Nian concluded. No need for reminders. The Black Iron King nonchalantly tossed out 2 storage bags, brimming with spirit stones. Su Nian opened one and was taken aback by the sheer amount. Do the 3 of you have additional intelligence to procure? Wang Hansua replied with a composed smile. Indeed. We have one matter we wish to verify with the Misty Rain Tower. Please, go ahead, Sun Yin urged. We have heard that the Emperor of the Great Xia, due to the peculiar nature of his cultivation method, must endure a period of celestial decline every 500 years. His combat strength may even dip below that of a nascent soul for approximately half a month. Moreover, this upcoming decline is merely months away. Is this true? Wang Han's was stated boldly. It's notable that the mere transmission of these words could result in the Emperor branding him with treason. Yet, the expressions of the Black Iron King and the Wang of Guanshan remained remarkably tranquil. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Gentlemen, the price for verifying this information must be at least 5 times the value of these items. The goods are abundant. Wang Hansua responded as he produced a storage ring and placed it before Sun Yin. After a thorough assessment, Sun Yin confirmed the price was satisfactory. Very well. I can responsibly inform you that this matter is indeed true. However, the period of celestial decline is not half a month, but merely 7 days. After delivering his answer, Sun Yin promptly pocketed the items on the table. Thank you. The 3 men rose and prepared to leave. Safe travels, and we welcome your next visit, Sun Yin remarked with a polite smile. Once they departed, the smile faded from Sun Yin's face. A rich voice resonated within the meeting room. It appears they are preparing to act. Sun Yin replied. However, the Emperor of the Great Xia is not a foolish man. He must already be prepared for the celestial decline, possibly even retreating to the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Yet, with just the 3 of them, along with their factions and the forces behind them, it would be quite difficult to eliminate the Emperor. Sun Yin believed that if they intended to stage a coup during the Emperor's period of decline, the likelihood of success was exceedingly low. Moreover, the old-timers at the Imperial Ancestor Mountain were the true stabilizing force of the Great Xia dynasty. With their presence, any rebellion would be tantamount to seeking death. You're mistaken. The targets of those 3, as well as the Empress of the Great Xia, are not the Emperor himself, but rather the neutral factions within the Imperial City and even those opposing them. As long as the Emperor is absent, even if just for 7 days, the power and influence wielded by the Empress would be sufficient to upheave the entire Imperial City. By the time the Emperor's period of celestial decline concludes, it will already be too late. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly grasped the situation. I see now. No wonder when I informed them that the celestial decline lasts only 7 days, their expressions remained largely unchanged. 7 days would indeed provide the Empress ample opportunity to mobilize the powers of the divine sect, and combined with her own faction's authority, she could control the majority of the aristocrats in the Imperial City, rendering the Emperor increasingly powerless. The esteemed host suggests that it will not be long before the Imperial City is engulfed in a tumultuous upheaval. This voice belongs to the enigmatic master of the Misty Rain Tower, who is said to remain shrouded in mystery. It is rumored that, apart from a select few senior members of the tower, no one has witnessed the true visage of this master. It is of no consequence how the Great Xia dynasty fares. The chaos within the Imperial City shall not extend to the Misty Rain Tower. By the way, how's the investigation into Shaoyan progressing? Sun Yin reveals a hint of bitterness in his smile. Master, not only within the confines of the Great Xia dynasty, but I have even tasked our headquarters with searching the entire Yuan realm, and there is no place known as Wutan City. Thus, it can be surmised that Wutan City is a mere fabrication, and his name, Shaoyan, is likely a pseudonym. Otherwise, our operatives would have unearthed some trace. The master of the Misty Rain Tower responds, then let us pursue an alternative method of inquiry. He instructs his 2 attendants, including those who resemble him, to be scrutinized one by one. As long as he has not departed from the Imperial City, we shall surely uncover him. Sun Yin acknowledges the command. Yes, master. I understand. Shortly thereafter, the Misty Rain Tower disseminates an anonymous message throughout the Great Xia dynasty. A mysterious figure has offered a Nirvana-level evil infant as a meeting gift for Shaoyan. This announcement stirs considerable commotion within the Imperial City, with many speculating about the identity of such a generous individual willing to bestow a Nirvana-level evil infant merely for a meeting. In the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty, few possess the means to execute such a grand gesture, and it is highly likely that this individual is a formidable being at the revered level. This assertion holds true. The trio, Wang Han and his companions, could never procure a Nirvana-level evil infant without the backing of a powerful force. Chapter 29. The Investigation of the Empress Faction and Consort Shi. At this moment, however, Chu Yun remains unaware of this news, for he has already entered the palace with Luo Feng. After greeting his mother and uncle, Qin enters Consort Shi's palace and bows to the two. Yuner, come. Take a seat, invites his mother. Yes, mother. Qin rises and sits upon a nearby chair. At this juncture, Luo Feng stands at the doorway. And upon the indication of the Shura elder, Luo Feng closes the door and departs. Mother, what is the matter? Why must even Commander Luo keep his distance? Chu Yin inquires curiously. Yuner, your mother and I have recently heard that you intend to investigate the events of the past, is that correct? The Shura elder speaks. Chu Yun's expression remains unfazed. He realizes that his mother and uncle must have learned of this from Atai. He does not deny it. Mother, uncle, my disappearance all those years ago was exceedingly suspicious. Now that I have returned, those who lurk in the shadows are undoubtedly poised to act. I cannot simply wait for them to come for me before devising a response. If we do not take the initiative, we shall remain perpetually on the defensive. Consort Shi's expression reflects concern. Yuner, your mother is fully aware of what you speak. However, you must understand that the forces behind those individuals render your solitary pursuit not only futile but increasingly perilous. I implore you to cease your investigation. Allow your uncle and me to handle this matter. I do not wish to see you ensnared in a vortex of danger. Chu Yin comprehended his mother's concern. Yet he remained resolute. Mother, you are mistaken. It is not that I am compelled to investigate, but rather that I have no alternative. Even if I refrain from pursuing this, do you truly believe those involved from years past would spare me? Furthermore, being of royal blood, if one chooses to exist as a sheltered bloom, avoiding the storms of life, it will only hasten one's demise. His words left Shifei momentarily speechless. The Azura sovereign, on the other hand, wore an expression of approval. Sister, I have previously mentioned that Yuner has matured. He possesses his own convictions and requires not our undue concern. Shifei sighed, a smile gracing her lips. Yuner, your words today fill me with pride. Being of royal lineage, you are acutely aware of your own circumstances. Thus, I shall refrain from further admonitions. Over the years, your uncle and I have employed the resources of the Shi family to investigate the events of that time. Although we cannot definitively ascertain who abducted you, we have identified several suspects, including those who orchestrated and participated in the scheme. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Mother, who are these individuals? Shifei regarded him. Yuner, are you aware of the Empress's faction? Chu Yun nodded. Atai and Commander Luo Feng have both informed me. The Empress, originally named Lan Ji, is the daughter of the former sect master of the Heavenly State God sect and the junior sister of the current sect master. Within the court, both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are her biological sons, who heed her every word. Furthermore, many officials, including the National Master, the Black Iron King, the Left Cavalry General, the Right Valor General, along with 6 members of the Nirvana realm serving the dynasty, and various 7th and 8th rank officials, all align themselves with the Empress's faction. Shifei nodded in acknowledgement. These individuals are indeed part of the Empress's faction, but there is more. Lan Ji possesses formidable social acumen. The leaders of the Blood God sect and the Corpsine sect are both her childhood friends. Additionally, her status as the daughter of the former sect master grants her the backing of the sect. With so many factions intertwined with her, it becomes evident that the mastermind behind your abduction was none other than Empress Lan Ji. The accomplices, apart from the National Master and the Black Iron King, include an elder from the royal family. As Chu Yin absorbed the complexity of the web surrounding Empress Lan Ji, his expression darkened. Mother, you mentioned an elder from the royal family? Which one? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired. I do not know. Your uncle and I are still investigating the identity of this individual. The royal elders, including the ancestors, reside within the Royal Ancestor Mountain, a place that is off limits to all but His Majesty, rendering our investigation exceedingly challenging. Only by taking action from the Empress's side may we uncover the identity of this elder, Shifei explained. At this moment, Chu Yin couldn't help but recall the words of Commander Luo Feng, who had once stated that his disappearance was orchestrated by someone within the royal family. In other words, it was his mother, implying that the elder from the royal lineage who had stolen him years ago was indeed responsible. This was likely the reason why even his uncle could find no trace of him, wasn't it? Chu Yun's expression darkened as he spoke. The Azura master interjected. You are quite astute. Both I and your mother, along with your father, have harbored similar suspicions. However, the elders of the royal family are secluded within the ancestral mountain. And apart from your father, no one else can approach them. And what about my father? Chu Yun instinctively inquired. Child, do not hold it against your father. He does wish to investigate, but the complexities within the ancestral mountain prevent him from doing so. The elders are indispensable, and he finds himself in a position of great helplessness. As for the Empress, you are now aware of her intricate web of connections. Should His Majesty take action against her, the consequences would be catastrophic, as you can surely imagine. Consequently, your father is burdened with worry and feels a deep sense of guilt towards you, explained Consort Sher with a sigh. Listening to Consort Sher's words, Chu Yin felt no resentment towards his father. As a ruler, his father had to consider the greater good of the entire Xia dynasty. If he were to eliminate the Empress and thereby incite chaos within the dynasty, it would be a betrayal of all the lies within the Xia. Thus, Chu Yun understood his father's predicament. His actions were not without justification, but rather born of necessity. However, Chu Yun was different. While his father found himself in a bind, he possessed the advantages of a system. Now that he had identified his enemy, he would undoubtedly employ his own methods to avenge the grievances of the past. Mother, please rest assured, I do not blame father. I comprehend his situation. As a sovereign, he must weigh the entire situation. Therefore, I shall devise my own means to address the grievances of yesteryear, Chu Yin asserted. Child, do not shoulder everything alone. Your father may be powerless, but I, along with your uncle and the entire Sher family, stand as your unwavering support. Whatever you wish to pursue next, do not hesitate to express it. We will exert all our efforts to assist you, Consort Sher replied. The Azura Master then added, Yuner, the Sher family will always stand firmly behind you. Proceed with your plans without hesitation. I shall remain within the capital, and as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Hearing the words of the Azura Master, Chu Yun felt a warmth swell within him. He was not alone. Despite the numerous connections of the Empress's faction, he had support backing him. The Sher family, being the foremost clan of the Xia dynasty, was not inferior to any other power. Even the so-called premier sect within the dynasty, the Tianzhou Divine Sect, could not claim absolute certainty in overcoming the Sher family. At best, it would be a 50-50 chance. Mother. Uncle, I understand. If I require anything, I will communicate with you, Chu Yun said. After a brief conversation with the two, Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the palace and returned to his residence. Inside the room, Chu Yun looked at Luo Feng with surprise. You mean to say someone has summoned a Nirvana Realm evil infant just to meet me? Luo Feng spoke with a serious demeanor, Your Highness, to be precise. It is to meet Xiao Yan. However, this information was released by the Misty Rain Tower, and it is anonymous. So we currently have no idea who has invested such considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin in contemplation. Is it possible that the great Xia Shadow Guards have found nothing? Luo Feng replied, Your Highness, the flow of people at the Misty Rain Tower is too vast. Even if the Shadow Guards were to investigate, there would be no starting point. Nevertheless, it seems to me that anyone capable of presenting a Nirvana stage evil infant as a gift must possess a significant identity, status, and even level of cultivation. It is highly likely that they are a figure of the venerable realm or closely associated with one. In the Imperial City, the most likely suspects, according to my conjecture, are probably the Prime Minister, the National Teacher, or the Crown Prince, Luo Feng remarked. Chu Yun's expression gradually became serious and intriguing. This is quite interesting. If that is the case, I truly wish to meet this individual. Luo Feng immediately advised, Your Highness, I am concerned that this matter may be a ruse. If someone intends to target Xiao Yan, then your visit could place you in peril. Chu Yun replied with a faint smile, There is no need for concern. As long as my strength is sufficient, I shall not encounter any danger. Leader Luo, can I trust you? Chu Yun suddenly gazed at him with a cheerful smile. Luo Feng appeared perplexed, somewhat unsure of Chu Yun's meaning. Your Highness, I have been personally commanded by the Emperor to ensure your safety. So you can rest assured about me, Luo Feng explained. Chu Yun clarified, I am not referring to that. What I mean is, can I truly trust you? If you genuinely wish to assist me wholeheartedly, I will allow you to be privy to some of my secrets. However, you must also understand what it entails to know my secrets. Luo Feng understood Chu Yun's implication. If he were to become one of Chu Yun's core confidants, he would have to safeguard her secrets. At that moment, Luo Feng appeared somewhat hesitant. Although he diligently protected Chu Yun, he remained the leader of the great Xia Shadow Guards, subject to the Emperor's direct commands. Leader Luo, if you are indecisive, I will not press you. However, if I proceed to meet this appointment, I cannot take you with me, Chu Yun stated plainly. After contemplating Chu Yun's words, Luo Feng replied, Your Highness, as the leader of the Shadow Guards, I cannot betray the Emperor. However, if there are matters you wish to keep confidential for the time being, I, Luo Feng, can delay reporting the information. Chu Yun smiled, knowing that Luo Feng had acquiesced. As the leader of the Shadow Guards, he could not defy imperial orders, which was the greatest concession he could offer. Delaying the report could mean a day or a year. The time frame remained ambiguous. Good. Everyone may enter now. As Chu Yun's voice fell, the Venerable Thunder and the Demoness entered from outside. Your Highness, the Venerable Thunder bowed, while the Demoness casually took a seat beside them without any pretense. Venerable Wanlei, Leader Luo Feng, please take a seat, Chu Yun directed, unfazed. As he turned to the two, once seated, Chu Yun remarked, given that our counterpart has set forth such conditions through the Misty Rain Tower, we shall indeed honor the invitation tonight. At that time, Commander Luo Feng, I would ask you to relay a message. The meeting place shall be determined by us. Wanlei will remain by my side to avert any unforeseen incidents. As for Miss Yu, where do you wish to go? After arranging everything, Chu Yun turned to the Demoness of Heaven and inquired with interest, where do you wish for me to take you? The Demoness of Heaven retorted, to the prince's residence. Chu Yun's response was astonishing. Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately interjected, Your Highness, I believe this plan requires alteration. Let Wanlei handle the messaging. As for ensuring your safety, that responsibility should remain with me. Is it not too perilous to send Miss Yu to the prince's residence? Luo Feng harbored no ulterior motives. From his perspective, Chu Yun's safety was paramount. How could he possibly entrust Wanlei with the task of safeguarding Chu Yun? Chu Yun smiled nonchalantly and looked at Wanlei. Well then, since we are at this juncture, there is no need for further concealment. Show us your true abilities. As you wish, Your Highness, Wanlei responded, and in an instant, an unstoppable aura of sovereign power emanated from him, enveloping the entire room. A sovereign-level powerhouse. You are a sovereign. Luo Feng's complexion paled in disbelief as he sensed Wanlei's presence, utterly aghast. What a jest! The person he had been associating with these past few days was, in fact, a sovereign. The crux of the matter was that this sovereign was unwaveringly loyal to their highness, ready to obey any command. It was simply surreal. I apologize for the earlier concealment. It was unavoidable, Wanlei stated. Commander Luo Feng, Wanlei is under my command, and his existence remains unknown to anyone, including my mother and uncle. They are unaware that a sovereign has been concealed by my side. I trust this matter will remain confidential. With him here, he can manage most unforeseen circumstances, allowing you to focus on delivering messages without concern for my safety, Chu Yun said earnestly. Hearing this, Luo Feng struggled to maintain his composure. The astonishment on his face lingered as he endeavored to process the revelation before him. A sovereign. To think that a sovereign was personally guarding Prince Chu Yun. The most critical aspect was that this individual was neither from the royal family nor from the Shi family. He was a trusted confidant of the prince himself. How formidable must one's personal charisma be to inspire such loyalty from a sovereign? Luo Feng realized that he was increasingly unable to grasp the true nature of the ninth prince. Upon his recent return, he appeared to possess a rather shallow foundation. Although he had the Shi family backing him, their roots did not lie within the royal city. Judging solely by his own standing, he was evidently the weakest among the princes and had the fewest followers. Yet today, upon discovering the true capabilities of Wanlei, he recognized that this ninth prince was exceedingly adept at concealment and remarkably composed. Until he had absolute certainty, the ninth prince revealed nothing, misleading others into perceiving him as utterly unremarkable. However, he is accompanied by a venerable guardian, a privilege that far exceeds that of the majority of the aristocracy within the imperial city. Chapter 31. Targeting the third prince, meeting at the Songfeng Mountains. Understood, Your Highness. After delivering the message, should I proceed to meet with you? Luo Feng inquired, slowly processing the information he had received. There is no need. Once you have delivered the message, ensure that you shake off all those who have followed you, and then return to your residence, Chu Yun instructed. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Demoness revealed a charming smile, asking, Are you planning to confront the Crown Prince directly by sending me to the Crown Prince's residence? Chu Yun shook his head. That depends on your capabilities. However, I fear that if you manage to control him, it may lead to exposure, resulting in losses that outweigh the gains. Within the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince is surrounded by numerous attendants, and it is rumored that the Empress has personally dispatched protectors to guard him in secret. This incarnation of the Demoness is merely at the early stage of the fragmentation realm. If she were to directly target the Crown Prince within the Eastern Palace, The likelihood of exposure would be exceedingly high. The demoness adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Then let us change our target. How about the third prince? Chu Yin regarded her with a glimmer of anticipation. Oh, do you have confidence? Naturally. He is not held in the same regard as Chu Rong. It would not be difficult to disguise myself as him within his princely residence, the demoness asserted confidently. Very well. We shall proceed to target Chu Yuan. Commander Luo Feng. You will assist Miss Yu when the time comes, instructed Chu Yun. Luo Feng nervously swallowed hard. Targeting the third prince is rather exhilarating. It seems that the ninth prince is indeed intent on gradually settling past matters. Yes, Your Highness. Despite this, Luo Feng complied. Unbeknownst to him, he had subtly aligned himself with Chu Yun's faction. In the Prime Minister's residence, within Ming Rushua's chamber, Miss, all the materials for the formation have been gathered. As for suitable locations for setting the formation, I have dispatched people to investigate. There are many perilous terrains outside the city, and we should have results shortly. Reported a beautiful matron to Meng Rushua, who sat poised in a chair. Meng Rushua's expression remained cold as she replied, additionally, please compile a list of all early-stage Nirvana realm cultivators within the Imperial City, without concern for their backgrounds. Yes, Mississippi Meng Rushua continued, by the way. How is the surveillance on the Black Iron King and the Eastern Palace progressing? The matron responded truthfully, Miss, I have had people monitoring both locations, and so far, nothing unusual has been detected. However, I do not understand how you are so certain that the message from the Tianyu Tower regarding the search for Xiao Yin pertains to those two families. Meng Rushua's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the entire Imperial City, aside from the Empress and the National Master, only my Prime Minister's residence possesses an evil infant of the Nirvana realm. Other factions may also have trading houses within the city, but to mobilize such a sinister entity into the city would require at least 5 to 10 days. Since the Prime Minister's residence does not possess one, it must be one of the other two. The National Master and the Empress are allies, thus it suffices to closely monitor the primary forces within the Empress's faction. The Old Master is unlikely to make a personal appearance. Therefore, the Eastern Palace and the Black Iron King naturally become the focal points. As the daughter of the Prime Minister, Meng Rushua possesses a profound understanding of the dynamics within the Great Xia Dynasty. Her status affords her access to information that far surpasses that of the celestial demoness, who has reincarnated alongside her. Indeed, being reborn into a favorable situation is an art in itself. Consequently, she need only keep an eye on the movements of the Empress's faction, enabling her to trace their path and locate the celestial demoness disguised as Xiao Yan. Such a clear and meticulous analysis is truly commendable, remarked the elegant woman with admiration. Very well, you may proceed. Once you've gathered the information, please present the list to me at your earliest convenience. Rest assured, I will attend to it immediately. That night, the Imperial City was ablaze with lights, the streets were bustling, and the atmosphere was lively. The Misty Rain Pavilion remained the most vibrant and illustrious stage in the entire Imperial City. Luo Feng, donning a mask, entered the hall and sought out an elder he had encountered previously. I am the bodyguard of young Master Xiao Yan. I have matters to discuss with Steward Sun Yan. The elder recognized Luo Feng and, with a hint of excitement, replied, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the steward at once. Before long, the elder returned with Sun Yan. Ha, my friend, why hasn't young Master Xiao come today? Sun Yan inquired, a smile gracing his face. The young master is waiting elsewhere. I am here on his orders to relay a message to Steward Su, Luo Feng replied. What message? Sun Yan asked with curiosity. Someone has anonymously entrusted your esteemed establishment to convey a message, should the young master meet with them. They will present a Nirvana realm evil infant as a token of their meeting. Is this true? Luo Feng inquired first. Indeed. Does young Master Xiao intend to meet them? Sun Yan surmised. Luo Feng stated directly the young master is willing to meet, but the location must be determined by us. Sun Yan nodded. That is acceptable. It's merely a meeting after all. The location is of little consequence. Very well. Therefore, at midnight tonight, at the summit of the Songfeng Mountains outside the city, the young master will await them. I would trouble Steward Su to convey this message to them, Luo Feng concluded. Sun Yan assented. I shall relay it immediately. Thank you. And I take my leave. Safe travels, Luo Feng replied as he turned to depart. Sun Yan glanced at several elders of the Misty Rain Pavilion in the distance. The elders understood the unspoken cue and followed closely behind Luo Feng as they exited the pavilion. My lord, shall we proceed to the Songfeng Mountains at once? Since Xiaoyan meets our criteria, if the Black Iron King and his associates get there first, it could jeopardize our plans, an elder behind Sun Yin expressed concern. Sun Yin, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded with depth in his gaze, I have a feeling this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. First, send this message to the Black Iron King to avoid any delays. Understood, my lord. The elder immediately set off to deliver the message. Sun Yin stood in place for a moment, contemplating, before finally making his way upstairs. For now, it would be prudent to await the decision of their leader. Upon receiving the news, the Black Iron King departed from his residence late at night and entered the Eastern Palace. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong sat majestically on the throne, accompanied by the Black Iron King, Wang Hansua, Prince Baisong of Guanshan County, and several of the Crown Prince's attendants, all seated within the hall. The news from the Misty Rain Tower indicated that Xiao Yin had agreed to meet. However, the venue for this meeting was to be determined by Xiao Yin himself. In the early hours of the night, he awaited us at the summit of the Zhangfeng mountain range, situated outside the imperial city. The Black Iron King relayed this information to the assembly. Chapter 32, Atop Zhangfeng. Dream Ru Shui exits the manor. In the early dawn, why was the Zhangfeng mountain range chosen as the meeting place? Could this be a ruse? Prince Baisong of Guanshan County expressed his apprehension. Even if he were to deceive us, to what extent could he go? Are we truly concerned about a gold core realm cultivator? Furthermore, Xiao Yin does not even know our identities. His willingness to meet is likely motivated by the sinister infant in the Nirvana realm. Hence, the likelihood of deception is minimal, asserted the third elder of the divine sect, Wang Hansua, with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Elder Wang makes a valid point. Since Xiao Yin is unaware of who we are, his choice to meet in the Zhangfeng mountain range may simply stem from his own safety considerations, the Crown Prince opined. I, for one, harbor no concerns. What do you think, Your Highness? He inquired, turning towards the Black Iron King. My thoughts align with those of His Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, this matter has received the approval of Her Majesty the Empress. We have no cause for hesitation. Elder Wang, Prince Baisong. The three of us shall proceed to the Zhangfeng mountain range tonight. As for you, Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to remain in the Eastern Palace and await our news, the Black Iron King declared firmly. Agreed, nodded Prince Baisong and Wang Hansua in unison. With two Nirvana realm cultivators and one breaking realm expert among them, the trio felt no fear, even if Xiao Yin were to devise some trickery. Very well, I shall remain here, anticipating good news from Your Highness and the two esteemed gentlemen. Xiao Yin, I implore you to ensure he returns, for I have long admired him. Crown Prince Chu Rong raised his goblet in salute to them. The others followed suit, lifting their cups in response. In the deep of night, the Black Iron King, Wang Hansua, and Prince Baisong departed the Eastern Palace, stealthily making their way toward the city gates. Simultaneously, within the Prime Minister's residence, Meng Ru Shui also received word. Miss, there has been movement in the Eastern Palace. The third elder of the divine sect, Wang Hansua, the Black Iron King, and Prince Baisong are currently leaving the Eastern Palace under the cover of night, heading toward the city gates. Meng Ru Shui turned to the woman. Which city gate? The East City Gate. With a swift motion, Meng Ru Shui vanished from the room, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance. Zhangfeng mountain range. At this moment, Chu Yun donned a mask, altered his hairstyle, and selected an outfit he had never worn before. Standing atop the mountain peak alongside the masked venerable Wan Lei, the cold wind howled, causing Chu Yun's long hair to flutter slightly. Before long, as the early hours approached, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King, along with their companions, gradually ascended from the mountain path. They have arrived, Chu Yun mused inwardly. Beneath the night sky, the mountain was shrouded in darkness, but illuminated by the moonlight. Chu Yun clearly discerned the faces of the three approaching figures. Wang Hansua and several others stood resolutely before Chu Yun, marking the official meeting between the two parties. Are you the esteemed young Master Xiao Yin? Wang Hansua inquired first. Chu Yun, suppressing his voice, responded calmly, It is I. How can you prove that? Wang Hansua asked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. No proof is necessary. I believe that aside from myself, no one in the entire Daxia Empire would dare impersonate Xiao Yin. Chu Yun stated, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at them with unwavering conviction. Wang Hansua chuckled softly. Young Master Xiao Yin truly embodies an extraordinary talent. Indeed, only a fool would attempt to impersonate him in such tumultuous times. Chu Yun replied with composure. In that case, I would appreciate a demonstration of your sincerity. Certainly. Wang Hansua responded, promptly retrieving a box containing a malevolent infant from his storage ring. Within this box lies a malevolent infant of the mid-Nirvana realm. While it may not compare to the one from the Misty Rain Tower, it symbolizes our intent to meet with young Master Xiaoyan. He presented the box. Upon receiving it, Qiyun discreetly utilized his netherworld divine eye to verify that it indeed contained a malevolent infant of the Nirvana realm. I acknowledge your sincerity. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. From which faction do you hail? What is your purpose in seeking me? He inquired directly after accepting the box. Meanwhile, atop Songfeng Mountain, they were not the only ones present. An elder from the Nirvana realm, tasked with stealth and surveillance from the Misty Rain Tower, concealed himself at the edge of the cliff, observing the unfolding events. Among them was Ming Ruxuez, who had followed Wang Hansua and the others out of the city and was now hidden behind a boulder, suppressing her presence and fixating her gaze on Chu Yun. However, she felt somewhat disappointed. This Xiaoyan was not the avatar of the Heavenly Demoness. Having been a nemesis of the Heavenly Demoness for years, she could discern her avatars with a mere glance. This Xiaoyan was not her. Yet, since she was already there, she was curious to discover the origins of this Xiaoyan. Defeating a peak gold core cultivator as a novice in the gold core realm was a rarity. Even during her reign as an emperor in her previous life, young Master Xiaoyan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Hansua, the third elder of the Divine Sect. These two are the Black Iron King of the Daxia Empire and the Prince of Guanshan County, Wang Hansua stated. Upon hearing their identities, Chu Yun's pupils slightly widened in surprise. They were indeed members of the Empress's faction. What a coincidence for this evening. If it were only the three of them, it would likely not pose much of a problem for Master Wanlei to deal with them collectively. Your identities are somewhat unexpected. Elder Wang, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with me? Chu Yun asked with a hint of interest. Young Master Xiao, might I ask if you have a master or belong to any sect or family? Wang Hansua inquired. Without any affiliation or sect. If there are any thoughts you wish to express, feel free to do so, said Chu Yun. Very well. In that case, let us not beat around the bush. Young Master Xiao, we come as representatives of Her Majesty the Queen and His Highness the Crown Prince, wishing to extend an invitation for you to join the Eastern Palace. Should you choose to accept, His Highness has stated that the terms shall be dictated by you, for he holds you in the highest regard. Black Iron King stated candidly. Chu Yun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Queen and the Crown Prince would seek to win him over. At that moment, he could hardly suppress a smile. If they were to discover that Xiao Yan's true identity is none other than the Ninth Prince, whom they wished to eliminate, one can only imagine their expressions. Chu Yun did not respond immediately. He pondered deeply within, and soon, a more advantageous idea took shape in his mind. To join the Eastern Palace, I kindly request you to convey to the Crown Prince that while I appreciate his intentions, the items I seek are likely beyond your reach. So let us not complicate matters, Chu Yun replied strategically. Pray tell, what is it that young Master Xiao requires? Speak freely, Black Iron King said, his demeanor earnest. Chapter 33. Chu Yun's schemes, tormenting the third prince. 2 items, a 10,000-year blood essence stone, and an evil infant at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun declared, laying forth his demands. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Black Iron King and his companions darkened slightly. The items young Master Xiao seeks are indeed exceedingly rare, Wang Han said gravely. Chu Yun adopted a nonchalant attitude. As I mentioned, the items I desire are likely not available to the Crown Prince, so let us not trouble each other unnecessarily. If there is nothing further, then I shall take my leave. As Chu Yun and the esteemed Elder Wanlei prepared to depart, Wang Han called out, Young Master Xiao, please wait. Chu Yun halted, his gaze steady upon him. If we are able to procure these 2 items, would you indeed be willing to join the Eastern Palace and serve the Crown Prince and the Queen? Wang Han inquired seriously. Chu Yun responded affirmatively. Naturally. Provided you can deliver the items I seek, I pledge to assist the Crown Prince in his ascent to the throne. Wang Han nodded solemnly. Excellent. Young Master. While these 2 items are of immense value, we may yet possess them. However, we will require time to deliberate on this matter. Once we have reached a decision, we shall inform you. Chu Yun inclined his head. No problem. 10 days hence, at this same time, in this very place. He granted them 10 days, primarily to afford them ample opportunity to gather the requested items. Agreed. After finalizing their pact, Wang Han and his companions departed. Just as the elder from the Misty Rain Tower prepared to follow Chu Yun, a thunderous crash resounded. Take one more step, and your blood shall spill. A strike of thunderous might from Elder Wanlei landed before him, forming a field of electric energy akin to thorns ensnaring those who dared to advance. With the sound resonating in his ears, the elder from the Misty Rain Tower abandoned his pursuit in fright. Meanwhile, Meng Rushue, remaining on site, were witness to the entire spectacle. A flicker of doubt crossed her countenance. What manner of person possesses such formidable power at the level of an elder? Dream Rushue was intensely curious about Xiao Yan's identity, particularly given that his protector was a figure of the esteemed realm. This revelation truly astonished her. The presence of the esteemed Wan Lei compelled both Yin Yu Lu and Dream Rushue to abandon their pursuit, as their own cultivation levels were insufficient, limiting their capacity for action. Dream Rushue planned to return promptly and concoct the Nirvana source, aiming to transcend into the Nirvana realm. At that juncture, even when confronted by individuals of the esteemed realm, she would possess at least a modicum of self-defense. In the dead of night, under the protection of Wan Lei, Chu Yun successfully returned to his residence. In the inner sanctum of the courtyard, Luo Feng was pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Chu Yun and the esteemed Wan Lei return safely, his countenance brightened. "Your Highness, what transpired? Were there any incidents?" "It was uneventful. How about your side?" Chu Yun replied with an air of tranquility. "The Yan Yu Lu dispatched individuals to follow me, but I am far more familiar with the routes within the Imperial City, and I soon shook them off. As for Miss Yu, that matter has also been resolved." Luo Feng responded. "Oh, where is she?" A playful smile crossed Chu Yun's lips. "She is confined in a hidden chamber in the back courtyard. By the way, Your Highness, did you ascertain the identity of the other party?" Luo Feng inquired with curiosity. "They belong to the Queen's faction." Chu Yun succinctly conveyed the situation. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng furrowed his brow. "Wang Han Kuo and the Prince of Baisong have surreptitiously entered the Imperial City. It appears that the Queen has utilized her authority to secretly facilitate their passage. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to elude the Shadow Guards. Their clandestine entry warrants a report to His Majesty." After some contemplation, Luo Feng deemed it necessary to inform the Emperor, as Wang Han Kuo was no ordinary figure, and the Prince of Guanshan had entered the city without prior notice. Such an act could be construed as treason. No need for that. They are already doomed. What purpose does reporting serve? Chu Yun replied languidly. "Your Highness implies that you intend to take action against them in 10 days at the Cangfeng Mountains?" Luo Feng asked. Chu Yun smiled faintly and nodded gently. "Had it not been for Wang Han Kuo's offer of conditions today, I would have already commanded Wan Lei to act. However, this way is also advantageous. Considering the resources of the Queen's faction, it is highly probable they can meet his demands. In 10 days, I shall collect both the treasures and the individuals. What a delightful prospect. Very well, Commander Luo, let us first pay a visit to my brother." "Yes, Your Highness." The three departed from the Grand Hall, traversing through the night until they arrived at the secret chamber where Chu Yuan was held captive. At that moment, Chu Yuan was bound and exhausted, his head drooping low. The noise of their entrance roused him from his stupor. "Chu Yun, Luo Feng, you dare to bring me here. Do you not understand that if my mother and elder brother discover my disappearance tomorrow, you shall face dire consequences? Kidnapping a prince is a crime worthy of death." Upon encountering Chu Yun and Luo Feng, Chu Yuan was instantly consumed by rage, threatening and berating them. TSK, third brother, what you say is quite amusing. Who among us isn't a prince? As for your concerns, rest assured, your mother and your elder brother will remain oblivious to the fact that you have been replaced." Chu Yun remarked with a playful smile. "What do you mean by that? You've bound me and even found someone to impersonate me. Chu Yun, you little wretch. So you dare play these tricks with me? You are just like your mother, an utterly despicable creature. I cannot fathom what charms that woman possesses to bewilder our father so, yet it does not change the fact that she is a disgrace." At this moment, Chu Yuan cast aside all pretense, his disdain for Chu Yun and his mother unabashedly pouring forth. Chu Yun regarded him with a chilling calmness that was somewhat fearsome. "Commander Luo, has Miss Yu already conducted the soul search?" Chu Yun inquired in a serene tone. "Yes, Your Highness," Luo Feng responded. "Good, then you may leave." Obeying Chu Yun's command, Luo Feng and Wan Lei exchanged glances before nodding in agreement and swiftly exiting the dim chamber. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Yun faced Chu Yuan. Blood Heaven World. In an instant, the power of the heavenly blood divine root within Chu Yun surged to its zenith. His blood energy boiling over as it erupted from him, forming a circular blood realm that enveloped the entire chamber. Chapter 34. Chu Yun's Methods. The might of the Blood Heaven World. In a heartbeat, the environment transformed around them. The two found themselves above a lake of blood. At the heart of this blood lake lay a remnant island, the sky awash in crimson, enveloped in a mist of sanguine energy. What is this place? Chu Yuan gasped, astonished and trembling at the sudden change. The blood heaven world. This is the universe within my body. Though somewhat small, it is at least an independent realm. Chu Yun stated flatly, his expression unchanged. Your world? Chu Yun, are you lost in a grand delusion? With your insignificance, you dare to dream such foolish dreams. If you have any sense, release me at once. Otherwise, when your mother discovers this, neither your mother nor the Azura can save you. Chu Yuan scoffed at Chu Yun's words. Without indulging in further banter, Chu Yun's fingertip shimmered with pulsating blood energy, and several tendrils of blood radiated a dazzling crimson light. Suddenly, dozens of slender blood serpents emerged from the blood lake, their mouths agape, fiercely sinking their fangs into Chu Yuan's flesh. Ah, Chu Yun, you little beast. Elder brother and mother will never let you off the hook. Chu Yuan's eyes filled with blood vessels as the venom from the serpents coursed through his veins. And soon, toxic patterns began to manifest upon his skin, spreading through every inch of his being. The insidious poison coursed through his veins, relentlessly corroding his internal organs and tormenting his spirit. This agony could only be described as a fate worse than death. Chu Yun, if you possess the audacity, then end my life. Otherwise, once I escape, I shall ensure you face the consequences. 3 blood serpents latched onto his neck, and Chu Yuan, consumed by both pain and fury, howled in torment, his wretched cries echoing throughout the blood heaven realm. Wishing for death? Such a desire is not easily fulfilled. These serpents, once they latch onto you, will transform their venom into another toxin once your body nears its limits, employing a method of counteracting poison with poison to detoxify you. However, your suffering shall not diminish in the slightest. Thus, day after day, the torment continues without end. Brother, do savor the gift I have bestowed upon you. A cold smile graced Chu Yun's face as he turned away. Chu Yun, you wretched spawn, I shall not let you escape my wrath. I will kill you. Ah! Chu Yuan's frenzied roars reverberated, mingling with his anguished cries from the relentless blood poison. Yet, Chu Yun had already returned to the outside world, the oppressive blood energy in the chamber dissipating entirely. This was the essence of his innate divine ability, the blood heaven realm. His blood heaven realm, at present, remained merely a solitary blood lake, its power considerable yet ultimately limited. Nevertheless, the blood heaven realm could evolve in accordance with his cultivation and the infusion of celestial blood substances, gradually enhancing its potential. It could transform into a vast sea of blood, a blood city, a blood realm, or even a true world of existence. This was the pivotal reason he had proposed the acquisition of the 10,000-year blood essence stone to elevate his blood heaven realm. In doing so, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. Ding! Master, Chu Yuan's hatred level has reached 100% and is ready for harvesting at any moment. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. It appeared that Chu Yuan had harbored deep-seated animosity towards him from the very beginning. After all, it was improbable that his hatred would escalate to such an extent after only a brief period of torment. Yet, Chu Yun was in no haste to harvest him. Retaining him would be advantageous for drawing the hatred of the queen or the crown prince, yielding far more effective results. In the Eastern Palace, the 10,000-year blood essence stone and the pinnacle of Nirvana realm's evil infant were truly extraordinary treasures. Such rare artifacts could only be wielded by individuals of the esteemed rank. Xiaoyan was indeed audacious in his demands. The guest known as Mr. Bai, under the prince's command, spoke with a grave expression. The Black Iron King and Wang Hansua, along with others, sat nearby. Prince Chu Rong remained silent, his demeanor contemplative. Your Highness, these 2 conditions are undeniably exorbitant. You must deliberate carefully before agreeing, reminded the Black Iron King. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Rong responded. If we consider it from another perspective, the mere audacity of Xiao Yin to present such conditions indicates that his own worth must be at least equal to these 2 items. The assistance that he may provide in the future is undoubtedly immeasurable. Such a prodigy possesses a certain pride, which is indeed understandable. As for this matter, I hold no objections. However, the Eastern Palace lacks these 2 items. I shall need to enter the palace tomorrow to consult with my mother regarding this. You have all worked hard this evening. Please return and rest. Everyone replied, Yes, Your Highness. It was evident to all that the Crown Prince truly admired and appreciated this Xiaoyan, having accepted such lofty terms. Should Xiaoyan join the Eastern Palace, his status would likely place him above all but one. In the Yinyu Tower, within a room on the second floor, an elder was reporting to Sun Yin regarding his observations. Are you implying that there is a respected guardian by Xiaoyan's side? Sun Yin inquired, furrowing his brow. Indeed. My lord, there is no mistake. The magnetic field created by that thunderous power held me in place. Such force could only be wielded by a being of the respected level, the elder replied with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin fell into deep contemplation. If Xiaoyan indeed had a respected guardian, then all previous judgments and analyses made by him and their master regarding Xiaoyan must be entirely reconsidered. What does it mean to have a respected guardian? Within the entire Great Xia dynasty, there are fewer than 3 prodigious individuals under the age of 60 with such guardianship, and each is backed by formidable power. For instance, Prince Chu Rong of the Great Xia dynasty has his mother as his backing. The strength and foundation of the Queen's faction are sufficient to provide a respected figure as the protector of Prince Chu Rong. Yet, Xiaoyan's identity and background remain elusive. If he possesses a respected guardian, he could not possibly be an unanchored rogue cultivator. Moreover, he dares to propose conditions that, should the Eastern Palace be able to meet them, he would join. This is exceedingly suspicious. I understand now. You may leave, Sun Yin instructed. Yes, my lord. After the elder departed, the door was securely shut. Sun Yin, with a serious expression, remarked, Master, it appears we must reassess this Xiaoyan. If a respected guardian is indeed present, it should not be difficult to investigate within the confines of the Great Xia dynasty, provided he is not an outsider. I have received word from headquarters that no geniuses have entered this territory in recent years. If we cannot uncover the truth, we must consider whether a power has secretly risen, of which we are unaware. The voice of the Yinyu Tower's master echoed once more. Sun Yin's countenance shifted. Yes, I will immediately dispatch someone to investigate, ensuring clarity on this matter. After Chu Yin exited the secret chamber, he sought out Luo Feng, from whom he learned of the soul-searching results concerning Chu Yuan. At tomorrow's banquet in the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong merely intends to gauge Chu Yun's strength and talent to ascertain his capabilities. As for the events of years past, Chu Yuan was not yet 10 years old at the time and is not well versed in the specifics. He only knows that everything was orchestrated by his mother. From the very depths of his being, he harbored an unrelenting disdain for the favored consort Shi, as his memories began with his father, the emperor, consistently neglecting his mother. Consequently, Chu Yuan's animosity extended not only towards consort Shi but also to anyone associated with her. His loathing was profound. The rest, in comparison, amounted to mere trivialities. Whether indulging in frivolities at the pleasure houses or engaging in debauched revelries with a cadre of noblemen, such conduct was utterly insufferable. As the blossoming youth of the nation, one must not emulate such behavior. It serves as a cautionary tale against the vices of deceit, gambling, and drugs. At the break of dawn, the crown prince had already made his way to the palace, returning to the Eastern Palace only by midday. Having secured the queen's permission for his departure, he directly instructed Wang Han to relay this news back to the God Emperor. In his youth, the God Emperor had captured several Nirvana realm demonic infants, one of which, a pinnacle Nirvana infant, was sealed within the imperial confines. As for Lady Lan, she personally conveyed a message to the leader of the Blood God sect, requesting a piece of a millennium-old blood essence stone. Such stones were plentiful within the Blood God sect. However, a millennium-old specimen was an exceedingly rare treasure, necessitating her personal intervention. A complex logistical operation was currently unfolding under the meticulous orchestration of the Queen's faction. Yet, little did they realize that in their fervent efforts to procure treasures for Xiaoyan, they would ultimately gain nothing, suffering both losses in resources and personnel. As time progressed, the day of the Eastern Palace banquet swiftly approached. This evening, Chu Yin donned his attire and stepped outside, where Luo Feng awaited him at the entrance. Your Highness. Chu Yin regarded him with a nod. Commander Luo, let us proceed. Yes. Given that the esteemed Master Wan Lei had previously appeared at the Misty Rain Pavilion and donned only a mask in the Songfeng mountain range, Chu Yin opted to keep him within the estate to avoid any unnecessary incidents. Tonight, the Eastern Palace was abuzz with activity. The Crown Prince himself hosted a banquet to celebrate the return of the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, extending invitations to nearly all the young nobility in the imperial city. Among the guests were the young lords of various noble houses, daughters of prominent families, and the offspring of powerful figures within the city, all eager to witness the long-lost 9th Prince and discern his countenance. As Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the prince's residence, They leisurely approached the gates of the Eastern Palace. A few attendants awaited at the entrance to greet guests, and upon spotting the unfamiliar visage of Chu Yun, one stepped forward with a courteous inquiry. Might you be the ninth prince? Indeed, Chu Yun replied with a subtle nod. Your Highness, please enter. The crown prince has been awaiting you. The attendant promptly guided the pair into the Eastern Palace. Inside the opulent and lavish hall of the Eastern Palace, several captivating songstresses adorned in dance attire were performing in the center to entertain the guests. Seated at the head of the table was Crown Prince Chu Rong, flanked by several other princes of the dynasty and a multitude of renowned dignitaries from the city. Among them, the third prince, Chu Yuan, occupied the esteemed position directly to the left of the crown prince, illustrating the deep bond and regard the crown prince held for him. Yet he remained blissfully unaware that the present Chu Yuan had long been supplanted. The ninth prince has arrived. Upon this proclamation, the gaze of all the nobility in the hall turned towards the entrance. There stood Chu Yun, exuding an air of calm and composure, clad in resplendent garments that subtly conveyed his noble lineage. Luo Feng followed closely behind him, and as the eyes of the gathered dignitaries focused upon them, the pair proceeded directly into the grand hall to pay their respects to the crown prince. With a gentle smile, Chu Yun performed a respectful salute towards the crown prince seated at the highest point. Aha! Brother Nine and Commander Luo have come. As brothers, there is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats. Our friends have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, the crown prince, Chu Rong, said with a kind smile. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently took a seat beside Luo Feng in an available space on the right. Chu Yun could feel the collective attention of the assembly upon him. Some gazed with curiosity, while others scrutinized him with disdain. Your Highness, I have heard that several of my brothers have also arrived today. Might you be so kind as to introduce them to me? Chu Yun inquired after settling into his seat. Certainly, Brother Nine. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have introduced them to you. The gentleman to your left is your fourth brother, Prince Chu Shen. To your right is your fifth brother, Prince Chu Yu. The lady across from you is your sixth sister, Princess Chu Xinyan. Next to her is your seventh brother, Prince Chu Bei. Finally, seated opposite your third brother is your eighth brother, Prince Chu Hao. In the entire hall, apart from the second prince who commanded the border troops, all other princes and princesses were present. As Chu Yun surveyed his siblings, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Chu Yun was already somewhat familiar with these brothers. The fourth, fifth, and seventh princes were not particularly prominent among the princes and did not belong to the crown prince's faction. They were considered neutral. The sixth princess and the eighth prince, both born of the favored consort, naturally shared a closer bond than with the others. As for the second prince, he was regarded as the most astute. His talents surpassed those of all his siblings in both literary and martial pursuits. In fact, he had once outshone the crown prince. However, due to the passing of his mother and his lack of political backing, he chose to request an early deployment to the borders, thus distancing himself from the intrigues of the court and the whirlpool of imperial power. At this moment, Chu Yun rose, raising his goblet in salute to his siblings, saying, Esteemed brothers and sisters, having recently returned to the imperial city, I am still unfamiliar with its people and affairs. Therefore, I did not pay my respects immediately. I implore my esteemed siblings not to take offense. Here, I shall offer a self-punishment with this cup. With that, he downed the entire drink in one gulp. Chapter 36. The Banquet Intrigues, Princess of Guanshan. Haha. Little Nine, we are all brothers. There is no need for such formalities. We are genuinely delighted by your return. The Empress and our father have missed you dearly over the years. Now that you have returned, it fulfills a long-held wish of theirs. The fourth prince, Chu Shun, remarked with a smile. Indeed, Brother Nine, we are all family here. There is no need for formalities. In the future, if anything arises in the city, do not hesitate to seek out Sister Lu. The sixth princess, Chu Xinyan, interjected. Thank you, Sister Lu. Chu Yin replied as he set down his wine cup and resumed his seat. Ninth brother, today's banquet hosted by our eldest brother is primarily for your sake. Should you not showcase your abilities to us, your elder siblings? The voice of Chu Yuan, disguised as the heavenly demoness, floated through the air. This arrangement had been made by the crown prince from the outset, and the heavenly demoness had discreetly informed Chu Yun of the plans for this gathering and how it would pertain to him. Maintaining a composed smile, Chu Yun inquired, What does third brother imply? Chu Yuan chuckled lightly. In our great Xia dynasty, martial prowess has always been held in high esteem. As princes, we must not neglect our martial training. It has been several days since Ninth Brother's return, yet we are still unaware of his innate abilities. Why not take this opportunity at the grand feast for Ninth Brother to demonstrate his talents? Upon hearing this, many dignitaries present wore expressions that suggested deeper meanings. Clearly, the third prince sought to gauge the ninth prince's cultivation level and standing. Third brother. It should be noted that the ninth prince has only just returned a few days ago. Most of the royal techniques and divine powers may still be unfamiliar to him. There is no need to rush, spoke the eighth prince, Chu Hao, unexpectedly defending Chu Yun. It was worth noting that during the auction at the Misty Rain Pavilion, Chu Hao's associates had participated in gathering intelligence on the defenses of his princely estate, casting doubt on his intentions towards Chu Yun. The eighth prince, Chu Hao, exuded a scholarly elegance, appearing as a composed and stable individual. Just by observing his demeanor, Chu Yun could sense the weight of his thoughts, which were undoubtedly more complex than they seemed. Eighth brother, your words are misguided. As princes, we merely wish for the ninth prince to showcase his growth during these years spent away, regardless of his strength or weakness, as an elder brother. How could I possibly speak ill of him? Chu Yuan responded. As the host of the banquet, the crown prince leisurely sipped his wine, observing the exchange. Chu Yun understood that if he did not engage, they would only invent further reasons to press him. Thus, what harm was there in participating? I appreciate your intentions. Eighth brother, Chu Yun acknowledged. However, third brother makes a valid point. Since this banquet has been arranged by His Highness the Crown Prince in my honor, I should indeed present my abilities. Slowly rising to his feet, Chu Yun continued, if ninth brother does not wish to, we may simply enjoy our conversation and wine. The Crown Prince, displaying courtesy, suggested, there is no need for such formalities. If ninth brother prefers, we can continue our revelry. Chu Yun shook his head, inwardly mocking the hypocrisy of Chu Rong. He opted to let the third prince act as his mouthpiece, while still seeking to appear virtuous. However, if he was to showcase his prowess, he would require an opponent. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he observed the departing courtesans and turned to the crown prince. Let me demonstrate the skills of the ninth prince. At that moment, a young woman clad in blue among the noble families gradually rose and approached. Who might this be? After a moment of inquiry from Chu Yun, the crown prince promptly introduced, how could I forget? Allow me to present this esteemed individual. This is the beloved pearl of the Guanshan Duke, as well as the adopted daughter of our current national master, Princess Beilanki of Guanshan. Chu Yun regarded her with a smile, exclaiming, it is indeed Princess Guanshan. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Your Highness is too kind. Today, let Beilanki demonstrate her skills against the ninth prince. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Princess Guanshan replied with a gentle smile. Chu Yun, unfazed, responded, of course, of course. Ninth brother, princess, let this competition be a simple exchange of techniques. We must not let it disturb our harmony, the crown prince hypocritically cautioned. Yes, your highness. Rest assured, eldest brother, the two competitors replied before positioning themselves opposite each other. Mere 5 steps apart, with all eyes in the hall fixed intently upon them. Princess Beilanki's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the gathering chi stage. Among the numerous prodigies within the imperial city, she was not particularly outstanding. Yet, they all understood that Chu Yun had been missing for over 20 years. Deprived of royal resources and training since childhood, and had only returned a few days prior. The outcome of this contest was undoubtedly bleak. There was no suspense to be had. Forgive me, ninth prince. 5-star divination. Princess Beilanki initiated the assault, conjuring 5 ethereal orbs of energy that descended from 5 different directions like celestial bodies. Chu Yun merely glanced upward, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, effortlessly evading the 5 energy spheres with astonishing speed. The 8th prince's pupils narrowed slightly, and the other princes, witnessing Chu Yun's swiftness, instantly sensed that their 9th brother was no ordinary contender. Unfazed by his evasion, Princess Beilanki directed her energy, launching hundreds of radiant beams from the 5 energy orbs that cascaded down like a torrential rain. At this moment, Chu Yun raised his left palm, releasing his energy to coalesce before him into a crimson arc break. The blood-red arc surged forth, as swift and voracious as a dragon, splattering and shattering the radiant beams. Bang, bang, bang. The blood arc pressed on with relentless momentum, piercing through the 5 energy spheres of Princess Beilanki. By the time she reacted, the arc was poised ominously at her brow, perilously close to her life. At this sight, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Princess Beilanki's face paled, her breath momentarily stilled by fear. The expressions of the onlookers reflected shock, even the crown prince's eyes betraying a glimmer of deep astonishment. "Are you frightened, princess?" Chu Yun withdrew his power and approached her, a subtle smile upon his face. "And no, I am fine. Thank you, Ninth Prince, for your restraint." Princess Beilanki exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. "That is good to hear." Chu Yun then turned to the crown prince. "Eldest brother, I hope this display meets your satisfaction, as well as that of all present?" He inquired deliberately. "Ninth brother, you have truly surprised me. I did not expect you to have reached the early stages of the transformation Qi realm. I am genuinely pleased for you," the crown prince replied. Despite the myriad of discontent swirling within him, Chu Rong maintained a facade of cheerfulness. In Chapter 37, during the second background edit, it was evident that the aura of power exuded by Chu Yun was indeed characteristic of the initial stage of Qi transformation. This was primarily due to Chu Yun's prior awareness of the prince's arrangements upon arriving at the East Palace, prompting him to have Master One lay seal his cultivation, limiting it to the early stage of Qi transformation. This precaution was taken to prevent the exposure of his identity as Xiaoyan. After all, having acquired something so precious, it would be heart-wrenching to lose it over a mere banquet. Listening to Chu Rong's excessively insincere remarks, Chu Yun replied, "In comparison to my elder brother, I still fall woefully short." The ninth prince, overly modest, responded, "I am merely younger than you by a few years. Should you reach my age, your cultivation would undoubtedly be impressive." Chu Yun smiled lightly, choosing not to engage further as he returned to his seat. "Ninth brother, I have heard that when you first returned, your cultivation was merely at the gathering Qi stage. How is it that, in just a few days, you have advanced to the Qi transformation stage? Could it be that you encountered some fortuitous event during this brief period?" The fifth prince, Chu Yu, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Chu Yun replied with calm assurance, "Fifth brother, you must have misheard. Upon my return, I was already at the early stage of Qi transformation, but I simply chose not to disclose it." The fifth prince nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. Ninth brother, I observe that your cultivation seems to pertain to a blood-based technique. This reminds me of a certain prominent figure in the imperial city in recent days." Suddenly, the eighth prince, Chu Hao, spoke up. "Eighth brother, are you referring to Xiaoyan, who gained fame after the battle at Yanyu Tower?" inquired the seventh prince. Chu Bei. "Indeed," Chu Hao affirmed with a serious expression. "It is said that Xiaoyan practices blood techniques, and, despite being at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he effortlessly defeated a peak Golden Core duelist at Yanyu Tower. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, no one currently knows where this Xiaoyan hails from or what he looks like. Otherwise, it would be imperative to make his acquaintance." Chu Yuan suddenly interjected. "Since we both practice blood techniques, what if the ninth prince is indeed Xiaoyan? Wouldn't you have already made his acquaintance?" At this, Chu Yun immediately turned his gaze towards the heavenly demon girl, recognizing her intent to provoke him. Nevertheless, he was taken aback. This woman certainly knew how to stir excitement. The other attendees merely chuckled at Chu Yuan's remark, treating it as a jest. Although both were practitioners of blood techniques, could the ninth prince truly be Xiaoyan? That seemed utterly implausible. A disparity of realms between Qi transformation and Golden Core was a chasm of insurmountable difference, especially in the eyes of the crown prince. What was Chu Yun, after all, to be compared with the esteemed Xiaoyan, who was soon to join the East Palace? Such a comparison was a blatant affront to Xiaoyan's dignity. Eighth brother, rest assured, if you wish to befriend Xiaoyan as your elder brother, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your desire." The crown prince's words took the eighth prince by surprise, yet he responded, "I am grateful, elder brother." Thus, the banquet descended into its most tedious segment. It was merely a series of polite expressions. As the host, the crown prince introduced Chu Yun to the distinguished guests present, detailing their identities and backgrounds. Chu Yun reciprocated their toasts, exchanging trivial pleasantries. The banquet only concluded deep into the night. Subsequently, Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace's side hall, Crown Prince Chu Rong, Chu Yuan, Princess Beilan Shi of Guanshan, along with Wang Hansua and the Guanshan prince, who had long resided within the Eastern Palace, were seated together. The initial stage of the transformation realm was somewhat unexpected. This little bastard had been outside for over 20 years, yet he managed to break through to this realm. This suggests that his talent is likely not lacking. Otherwise, how could anyone achieve such rapid progress in a remote sect like the Jiuhua sect, where resources are scarce? Wang Hansua analyzed calmly. Although in the initial stage of the transformation realm, he was not among the elite talents in the imperial city. It was essential to recognize that Chu Yun had lived in the resource-deprived Jiuhua sect, far removed from the quality resources enjoyed by others. Even so, he had managed to reach the initial stage of the transformation realm. This could only be attributed to his innate talent. The Crown Prince's expression darkened slightly, his gaze turning cold as he remarked, "Humph. Once this tumult passes, it will be his demise. Moreover, I am about to acquire the unparalleled genius Xiao Yan, whom I shall cultivate. By then, not only will this lucky survivor be crushed, but even the second in line will stand no chance. At that time, the previous generation will be restrained by my mother, while this generation will be entirely under my dominion. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, no one shall escape my grasp." The Crown Prince's words unabashedly revealed his desire for control and insatiable ambition. "Your Highness, should we send someone to keep an eye on Chu Yun? Given his current talent, should he manage to garner support from some influential families within the city? It may pose a threat to our future plans," advised the Guanshan Prince. The Crown Prince shook his head with unwavering confidence. "Prince, you overestimate him. His demonstrated strength today was indeed beyond our expectations, yet he is far from being a contender for me. He is but an insignificant ant. Were it not for his uncle, the Shura sovereign, still residing within the palace, I could easily find someone to crush him at any moment. Have you ever seen the need to monitor an ant?" Upon hearing this, the Baisong Prince refrained from further comment. After discussing the progress of the Eternal Bloodstone and the peak Nirvana Realm Evil Infant, they each departed. The following day, Chu Yun rose early, primarily due to the cooldown period for editing backgrounds having elapsed. System, check the editing points. Editing points, 6,400. Recommend a few favorable backgrounds. I wish to see what options are available. Recommended backgrounds include the illegitimate son of Empress Lan Ji, 2,000 editing points. The direct disciple of the ancestral mountain clan elder, 1,500 editing points. The closed-door disciple of the blood god sect's master, 1,700 editing points. The father of Prince Chu Rong, 4,000 editing points. The younger brother of Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, 6,000 editing points. The Prime Minister's longtime confidant, Meng Changjong, 4,800 editing points. The reincarnation of the heavenly demon woman's beloved from her past life, 6,000 editing points. The destined empress, Meng Ruxue, whose past is fraught with unresolved emotions, 8,000 editing points. The sole disciple of the carefree master, 10,000 editing points. The leader of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. The brother of the Holy King of Heaven, 20,000 editing points. Upon seeing these recommended backgrounds, Chu Yun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The queen's illegitimate child is something he would only edit out of sheer boredom. Even Chu Rong's father has made it into the mix. Good heavens, is this system trying to make him wear a green hat before his own father? Yet, he is genuinely curious to see how the prince would call him father. That scene would undoubtedly be quite dramatic. However, it is undeniably abstract. System, you are becoming increasingly adept at recommendations. Are you planning to venture into the realm of abstraction? Chu Yun mentally remarked. System, hee, isn't it dramatic, master? You too can be an abstract and dramatic person, system. Chapter 38. The Reincarnated Beloved of the Heavenly Demon Woman. A few black lines appeared on Chu Yun's forehead. This system truly embodies the essence of Amaterasu. Full of contradictions. Wait a moment. The backgrounds of Meng Changjong and Meng Ruxue are somewhat acceptable in terms of price. But why does Sun Yin's younger brother have an editing point value of 6,000? What kind of joke is this? Chu Yun immediately sensed that something about this pricing was unreasonable. A schemer. Absolutely a schemer. System, master. Although Sun Yin is merely at the peak of the Nirvana realm, his identity within the Misty Rain Tower is quite exceptional. He is the nephew of a senior figure at the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower, and he was sent to the Great Xia Dynasty due to some errors he made. However, with his uncle's influence, it is only a matter of time before Sun Yin is recalled to the headquarters, so his editing value of 6,000 is truly not high. In fact, it is quite a reasonable price. Chu Yun, is this true? System, no deception here. What about those others? Why is each one more exorbitantly priced than the last? Their values surpass even that of the destined empress? Who are those individuals? The carefree master, an unparalleled prodigy from the previous generation of the Yuan realm, dedicated his life to sword cultivation, traversing the world as a wandering cultivator, achieving the pinnacle of the supreme path, and is renowned as invincible among equals. As for the leader of the Rakshasa sect, Their strength surpasses that of the great Xia dynasty by countless degrees. In the Rakshasa sect, a respectful realm cultivator can only serve as a protector or elder. Only those who reach the supreme level are considered core high-ranking members. The Holy King of Heaven, a transcendent being, can dominate everything in the great Xia dynasty with a single thought. Good heavens! How terrifying! Invincible among equals and transcending into the sacred, these individuals are truly celestial. Qian marveled at the formidable backgrounds of these figures. However, given his current editing points, he chose not to pursue further options. He decided to address the immediate issues at hand, and the most suitable choice for him was to select a background editor between the Destiny Empress and the Demoness. Unfortunately, his editing points were insufficient for the Destiny Empress. After careful consideration, he resolved to edit the background of the Demoness' former beloved. As he proceeded with the editing of the Demoness' former beloved background, Chu Yun's editing points dwindled to a mere 400. Background is being edited. Please wait. Causality alteration complete. Identity reset complete. Congratulations, Master. Identity editing successful. With the background editing completed, Chu Yun found new memories flooding into his mind. Long ago, the Demoness was but an ordinary girl, frail and sickly, cared for by a boy who was also an orphan. Over time, as they spent time together, feelings blossomed. Yet neither dared to acknowledge their bond. One fateful day, the Demoness' extraordinary beauty caught the eye of a young noble from a prominent family. In his desire to possess her, he brutally murdered the boy in her presence. Tragically, the boy perished without the Demoness having a chance to confess her feelings. Witnessing the death of her beloved shattered the Demoness' spirit, awakening the dormant power of her celestial, demonic body within. Thus, a legendary figure emerged in the annals of the original realm's history. Chu Yun's identity, in fact, was the reincarnation of that deceased boy. What a narrative indeed. The tale of a beloved sacrificed to the heavens, wielding boundless powers. Chu Yun mused. Alas, the Demoness never uttered the words, "Revive, my love." Otherwise, the plot would have reached a sublime crescendo. At that moment, he glanced at the mole in the center of his palm and the birthmark on his leg. Both unique marks from the body of that boy from long ago. In due time, he would merely have to reveal them inadvertently before the Demoness, and everything would fall into place naturally. Though reincarnated beings may not necessarily bear the traits of their past lives, should the Demoness harbor any suspicion, she would undoubtedly seek her own means of verification. At this moment, Chu Yun feared nothing more than such verification. "My lord, are you in?" Suddenly, a voice called from the door. It was Atai. "What is it?" Upon hearing Chu Yun's voice, Atai responded promptly, "My lord, Miss Yu has returned and wishes to see you." Chu Yun was somewhat taken aback. It was as if fate had intervened. However, logically speaking, the Demoness should have been at the third prince's residence at this time. Why had she returned so abruptly? Could something significant have occurred? Let her come in. "Yes, my lord." It wasn't long before Atai departed, and a captivating fragrance wafted through the doorway. The Demoness entered without knocking, directly pushing the door open. "You seem quite at ease," she remarked upon seeing Chu Yun seated at the table, enjoying a hot pot and sipping fine wine. The chill in the air prompted Chu Yun to suggest with a smile, "Shall we sit down and share a meal?" The heavenly Demoness then approached and took a seat beside him. "Aren't you curious as to why I returned so suddenly?" Chu Yun shook his head. "This is your home. You can return whenever you wish." Her heart was momentarily perplexed by his words. Is he being flirtatious? I'm not some naive girl new to the world. His remarks even elicited a hint of amusement from her. With a serious demeanor, the heavenly Demoness declared, "I have come to inform you that the Destiny Empress intends to forge the source of nirvana. You are aware of my relationship with her. Thus, I must thwart her plans." She continued, "Her strength rivals my own, and I shall confront her in my true form. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise that affect this incarnation, I would be powerless." Chu Yun, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped her intention. Naturally, she sought his assistance in countering the Destiny Empress to prevent the success of her endeavor. After all, if the heavenly Demoness incarnation were compromised, it would ultimately be detrimental to him as well. After swallowing his food, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "I have not stated that I wouldn't assist you. Provide me with the specific time and location, and I shall personally intervene to help you deal with the Destiny Empress." The heavenly Demoness was taken aback, not expecting such a prompt agreement from him. This was indeed beyond her expectations. Yet, she remained unaware that Chu Yun was determined to thwart Meng Rushue's plans. Otherwise, the source of nirvana in his possession would end up gathering dust like Yin Peng's Azura. Very well. I will notify you the moment I take action. She nodded in response. Are you truly not going to eat? This hot pot is quite delectable, Qin invited once more. It was only then that the heavenly demoness glanced at the bubbling ingredients before her. Deep within, a long-sealed memory seemed to surface. In the days before she embarked on her cultivation journey, someone had prepared a hot pot identical to the one before her, and they had savored it together in an abandoned temple on a snowy day. Noticing her momentary distraction, Chu Yun felt a surge of delight. This hot pot was indeed his little ploy. If you wish to eat, just say so. Why are you in a daze? Come, let me serve you. I am being generous, he said, taking a bowl and filling it for her, deliberately presenting it with his palm facing her. As the heavenly demoness came to her senses and reached out to accept it, her gaze suddenly fell upon the mole on Chu Yun's palm. In that instant, her expression and movement froze. What's wrong? Qin asked, his hand suspended in midair, feigning ignorance. The sight of the mole struck the heavenly demoness like a bolt of lightning. Her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. The position was identical, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Even the shape and size were perfectly matched. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? The heavenly demoness regained her composure, her gaze locked intently on Chu Yun. Suddenly, she rose, her hand gripping Chu Yun's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? While my allure is indeed substantial, there is no need to be so wild. Chu Yun exclaimed after placing his bowl down. The heavenly demoness, however, paid no heed to his words, raising his pant leg to reveal the skin beneath. Her gaze fixated on the base of his thigh. Upon spotting the mark there, her countenance trembled, her eyes wide with a tumult of emotions, shock, delight, confusion, each flickering across her face in rapid succession, an intricate tapestry of feelings. Chu Yun observed her hand resting on his thigh, the warmth emanating from her touch prompting him to jest. So infatuated with me? Why not simply proceed with matters directly? At that moment, the heavenly demoness was beyond listening to him. The turmoil within her had already begun to manifest in her expression. It truly is you, Su Ziheng. You are the reincarnation of Su Ziheng, aren't you? She exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency, as if demanding an immediate answer from Chu Yun. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yun refrained from confirming her assertion. To admit to being Su Ziheng would undoubtedly tarnish his previous playful torment of her. Hence, the veil of forgetfulness served as the most convenient pretext. I know not who this Su Ziheng is that you speak of, but if you claim he is my past life, there may indeed be some truth to that, he replied, feigning ignorance. The heavenly demoness looked puzzled. What do you mean? You have no knowledge of who you were in your past life. She found the situation perplexing. If Chu Yun was unaware of his previous identity, how could he possibly see through her own? At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Frankly, I am quite oblivious to who my past self was. I possess no memories of a previous life. As for how I discerned your identity, it is simply due to my unique vision, which allows me to perceive the myriad causes and effects in this world, including yours. Chu Yun concocted a casual explanation. As expected, the heavenly demoness did not press further regarding the nature of his extraordinary vision, her focus entirely consumed by the implications of his past life. In these two aspects alone, you and Ziheng are indistinguishable. The birthmark and the mole on your hand share the same position, size, and shape. What are the odds of such a coincidence existing in this world? At this moment, her heart desperately wished to affirm that Chu Yun was indeed Su Ziheng. After all, in her youth, Su Ziheng had been her sole source of emotional solace. His demise had led her to become the demon empress, the heavenly demoness. Yet beneath this resplendent exterior lay a heart sealed away from the world, and Su Ziheng was the singular key to unlocking that seal. Nonetheless, reason still whispered to her that the traits of a reincarnated soul would not perfectly mirror those of its predecessor. Perhaps this was merely an extraordinary coincidence, especially since Chu Yun himself had claimed to lack any memories of Su Ziheng. After a moment of silence, Chu Yun added, "These two marks have been with me since my earliest memories. However, relying solely on these two elements does not allow for a definitive conclusion, unless you possess other means to validate it." As if inspired by this notion, the celestial sorceress experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, there exists an object that can ascertain whether you are truly Ziheng. With a mere thought, a withered flower materialized in her hand. This flower had been nurtured by Ziheng himself. It initially blossomed from a single drop of his blood. After his demise, the flower withered. I sealed it within my soul for many years, and during my reign as empress, I cast a spell upon it, allowing only Ziheng's sole power to unlock it. and enable the flower to bloom anew. Now give it a try. If you can cause this flower to blossom once more. Without a doubt, you are the reincarnation of Zhang. The celestial sorceress was filled with impatience, and her expression was telling of her overwhelming concern and significance she placed on this matter, surpassing all else. Chu Yun observed her reaction, surprised by her intensity, which exceeded her expectations. This illustrates just how profoundly Zhang mattered to her, an irreplaceable uniqueness. Chu Yun silently accepted the flower, cradling it in her palm, and gradually infused it with her soul power. Suddenly, the once withered flower visibly regained its luster, its fragrance blossoming anew. Zhang, it truly is you. Witnessing this, the celestial sorceress fully affirmed Chu Yun's identity. Tears welled in her eyes as long-buried memories flooded her mind. She recalled their days as teenagers, relying on each other, and how Zhang endured an hour of punishment merely to secure a bun for her. She remembered the night of heavy snowfall when she fell ill and nearly froze to death, only for Zhang to carry her to safety in a cave. Despite his own frostbite, she recalled the look in Zhang's eyes as he lay dying, filled with tears yet brimming with suppressed affection accumulated over the years. All these memories, engraved in her heart, would be eternally unforgettable. Thus, who exactly was this Zhang? What connection did he have to my past life? Reaching this juncture, Chu Yun could only feign ignorance, asking knowingly. The celestial sorceress wiped her tears and gazed at him with a complex array of emotions. He was a remarkable individual and had once been the most significant person in her life. Since you do not remember, there is no need to force yourself to recall. Your past life belongs to your past. You are still the 9th prince of the Dynasty Dynasty, Chu Yun, and that will never change. Chu Yun held her gaze. You seem rather unwell, celestial sorceress. The celestial sorceress rarely smiled, replying, Do not call me celestial sorceress. Refer to me as Xiner. You used to call me that. And do not worry about me. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. After a moment's contemplation, the celestial sorceress earnestly declared, Chu Yun, from this moment on, remember that no matter what happens, I will unconditionally stand by your side, accompanying you through it all, regardless of your present belief. Time shall reveal the truth of all matters. Chu Yun, sensing her sincerity, gazed into her eyes and declared, No proof is needed. I trust you. At that moment, their eyes locked, and a shared smile illuminated their faces. Chapter 40. The ambitions of Meng Ruxue and the intricacies of court relations soon after. The demoness departed from the prince's residence, for she must continue her masquerade as Chu Yuan. Thus she could not linger here for long. Chu Yun, seated alone in her chamber, held in her hand the box bestowed upon her by Wang Han and the others, which contained the sealed evil infant. Night Swallow, are you certain of this? She inquired, contemplating the prospect of 2 evil infants at the nirvana stage, enabling a successful evolution to the level of a venerable. Night Swallow answered with utmost respect, Master, this is undoubtedly true. Having reached the pinnacle of the nirvana stage for many years, I have devoured no less than a dozen evil infants of the same stage. I am already on the verge of transcending to the venerable level. If I consume 2 more nirvana stage evil infants, I can assuredly become a venerable evil infant, and I shall not disappoint you. Listening to his fervent assurances, Chu Yun maintained her composure, replying, Let us hope so. Should you attain the venerable level, you will be able to manifest in human form, and you will no longer need to remain concealed within my consciousness. Evil infants of the venerable stage need not exist in their infantile forms. They can effortlessly transform into various forms, such as humans or demonic beasts, posing no challenge for them. Moreover, unless one's cultivation exceeds theirs by a significant margin, even fellow venerables would find it difficult to discern the true form of such an evil infant unless they were to engage in combat. After securing the box, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng to accompany her into the palace. There were matters she wished to discuss with her mother and uncle. At the Prime Minister's residence, Meng Ruxue scrutinized the list in her hand, her gaze lingering thoughtfully over the names. Her preparations for the formation to deal with the nirvana stage had already been set up just outside the imperial city, in a place known as Crescent Moon Valley. This secluded and desolate locale served as the perfect setting for her schemes. Upon thoroughly examining the list, Meng Ruxue's focus ultimately fell upon one individual, the Grand Elder of the Yin family, Yin Song. The Yin family, a prominent local lineage within the imperial city, despite lacking any official positions, commanded respect due to its deep-rooted heritage, with ancestors who had once attained the venerable level. Although their glory had waned, they still ranked among the top 3 families within the imperial city. Particularly, the current head of the Yin family possessed remarkable talent, and the only barrier to his breakthrough to the venerable stage was a mere stroke of fortune. It is he. Meng Ruxue confirmed her target. Hearing this name, the beautiful woman reflected thoughtfully. Miss Yin Song holds a high standing within the Yin family, yet he has no offspring and often remains within the family estate. Luring him out of the city may prove challenging. Meng Ruxue, with an air of calm indifference, replied, "The absence of children does not imply he is devoid of attachments. I have heard that Yin Song has kept several young women outside. Follow this lead and investigate." The beautiful woman responded, "Understood, Mississippi." Within the palace, Qiyun, Shifei, and the Shura sovereign were seated together. "Yuner, do you have something to discuss?" Shifei inquired directly. "Mother, I intend to establish my own network of connections within the imperial city," Chu Yin replied. Shifei exchanged a glance with the Shura sovereign, who crossed his arms and spoke softly, "Do elaborate." "Very well. Uncle, mother, you must be aware that if we disregard the power of the Empress's faction, the Crown Prince's influence and connections are the strongest among all of Father's offspring. Therefore, relying solely on the Shur family would be akin to a lone fist against a multitude. The strength would be insufficient. Thus, I wish to use myself as the foundation to begin constructing a network that is uniquely mine. My primary purpose for coming here is to inquire about the factions within the imperial city that might align with my interests," Chu Yin stated earnestly. His thoughts were undoubtedly the result of careful contemplation. After a moment of silence, Shifei spoke. "Yuner, there are numerous factions within the imperial city, and their relationships are rather intricate. The Crown Prince has already allied with more than half of the local powers. The remaining factions worth considering include the Yin family, Tianbao Pavilion, the Mingwang Mansion, and the Prime Minister's residence." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun recognized these factions. The Yin family was among the top 3 local clans in terms of strength and heritage within the imperial city. The Prime Minister's residence needed no introduction. The former Prime Minister, the foremost power, was indeed a formidable figure of the sovereign realm. Even his uncle would have to show him some respect. The Mingwang Mansion was one of the 3 major mansions in the imperial city. The other 2 were the Black Iron King and the Qin King. The former was already affiliated with the Empress's faction, while the latter had been in closed-door seclusion for 50 years, rendering any consideration of him moot. As for Tianbao Pavilion, prior to the emergence of the Misty Rain Tower, it was the premier trading house of the Great Xia Dynasty, basking in unparalleled glory. However, with the rise of the Misty Rain Tower, Tianbao Pavilion faced severe suppression, resulting in a significant decline in its business. Due to its lack of resources and the prowess of its upper echelons, it could not compete with the Misty Rain Tower. Consequently, Tianbao Pavilion has been consistently overshadowed, with its former splendor now a distant memory. Presently, it can only open branches in other regions of the Great Xia Dynasty to alleviate the financial strain on its main pavilion. Nevertheless, despite its diminished status compared to the Misty Rain Tower, this does not imply that Tianbao Pavilion has completely faltered. After all, it once held the title of the foremost trading house. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The head of Tianbao Pavilion remains a figure of the sovereign realm. However, due to the existence of the Misty Rain Tower, they have been compelled to adopt a low profile. I have heard that the Crown Prince attempted to court these factions, but ultimately, he was unsuccessful. The Shura sovereign remarked with a nod. Indeed, Chu Rong not only tried to win them over, but also sought to approach the Qin King mansion. However, the leaders of these factions are exceedingly shrewd. Rather than entangle themselves in the whirlpool of imperial power, their primary desire is to maintain their own stability. After all, in the struggle for imperial power, no faction has ever dared to claim absolute certainty of victory. They are all astute individuals, fully aware of the consequences that such actions could entail. Chu Yun's expression turned solemn. The primary reason they rejected Chu Rong's enticement, I believe, lies with my father. The Shura sovereign and Lady Shur exchanged a glance of surprise. Yuner, your insight into this matter is truly remarkable. You are correct. The main reason that Prime Minister Meng and the head of Tianbao Pavilion declined the offer is indeed because of your father, the reigning emperor. Chapter 41. The Prime Minister of the Great Xia, Meng Changzhou. Chu Yun clearly understood the intricate relationships at play. As his uncle, the Shura sovereign, had remarked, the current emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty is none other than his father. One must ponder. How could a reigning emperor possibly tolerate his son gathering all the influential figures of the imperial city under his command right before his very eyes? Such a scenario is simply inconceivable. Should such a situation arise, the Grand Commander of the Shadow Guards, who has been in seclusion for many years, would likely reemerge, spilling blood in the imperial city. Meng Changjong and his associates are acutely aware of this fact. The reigning emperor would never allow his son to consolidate power, as such actions would pose a grave threat to the imperial authority. Thus, their refusal of the crown prince's overtures was not only the wisest choice, but also the most prudent. However, if it were Chu Yun, the situation would be entirely different. Should he garner the support of these individuals, he could not only bolster his position within the imperial city, but also stand against the crown prince. Moreover, the emperor would undoubtedly support his endeavors, perhaps even covertly assisting him. As an emperor, he would not wish to see one son dominate while the others remained mere shadows. For the sake of his father, they could not acquiesce to Chu Rong. To do so would be tantamount to jeopardizing the imperial authority, something he could never tolerate. However, should they choose to support me, the implications would be entirely different. Chu Yun's words resonated with Lady Shi and the Shura sovereign. The latter remarked, "But the question remains, how will you win them over? Those individuals are exceptionally shrewd. Aligning with you would mean opposing the Queen's faction. Historically, the victor in the struggle for imperial power enjoys boundless glory and leaves a mark on history, while the vanquished face a dire fate. What will you offer to prove your strength to contend with the Crown Prince and the Queen's faction?" Chu Yun's expression turned serious. "What if I told them I am Xiaoyan?" Upon hearing this, the Shura sovereign pondered thoughtfully. That indeed presents a compelling proposition. But if that is all you have, it may not suffice. Even if you prove you are Xiaoyan, possessing such extraordinary talent, you have yet to fully mature. Without complete development, there remains an element of uncertainty for them. Chu Yun carefully considered his uncle's words, acknowledging the validity of his insights. He is not a fool. Even if he proves himself to be Xiaoyan, it would merely astonish them. However, to expect them to follow him based solely on this revelation may prove somewhat challenging. If he truly wishes to sway the leaders of these factions, he must inevitably reveal some of his hidden cards. "Mother, uncle, I understand. I shall first seek an audience with father. I believe it is necessary to discuss this matter with him. As for how to win over these individuals, I shall contemplate it thoroughly." Chu Yun rose, addressing the two. At present, the evil infant stands as his greatest trump card. Yet, he cannot possibly unveil this life-preserving secret merely to win their favor, as such an act would not only be perilous, but also foolish. Therefore, he resolved to meet with his father, hoping to secure some measure of support. "Indeed, you should seek him out. Should your father be willing to assist you then? At the very least, your connections with the Chancellor should prove unproblematic," the Shura sovereign stated candidly. Throughout the empire, it is well known that Chancellor Meng Zhangzhong is not only the most trusted minister of the Emperor of the Great Xia, but also a childhood companion of the Emperor. With a mere word from the Emperor, Meng Zhangzhong would undoubtedly stand firmly by Chu Yun's side in support. Chu Yun nodded, bidding farewell to the two. And together with Luo Feng, he made his way to the Imperial Study to pay his respects. Inside the Imperial Study, the Emperor of the Great Xia sat comfortably in his chair, engaged in casual conversation with a middle-aged man. This man, clad in official robes, emanated a sense of steadfast reliability. Although his aura was restrained, his demeanor exuded an invisible pressure. Even in the presence of the emperor, he displayed no signs of tension, remaining composed and steady as a mountain. This man was none other than the chancellor of the current dynasty, Meng Zhangzhong, and also the father of the destined empress. "Meng Rushua, Your Majesty, the ninth prince requests an audience," an elderly eunuch announced as he entered. "Oh, the ninth has arrived. Let him in," the emperor replied. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch complied, and shortly thereafter, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the room. "Your servant pays his respects to father," Chu Yun declared. "Luo Feng pays his respects to Your Majesty." Luo Feng bowed as well. "Greetings to the Chancellor," he added, to which the Chancellor nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Yun, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Meng Zhangzhong, surprised at this being his first encounter with him. "There is no need for such formalities. Rise," the emperor instructed. "Thank you, father," the two replied as they stood. Qian then addressed Meng Zhangzhong. "I did not know the Chancellor would be present. It is my first meeting, and I beg your pardon for my ignorance." Meng Zhangzhong smiled. "Ninth Prince, you are too modest. I have long heard His Majesty speak of your remarkable talents. Seeing you today, you truly live up to the name of Xiaoyan." Clearly, his father had already informed Meng Zhangzhong of his identity as Xiaoyan, a fact that did not particularly surprise Chu Yun. "You flatter me, Chancellor," he responded graciously. "Enough of this pleasantry. Old Ninth, you have come to see me for a reason. What is it?" The Emperor inquired directly, fixing his gaze on Chu Yun. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss, though it carries a certain ambiguity." Dream Changzhong chuckled lightly and said, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave." "Wait," the Emperor interjected. "Old Ninth, the Prime Minister is not an outsider. He is one of my most trusted confidants. If there is something to be said, speak plainly. There is no need for pretense." The Emperor's words took Chu Yun by surprise. Dream Changzhong stood silently, contemplating, without uttering a word. "Very well, Your Majesty. Since you insist, I shall speak. I have conversed with Mother and my uncle, and both have consented to my investigation into the truth behind my disappearance all those years ago. I intend to unearth the hidden culprits, one by one. I have come to seek Your Majesty's opinion. Should you agree, I shall proceed further." Chu Yun left some things unsaid, yet his declaration rendered the Emperor's expression exceedingly intricate. Dream Changzhong, standing nearby, wore a look that hinted at deeper implications. Chapter 42, Dream Changzhong's Strategy, the Arrival of the Celestial Dao Sect. "Yun'er, your words suggest you have gleaned some information from your mother and uncle. Tell me, do you blame your father?" The Emperor asked candidly. "I do not," replied Chu Yun. "Is it truly that you do not, or is it out of fear?" The Emperor probed further. "I genuinely bear no resentment towards you, father. As the sovereign of a nation, you must consider the greater good of the dynasty. I completely understand your position and harbor no blame." Chu Yun responded earnestly. The Emperor, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief. "Yun'er, how do you plan to investigate? What measures will you take against those responsible?" Realizing that the Emperor did not oppose him, Chu Yun understood that he could indeed receive considerable support. The Emperor's guilt was one factor. Additionally, he was aware of the current power dynamics within the imperial city, where the Crown Prince's faction dominated. A situation he wished to rectify. "In truth, I have yet to devise a specific plan. However, given that those behind my abduction possess the means to infiltrate the palace, their network must be vast. Relying solely on my efforts would be both time-consuming and arduous. Therefore, I dare to request Your Majesty's recommendation of a few capable individuals. I shall personally seek them out to assist me." Dream Changzhong and the Emperor exchanged glances, recognizing Chu Yun's true intentions. They were both well aware of the shadowy figures from that time. Chu Yun's request served as a pretext to establish his own web of connections. Furthermore, should his father acquiesce, it would signify imperial endorsement, thus enhancing his ability to engage with various factions. After a brief silence, the Emperor gazed at him, his expression laden with significance. "Yun'er, do you feel confident in this endeavor?" "Your Majesty, it appears to me that in certain matters, silence can be as potent as contention. If that is the case, why not invest our utmost efforts and take a risk? As for my confidence, I assure you it exists. Would Your Majesty be inclined to believe me?" This exchange between father and son elicited a subtle change in Meng Changzhong's expression. As he pondered inwardly, this ninth prince possesses intriguing qualities. Naturally, I place my trust in you. Chancellor, fortuitously you are present. From this day forth, you shall assist the ninth prince in investigating those past affairs. Do you consent?" The Emperor laughed heartily and then addressed Meng Changzhong directly. Chu Yun cast a glance toward Meng Changzhong. They all understood that the Emperor was signaling Meng Changzhong to align with Chu Yun. Once the Chancellor's position is declared in favor of the ninth prince, the influence in the imperial city would ascend several tiers. It is worth noting that Meng Changzhong is the foremost power in the court. His influence incomparable to that of the likes of the Black Iron King or the Northern Pine Duke. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Meng Changzhong smiled faintly. "Your Majesty's command I shall naturally abide by. It is indeed a fortune to assist a paragon such as the ninth prince." Chu Yun offered a respectful salute. "Your praise is unwarranted, and I shall seek the Chancellor's guidance whenever I encounter uncertainties." Meng Changzhong replied with a gentle smile. "I shall share all that I know." Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun took his leave from the palace. "What do you think? How is this young man?" Once he departed, the Emperor directly inquired of Meng Changzhong. "He possesses the aura of a sovereign, with remarkable talents for cultivation, a shrewd mind, and decisive actions, truly an exemplary heir." Meng Changzhong's words reflected his favorable impression of Chu Yun. "Indeed, he is quite commendable. In my view, he is the most fitting candidate to inherit the throne. However, The process of dethroning an heir is far more complex than that of establishing one. The emperor's tone faltered momentarily, followed by a soft sigh. Meng Changjong did not contest this. A faction of officials in the court is aligned with the empress. Should the notion of dethronement arise, they would undoubtedly oppose it, leading to turmoil within the court and potentially igniting chaos. Moreover, any attempt to dethrone an heir must be substantiated. A grave mistake must be committed by the crown prince. As the saying goes, one must have a justified cause. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is acutely aware that his adversaries are the crown prince and the faction supporting him. Since your Majesty has requested my assistance for him, why not amplify the situation? Let us expedite the escalation of this conflict, Meng Changjong suggested. The emperor, with a look of skepticism, regarded him. What cunning scheme do you propose? Meng Changjong smiled slightly. We shall employ certain individuals to sound the alarm for the Eastern Palace and the Empress. The emperor grasped his intent. In that case, you may proceed. Very well. As Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence, the afternoon was drawing near. This venture into the palace had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he secured the formidable support of Meng Changjong, but he had also garnered the covert backing of his father, the emperor. His spirits were high, and upon returning to his quarters, he summoned the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to join him in enjoying a hot pot and casual conversation. As night fell, he mused, Your Highness? Ahem, Luo Feng stood awkwardly outside the door, softly announcing, Your Highness, the people from the Wangxian Dao sect have arrived, claiming to have something to deliver to you. After a moment, Chu Yun's voice echoed from within. Understood. Take them to the reception hall and wait for me. Yes, Your Highness. After Luo Feng departed, Chu Yun, with the assistance of Chun, Xia, Chiu, and Dong, completed his cleansing and donned his attire, promptly making his way to the reception hall. Inside the hall, Luo Feng was entertaining two individuals from the Wangxian Dao sect. One was the renowned seventh elder, Yang Muqian. The other was an elder of tall and slender stature, exuding an aura even more formidable than Yang Muqian's. This was the third elder, Feng Zili, a pinnacle practitioner of the Nirvana realm. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun entered. Your Highness. Yang Muqian immediately stood with a beaming smile. Elder Yang? And who might this be? Upon entering, Chu Yun was pleasantly surprised to see an old acquaintance. Luo Feng approached and introduced, Your Highness, this is Elder Feng Zili from the Wangxian Dao sect. Prince Chiu, it is a pleasure to meet you, Feng Zili said with a slight smile. Ah, Elder Feng, it is an honor to finally meet you. Please, have a seat. Once everyone was seated, Yang Muqian continued, Your Highness, the purpose of our visit, alongside the third elder, is primarily to return some items to their rightful owner. Return to their rightful owner? What does Elder Yang mean? Chu Yun inquired, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Your Highness, these items belong to the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family. After collecting them, we at the Wangxian Dao sect have taken the liberty to pack them for your return, Yang Muqian explained. Realization dawned on Chu Yun as he nodded, acknowledging their thoughtfulness. Subsequently, his spiritual consciousness delved into the 3 storage rings before him. To his astonishment, a wealth of treasures lay within. The rings contained 3,000 blood essence stones, a millennium-old flesh spirit herb, 2,000-year-old snow spirit ginseng, earth-grade heavenly spirit pills, earth-grade armor, and celestial-grade soul banners, among other precious items. The collective worth of these treasures far surpassed that of the combined vaults of the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family. Elders, this bounty seems rather excessive, Chu Yun remarked, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked at Feng Zili and Yang Muqian. Not at all. These are merely what Your Highness is rightfully owed. Given the displeasure caused by the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family, particularly in Qingzhou, it is only fitting for us, as the overlords of Qingzhou, to express our sincerity. Yang Muqian replied with a radiant smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun comprehended their intentions. After some contemplation, he responded, Very well then. I shall graciously accept this gesture of goodwill from your esteemed sect. How long do you plan to stay in the imperial city? If you find yourselves with leisure time, might I suggest you reside at my estate? After all, no one would offer such extravagant gifts without reason. The actions of the Wangxian Dao sect could only imply 2 possibilities. The first being a request for assistance. As for the second matter, it pertains to an intentional gesture of goodwill towards him, indicating a desire to forge a friendly rapport. In Chu Yun's perspective, the likelihood of the first scenario seems rather slim. He leans towards the notion that the Wangxian Dao sect wishes to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, or perhaps to align themselves with him. There is no pressing matter at hand, and there is no urgency to depart. Since the ninth prince has expressed it thus, we shall not impose further. Feng Zili responded with a gentle smile. Well said. Tai immediately prepared 2 of the finest guest rooms. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Yun called out, directly assigning the task to Tai. At that moment, Feng Zili, with a calm demeanor, inquired, Ninth Prince, during our journey here, the sect master specifically instructed that should you require any assistance from the Wang Stin Dao sect, do not hesitate to voice your needs. We shall certainly offer our utmost support. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded earnestly. The sect master's thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Upon your return, I shall ensure that my gratitude is conveyed to him. You are too gracious, Ninth Prince. After engaging in further conversation, Chu Yun personally hosted a banquet for the 2 of them. The feast continued late into the night before they retired to their respective chambers. Accompanied by Luo Feng, Chu Yun returned to his quarters. Your Highness, the Wangxian Dao sect's overture was somewhat unexpected. It seems they wish to place their bets on your side? Chu Yun pondered thoughtfully, deeming it premature to draw conclusions. Let us observe further. Very well, it is getting late. Commander Luo, you may retire for the night. Yes, Your Highness. The following day at the Prime Minister's residence. Miss, I have discovered something. Yin Song has been maintaining 3 concubines outside, treating them quite well. The 3 operate a small shop within the city, and despite their beauty, no man dares to covet them, thanks to Yin Song's protection, reported a beautiful woman to Meng Ruxue. He certainly knows how to indulge himself. I have heard my father speak of him. Although old, Yin Song's desires remain unabated. However, he is also a man of loyalty towards women. In that case, let him heed the old adage, to die under the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. What has become of those 3 women? Meng Ruxue inquired with an unyielding expression. I have already arranged for them to be drugged and taken out of the city. They are likely now en route to the Crescent Moon Valley. The capturing stone has also been prepared, awaiting your command to commence the operation. The beautiful woman respectfully replied to Meng Ruxue. Let it be tonight. Personally deliver this capturing stone to Yan's residence, and let him know that if he wishes to rescue them, he must come alone to the Crescent Moon Valley. Meng Ruxue stated with composure. Understood, miss. As dusk approached, Meng Ruxue concealed her presence and quietly exited the city, heading towards the Crescent Moon Valley to await Yin Song's arrival. Meanwhile, at the Ninth Prince's residence, Chu Yun had just spent some time fishing in the pond of his backyard when the heavenly demoness arrived. Xingyu? Upon seeing her once again, Chu Yun instinctively remarked, though he found it puzzling. At this hour, Chu Yuan should be in the Eastern Palace awaiting the evening banquet together. Why would she come to his estate? Do not speculate any further. This is my true form. My doppelganger remains in the Eastern Palace. Observing the perplexed expression on Chu Yun's face, the heavenly demoness promptly elucidated. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun could not resist stealing a few more glances. Unfortunately, based solely on her appearance and aura, the heavenly demoness' true form bore little distinction from her doppelganger. Shiner, is your presence here due to Meng Ruxue's impending actions? Chu Yun inquired. The heavenly demoness nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this very night, at the Crescent Moon Valley outside the city, she has set up an array within the valley, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her prey. She intended to leverage the elder Yin Song of the Yin family, using several of his concubines as leverage to lure him into a deadly trap. Upon learning that Meng Ruxue's target was none other than the elder of the Yin family, Chu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. How fortuitous. The Yin family was indeed one of the factions he aimed to court. It seemed that this elder Yin Song was destined to be saved at all costs. I understand now. However, Shiner, I am quite curious. How did you come to know of Meng Ruxue's plans? Chu Yun asked with intrigue. The heavenly demoness did not conceal the truth. She has reincarnated well. Her reputation is sufficiently formidable, thus it is not difficult for me to control certain individuals around her. Among her subordinates, at least half have been secretly ensnared by my soul manipulation. Hearing this, Chu Yun was genuinely taken aback. Half of Meng Ruxue's assassins were under Shiner's control. It appeared that, at times, a favorable reincarnation did not guarantee absolute advantage. The 2 women, one in the light and the other in the shadows, each possessed their own strengths and weaknesses. Very well. The night is drawing near. Let us depart for the Crescent Moon Valley. The heavenly demoness queried. Will you go alone? What of Wan Lei? Unbeknownst to the heavenly demoness, Chu Yun had the ability to command the evil infant, which he had yet to utilize. Thus, she believed that Chu Yun, despite his exceptional talent, would not suffice to face Meng Ruxue alone given his current cultivation. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Who do you underestimate? He proclaimed, since I dare to go alone, I must possess my own confidence. Enough of this chatter, let us be on our way. The heavenly demoness, though somewhat skeptical, ultimately chose to place her trust in him. Chu Yun commanded Luo Feng to remain at the residence, instructing him to inform any visitors that he had gone to bed early. Subsequently, the two of them swiftly exited the city, making their way towards the Crescent Moon Valley. Chapter 44. A critical moment. In the Yin family, Elder Yin Song received a letter and a crystal recording that night. Upon opening it, he discovered that the contents of the crystal depicted his 3 women. The letter contained but a single sentence: if you wish to save them, come alone to the Crescent Moon Valley. Otherwise, they will not witness the dawn of tomorrow. Bang! Yin Song, in a fit of rage, crushed the crystal and the letter in his hands. Without notifying anyone, he departed from the Yin family, fury propelling him towards the Crescent Moon Valley. In the stillness of the deep night, within the valley, the 3 young women under Yin Song's care lay in a state of unconsciousness, bound to a tree. Dreaming Snow, adorned in a flowing blue garment, exuded an ethereal grace, her exquisite visage concealed beneath a veil, as she stood silently, awaiting her quarry. At this moment, hidden behind a stone above the valley, Chu Yun and the demoness of heaven restrained their presence, cautious not to draw near, while covertly observing. Remarkable. This old man truly knows how to indulge, Chu Yun mused, noting the youthful beauty of the 3 women, their skin radiant and supple, indicative of lavish nurturing. Yin Song himself appeared to possess a robust constitution. Are you also yearning for multiple wives? The demoness of heaven cast an unusual glance in his direction. Chu Yun chuckled. What a notion. My heart is simply divided into several parts, each enamored with different women. Yet, my greatest affection shall always belong to you, Xiner. The demoness shot him a disdainful look. Flattery will get you nowhere. You are well aware of your own thoughts. In truth, the demoness harbored a considerable capacity for tolerance towards Chu Yun. She understood that should he ascend to the throne, it would be unrealistic for him to be bound to a single woman. Furthermore, having witnessed countless scenarios in her past life, she was acutely aware that attempting to control a man of conviction was folly. To desire both his success and unwavering loyalty was the stuff of fairy tales. As long as he held her in his heart, the demoness felt sufficiently fulfilled. Suddenly, a radiant light akin to a meteor descended from afar, prompting Chu Yun's demeanor to shift. Someone approaches. At the valley's bottom, the luminous figure materialized, revealing a stern, bald elder clad in a gray robe, his countenance exuding authority. Dreaming Snow stood opposite him, her gaze unwavering. Elder Yin Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. Enough with the pleasantries. Release my women at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise tonight. Yin Song, known for his fiery temper, did not hesitate to unleash his wrath upon Dreaming Snow. Yet, unfazed by his fury, she responded with a voice as melodious as a celestial chorus. Very well, I shall release them. With that, Dreaming Snow proceeded to unbind the 3 women, channeling her spiritual energy to bring them before Yin Song. His eyes narrowed with vigilance as he assessed their condition, relieved to find they merely suffered from mild unconsciousness. Who are you truly? What is your intent? He inquired, perplexed by her motives, capturing his women only to release them so readily. My purpose is quite simple. I seek to borrow something akin to what you possess. Yin Song furrowed his brow. What is it you desire? Your life. As her words echoed, the ground of the Crescent Moon Valley illuminated with intricate patterns, casting a glow across the night sky as the formation ensnared Yin Song. In the sky, the power of the formation coalesced into countless lightning arrows, unleashing a tempest of thunder upon the heavens, crashing down with tremendous force. Below, the ground transformed into a marsh, from which numerous Mei'er-like hands reached out, grasping at Yin Song and his companions. Directly in front of Meng Rushue, the final killing formation activated, revealing a colossal giant, 1,000 meters tall, wielding a battle axe, its entire body adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a miniature war deity. As it brought its axe crashing down, the 3 killing formations had been meticulously arranged by Meng Rushue, a gesture of respect towards Yin Song. As he surveyed the all-encompassing array of offensive formations, his expression darkened immediately. Great destruction seal. He combined his hands, unleashing a cross-shaped palm imprint imbued with potent nirvana energy, embodying resilience and indomitable strength. With a resounding boom, the giant's axe was repelled by his palm imprint, while countless lightning arrows were obliterated by its force. However, the marshy tendrils had already ensnared the 3 women, preparing to drag them into the depths of the mire. Enraged, Yin Song moved like a shadow. his body coalescing nirvana light into a massive mountain that descended upon the marsh, severing the grasp of the tendrils. He rescued the 3 women, placing them atop the mountain peak. Concurrently, the killing formation shifted once more. The lightning arrows absorbed the marshy soil, transforming into colossal meteors that cascaded downwards with thunderous crashes. Meng Rushue stood atop the giant's head, commanding it to confront Yin Song's nirvana energy head-on. Great Mount Sumeru Palm. Yin Song unleashed his full power, channeling nirvana energy into a colossal palm strike, the mere aura radiating from it capable of shifting mountains and seas. It dawned on him why she had chosen to place his women in peril, to use them as a distraction. Meng Rushue's plan had indeed succeeded. In his effort to protect the 3 women, Yin Song was forced to divide his attention. This maneuver played directly into Meng Rushue's hands. The great Mount Sumeru Palm intercepted the onslaught of meteors and clashed with the giant's battle axe. Yet, he had overlooked Meng Rushue. Will of Destiny. She had been waiting for this opportunity, and with Yin Song fully engrossed in countering the power of the killing formations, his vigilance waned. In the next moment, a magnificent wheel of destiny appeared atop the mountain, shimmering with the radiance of fate, exuding an aura of divine nobility and unimaginable power. The wheel of destiny descended upon Yin Song. He had no time to react, exposing his back to her. Should the wheel strike, Yin Song's nirvana form would suffer severe damage, plunging him entirely into Meng Rushue's rhythm of control. So you think to break through the nirvana realm? Have you consulted me? At the critical moment, the demoness magic light pierced through the formation's barrier. She and Chu Yun appeared openly in the arena. Chapter 45, The Ultimate Tragedy. Night engulfs the horse. The demon soul imperial bell. The demoness condensed her soul power into a demonic imperial bell, a technique she had mastered in her previous life. Though her current cultivation was inadequate to manifest its full form, she could still conjure a fleeting semblance. Yet, even this was more than sufficient. The demon emperor Zhang Dang collided with the wheel of fate, unleashing a mighty explosion as the 2 formidable powers clashed, sending forth colossal waves. At that moment, Yin Song swiftly reacted, channeling his energy to grasp the 3 women, deftly evading the lethal moves of the dreamlike snow array. Heavenly Demoness. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. Upon laying eyes on the heavenly Demoness, dreamlike snow's profound, galaxy-like gaze instantly radiated malevolence. Decades have passed, yet your temper remains as fierce as ever. Alas, your dream of refining Yin Song into the source of nirvana shall, I fear, come to naught. The heavenly Demoness remarked with a languid smile. What? The source of nirvana? Yin Song, now hovering beside the 3 women, comprehended the true intent behind the woman's allure. She intended to transform him into the source of nirvana. What a venomous heart. Little brother, please look after my wives for a moment. Tonight, I shall have this woman torn to pieces. Yin Song hurled his 3 wives towards Chu Yun, who caught them. Utterly bewildered. Was this truly entrusted to him? The heart of the esteemed elder Yin was indeed vast. However, the current situation was clear to any astute observer. The 2 had come to confront dreamlike snow. Aware of this, Yin Song prepared to ally with the heavenly Demoness against dreamlike snow. With a swift motion, Yin Song advanced, positioning himself alongside the heavenly Demoness, confronting dreamlike snow head-on. It appears you shall not escape this night, the heavenly Demoness remarked, her lips curling into a smile as she gazed at dreamlike snow. Dreamlike snow's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing upon her. We have known each other for many years. You understand me, and I, in turn, comprehend you. I have long suspected you would plant spies at my side. Do you truly believe I arrived unprepared this night? As her words fell, the 3 arrays below erupted simultaneously. At the moment the colossal axe-wielding giant detonated, a small green vial concealed within shattered as well. A dense green mist rapidly enveloped the surroundings, and in that instant of array collapse, the remnant Moon Valley was engulfed in a toxic fog that spread in all directions. Flora and fauna, stone walls and earth, upon being shrouded by that green mist, melted into blood-like liquid. Where the mist spread, all life perished. Poison of 100 deaths. The heavenly Demoness gazed at the encroaching green fog, her smile gradually fading. A barrier of green mist rose before dreamlike snow, isolating them. Humph. Such trivial tricks dare to flaunt themselves before me. Great subtlety palm. Yin Song, dismissive, summoned the power of nirvana, slamming a palm imprint directly against the mist wall. However, as the great subtlety palm sank into the toxic fog, it was swiftly dissolved. This, Yin Song was astounded. At his age, he had never encountered such a terrifying poison. Even his great subtlety palm could be corroded. This poison of 100 deaths was specially prepared for you. Even if I fail to refine the source of nirvana today, as long as I slay you, the curse of nirvana shall naturally dissipate. This time, you truly must die. Beneath the ethereal veil of Meng Rushue, a rare smile flickered before her figure gradually receded. The celestial demoness observed her silhouette, her eyes filled with an unwillingness, yet at that moment, she could no longer afford to concern herself with Meng Rushue. She needed to devise a method to break through the 100 absolute sorrow. System. What is the 100 absolute sorrow? Chu Yin inquired internally. 100 absolute sorrow, a malevolent poison from the Yuan realm, crafted from the essence of malevolent infants combined with numerous lethal toxins. Any area enveloped by its toxic mist will be dissolved into a sanguine fluid, possessing a terrifying ability to erode spiritual energy. The 100 absolute sorrow before you is primarily concocted from 3 malevolent infants at the early stage of nirvana. To dispel it with spiritual energy, one must attain the level of a sovereign, otherwise it is insurmountable. Of course, Master. There is another method. Let a malevolent infant consume another malevolent infant. Chu Yun, perplexed, asked, what does that mean? The release of the 100 absolute sorrow is actually governed by the 3 crafted malevolent infants. If you command Yi Tun to devour those 3 malevolent infants, the 100 absolute sorrow will dissipate without resistance. Upon hearing the explanation, Chu Yun made a swift decision. Yi Tun, lock onto the positions of those 3 malevolent infants and consume them. Understood, Master. With a resounding roar, Yi Tun erupted from Chu Yun's body in the guise of a malevolent infant, emanating an overwhelming aura at the pinnacle of nirvana, with no hint of concealment. The presence of a pinnacle nirvana malevolent infant startled Yin Song, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The celestial demoness and Meng Rushue, who was gradually retreating in the distance, also changed their expressions upon witnessing this. A malevolent infant. You can control malevolent infants. The celestial demoness, witnessing Yi Tun take flight and disregarding them entirely, felt a shocking hypothesis arise within her. Chu Yun smiled lightly and replied, I told you not to underestimate me. Just because I lack thunderous might does not mean I lack the means of self-preservation. The celestial demoness, upon receiving Chu Yun's unequivocal response, felt a profound tremor within her. To control a malevolent infant, such a feat was unattainable even at the zenith of her former life. If he truly possessed the ability to control malevolent infants, the implications for the realm of malevolent infants were staggering, to the point that the celestial demoness dared not contemplate it. Meanwhile, Yi Tun swiftly honed in on the 3 similar auras, unleashing an overwhelming wave of malevolence as he devoured them one by one. The 3 malevolent infants, reduced to mere instruments of the 100 absolute sorrow, had lost their autonomy and were no match for Yi Tun. In a matter of moments, they were entirely consumed. Delightful. Yi Tun roared toward the heavens, relishing a long-awaited feast. Subsequently, the toxic mist of the 100 absolute sorrow vanished entirely. Meng Rushue's pupils widened as she fixed her gaze on Chu Yun. Who on earth is he? However, in the instant the 100 absolute sorrow dissipated, Yin Song and the celestial demoness suppressed their astonishment and surged toward Meng Rushue. Do not flee. You must leave something for me tonight. Yin Song, in an extreme burst of energy, felt a profound loss of face as a dignified nirvana expert. He had to capture Meng Rushue, otherwise the bitterness in his heart would remain unassuaged. The celestial demoness swiftly pursued, as Yin Song's sudden surge allowed him to confront Meng Rushue head-on, embroiling her in a tangled confrontation of powers. Upon catching up, the celestial demoness joined in, unleashing a relentless barrage against Meng Rushue, outnumbered 2-1. With one adversary wielding a cultivation level superior to her own in the Nirvana realm, Meng Rushue stood no chance without the aid of formations or the 100 absolute sorrow. In mere moments, her delicate arms became stained crimson, her complexion growing increasingly pale and strained. There was also a broken realm opponent. Well, let that be a meager after-dinner fruit. Night Swallow, witnessing the battle from afar, fixed his gaze upon Meng Rushue and prepared to swoop in and consume her as well. If you consume even a single strand of her hair, your infant soul will suffer a blow. Chu Yun's icy voice halted him. Night Swallow abruptly came to a halt midair, his expression reflecting shock. A master? Who is she? He inquired cautiously, his voice laced with tension. Chapter 46. The mysterious revered one rescues the Empress. The Chancellor moves the Queen's faction. Chu Yun's expression darkened slightly. You shouldn't be asking. Refrain from prying. Why yes. Night Swallow dared not utter another word, obediently remaining suspended in the air. Nevertheless, having consumed 3 Nirvana Realm evil infants, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards after their refinement. Chu Yun's gaze shifted toward the celestial demoness and her companions. Observing Meng Rushue at a disadvantage, he furrowed his brow, refraining from action, as if awaiting a specific moment. By sentiment and reason, she was the Chancellor's treasure jewel, a reincarnation of the fated Empress. Naturally, Chu Yun would not stand idly by and witness her demise. Boom. At that moment, as Yin Song cornered Meng Rushue into a desperate situation, a thunderous sound reverberated through the Crescent Moon Valley. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning surged between them, effortlessly shattering the celestial demoness' magical restraints and whisking Meng Rushue away into the night sky. The entire battlefield shifted within the blink of an eye. What? Yin Song exclaimed in astonishment, turning to pursue with his spiritual awareness, yet finding not a trace of her presence. The celestial demoness gazed in the direction where Meng Rushue had vanished, her pupils narrowing as she murmured, "Revered realm." At that moment, Chu Yun and Night Swallow happened to arrive, indicating that she had indeed prepared a contingency. Regrettably, they had allowed her to escape. Throughout the Great Xia dynasty, a woman capable of such feats at the broken realm level was unheard of. "Young friend, who is this lady?" Yin Song inquired solemnly. "We are also uncertain of her identity. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Elder Yin and the 3 ladies are unharmed," Chu Yun replied. "What you say is true. I must express my gratitude to you both for your assistance tonight. Otherwise, I fear I would have truly fallen victim to that woman," Yin Song acknowledged. "May I inquire about the origin of your powers?" He understood Chu Yun's reluctance to disclose the woman's identity and did not press further. Yet, regardless, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for their life-saving intervention. "Elder Yin, I am called Chu Yun. This lady's surname is Yu, and she is also my future bride." Chu Yun introduced himself unabashedly. "Chu Yun?" The name resonates with an unmistakable familiarity, does it not? Chu Yun, the 9th Prince. You are indeed the 9th Prince? Yin Song's pupils widened, his expression transforming dramatically. "Elder Yin, it is enough that you are aware. I implore you to keep tonight's events confidential. I wish for the 5th individual to remain oblivious to this matter." Chu Yun offered a faint smile. Yin Song was internally astounded. To think he is the 9th Prince. He possesses the ability to control the evil infant. Such terror. If word of this were to spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire royal city. Moreover, this Miss Yu is no ordinary person. Not only is her beauty breathtaking, with a grace that could topple nations, but her strength is formidable. At the pinnacle of the broken realm, her power nearly approaching the Nirvana realm. How can it be that both of them are such extraordinary prodigies? This 9th Prince is indeed exceptionally discreet. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall remain utterly silent on this matter. Should anyone inquire, I shall feign ignorance," Yin Song promptly assured. "Excellent, then let it be so. Xiner, let us depart." The heavenly demoness turned, leaving alongside Chu Yun and Yi Tan. Yin Song gazed at their departing figures, his heart tumultuous. Such a prodigious 9th Prince casts doubt on the stability of the Crown Prince's position. On the return journey, the heavenly demoness inquired, "How did you manage to control the evil infant? Thus far, no one in the entire Yuan realm has possessed such an ability." Chu Yin responded with a calm smile, "It is an innate talent. I cannot help it. I am simply fortunate." The heavenly demoness regarded him skeptically. "Is this truly an inherent capability?" Chu Yin nodded. "Indeed, it is of the most extraordinary kind." The heavenly demoness paused momentarily, then cautioned, "You must exercise caution moving forward. Such abilities should not be displayed openly. You are yet unaware of the consequences of wielding such power. It is no exaggeration to say that if word of your control over the evil infant reaches the ears of certain formidable factions within the Yuan realm, then both you and the Dynasty dynasty will face insurmountable calamity." Listening to her words, Chu Yun's playful demeanor gradually shifted to one of solemnity. "Fear not, for it is well understood that a mere individual is innocent, yet possessing precious treasures invites peril. This principle is clearer to me than to anyone else." Not far from the royal city, within a forest, a flash of lightning appeared, and Meng Rushue's figure landed there. Her expression was one of utmost vigilance as she inquired, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" The surroundings fell into silence, offering no reply. Meng Rushue furrowed her brow. That person had likely departed. Yet she could not fathom why a being of such esteemed caliber would save her without cause. Simultaneously, she remained astonished by the revelation that Chu Yun could control the evil infant. Could it be that the pinnacle evil infant of the Nirvana realm is indeed him? As Meng Rushua pondered deeply, a name surfaced in her mind. The evil infant of Nirvana realm obtained from the Yinyu Tower, Shaoyin. Meng Rushua's expression grew grave. But she was also injured. The immediate priority was to return to the Prime Minister's residence under the cover of night. The following day, just as Chu Yun finished breakfast, Luo Feng hurriedly entered. Your Highness, there has been an incident. Upon witnessing Luo Feng's anxious expression, Chu Yun could not help but inquire, what troubles you? Luo Feng, with a serious countenance, replied, today in the court, the Prime Minister enumerated 4 third-rank officials, presenting a series of incriminating evidence regarding corruption and bribery. In violation of the laws of the Great Xia, His Majesty was enraged and ordered the immediate revocation of their titles, the confiscation of their families, and their imprisonment in the celestial dungeon to await judgment. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun responded, what does this have to do with me? Luo Feng continued, Your Highness, do you know the identities of these 4 individuals? They are all key ministers of the Empress's faction, wielding power that collectively rivals that of a first-rank official. Their arrest is akin to plucking out one of the Empress's eyes. Chapter 47. The Prime Minister aligns, Wanlei exits the city. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression shifted to one of gravity. The Prime Minister is targeting the Empress's faction. If I am not mistaken, this matter was likely orchestrated in collusion with my father. The Prime Minister now stands by my side. His actions against these individuals are primarily aimed at inciting unrest in the Eastern Palace. Chu Yun contemplated calmly and reached a preliminary conclusion. The evidence against those officials had evidently been in the Prime Minister's possession for some time. Its public revelation at this juncture served to announce to the world that he, the foremost power in the Great Xia, had completely severed ties with the Empress's faction, even positioning himself as an adversary. With the re-entry of Ming Chang, the Empress and the Crown Prince would undoubtedly not remain passive. Since the Prime Minister and my father have initiated this game, so be it. I shall no longer feign ignorance. I shall enter the fray. After resolving within himself, a trace of confident smile graced Chu Yun's face. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Luo Feng asked solemnly. Summon Wanlei, Chu Yun instructed. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed Wanlei entered the room. Your Highness, he greeted. Chu Yun nodded. Wanlei, I have summoned you for a particular task that requires you to venture outside the city. Your command is my wish, Wanlei replied respectfully. The influence of the Empress's faction is substantial within the royal city, but they also have considerable presence in various states and counties. I need you to devise a method to eliminate the factions listed on this document, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, inflict whatever torment you deem necessary, ensuring they understand that you are my subordinate. Do you comprehend? Chu Yun presented Wanlei with a list densely populated with the names of at least dozens of influential families. The strength of these factions was not inferior to that of the Jiuhua sect or the Yi family. Some even housed ancestors at the peak of the Nirvana realm within their sects, serving as the mainstay of the Empress's faction. Upon receiving the list, Wanlei assured, Your Highness, rest assured, I understand how to proceed. Chu Yun had 2 primary objectives in instructing Wanlei to undertake this course of action. Firstly, it was indeed to strike against the Empress's faction. Secondly, it was to leverage these factions to acquire corresponding editing points. He could not solely focus on the royal city. If he wished to amass significant editing points, the other states and counties presented excellent opportunities. Once Wanlei departed, Luo Feng could not help but ask, Your Highness, what about us? Luo Feng was aware that the Highness had dispatched Wanlei to eradicate the Empress's faction in the other states. In the imperial city, tranquility was no longer a possibility. Commander Luo, accompany me to the Prime Minister's residence, the prince instructed. Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. Both understood that this visit would irrevocably expose their connection to the Prime Minister's office. Indeed, this was the desired outcome for Chu Yun, to recruit allies. One must first demonstrate their own strength. The Prime Minister's public allegiance provided Chu Yun with unparalleled support. Within the East Palace, Prince Chu Rong sat brooding on his throne. Chu Yuan, the Black Iron King, Wang Hansua, the Duke of Guanshan, and numerous courtiers were present, each bearing a grim expression. Ming Changzhong's actions are clearly a declaration of enmity against us, the Black Iron King remarked coldly. Wang Hansua's gaze shifted, his eyes glinting with frost. News from the Empress indicates that the 2 attendants she dispatched couldn't even gain entry to the Prime Minister's residence. It seems he is unwilling to elaborate further. With a furrowed brow, the prince pondered aloud, I still cannot fathom why you would take such a stance against us. What advantage does this bring to the Prime Minister's estate? The sudden outburst from Meng Changjong caught everyone off guard, especially considering the Prime Minister's office had enjoyed years of relative peace. The Duke of Guanshan and the Black Iron King shared similar bewilderment, struggling to comprehend Meng Changjong's motives. The charges against those individuals are severe. I have reviewed them in the dungeons. Meng Changjong has ensured their doom. Even the Empress and the National Master cannot save them. Chu Yuan stated coldly. It was evident that Meng Changjong had been meticulously prepared. Such extensive evidence could not have been gathered overnight. Wang Hansua added with a stern countenance. Brother, do you think this matter might be connected to Chu Yin? Chu Yuan suddenly proposed, just as Prince Chu Rong was about to respond. A figure clad in a black robe, wielding a dragon-headed scepter, entered the hall. The elder's deeply wrinkled face and piercing triangular eyes instilled a sense of dread. Although he concealed his aura, his presence exerted undeniable pressure on all present. Upon seeing the elder, everyone, including Prince Chu Rong, rose in respect. We greet the National Master. They exclaimed. National Master, why did you not inform me of your arrival in advance? The prince inquired, stepping forward to meet him. The National Master, Feng Tianzhong, was a figure of the previous generation. In truth, both the current emperor of the Great Xia and Meng Changjong were his juniors. The prince's demeanor reflected profound respect, underscoring the National Master's unassailable standing within the Empress's faction. Given the gravity of the situation, it would be remiss of me not to come, the National Master replied. Your Highness, you may not yet be aware, but I have received credible news. Not long ago, the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, has entered the Prime Minister's residence. This revelation sent a tremor through all present in the hall. It was indeed Chu Yun. Dream Changjong's choice of Chu Yun took the Crown Prince by surprise, leaving him with a profound sense of bewilderment. Why would Dream Changjong select Chu Yun? In terms of cultivation, he far surpassed Chu Yun. In terms of connections and background, he was undeniably superior. No matter how formidable the Shi family was, the divine sect could easily withstand them. Moreover, he had allies beyond just the divine sect. Therefore, from any perspective, Dream Changjong's choice of Chu Yun seemed an almost certain path to failure. Why would he act in such a manner? Perhaps it was not merely his own decision, but rather that of His Majesty. The National Master's words struck a chord. The Crown Prince's body trembled. Father. It seemed he had an inkling of the truth, his expression growing increasingly grim. I have held this position as heir for so many years. To expect me to relinquish it willingly is nothing short of a delusion. Whether it was voluntary or not, the situation had now reached a point of no return. Since they had made their move, we must retaliate. The National Master's gaze deepened, and he replied, Your Highness, with such resolve, you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, those who dare to harm us shall inevitably face repercussions. If Chu Yun can die once, he can certainly perish a second time. A chilling glimmer crossed the National Master's brow as he continued, Your Highness, let us proceed to the palace to meet the Queen. Very well, National Master. We shall go at once. Their entry into the palace signified the impending counteraction from the Queen's faction, which would soon unfold. Chapter 48. The Evil Infant advances to the ascended realm of Night Devourer. In the Prime Minister's residence within the Grand Hall, Chu Yun and Dream Changjong sat facing each other, while Luo Feng remained silently beside them. Dream Changjong brewed a pot of tea, aware from the moment Chu Yun entered the residence that this 9th prince had grasped his intentions. Your Highness has come, presumably to put on a show for those watching? Dream Changjong inquired leisurely. Chu Yun smiled faintly. With the Prime Minister on my side, what do I have to fear? Moreover, both the Prime Minister and Father wish for them to act. If they do not take action, our maneuvering would lose its significance. Dream Changjong continued. As for the true mastermind behind the events of years past, Your Highness must already be aware. Over the years, His Majesty has entertained the thought of deposing the Crown Prince more than once, but due to various factors, those ideas have never come to fruition. Now that Your Highness has returned, showcasing undeniable talents, it is evident that you far surpass the Crown Prince. This allows His Majesty to fully realize this ambition. Taking a sip of tea, Chu Yun reflected deeply on these words, his expression serious as he replied, I am not so benevolent. The enmity of those years cannot be settled with the mere position of Crown Prince. Their blood must be the price for reckoning. This imperial city is destined to face a significant bloodbath. Dream Changjong remained silent, understanding that one cannot counsel others to be virtuous without having endured suffering themselves. Moreover, as Chu Yun was to inherit the throne, he must possess the requisite ruthlessness. Your Highness, having chosen to stand by your side, I shall certainly assist you in seizing everything in the end. I have also received word that the National Master has gone to the Eastern Palace, likely to meet with the Crown Prince and visit the Queen. Based on my understanding of them, it is only a matter of time before they seek retribution against me, including you, Your Highness. Ming Changjong spoke with a calm demeanor, unfazed by the impending retaliation from the Empress's faction. Chu Yun, too, maintained his composure. His uncle still resided within the palace. Regardless of the Empress's intentions towards him, the first step would be to devise a means to draw his uncle away. Otherwise, with him present, even the supreme leader would find it futile to confront Chu Yun. The Prime Minister pondered how they might act. What do you believe they will do? Chu Yun inquired, his expression unyielding. Ming Changjong shook his head and, lifting his teacup, replied, I do not know. However, it is certain that, for the moment, they will not endanger Your Highness's safety. The Azura sovereign is still in the city, and they lack the capability to act against you. A smile danced upon Chu Yun's lips. Prime Minister, if we must wait for their actions, why not turn the tables and take the initiative ourselves? Ming Changjong paused, his gaze fixed upon him. Your Highness suggests we take action against those families within the city? Chu Yun responded with a grin, since the Fade has been torn. Why not widen the rift further? I understand your concerns, Prime Minister, regarding the potential repercussions of drawing too much attention and providing the Empress's faction with leverage. Am I correct? Meng Changjong regarded him with a hint of incredulity. If Your Highness is aware, do you possess a plan? Chu Yun confidently beamed. What if I told you that neither the Empress nor the National Master could find any incriminating evidence against us? Meng Changjong gazed deeply into his eyes. After more than half an hour, Chu Yun and Luo Feng departed from the Prime Minister's residence. The primary reason for his visit was his knowledge that Ming Ruxue had sustained an injury and would prioritize her healing, thus alleviating Chu Yun's concerns about encountering her. Otherwise, had he needed to enter the Prime Minister's residence, he would have had to don a mask to avoid complications with Ming Ruxue. That night, within the prince's residence, two distinguished guests arrived, cloaked in black robes to conceal their identities. Only upon entering the grand hall did they remove their hoods. One was Yin Song, the esteemed elder of the Yin family. The other, appearing somewhat younger than Yin Song, was a middle-aged man with graying hair, exuding an aura of immense power that overshadowed Yin Song. Elder Yin, it is good to see you again. This must be the esteemed head of the Yin family. Yin Ding, I have heard much about you. Chu Yin greeted them courteously. He had sent the demonists to the Yin family, facilitating their arrival. Following their previous encounter, Yin Song held the ninth prince in the highest regard, having wholly submitted to his prowess in his heart. Your Highness, you are too kind. You are indeed a paragon of excellence, just as the rumors suggest. Yin Ding responded with humility. Chu Yin smiled and gestured, please, take a seat. Once they were seated, Chu Yin wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. Gentlemen, I believe you have surmised the purpose of my invitation tonight. Therefore, I shall be direct. Given the current situation, it is evident that only one of us can emerge unscathed from the conflict with the Empress's faction. The Yin family has always maintained a position of neutrality, refraining from entangling itself in the power struggles of the imperial court. However, once this contest for authority fully unfolds, no noble house within the imperial city will escape unscathed. Master Yin, I trust you comprehend my meaning. Chu Yun's words were unambiguous and direct. Once the imperial power struggle begins, those neutral factions within the city will ultimately have no choice but to take sides. Perpetual neutrality is untenable, unless they possess the strength to rival the entire Xia dynasty. Hearing this, Yin Ding and his companion were lost in thought. Your Highness, I grasp your intent. Indeed, as you assert, once the vortex of imperial power expands, the Yin family cannot remain neutral forever. However, I wish to understand why we should choose you. Yin Ding spoke candidly. To be honest, although the Prime Minister's residence currently aligns with you, the odds still favor the Eastern Palace. Yin Ding was forthright in his inquiry. If Chu Yin expected the Yin family to ally with him, he must provide a compelling reason. Is it sufficient simply because I am Xiao Yin, along with this? As Chu Yun's voice fell, an aura of a revered evil infant enveloped the entire room. Merely a hint of this overwhelming presence plunged Yin Ding and his companion into despair, leaving them deeply shaken. The ethereal visage of the evil infant knight, Swallow, materialized behind Chu Yun, its malevolent gaze seemingly capable of dictating the course of their lives. In that moment, Chu Yun resembled a deity of the evil infant, commanding all directions. A revered evil infant. Yin Ding, under the crushing pressure, was drenched in cold sweat. his voice a mixture of astonishment and fear. Yin Song was equally bewildered. Just last time, he was at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. How has he ascended to the revered realm today? Is this some sort of jest? Ascending a realm in a single day? Enough. That will suffice. At Chu Yun's gesture, the oppressive aura from Night Swallow receded. The two members of the Yin family exhaled in relief. They had been frozen in terror by that mere hint of pressure, which was utterly terrifying. The book has begun to be recommended. Friends who enjoy it, please leave a 5-star rating and urge for updates to hasten its release. Those who can, I hope you might consider providing a small donation to this struggling author for instant noodles. It would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 49. A Midnight Strike to Annihilate the Family. A revered evil infant. Your Highness, you are Xiao Yin? You can command the evil infant. Yin Ding's tone was laden with disbelief. He, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm and one of the strongest in the Yin family, now appeared visibly tense before Chu Yun. This, Master Yin, Elder Yin Song should be more aware of than you. Tonight, I reveal this to you as a testament of my utmost sincerity. Furthermore, I can offer the Yin family a promise. Once the imperial power struggle concludes, the Yin family shall rise to become the foremost family in the imperial city. Chu Yun not only showcased his own value, but also painted a grand vision for them. This vision was not only enticing but, given Chu Yun's abilities, entirely achievable. Yin Ding's pupils widened in shock as he turned to Yin Song. The latter nodded. Master of the house, indeed, as His Highness mentioned, all of this is true. In my estimation, the talents of His Highness far surpass those of the Crown Prince. Since the Yin family must choose a side, I am more inclined to align with His Highness. Yin Song's crucial support had also caused a stir in Yin Ding's heart. In that moment of shock, he earnestly contemplated the matter. He had thoroughly recognized Chu Yun's worth tonight. Merely the fact that he controlled a renowned evil infant of the revered realm was sufficient to sway the entire situation. After a period of deep reflection, Yin Ding hardened his expression and made a decision. Very well. Since His Highness shows such sincerity, my Yin family shall not betray His Highness's trust. From now on, my Yin family is willing to heed your commands. With the Yin family's allegiance secured, Chu Yun was in excellent spirits, smiling as he said, Good, Master Yin Ding. I assure you, in the days to come, you will undoubtedly rejoice for making this exceedingly wise decision tonight. Half an hour later, under the cloak of darkness, Yin Ding and his companion quietly departed, unnoticed by anyone regarding their visit to the prince's residence. The Yin family's decision further expanded the network of relationships surrounding Chu Yun. In the early hours, Chu Yun sat gracefully at the fishing platform in the backyard, while Luo Feng stood quietly and steadily behind him, both seemingly awaiting something. Focus! The revered Master of Thunder annihilated the 100 Serpent Island. The Master earned 3,000 editing points. The revered Master of Thunder obliterated the 1,000-leaf pavilion. The Master earned 2,800 editing points. The revered Master of Thunder slaughtered the Elder Puzon. The Master earned 1,200 editing points. The revered Master of Thunder murdered the one-eyed old demon. The Master earned 900 editing points. Within Chu Yun's mind, the system's mechanical notifications rang out ceaselessly. The revered Master of Thunder had indeed not disappointed his expectations, earning him over 10,000 editing points in a single day. The efficiency was astounding. However, with so many factions eradicated, he believed the news would spread by tomorrow. Moreover, the deceased were all key figures of the Queen's faction. If he were the Queen, he would surely realize that a revered being had intervened. Should the revered Master of Thunder act again, his efficiency would undoubtedly be somewhat hindered. Simultaneously, Luo Feng received a message. He promptly reported, Your Highness, the matter has been taken care of. The patrol team has been diverted tonight. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun raised his gaze slightly to the radiant moon, revealing a hint of a charming smile. Then let us set forth. Yes, in the imperial city, the Li family, renowned as a powerful aristocratic family within the capital, was home to an ancestor at the peak of the Nirvana realm. The current head of the family was also a formidable figure at the mid-stage of Nirvana. While their foundation may not rival that of the Yin family, they were certainly ranked among the top 5 noble families in the imperial city. In the dead of night, within the Li residence, the head of the Li family, Li Feng, was peacefully sleeping in bed alongside his 2 wives. Suddenly, Li Feng's eyes snapped open, and he sprang up. Who? His pupils dilated as he observed the brightly lit room, only to discover that the 2 women lying beside him had become cold corpses. At this moment, a faint smile graced Chu Yun's face as he sat at the table, one foot resting on the chair, gazing at him with a playful expression. Madam, You will perish. Li Feng, upon witnessing the lifeless form of his beloved, felt a tremor of shock coursing through him. Rage surged instantly to his mind, his eyes swelling with fury as he unleashed his nirvana power, lunging towards Chu Yun. Unflinching, Chu Yun met his gaze with calm composure. An ant seeks to harm my master? What do you perceive me to be? Suddenly, a sinister shadow darted through the doorway, revealing a young man who stood before Chu Yun, effortlessly releasing the evil infant's binding. A myriad of malevolent energy filled the room, sending Li Feng hurtling backward. The binding ensnared him completely, inflicting excruciating pain that pierced to the marrow of his bones, his very soul oppressed by the power of the evil infant. With a resounding crash, Li Feng's body slammed to the ground, the agony causing his entire being to tremble, his features contorted in pain. You, who are you? My Li family serves the Empress. Do you not fear the vengeance of the National Master and the Empress? He gasped, summoning every ounce of strength in his suffering. The young man was none other than Yi Tan. After refining the 3 Nirvana realm evil infants, he had successfully ascended to the esteemed realm of a venerable, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Meng Rushua. Listening to Li Feng's desperate words, a subtle smile played on Chu Yun's lips. I am the 9th prince of the great Xia dynasty, Chu Yun. What? You are Chu Yun? Li Feng's pupils widened in disbelief, a tumult of shock, hatred, rage, and sorrow reflecting on his face. Li Feng's anger level reached 93%. Not yet at 100%, thought Chu Yun. And an alternative idea swiftly formed in his mind. Let us bring him forth, allowing their family to reunite. Yes, my lord, Yi Tan chuckled, promptly dragging Li Feng forward with the binding, following Chu Yun. In the expansive courtyard of the Li family, an ominous barrier of malevolence sealed off all sensations. No sound nor sight could breach its confines. Chu Yun and Yi Tan, along with Li Feng, entered the barrier. In the next instant, Li Feng's expression morphed from fury to sheer terror. Elder, ancestor, even you. Overwhelmed by despair, he beheld the scene before him. Within the barrier, thousands of Li family members were firmly suppressed by Yi Tan's power, including the venerable elder and the family's ancestor. Luo Feng and the demoness stood coldly to the side, their gazes fixed upon the Li clan without a trace of compassion. In the struggle for imperial power, it was often the subordinate forces of each faction that first fell victim to treachery. This was a truth well understood by Luo Feng, and equally so by the Li family. Yet, none had anticipated the presence of such a formidable ally beside the 9th prince, a revelation that left them utterly astounded. Your Highness, might you grant my Li family a chance? If you spare us today, we shall willingly depart the imperial city and never again involve ourselves in matters of the throne. Chapter 50. The 3 great families annihilated. A tremor in the realm. Li Feng, now collapsed on the ground, implored Chu Yun in desperation. As the head of the Li family, he must shoulder this responsibility. He cannot idly watch the Li family perish under his watch. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun remained expressionless. Li family head, despite your age, why do you still exhibit such childlike naivety? Fenger, cease your words. In the game of kings, tonight marks the downfall of my Li family. But that does not signify your victory. Chu Yun, the Empress will surely seek vengeance for us. Even in death, we shall await you in the afterlife. In contrast, the disheveled ancestral elder of the Li family was far more lucid. He understood that the situation had escalated to this extent. Pleading for mercy was futile. Since Chu Yun sought to contest for the crown prince, they were certainly not to be spared. Old man, you see things clearly, he acknowledged. Then let us send you on your way first. Night Swallow, Chu Yun commanded. Yes, master. Night Swallow replied with a grin, licking his lips. Immediately, a shadow of an evil infant was unleashed from within him, resembling a monstrous ghost, opening a gaping abyssal maw to swallow the elder whole. Night Swallow kills the Li family elder, gaining 7,000 editing points. A pinnacle Nirvana realm cultivator, although the hatred value was not yet maximized. 7,000 editing points were still considerable. Ancestor, the members of the Li family cried out in anguish. Their elder had perished, and the anchor of the Li family had completely collapsed. In the next moment, Chu Yun glanced at Luo Feng, who understood the unspoken command and swiftly dragged 3 youths from the crowd. Father, father, save me, help me, father. These children were the Li family's young masters, the offspring of the family head, Li Feng. No, no, my children. Li Feng watched helplessly as they were thrown forward by Luo Feng, the shadow of the evil infant once again opening its abyssal mouth to consume them. Night Swallow kills the 3 sons of the Li family, gaining 400 editing points. Li Feng's hatred value has reached 100%. Li Feng had fully succumbed to rage. Well, this farce should come to an end. Night Swallow and Chu Yun slowly turned away, stating, "Leave no one alive." "Yes." Night Swallow replied joyfully. Luo Feng and the demoness followed Chu Yun, gradually departing the barrier. "Chu Yun, you shall not die a good death. I curse you even in death. You will descend into hell. You will." Li Feng's voice was abruptly silenced, replaced by the anguished howls of thousands from the Li family, facing despair. Yet, in an instant, the abyssal maw devoured them, transforming the entire Li estate into a graveyard. Night Swallow kills Li Feng, gaining 6,000 editing points. Night Swallow kills the Li family's Grand Elder, gaining 4,000 editing points. The Li family is annihilated. The extermination of the Li family granted Chu Yun over 20,000 editing points. However, instead of returning to the prince's residence, they directed their course toward another noble family estate. The following day, a shocking piece of news erupted, causing the entire imperial city to descend into chaos. Overnight, 3 of the top 10 noble families within the Great Xia imperial city. In a single night, the members of the 3 prominent families, Li, Su, and Yu, vanished without a trace. Aside from a few who remained in the business hall and some who were away, all the high-ranking individuals from these families disappeared mysteriously. Moreover, these 3 illustrious clans were staunch allies of the Empress. The revelation of this incident sent shockwaves throughout the imperial city, igniting a flurry of speculation. Some suggested that the members of the 3 families might have been murdered, while others speculated they could be hiding in secret, plotting a rebellion. There were even whispers that they had fled the city under the cover of darkness to seek refuge with a rival nation. In essence, the rumors were boundless. Given the gravity of the situation, the emperor immediately dispatched shadow guards to investigate thoroughly. In a pavilion of the imperial garden, the emperor pondered deeply. Was this truly the work of the 9th prince? How could this young man have orchestrated such a feat? Could it have been the hand of the Shura? The emperor's expression shifted to one of surprise upon receiving a report from Meng Changzhou. Meng shook his head, asserting, "No, the 9th prince indicated that the disappearance of these 3 families should remain a mystery, which rules out the involvement of the Shura. After all, once the Shura leaves the palace, the empress would undoubtedly receive word of it." Listening to this, the emperor's countenance reflected astonishment. The 9th prince possesses such capabilities? It seems I need not worry any longer. Suddenly, the emperor received a message from the shadow guards. Upon opening the communication, his expression altered. "This is rather intriguing." "What is it, Your Majesty?" Meng Changzhou inquired. "You may take a look," the emperor replied, handing him the message. After perusing it, Meng's expression shifted. Qianya Pavilion and Baisha Island. These are forces aligned with the empress. In a single day, they were all eradicated. The emperor nodded in agreement. The most crucial aspect is that there are no traces of the assailants, suggesting that the annihilation was likely executed by a select few, or perhaps even a singular individual. Meng Changzhou's demeanor shifted dramatically. Could it be a revered one? The emperor's gaze deepened. Which revered one do you suspect is behind this? Such actions are evidently aimed at undermining the empress's support, indicating profound enmity. Meng pondered for an extended period but could not conceive of anyone audacious enough to obliterate the empress's factions at such a critical juncture. The coincidence of the 9th prince's actions within the imperial city and those targeting other states was strikingly uncanny. Enough. You may return now. I shall send someone to investigate further and see how the empress intends to handle these matters. Yes, Your Majesty. At the 9th princess residence. Qian awoke well past noon, and as spring, summer, autumn, and winter helped him dress, he yawned several times upon opening the door. "What did His Highness do last night? You seem rather lethargic," Little Chun boldly jested. Chu Yun playfully pinched her nose. "If you doubt my energy, would you care to test it?" Little Chun's face flushed a deep crimson. "Your Highness," the other 3 young ladies burst into laughter. At that moment, Luo Feng approached from a distance. "Your Highness, you are awake." Chu Yun nodded slightly and addressed the 4 women. "That will be all. You may leave now." "Yes, Your Highness." After the 4 departed, Chu Yun solemnly inquired, "Captain Luo, what is the situation?" Chapter 51, Master Xianyuozi, arriving in February. "Your Highness, the news of the sudden disappearance of the Li family and the other 3 great clans has spread throughout the imperial city overnight. Additionally, the massacre of the forces on 100 Snake Island and Qianya Pavilion has also reached the imperial capital from various states and counties. It is likely that the Queen's faction has already received word," Luo Feng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qian's expression remained composed. Everything was within his expectations. Understood. For now, instruct those within the residence to remain inside as we await news from Xiner. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng then withdrew. For Chuyun, there was little left for him to do. He merely needed to await a move from the Eastern Palace. Moreover, tomorrow marked the 10th day of the agreement between Xiaoyin and Wang Han. At that time, Chuyun would not hold back. He intended to capture every last one of them. Attention! Background editing cooldown has completed. With the 7-day background editing cooldown over, Chuyun glanced around to ensure no one was present before returning to his room and closing the door. He checked his editing points. Editing points, 58,000. The substantial amount of editing points was a result of his annihilation of the 3 clans last night, combined with the forces obliterated by Master Wanlei, culminating in this total. Over 50,000 points were indeed exhilarating. He immediately began to examine the available backgrounds. Destined Empress Meng Rushue's unfulfilled past, 8,000 editing points. The sole disciple of Xian Yozi, 10,000 editing points. Master of the Azura sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Divine King, 20,000 editing points. Currently, he could edit any of these backgrounds. However, the unfortunate aspect was that he could only select one this time. The rest would have to wait another 7 days. After much contemplation, Chuyun ultimately decided on the most cost-effective background, the sole disciple of Xian Yuozi. According to the system's description, Xian Yuozi was a supreme being, one not of ordinary stature, but an invincible supreme. With such a master backing him, what further schemes would he need? A mere invocation of master. Assist me would suffice to vanquish the entire Queen's faction with a single stroke. System, I choose to edit this, the disciple of Xian Yuozi. Kind reminder, Master. Xian Yuozi is currently in an ancient secret realm within the Yuan realm, far removed from the Great Xia Dynasty. Even if the identity is edited, it will take a minimum of 2 months for him to arrive. What? 2 months? Then I shall choose another. The brother of the Divine King. Master, the Divine King resides in the Pure Land. Even further away, it will take at least 6 months to reach this location. Chuyun's forehead was lined with black lines. Are you jesting with me? The distance from the Great Xia Dynasty is indeed vast. Do you expect me to edit the background of Yanyu Tower? The Master, as the sole disciple of Xia Yozi, this background is, in fact, the most cost-effective. Once the editing is complete, in 2 months, everything within the Great Xia Dynasty will be at your command. As for the 2-month time gap, the Master could exchange for some blind boxes, perhaps unexpected gains await. Moreover, the 7-day editing cooldown will soon pass. After a detailed explanation from the system, Chuyun found some validity in the reasoning. He has now chosen Xia Yozi. He can afford to wait 2 months. Once that time arrives, he will have a supreme backing. Those royal elders, the Queen, and the National Master will have to kneel before him in submission. Very well, let us proceed with the editing. Ultimately, Chuyun decided to edit the background of being Xia Yozi's sole disciple. Editing background in progress. Please wait. Causal alteration complete. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, Master. Background editing successful. Instantly, a segment of memory flooded into Chuyun's mind. In Chizhou, during his youth, he encountered a wandering swordsman clad in a cloud robe, who, perceiving a connection with him, took him as his disciple. However, desiring Chuyun to cultivate through his own experiences in the world, he left behind a sword soul jade before continuing his travels. He instructed Chuyun to use the sword soul jade to contact him whenever he faced insurmountable difficulties, assuring him that he would come swiftly upon seeing the signal. This remarkable master was indeed impressive, a true sword immortal. Chuyun now vividly envisioned Xia Yozi's appearance and the form he assumed when drawing his sword. Similarly, due to the reset of causality, Xia Yozi would also possess memories of accepting Chuyun as his disciple. Slowly, Chuyun retrieved a jade resembling a long sword from his possession. This was the Sword Soul Jade. Master, your disciple is now the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Due to the struggle for imperial power, life and death shall be divided. Thus, I humbly request your assistance. Chuyun transmitted this message into the Sword Soul Jade. In a mysterious ancient secret realm, amidst a blood-soaked wasteland filled with swirling dust, more than a dozen demon kings of the Tianxiong realm, towering 1,000 feet in height, lay scattered, their bodies petrified and blood long dried. The nature of their wounds was evidently inflicted by sword energy, and all bore a singular, precise sword mark. Such formidable demon kings, comparable to the realm of human deities, had been slain in an instant by a single sword. Deep within the heart of the wasteland, in a secluded valley, a cloud-robed swordsman wielded his sword, unleashing a blade of sword energy that cleaved the heavens, creating a vast rift in the sky akin to a celestial scar. A great demon lord, hiding in the void, met its demise as its head was severed by that single strike, its massive skull, the size of a mansion, tumbling from the void. Its body remained buried within that space. This great demon lord had been a supreme-level beast in life, yet fell victim to the prowess of the cloud-robed swordsman, who ended its existence with a single sword stroke. The sword-wielding cultivator gazed steadily, poised to continue his journey, when suddenly, a jade pendant containing a sword spirit at his waist emitted a radiant glow. Curious, he picked it up and heard the voice of Chu Yun along with the message he conveyed. Indeed, it had been over a decade since he last encountered this lad. Very well, Chu Yun, await your master. With a few words, he infused the jade pendant with his message and then turned away, making his way towards the exit of the secret realm. Upon receiving the response from his master, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence within him. In merely 2 months, the end for the queen and her cohorts would arrive. Elated, he recalled the remaining editing points he possessed. Having spent 10,000, he still had 48,000 left. This sum could serve to purchase some cultivation cards, or perhaps indulge in a few blind boxes. Chapter 52. Opening blind boxes, the queen's counterattack. With 48,000 remaining, his options were numerous yet limited. Solely exchanging for cultivation enhancement cards was evidently less advantageous than opening blind boxes. Thus, he decided to spend 15,000 editing points to acquire a Shattered Realm cultivation card. Subsequently, he utilized 32,000 editing points to obtain 8 golden blind boxes. After these transactions, only 1,000 editing points remained. Exchange successful. Treasures have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Would the master like to open them? Open. Chu Yun declared without hesitation. Opening now. Congratulations, master. You have received 2 peak Nirvana summoning cards, 1 minor realm enhancement card of the Honored One, 1 Honored One summoning card, 1 life liquid, 1 breath of the Celestial Sovereign, 1 divine fire vermilion bird, and 1 eye of the Honored One. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. The receipt of these rewards filled Chu Yun with a profound sense of novelty. System, please elaborate on these treasures. System, certainly. Life liquid. A single drop can restore a person's injuries to their original state. Even the most severe soul dispersions and primordial wounds can be instantly healed, a supreme treasure. Breathe of the Celestial Sovereign, upon usage. It grants 10 breaths worth of Celestial Realm power. Divine Fire Vermilion Bird. This divine ability has 5 tiers. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, one can transform into the Vermilion Bird, descending celestial flames to incinerate all impurities in the world. Eye of the Honored One. The eye of a cultivator in the Honored One realm can only be fused at the Nirvana level, once merged. Not only will strength increase, but one may also comprehend the profound mysteries of the Honored One realm. What splendid luck I have! The treasures drawn from the blind boxes were extraordinary. In the past, such fortune might have equated to winning a lottery worth billions. After reviewing the descriptions, Chu Yun felt immensely satisfied. System, let us first utilize the Shattered Realm cultivation card. In use. As the cultivation card activated, Chu Yun's aura soared as if propelled by the wind, effortlessly transcending the Nascent Soul realm to reach the initial stage of the Shattered Realm. In his mind, he diligently rehearsed the divine ability of the Vermilion Bird. With the enhancement of his celestial blood divine root, it felt as though he had acquired a learning cheat. Any spiritual technique or divine ability could be perfected in his mind with ease. After roughly 10 seconds, a red Vermilion Bird mark manifested on the inside of his arm. This serves as the finest testament to the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird's comprehension of the 2nd Celestial Realm. I must find an opportunity to test the might of this Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird, thought Chu Yun, as he opened his eyes and gazed at the searing energy contained within his palm. System, what level does my current strength belong to? System, replying to the master. You have now mastered the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird. With this alone, you are invincible within the Broken Realm and can contend in the early stages of the Nirvana realm. Moreover, due to your previous substantial feeding of blood essence stones to the blood heaven world, allowing it to expand once more, your combat prowess, without holding back, can rival that of the late stages of the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun was somewhat astonished, not expecting that his current combat strength had already transcended into the late stages of the Nirvana realm, which brought him a measure of delight. Then let us utilize the remaining items. The card for enhancing a minor realm in the Sovereign stage shall be used remotely by Lord Wanlei. Chu Yun declared. Lord Wanlei, being at the late stages of the sovereign realm, would ascend to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, akin to his uncle. Furthermore, due to his constitution as a holy body with a holy level root, his uncle would not stand a chance against Lord Wanlei at the same level. Remote enhancement in progress. Remote enhancement completed. Wanlei's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Character summoning in progress. Character summoning successful. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared as if descending from the heavens, directly materializing within the room, standing before Chu Yun. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Among the trio, an elderly man radiated an aura that surpassed the others, unmistakably a sovereign. The other 2 were at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. One was a man clad in a black robe with a black dragon crown atop his head, his handsome face exuding a cold demeanor. The other was a captivating woman. Her alluring figure reminiscent of a beautiful serpent, possessing a unique charm, though it could not quite match the celestial grace of the heavenly demoness. Opening their profiles. Name, Sovereign Season. Realm, Late Sovereign Realm. Constitution, Federe Holy Body. Root, Holy Level. Name, Murungin. Realm, Pinnacle of Nirvana Realm. Constitution, Extreme Ice King Body. Root, King Level. Name, Fire Spirit Maiden. Realm, Pinnacle of Nirvana Realm. Constitution, Virtual Flame King Body. Root, King Level. After perusing the information of the 3, Chu Yun spoke. No need for excessive formalities. Please rise. Thank you. Your Highness. Once the 3 stood, Chu Yun examined them one by one and continued, from now on. You shall all conceal your auras and refrain from revealing your cultivations as much as possible. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. In the Imperial Harem, within a side palace. The National Master Feng Tianzhong, the Divine Sovereign Wang Hansua, and the Crown Prince Chu Rong sat on either side. At the pinnacle, a woman adorned in a bright yellow 8-colored phoenix robe, crowned with a 6-dragon 3-phoenix diadem, sat with poise and solemnity. Her countenance bore a striking resemblance to that of Crown Prince Chu Rong, being 7 parts alike. This person was none other than the reigning empress of the Great Xia Dynasty, Empress Lan. The Queen, I have confirmed the identities of the individuals. Since last night, the Shura has remained within the palace and has not ventured outside the city. As for Meng Changjong, he too has been inside his residence throughout the night. This information was reliably obtained from the Misty Rain Tower. Consequently, these 2 can be entirely ruled out. Feng Tianjing spoke slowly. Lady Lanji's expression darkened slightly. In just one day, her faction had suffered losses exceeding 10,000, both within and beyond the city. The disappearance of the 3 members of the Li family likely indicates they have perished. However, to achieve such a feat overnight without leaving any trace of their bodies, the perpetrator must possess at least the strength of a revered one. If these 2 are excluded, does that not leave them with no suspects? Could it be that this incident was orchestrated by Chu Yun and his associates? The princess' countenance was equally grim, as they had yet to uncover any leads. Even the Misty Rain Tower was reportedly still investigating. Their primary suspects naturally were the revered figures from Chu Yun's camp. But with Shura and Meng Changjong ruled out, they found themselves devoid of any suspects. Surely, Chu Yun could not be a revered one? That would be utterly ludicrous. No, there is still one person. Within the Imperial City, there exists another revered one who could have aided Chu Yun. A glint of realization flashed in Lady Lanji's eyes as she contemplated. Chapter 53. The targets, Atai and Meng Rushue. Could the queen be referring to Jinmu? Feng Tianjung's gaze shifted toward her, his voice tinged with gravity. The queen, Lanji, nodded faintly. He has not made an appearance in quite some time. It is rumored that he is in seclusion, though the veracity of this remains uncertain. Upon hearing the name Jinmu, both the prince and Wang Han involuntarily changed their expressions. This name resonated profoundly with them. Jinmu is the supreme commander of the Shadow Guards and also the direct superior of Luo Feng. More crucially, he only answers to the Emperor's direct orders. And he is no ordinary revered one. Throughout the entire Great Xia Empire, even the pinnacle revered ones like Shura and the leader of the divine sect would find it difficult to guarantee victory against him. Mother, if it is indeed Jinmu, then the princess' expression would be extremely grim, even displaying a hint of ferocity. The others in the hall comprehended his implication. In the entire imperial city, only the Emperor of Great Xia could command Jinmu. This implies that it is his father who seeks to deal with them. Chu Rong's heart seethed with anger. This was all caused by Chu Yun. Had he not returned, such events would not have transpired. His Majesty likely harbors intentions of establishing Chu Yun as the heir. Meng Changjong's allegiance to Chu Yun in my view, is most likely under his directive, Feng Tianzheng continued. Lady Lanji's countenance grew solemn. Having been married for many years, she understood his methods well. She was certain that behind all of this lay the Emperor's machinations. It seemed the Emperor was utilizing Chu Yun's hand to gradually eliminate her influence. He desires a new heir. As long as I, the Queen, remain, he shall never succeed. His celestial decline had reached a point where he had, at most, merely 2 months left. The day of upheaval in the imperial city would soon unfold, and he would find himself utterly powerless to alter the course of events. However, prior to that moment, he could not simply endure in silence. Since they had taken action against him, it was only just to return the favor with equal measure. A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flashed in Lanji's eyes. What does the Empress intend to do about those adversaries? Feng Tian inquired. Lanji pondered seriously before responding. We shall refrain from targeting Chu Yun for the time being. He is under the close protection of Luo Feng, and perhaps Jin Mu lurks in the shadows as well, making the likelihood of his assassination quite low. Thus, the chief steward of his estate presents a worthy target, along with the daughter of Meng Changzhou. Let us take their lives first to whet our appetites. Furthermore, I have already instructed the members of the Corpse Yin sect and Blood God sect to apply pressure on the Shi family's territory, compelling Shi to vacate the imperial city. Upon hearing the Empress's words, the others nodded slightly. Striking at a tie in Ming Ruxue seemed the most feasible course of action, and it would undoubtedly deliver a considerable blow to Chu Yun's side, particularly Ming Ruxue, the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the Great Xia dynasty. Should she perish, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire realm, and Meng Changzhou could not possibly remain so composed. By the way, Mother, what about the other forces in various provinces? Whom shall we send to investigate? Chu Rong asked at that moment. There is no need for concern. The vice leader of the Divine Sect has already set out to investigate this matter personally. I believe we shall have results soon. Lanji then recalled something and continued. Tomorrow you are to meet with that Xiaoyan, correct? Chu Rong nodded. Yes, Mother. The items have already been delivered to the East Palace. Tomorrow at dawn, Elder Wang and the Black Iron King shall proceed to the Tsongfeng mountain range to meet Xiaoyan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this unparalleled prodigy shall become my esteemed guest. And I will promptly bring him to meet you, Mother. The Crown Prince harbored great expectations for Xiaoyan, even before their encounter. Lanji nodded in agreement. Very well. I too wish to see what this overnight sensation truly looks like. In the 9th Prince's residence, Chu Yun sat in a pavilion, closely examining the Tianhua Ding in his hands. A steady pair of footsteps approached, and a figure arrived before Chu Yun. Xijin pays his respects to Your Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Rise. Xijin, do you possess the confidence to dismantle the formation within this cauldron? Chu Yun had momentarily forgotten that the summon master, Xijin, was exceptionally gifted in the art of formations. He was indeed a formation master. The seal of the Tianhua Ding could not be broken by Master Wan Lei, as he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of formation techniques. Yet, Xijin might have a different fate in store. Chu Yun had long been curious about what exactly was sealed within the formation of the Tianhua Ding. The millennium-old herb, stolen by Qin Feng from the Wangxian Dao sect, had vanished without a trace. However, Chu Yun had a premonition that whatever was truly sealed within the Tianhua Ding would undoubtedly surpass the value of that 1,000-year-old herb. The esteemed master of arrays received the artifact, and a flicker of blue light danced in his eyes. The ancient patterns inscribed upon the cauldron began to shimmer with brilliance. After a meticulous examination, he provided a specific response. Your Highness, this sealing array appears to have been established by a peak master of the Supreme Realm. Given my current cultivation level, I can indeed decipher it, but it will require some time. How long? Inquired Chu Yun. Within 2 months. Though the precise duration will depend on how much of the Supreme Realm's power remains within those array patterns, the Master of Arrays replied. Another 2 months? Are we in some sort of conflict with time lately? Chu Yun couldn't help but express his frustration upon hearing the estimated time frame. Very well. Take your time to decipher it. Let me know if you require anything, Chu Yun instructed. Yes, Your Highness. After the Master of Arrays departed with the heavenly cauldron, Chu Yun summoned Yitun and Luo Feng. Your Highness, what is the matter? Inquired Yitun, standing beside Luo Feng with curiosity. Tomorrow at dawn, the 10-day agreement established with those from the Eastern Palace will reach its conclusion. Yitun, you and I shall head to the Tsongfeng Mountains. Commander Luo, please make arrangements regarding the matters at the city gates, and ensure we cover our tracks in and out of the city. Chu Yun directed the two. Understood, Your Highness. Rest assured, my lord, a mere few Nirvana realm cultivators are no more than ants. Dealing with them will be effortless, Luo Feng replied. Yitan's words seemed somewhat lofty, causing Luo Feng's expression to stiffen. As a cultivator of the Nirvana realm himself, he felt a surge of indignation at Yitan's remarks. Chu Yin shot him a sidelong glance and continued, I have just received news from Xiner. The Empress's faction is plotting against Atai and Meng Rushua. Commander Luo, please inform the Chancellor to remain vigilant. As for Atai, instruct him to leave the city tomorrow during the day. We shall lure the serpent from its hole. A smile crept across Chu Yun's face at this thought. If the Empress's faction dares to follow Atai out of the city, they shall face dire consequences. Yes, Your Highness. I shall visit the Chancellor's residence at once. Just as Luo Feng was about to depart, he suddenly turned back. Your Highness, regarding Miss Yu. I have a matter concerning her that I believe you should be informed of. Chu Yun blinked. What is it? About 10 days ago, Miss Yu inquired of me whether, on a particular night, Master Wan Lei was in the residence, Luo Feng explained. Chu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Which night specifically? Luo Feng responded with certainty. It was the day after you and your companions returned from the Songfeng Mountains. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, What was your response? I answered truthfully, Luo Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression grew solemn. After a brief silence, he said, All right, I understand. You may go. Understood. Luo Feng then proceeded to the Chancellor's residence. Yitan's eyes darted as he quietly asked, My lord. Could it be that Master Wan Lei was the one who rescued Meng Rushua last time? Chu Yun shot him a cold glance, the atmosphere turning tense and silent. Yitan felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze, forcing a dry smile as he stammered, My lord, I urgently need to take my leave. In a swift motion, the night swallow vanished without a trace. Chu Yun sat alone, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. Indeed, he had underestimated the heavenly demoness. Once a figure of imperial stature, her temperament was, in every aspect, equal to his own, since the truth could not be concealed. It was better to be forthright. There was no need to sow seeds of discord. Rising, Chu Yun made his way toward the secluded chamber where the heavenly demoness was in meditation. Upon entering the chamber, he found her seated serenely, and she sensed his arrival. With a slight parting of her lips, she inquired, What has transpired? Nothing significant, just a desire to converse, Chu Yun replied as he casually chose a spot to sit. His gaze imbued with profound meaning. The heavenly demoness slowly opened her eyes, revealing her striking violet golden irises. She regarded him with a steady gaze and asked, What shall we discuss? How did you discover this? It was I who instructed Wan Lei to rescue Meng Rushua, Chu Yun admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The heavenly demoness remained remarkably composed, her expression surprisingly calm. Are you referring to this matter? The one who saved her possessed strength that could be no less than that of a revered one. A revered one capable of annihilating us all. Yet they chose only to rescue Meng Rushua and did not reveal themselves. This implies that the savior feared exposure. Coupling that with the fact that they wield the power of thunder, I naturally learned everything after inquiring about Luo Feng. Chu Yun found her nonchalant response unexpected. She seemed unfazed by the revelation. Then why did you not question me immediately? Do you not hold me accountable? He asked earnestly. Her gaze remained steady. If you wished for me to know, you would have told me. Otherwise, any inquiry on my part would yield only evasive excuses, which is unnecessary. As for holding you accountable, you lack the memories of your past life. Thus it is understandable that you harbor some reservations towards me. I have previously stated that time will reveal everything. Naturally, I cannot blame you for this matter. Her words left Chu Yun momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing without sound. She still believed he had no memories of his previous life, and her lack of complete trust was only to be expected. This realization stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Gazing at her, he felt a profound ache in his heart. He approached her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, declaring, Sinny, I vow that such occurrences shall not happen again henceforth. The heavenly demoness, held in his arms, placed her hands gently on his back. It was her first intimate encounter with a man at such proximity, their skin touching, and she felt an extraordinary sense of warmth and joy. Is your reason for saving her to prevent conflict between us? She inquired, her mood lightened and relaxed. Chu Yun replied candidly, Indeed. I do not wish for discord between you. Rather, I hope for your coexistence. Very well, I shall agree to this. The heavenly demoness responded affirmatively. Chu Yun abruptly rose. His gaze filled with unexpected bewilderment as he looked at her. You agree? He exclaimed in disbelief. After all, The two of them were sworn enemies, and the demoness had consented so readily. To be frank, neither of us has ever held absolute assurance of being able to kill the other, whether in the past or present. Even back then, had you not allowed Wan Lei to rescue her, she might not have perished. Do not underestimate the hidden power of a reincarnated emperor. Our long-standing feud has worn us both down. I believe I am not the only one fatigued by this. I am willing to make concessions for you, yet persuading Meng Ruxiwei may not prove to be so simple. The demoness conveyed her sentiments. Chu Yun understood that her willingness to articulate such thoughts was a significant concession on her part for him. Thus, as a man, what reason did he have to fail in this endeavor? Rest assured, I will handle matters concerning Meng Ruxiwei. You need not worry, he assured the demoness before departing from the chamber. Once outside, Chu Yun sighed, his thoughts tangled. To have deceived a woman who has treated me so sincerely. I truly am a scoundrel. System, acknowledged. The system suddenly interjected without prompt. Chu Yun? System, have you lost your mind? Are you seeking trouble? System, Master, please do not think this way. You are a good man. Your original intentions remain intact. You merely wish for them to coexist harmoniously and to establish a happy family with them. Chu Yun, now, that is music to my ears. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. Luo Feng had arranged everything at the city gates, and as midnight approached, Chu Yun, along with Yi Tun and the respected Master Xizhen, clandestinely exited the city. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Yun had specifically brought Master Xizhen along. Additionally, at that very moment, two other groups were secretly leaving the city, heading toward the same destination as Chu Yun, the Songfeng mountain range. One group comprised individuals from the Eastern Palace, while the other consisted of formidable figures from the Misty Rain Tower. Today, the ratings will be released, and I hope everyone will generously give 5-star reviews to boost the score. By the way, I am initiating a bonus chapter event. If the day's donations reach 100, I will add a bonus chapter. So, for those who have finished reading, feel free to send some small gifts to show your support. Even free gifts count. Many hands make light work, and together we can achieve a great opportunity. Chapter 55. Storm clouds gather at Songfeng, the four great elders. Atop Songfeng Mountain, Chu Yun still wore a mask, and both Yi Tun and Master Xizhen, standing beside him, had also obscured their appearances slightly. As the dawn approached, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King gradually ascended from the mountainside, their figures standing before Chu Yun and his companions. Wang Hansua's gaze swept over, noticing the two unfamiliar figures beside Chu Yun, but did not dwell on them too much. Young Master Xiaoyan, as promised, we have arrived. The items are ready for you, Wang Hansua declared, extending his palm, revealing a blood-red crystal and a box sealing an evil infant within. The eternal blood essence stone is indeed genuine. Within this box lies a sealed, evil infant at the pinnacle of nirvana. Young Master Xiaoyan, feel free to inspect it. In an effort to demonstrate sincerity, Wang Hansua lightly waved his hand, causing two items to float directly before Chu Yun. After receiving them and confirming their authenticity, Chu Yun nodded, saying, both of these items are satisfactory. Thank you for your efforts. However, the subtlety in his tone went unnoticed by Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King, who assumed Chu Yun was merely being polite. The Black Iron King then inquired, Young Master Xiaoyan, we have presented our sincerity. May I ask when you intend to meet His Highness the Crown Prince? He has been waiting for you in the Eastern Palace tonight, eager to personally meet such a talented individual. At these words, Chu Yun smiled faintly. Stowing the two items away before responding, I am indeed flattered by His Highness's regard for Xiaoyan. Wang Hansua interjected, His Highness holds young Master Xiao in high esteem. With His Highness's assistance and young Master Zhao's innate talent, it will surely be a formidable alliance. In the future, young Master Hao's name will resound throughout the Great Xia. Until this moment, Wang Hansua continued to extol Chu Yun. Chu Yun regarded the two with a meaningful expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the name Xiaoyan, when associated with any crown prince, would undoubtedly echo throughout the Great Xia. But, regrettably, that crown prince is not Chu Rong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King shifted slightly, the former's countenance darkening. Young Master Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to go back on your word? With a wicked smile, Chu Yun replied, his voice chilling, and if I were to go back on my word, what would you do about it? Their faces turned completely grim. Xiaoyan, I advise you not to deceive yourself. Having taken the items, you think to flee? Such fortune does not exist in this world. If you dare to renege today, I assure you, you will fall lifeless upon the Zhangfeng Mountains." The Black Iron King declared coldly, a threat lacing his words. At that moment, the overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of nirvana emanated from Wang Hansua. A terrifying presence enveloping the mountaintop, exerting pressure upon Chu Yun, showcasing his might and warning him. Yet, Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged. His gaze playfully fixed upon them as he casually remarked, "Feel free to make your move. Just ensure it is a lively one. Rest assured, Master, leave it to me." Night Swallow chuckled, and in the next instant, a wave of malevolent energy surged from him, akin to a tsunami, shattering Wang Hansua's imposing pressure. "Respectable realm. Run." The faces of Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King turned pale as they realized Night Swallow was indeed a being of the respectable realm. They had no time to ponder further, instinctively attempting to flee. "Now that you stand before me, do you still wish to escape? What do you take me for?" Night Swallow felt that these two had underestimated him gravely. His aura was already revealed, and yet they still contemplated retreat. By now, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King's hearts were in turmoil. Had they known Night Swallow's thoughts, it surely would have infuriated them beyond measure. Opting to flee instinctively, they felt that if they continued to disregard him, it would truly defy all reason. From the perspective of Yitun, these two should not have fled. They ought to have knelt down and begged for mercy. The evil spirit claw. Yitun slowly extended his hand, and a wave of malevolent energy shot forth from his palm, instantly transforming into a colossal claw of an evil infant, as if to obliterate the mountains themselves. Reaching out towards the two, the earth-shattering lantern, the golden void spirit spear, Wang Hansua and the others realized that evasion was futile, and thus chose to withstand the impending strike with all their might. A lotus lantern, ablaze with golden light, manifested above the heavens, while the Black Iron King also retrieved his most formidable spiritual weapon. The golden void spirit spear morphed into a radiant spear dragon, engulfed in resplendent phoenix flames, illuminating the night sky above the mountain peaks. Wang Hansua's earth-shattering lantern coalesced into a massive giant, with the lantern serving as its heart, commanding the towering figure, nearly 1,000 zhang high, to charge at the evil claw. Sizzle, boom, boom, boom. The outcome was precisely as Chu Yun anticipated. The colossal earth giant and the golden spear dragon were utterly annihilated. The moment they made contact with the evil claw, the erupting waves of supreme energy shattered everything. The earth-shattering lantern and the golden void spirit spear were reduced to ashes. Yet the evil claw did not relent, directly grasping the bodies of the two. As the rebirth flames igniting their forms were swiftly permeated by the sinister energy, they were suddenly overwhelmed by a bone-chilling cold. As the malevolent force intertwined with every fiber of their power, stifling their strength while incessantly tormenting their entire meridian system. It felt as though a dark evil was rampaging within them, causing even these two powerful beings in the rebirth realm to emit anguished cries. Yitun beckoned, and the claw holding them returned to the mountaintop. Thud, thud. Their bodies, pressed by Yitun's power, knelt before Chu Yun. "Who are you?" "I am the third elder of the divine sect. If you harm me, you shall not escape unscathed." Wang Hansua gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain within, and glared fiercely at Chu Yun. Chu Yun regarded him with an icy gaze. "Yitun, take them away for now." Yitun's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Yes, Master." He then diminished their bodies to the size of grains of sand, absorbing them into his own being. "Having observed for so long, are you not yet prepared to reveal yourselves? If you do not emerge soon, I shall truly take my leave." Chu Yun suddenly called out, his voice resonating around the mountaintop. "Master Xiaoyan, the two beside you possess formidable strength." A familiar voice echoed in response. In the next moment, from behind the dark clouds not far away, a dozen figures descended. They were all from the rebirth realm. Leading them was Sun Yan, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, accompanied by two other elderly figures. Both of these individuals were formidable beings at the venerable level, yet they stood to either side of Sun Yan, forming a protective circle. Chapter 56. Sun Yan's ambiguous stance. Si Zhan's demonstration. Upon seeing Sun Yan, Chu Yun's expression remained largely unchanged, though he furrowed his brow slightly. "Steward Su, this seems rather unseemly, does it not? Last time, I spared your people. This time, have you brought so many to the Zhangfeng Mountains with the intent to oppose me? In any situation, it is only natural for one to harbor feelings of discontent. Moreover, Chu Yun has never been known for his benevolence. Should the Misty Rain Pavilion truly intend to confront him, he would not hesitate to unleash the breath of the celestial sovereign to eliminate these individuals." Sun Yan chuckled lightly, calmly elucidating, "Young Master Xiaoyan has misunderstood. Our Misty Rain Pavilion is a business entity and has no desire to meddle in the conflicts of various factions. Thus, we certainly do not wish to be at odds with young Master Xiaoyan." Chu Yun's expression grew stern. "Then what is the purpose of your visit?" "We have come merely to seek a confirmation from His Highness, the Ninth Prince," Sun Yan replied, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun fell into silence, uncertain if Sun Yan was probing him or if they had genuinely uncovered his true identity. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "If you claim I am a prince, then let it be so. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to verify?" Chu Yun's response, however, caught Sun Yan off guard. He had indeed been testing Chu Yun, having conducted an investigation into Xiaoyan's identity, which proved to be a ruse. Their meticulous inquiries revealed a striking resemblance to a long-missing figure, the recently returned Ninth Prince, Chu Yun. Yet, if he truly were Chu Yun, how could he be accompanied by so many esteemed beings, not to mention possessing such extraordinary talent? Should he indeed be Chu Yun, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. However, Chu Yun's ambiguous reply neither confirmed nor denied this, leaving Sun Yan in a quandary. "What we seek to verify is the origin of Your Highness's remarkable talent," Sun Yan stated, gazing intently at him. "Matters of talent are personal, and I regret to say, I cannot divulge anything further," Chu Yun replied. "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." As Chu Yun prepared to depart with his companions, a member of the Misty Rain Pavilion subtly conjured a breeze that dislodged his mask, exposing his true visage. Sun Yan's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting. It was indeed him. At that moment, he was completely certain that Xiaoyan was none other than the Ninth Prince, Chu Yun. Chu Yun halted, having no intention of concealing his identity any longer. With the Misty Rain Pavilion's suspicions now directed at him, the revelation of his identity was merely a matter of time. However, the manner in which they unveiled his mask altered the nature of the situation significantly. "Sun Yan, I believe I have afforded you enough courtesy. Your actions are somewhat unbecoming," Chu Yun remarked, his eyes icy as he regarded them. The two esteemed members of the Misty Rain Pavilion wore expressions of haughty superiority, arms crossed, their disdain evident in their gazes, which filled Chu Yun with revulsion. "My apologies, Your Highness, for any disrespect. I hope you will forgive our transgressions," Sun Yan offered politely. "And this is how it concludes?" Chu Yun challenged, fixing Sun Yan with a penetrating stare, his eyes cold as ice. "Chu Yun, what else do you expect from Sun Yan?" came the retort. "Do not overreach. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, if you wish to act recklessly before my Mist Rain Tower, you are yet unworthy of such audacity." The esteemed figure to my left, a master of the Mist Rain Tower, spoke from a position of superiority. When the master speaks, what place do servants have to interject? "Sun Yan, is this how you manage those under your command? Is this truly the principle that your Mist Rain Tower has adhered to all along?" Chu Yun, undeterred, boldly chastised the esteemed figure, showing no fear despite the latter's status. To him, a master was not beyond reproach. He had dared to confront even the likes of Blood Xian. The current esteemed figure of the Mist Rain Tower was, in fact, weaker than Blood Xian, yet exhibited an even more detestable demeanor. "What did you say? You ignorant wretch, how dare you insult this esteemed one?" The chastised master seethed with fury, launching a palm strike directly at Chu Yun's neck. The oppressive aura of the early-stage master enveloped the vicinity around Chu Yun. Boom. A formation seal from Master Sijin erupted, transforming into a hexagram array. The array's light burst forth like starlight, dispersing the oppressive force from the esteemed figure of the Mist Rain Tower and repelling the incoming hand. Bang! The figure was thrust back several meters by the force of the starlight, his arm rendered numb and immobile from the overwhelming power. "What formidable strength!" the elder from the Mist Rain Tower exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of cautious astonishment. At this moment, the true extent of Master Sijin's cultivation was revealed to Sun Yan and the others. He was no ordinary master, but rather one of the late stage. Alone, he could easily overpower everyone present on this night in the mountains. Standing beside Chu Yun, Master Sijin gazed at them with indifference, ready to act at a mere command from Chu Yun without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Yi Tun stood to the side with a grim expression. He understood the might of the Mist Rain Tower. Opposing such a force would exact a tremendous price. To put it bluntly, before the headquarters of the Mist Rain Tower, even 100 of the great Xia dynasty would be insufficient. However, should the master truly wish to engage, he would certainly accompany him to the death. Life and death were trivial. If one would not submit, then let them face the consequences. Sun Yin, observing the situation, quickly devised a plan. He retrieved a piece of blood essence stone from his storage ring and said, "Your Highness, my subordinate acted thoughtlessly earlier. Please accept this 10,000-year blood essence stone as an apology. Our mist rain tower means you no harm, and I hope you can understand." Seeing Sun Yin's earnestness, Chu Yun slowly accepted the ancient blood essence stone. "Su Ji, sure, my intentions are not directed at you. For so long, the royal family and Mist Rain Tower have treated each other with mutual respect, and I hold a favorable impression of you. However, some of your esteemed figures could certainly benefit from a refinement in their outlook and demeanor," Chu Yun stated plainly. The expressions of the two esteemed figures behind Sun Yin darkened significantly, but Sun Yin shot them a glance, swiftly suppressing their emotions. Turning back, he replied with a faint smile, "You speak truthfully. I shall give this matter careful consideration. In addition, regarding tonight's events, I assure you that the Misty Rain Tower will remain discreet. You need not worry." Although the true intentions of Sun Yin remain unclear, Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. "Let us depart." Subsequently, the trio left the Zhangfeng mountain range and, under the cover of night, made their way back to the imperial city. To elaborate on the realms: Innate Realm, Qi Condensation Realm, Qi Gathering Realm, Qi Transformation Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Venerable Realm. Celestial Aspect Realm, Celestial Sovereign, Supreme Realm, King Sealing Realm, Saint Sealing Realm, Saint King Realm, Indestructible Realm, Celestial Severance Realm, Eternal Realm, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 57. The Rules of the Misty Rain Tower. As Sun Yin observed the departing figures of Chu Yun and his companions, his gaze deepened, and a solemn expression settled upon his face. Lord Su is merely an arrogant youth, relying on his modest talents. I fail to comprehend why he places such importance on him, remarked one of the venerable realm individuals nearby, their countenance tinged with displeasure. They were well aware of Sun Yin's true identity. It is no exaggeration to say that even those of celestial aspect status would show utmost deference before Sun Yin. The two were genuinely perplexed by Sun Yin's favor towards Chu Yun, especially considering he had gifted him a millennia-old blood essence stone. "What do you understand? Chu Yun is far more complex than you perceive. Just the few venerable realm experts by his side remain beyond our investigation. Thus, cultivating a positive rapport with him is far more advantageous than fostering enmity. This is not a matter of pride, but of intellect. Moreover, he is not mistaken in his assertion. You ought to reconsider your condescending attitude. The Misty Rain Tower conducts its business without regard for the identities of others. All are equal, and notions of superiority are unfounded. Should there be a recurrence, I shall enforce the internal regulations of the tower." Sun Yin cast a disapproving glance at them, issuing a stern warning. "Understood, Lord Su. There shall be no next time," the two venerable realm individuals replied, bowing their heads in sincere contrition. They genuinely feared the repercussions, for no one understood the weight of the rules within the Misty Rain Tower better than they. "Very well. Let us return." Yes, the entourage of the Misty Rain Tower also departed from the Zhangfeng mountain range. In this gathering of three factions, it was solely the Queen's faction that bore the brunt of the consequences. At the ninth prince's residence, after Chu Yun and his companions safely returned, the venerable Si Zhen commenced the gradual unraveling of the enchantments surrounding the Tianhua cauldron. Within Chu Yun's chamber, the door stood ajar, and soon, aside from himself and Yi Tun, the true form of the heavenly demoness arrived. "Did you summon me?" Chu Yun nodded. "Please, have a seat." The heavenly demoness took her place beside him. "I called you both to inquire about the intricacies of the Misty Rain Tower. Yi Tun, you have had dealings with them. As for Xiner, you should possess a clearer understanding of their strength. What is your assessment?" Chu Yun inquired. He had previously heard the heavenly demoness mention that he should avoid antagonizing the Misty Rain Tower and conduct matters according to their established rules. However, through the events of tonight, he regarded the Misty Rain Tower as a significant uncertainty. Therefore, he must ascertain the true nature of this force without ambiguity. "Have you offended the Misty Rain Tower?" the demoness of heaven inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. Chu Yun shook his head. "Not quite. I sense that Sun Yin harbors no malice towards me. It is merely the aura of superiority exuded by those two masters of the Misty Rain Tower that fills me with disdain." Chu Yun spoke the truth. Had it not been for Sun Yin's initiative in presenting a piece of ancient bloodstone to broker peace, he might have indeed provoked the master of the armies to take action against the two. It was precisely because of Sun Yin's concession that Chu Yun afforded him a measure of respect and took a step back, allowing both parties to maintain dignity. "My lord, All I know is that the Misty Rain Tower possesses substantial power at its headquarters. They not only have celestial beings but also a considerable number of supreme beings. Their strength is utterly incomparable to that of the great Xia dynasty, replied Yi Tun with utmost seriousness. His knowledge was limited, as he had spent most of his time in the evil infant realm, possessing only a superficial understanding of the forces within the elemental realm. Upon hearing that the Misty Rain Tower boasted numerous supreme beings, Chu Yun maintained a relatively calm demeanor, as this information was within his expectations. However, the demoness of heaven continued. This is merely a partial view of their strength. The Misty Rain Tower is one of the pinnacle forces within the elemental realm, with profound foundations. Chu Yun, I must tell you, there exists an emperor-level entity within the headquarters. In my prime, I could contend with them, but now, to offend them would leave me with no hope of victory. Her words caused Chu Yun's expression to shift slightly, while Yi Tun listened in astonishment. The notion of one of the pinnacle forces in the elemental realm possessing an emperor was enough to instill despair in many. If the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower is so formidable, why have they established a branch here in Great Xia? Chu Yun queried, perplexed. This is their business strategy. In the elemental realm, they possess over 1,000 branches, each yielding considerable profits. It is no exaggeration to say that the Misty Rain Tower is the wealthiest force in the elemental realm. However, you need not overly concern yourself. The Misty Rain Tower has strict regulations. All branches are prohibited from interfering in the disputes of various factions or from provoking others. This stringent adherence to rules has allowed the Misty Rain Tower to maintain its excellent reputation over the years. Chu Yun understood the essence of the demoness' words. As long as he refrained from provoking the Misty Rain Tower, he had little to fear from this uncertainty. It was inevitable that within such a vast force, a few ill-mannered individuals would exist, but one could not condemn the entire entity based on the actions of a few. If what you say is true, then I need not worry excessively, Chu Yun reflected thoughtfully, believing that individuals like the two from tonight were surely rare within the Misty Rain Tower. Otherwise, if all its members were of that ilk, their reputation would have long since plummeted. Indeed, you need not worry. As long as you have not made a mortal enemy of them, the Misty Rain Tower will generally not seek trouble, and they place great importance on their regulations. Even if you were to slay their people, as long as you could prove it was the fault of the other party, the Smoke Rain Tower would not only refrain from seeking vengeance, but would even send high-ranking officials to offer apologies. The final words of the demoness left Chu Yun profoundly astonished by the Smoke Rain Tower. To cultivate such a powerful force while adhering strictly to principles and reasoning, their esteemed reputation is indeed well-deserved. Reflecting on his own position, Chu Yun acknowledged that he could never achieve such a feat. It wasn't due to a lack of reason or a narrow mind. Rather, his ambitions were akin to those of an emperor, driven by conquest rather than pure benevolence. His aspirations would inevitably lead to aggression, rendering him incapable of exercising the same restraint as the Smoke Rain Tower, which, despite losses, still adhered to their principles. Truly, the Smoke Rain Tower commanded his respect. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Chu Rong waited from dawn until daybreak in the Eastern Palace. His initial anticipation morphed into impatience, confusion, suspicion, and ultimately, rage. Upon receiving word from his envoy, he was thoroughly devastated. Your Highness, there is not a soul to be found in the Zhangfang Mountains. Only remnants of shattered lanterns and fragments of the Golden Void Spirit Spear remain. Elder Wang and the Black Iron King have likely met with misfortune, and the treasures are lost. Xiao Yin is also unaccounted for, greatly implicating him in the perilous situation of Elder Wang and the others. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince's Fury and Wang Hansuo's Terror. Xiao Yin. How could it possibly be him? Chu Rong had not slept a wink that night. His eyes were bloodshot, and disbelief marred his countenance. It was clear that Wang Hansuo and the Black Iron King had encountered trouble, as evidenced by the shattered spiritual artifacts. With Xiao Yan's disappearance, he was undeniably the prime suspect. It was likely that Xiao Yan had laid an ambush in the Zhangfang Mountains, leading to the misfortune of the Black Iron King and his companions. But how could Xiao Yan possibly contend with them? Two beings of nirvana, one of whom was at the pinnacle of nirvana, who, besides a revered figure, could confidently confront them. The more Chu Rong pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became, his anxiety propelling him to pace back and forth as he contemplated the situation. Sir, it seems we may have been deceived from the very beginning. Let us enter the palace and inform the Empress immediately. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Rong resolved to report the matter to his mother without delay. Very well, a voice echoed in response. Within the palace, Chu Rong stood in the Empress's chamber, his head bowed, his expression heavy with gravity and disdain. After hearing the entire account, Empress Lanji maintained a composed demeanor despite her furrowed brow. Utilizing the sacred sect's secret techniques, she established contact with the sacred sect, learning that the life lanterns of Wang Hansua were still burning, indicating that they were likely not yet deceased. "Are you certain it was that individual named Xiaoyan?" Lanji inquired with a serious tone. "Mother, I cannot say for certain. I am unsure if it was truly Xiaoyan, but if it was, he may have orchestrated the entire affair from the very beginning." The prince spoke with a heavy countenance, lamenting the loss of what they had prepared for him and the capture of Elder Wang and his companions. Incompetence. To be toyed with by a mere nobody without any backing. You truly bring disgrace upon me. Lady Lan scolded him without reservation. Bowing his head, the prince, despite the fury boiling within, found himself unable to defend his actions. After a moment's respite to temper her anger, Lady Lan coldly stated, "Since the situation has reached this point, let us not dwell on other matters. If you cannot ascertain the whereabouts of Xiaoyan and the Black Iron King, then go to the Misty Rain Pavilion and request their assistance. Furthermore, issue a bounty for Xiaoyan. Whoever can locate him and capture him alive shall be rewarded with a precious spirit pill. Such a reward, a precious spirit pill, would prove enticing even to those at the level of the revered realm, showcasing Lady Lan's resolute determination to hunt down Xiaoyan. Yes, my empress. I shall personally visit the Misty Rain Pavilion to ensure this matter is addressed." Chu Rong replied solemnly. Such is the nature of deep affection. It can swiftly transform into profound hatred. His admiration for Xiaoyan had been boundless, yet it had culminated in this unfortunate outcome, igniting within Chu Rong a fierce loathing. After leaving the palace, he made his way to the Misty Rain Pavilion, where Sun Yin personally received him. Upon revealing his intentions, Sun Yin, remaining true to his word, refrained from disclosing any information regarding Chu Yun. As for the whereabouts of Xiaoyan and Wang Han, the pavilion declined the venture, stating they too were in the midst of an investigation and could not provide definitive answers. However, they did accept another commission. Consequently, the Misty Rain Pavilion issued a bounty for Xiaoyan. An anonymous benefactor offered a reward for his capture, promising a precious spirit pill. The news spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city, stirring curiosity among numerous powerful factions. Who could harbor such animosity towards Xiaoyan to offer such a generous reward? The allure of the precious spirit pill was enough to incite frenzy among cultivators below the revered realm. Driven by greed, not only the imperial city, but also various factions across the entire Xia province mobilized to seek out any trace of Xiaoyan. After all, the temptation of a precious spirit pill was simply too great. In the ninth prince's residence, after a restful slumber, Chu Yun was informed of these developments by Luo Feng. He remained unfazed upon hearing that the empress's faction would issue a bounty on him, as it was anticipated. "By the way, Your Highness, the emperor has sent word for you to visit the palace once you awaken," Luo Feng added. Chu Yun nodded. "Father likely wishes to discuss the bounty matter. There is no need to rush. You may leave now." "Yes, Your Highness." Luo Feng then turned to depart. Chu Yun subsequently made his way to a hidden chamber in the rear courtyard, which had been fashioned into a prison cell by Yi Tan. At this moment, Wang Han and the Black Iron King were nailed to a cross, their bones shattered into fragments, their meridians severed and restored countless times, their entire bodies subjected to agonizing pain, exacerbated by the malevolent energy unleashed by Yi Tan, only to torment them until their souls shatter, amplifying their suffering to the utmost. The two are now on the brink of death, their faces smeared with blood, scarcely possessing the strength to utter a word. The Empress of the Divine Sect will undoubtedly not spare you. If you have the ability, then kill us, Wang Han gasped, his voice weak and intermittent. Yi Tan stood before them, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you wish for death, it is not so easily attained. Until my master speaks, I cannot allow you to perish. Yi Tan began to channel energy into their bodies, preparing to mend their shattered bones and meridians. Chu Yun approached with steady steps, his figure swiftly coming into view before the three. "Master." Yi Tan immediately halted his actions, bowing in respect. "Xiaoyan, who are you truly?" The Iron King opened his swollen, dimming eyes, fixated on Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked at the two and coldly smiled. "Your pitiful appearance is indeed tragic. Very well, it is time I introduce myself. I am Xiaoyan, the very person you have sought to confront with such fervor. I am the ninth prince of the great Xia dynasty, Chu Yun." Upon revealing his identity, Wang Han and the Iron King, who had already been drained of strength, found themselves momentarily numbed by disbelief, their eyes widening in horror, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Xiaoyan is Chu Yun. How can this be? How is this even possible? How could he possibly be Chu Yun? Supplement on realms, in case some have not seen it. Innate realm, condensation realm, gathering chi realm, transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, venerable realm, heavenly aspect realm, heavenly lord, supreme realm, king sealing realm, saint sealing realm, saint king realm, indestructible realm, heavenly absolute realm, eternal realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor realm. Then I kindly ask everyone not to neglect the book. The early data is crucial, as this month's attendance is lacking, resulting in no compensation. Therefore, starting next month, if everyone maintains their support, the data will remain consistent. Allowing the author to update 3 chapters daily, striving for an attendance reward of 800 yuan. Chapter 59, The Departure of the Azura, a Fortuitous Encounter. Chu Yun. How could you possibly be Xiaoyan? How could there be a venerable hidden by your side? Wang Han's hoarse voice trembled with incredulity. Chu Yun remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on his lips. There is no need for you to know such matters. In the next moment, Chu Yun unleashed the blood heaven realm. An endless stream of blood energy erupting from his being, enveloping the entire chamber. Now, all present were drawn into the blood heaven realm, which had evolved from a mere blood pool into a flowing crimson river, all thanks to the blood essence stones. After integrating them, Chu Yun allowed the blood heaven realm to continuously evolve, significantly enhancing its combat power. The third prince. In that moment, Wang Han and the Iron King could not afford to ponder the nature of their surroundings. For before them stood a man who had been tormented to the brink of mental and physical collapse, his hair disheveled. It was none other than the third prince, Chu Yuan. The third prince, Wang Hansua, suddenly halted his words, struck by a terrifying possibility. If the third prince were imprisoned here, then the one in the Eastern Palace must surely be an impostor. At this moment, Chu Yuan found himself bereft of even the slightest strength to speak. Even when he heard his name being called, he could not lift his head. The relentless torment of recent days had led him to truly experience the despair of being unable to live or die. He had succumbed to the brink of collapse countless times, and now, aside from harboring a profound hatred for Chu Yun, he was consumed by a yearning for death. To him now, death seemed a form of liberation. The Black Iron King, Wang Hansua. I am not in haste to end your lives just yet. You shall remain here, keeping company with Chu Yuan. When the day comes to confront Lan Ji, I shall ensure you have the opportunity for a final farewell. No need to thank me. I perform good deeds without seeking recognition. A sly smile graced Chu Yun's lips as he commanded the blood energy of the blood river to transform into thousands of blood serpents that viciously attacked the two men's bodies. He intended for them to suffer as Chu Yuan had, as the blood poison unleashed by the serpents began to spread throughout their forms, having already sustained severe injuries. Their pain was amplified to its zenith by the night's embrace. As the blood poison ravaged them, they screamed in agony, their bodies trembling with every ounce of strength they could muster, reaching the pinnacle of suffering. Focus. The enmity between the Black Iron King and Wang Hansua has reached 100%. Chu Yun, you shall not escape a wretched fate. The Empress and the Divine Sovereign will undoubtedly rend you limb from limb. Wang Hansua howled in despair, enduring the pain. Chu Yun paid no heed to their struggles. Their futile screams only brought him amusement. Let us depart. Yes, my lord. He and Yi Tun exited the Blood Sky realm, returning to the hidden chamber. Chu Yun slowly retrieved the box containing the evil infant, which was sealed within, a creature of Nirvana realm. This is for you. I hope you do not disappoint me and strive to break through soon. Chu Yun tossed the box to Yi Tun. Yi Tun, elated, caught it and immediately expressed, "Thank you, my lord." Subsequently, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng, and together they ventured into the imperial palace. In the chancellor's residence, Meng Ruxue had been in seclusion recovering since her return from the Crescent Moon Valley. Today, she finally emerged, her injuries healed. However, upon her release, she learned of Xiaoyan's dire situation regarding the bounty placed upon him. Moreover, her father, Meng Changzhong, had personally instructed her to remain within the estate during this period. Upon discovering that her father had sided with the ninth prince, Chu Yun, and was opposed to the Empress's faction, she surmised some reasons behind his caution. It was likely that her father feared retaliation from the Empress against her, thus advising her to stay home for the time being. At this moment, within her boudoir, a beautiful matron completed her report and added, "Miss, As per the Chancellor's instructions, we may find ourselves unable to act for the foreseeable future. Now that your injuries have just healed, perhaps it would be wise to rest a while longer? Meng Ruxue understood the concern of her subordinates. After all, there were hidden dangers posed by the demonists and Xiao Yan, while openly, the Empress's faction remained adversarial to her father, particularly concerning Xiao Yan. Even now, she finds him utterly inscrutable. The ability to command the evil infant is nothing short of astonishing. It is precisely due to such factors that her current predicament is arguably the worst she has faced in years. No, she cannot simply wait idly, for that would hasten her demise. Meng Ruxue is not particularly worried about the Queen's faction. Her greater concern lies with the celestial demoness. Given her extraordinary talent, it is highly likely that she could surpass Meng Ruxue and achieve the Nirvana realm ahead of her. Meanwhile, Meng Ruxue remains ensnared by the Nirvana curse, and the gap between them will only widen. Thus, she must devise a new strategy. She cannot afford to languish in inaction. After a moment of careful contemplation, an idea suddenly flickers in her mind. If her father has aligned himself with the Ninth Prince, perhaps she could leverage the Ninth Prince to assist her in concocting the source of Nirvana. Although Chu Yun's influence within the Imperial City is relatively weak, he is nonetheless a cherished member of the Shi family. Should she manage to harness the power of the Shi family, her chances of successfully forging the source of Nirvana would undoubtedly increase significantly. Do you know where Chu Yun is now? Meng Ruxue inquired. Miss, we received word that he has gone to the palace to meet with the Shadow Guard leader, Luo Feng, the woman replied. To the palace we go. I must see him, Meng Ruxue declared, rising to her feet and preparing to step out the door. But miss, the Chancellor instructed us not to, the woman began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Meng Ruxue. Have no fear. Even if the Queen's people intend to act, they would never do so in broad daylight. Moreover, my entrance into the palace today would deter them from taking action within the imperial palace, as it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to the entire Great Xia dynasty. Meng Ruxue was supremely confident in her understanding of their mindset, firmly believing that her venture into the palace today would be without incident. Soon after, she and the woman departed the Chancellor's residence, making their way to the palace. Unbeknownst to Chu Yun, he would soon have an unexpected encounter with Meng Ruxue within the palace. At that moment, he was originally on his way to the imperial study, but upon receiving a message from his uncle, he and Luo Feng diverted to visit his mother. Uncle, mother, what brings such urgency? As he entered the hall, Chu Yun inquired. Yuner, your uncle must leave the imperial city for a while, the Shura sovereign stated plainly. Chu Yun had long been psychologically prepared for this news. He had previously received word from the celestial demoness that if the Queen's faction intended to target him, the first step would be to remove his uncle from the equation. Otherwise, they would stand no chance of success. At this moment, Qin feigned ignorance and asked, Uncle, is it because of the Queen's faction? The Shura sovereign nodded. The sovereigns of the Corpse Yin sect and Blood God sect have been incessantly harassing the Shi family's territories. I must return to deal with these pests once and for all. Chapter 60. The Emperor's Will, an unexpected encounter in the palace. Chu Yun nodded calmly. I understand. I will be cautious during this time. The Shura sovereign continued. The actions of the Blood God sect and Corpse Yin sect are likely instigated by Lan Ji, aiming to ensure my departure from the imperial city. Simultaneously, this signifies that they are highly likely to take action against you during my absence. Yuner, for your safety, would it not be prudent for you to accompany me on this journey back? Chu Yun, with an air of calmness, smiled and shook her head. There is no need. Uncle, there is no cause for concern on this matter. I have long since prepared for my own safety, so you and mother need not worry. Even a respected elder would find it challenging to pose a threat to me. Both Consort Shi and Xiao Luo listened intently, recognizing that Chu Yun must possess certain hidden trump cards unknown to them. However, hearing her express a lack of fear towards a respected elder did evoke a degree of surprise. Very well. Your father, the Emperor, is already aware of my departure. He will surely make some arrangements. The esteemed Xiao Luo fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, by the way, what actions have you taken under the guise of Xiao Yan? Why have you drawn a bounty from the Eastern Palace? Although the prince's bounty is anonymous, there are only a handful of individuals in the imperial city capable of producing high-grade elixirs, and both Xiao Luo and Consort Shi quickly guessed the answer. Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King are in my custody. Chu Yun's words were astonishing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo and Consort Shi's expressions shifted, both exclaiming in disbelief, What? Yuner, you have captured Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King. Consort Shi was particularly astonished. curious about how her son had accomplished such feats. While the Black Iron King could be set aside, Wang Hansua is a genuine pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Even Luo Feng could only match him in strength. Attempting to subdue him would be utterly impossible. Mother, I have my own methods to contend with the Queen's faction. It is only natural that I would not lack preparations, Chu Yun replied with a composed demeanor. Shou Luo could not help but notice how increasingly enigmatic his nephew had become. It was even becoming difficult for him to see through him. The fact that Wang Hansua had fallen into his hands was truly incredible. In less than a month, Chu Yun had transformed from a condemned sinner of the Zhihua sect into this formidable figure. However, both of them understood that everyone has their secrets. Perhaps Chu Yun had experienced extraordinary adventures during this time. As long as he chose not to divulge them, they, as elders, would naturally respect his wishes and refrain from pressing further. Very well. Yuner, now that you have grown, I can rest easy. Once I have dealt with the Shi family's matters, I will return to the imperial city at once. Very well. Afterward, the esteemed Shou Luo took his leave, and shortly thereafter, Chu Yun and consort Shi conversed for a brief moment before heading to the imperial study with Luo Feng to pay their respects. In the imperial study, my son pays his respects to his majesty. Luo Feng, I greet your majesty. Upon entering the hall, Chu Yun and Luo Feng bowed to the emperor of the Great Xia, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. There is no need for excessive formalities. Yuner, please take a seat, the emperor said, putting away his brush and gesturing for them to sit. Thank you, father. Chu Yun immediately took a seat in a chair to the side, while Luo Feng stood nearby. Yuner, I have summoned you today to inquire about the bounty issued by the Misty Rain Tower. What is the reason behind it? As Chu Yun had anticipated, her father had summoned her to understand this matter. Father, you must be aware of who issued the bounty, correct? Chu Yun countered with a question. The emperor nodded slightly, remarking that the crown prince had personally visited the Misty Rain Tower early in the morning, a task undoubtedly assigned by the empress. What piqued his curiosity was the nature of the actions taken under the guise of Shaoyan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun did not conceal the truth. I laid traps in the Songfeng Mountains outside the city and captured both the Black Iron King and Wang Hansua alive. The emperor, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his weathered eyes. Oh? Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King are in your possession? Chu Yun nodded in affirmation. The emperor, with a contemplative and inscrutable expression, mused for a moment. I was puzzled as to why the empress would offer such a hefty price. It turns out she lost two beings of Nirvana realm. My child, while we can set aside Wang Hansua for now, capturing the Black Iron King is indeed a fortuitous development for the current situation. With his absence, his army of 100,000 will be rendered utterly ineffective. I shall immediately dispatch messengers to relocate them to other states, far from the imperial city. Chu Yun then remarked, Father, your wisdom is commendable. The emperor's action effectively stripped the empress's faction of their formidable army without them even realizing it. The emperor gazed at him with a knowing look. However, my child, your ability to capture both Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King is truly unexpected. No wonder Luo Feng has gradually become your confidant. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately knelt. Your Majesty, Luo Feng acknowledges his fault. Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, not betraying any panic. Luo Feng had been tardy in reporting several pieces of information regarding himself, and it was inconceivable that the emperor had not noticed any discrepancies. Rise. I bear you no ill will. Your silence must have been at this boy's behest. Do you think I am unaware? The emperor spoke in an elusive tone. For a moment, Chu Yun found himself at a loss for words, while Luo Feng remained kneeling. The emperor continued, I am well aware of these matters, but I do not intend to pursue them. Luo Feng, from this day forth, you need not report any matters concerning the ninth prince to me. Your sole duty now is to ensure his protection. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's face lit up with joy. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yun also expressed his gratitude. I thank you, Father. You are astute and wish to keep others from probing too deeply, I understand. However, with your uncle's departure, your circumstances will no longer be as secure. I have instructed Qin Feng to lead 300 shadow guards to secretly guard your residence, ensuring its safety. In the coming days, it would be wise for you to refrain from leaving the city unaccompanied to avoid giving others a chance to exploit any vulnerabilities. The emperor advised. Yes, I understand, my son responded, recognizing these as the goodwill of his father, which he could not refuse. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun and Luo Feng bid farewell to the emperor and exited the study, walking along the path leading out of the palace. Your Highness. Shall we arrange for a Tai to leave the city next? Luo Feng inquired softly as they walked. Just as Chu Yun was about to respond, he noticed two figures approaching from ahead. Fixing his gaze, he suddenly felt a jolt, and his expression shifted dramatically. Meng Ruxue. Chapter 61. A Fierce Confrontation. Chu Xinyan and Chu Hao. In that moment, Meng Ruxue and the woman also caught sight of the two individuals. Suddenly, Meng Ruxue's steps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes widening as she fixated intently on Chu Yun. Captain of the Shadow Guards, Luo Feng. Miss, this man is most likely the ninth Prince Chu Yun. The woman recognized Luo Feng's identity, and coupled with his protective presence beside Chu Yun, she quickly deduced Chu Yun's identity. The ninth Prince, Chu Yun. You are actually Xiao Yin. Meng Ruxue's voice trembled, her exquisitely beautiful face betraying profound disbelief. What? He is Xiao Yin. The woman behind her shuddered violently, her expression one of utter shock. Chu Yun was also taken aback. He had anticipated that he would eventually meet Meng Ruxue, but he never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. This was far too coincidental, to encounter her while merely walking the streets. Who could he possibly approach for resolution? Miss Ming, since our paths have crossed, why not find a place to converse? Chu Yun proposed earnestly, as Meng Ruxue's expression quivered. A glint of coldness flickered in the depths of her gaze. Delay Luo Feng. I shall see Xiao Yin first. Meng Ruxue was not oblivious to the larger picture. She understood that the threat posed by Xiao Yin and the heavenly demoness far outweighed that of the Queen's faction. Therefore, she was prepared to act within the palace to uncover the secrets surrounding Chu Yun and any information regarding the heavenly demoness. Very well. In an instant, Meng Ruxue summoned her shattered realm's spiritual power, her figure flashing like a meteor as she surged towards Chu Yun. The beautiful woman simultaneously unleashed a Nirvana realm aura, exerting her full strength to temporarily restrain Luo Feng. Hold! Luo Feng stamped his foot fiercely, his aura surging forth and breaking through the woman's confinement. To think a newly ascended Nirvana realm could dare to bind him was nothing short of ludicrous. Just as he was about to intervene against Meng Ruxue, he received a silent signal from Chu Yun, indicating that he need not take action. A smile crept across Chu Yun's lips as Meng Ruxue launched her attack. A crimson spiritual glow emanated from his palm. He then unleashed a powerful strike, the blood energy surging forth and transforming into a crimson wave, directly countering Meng Ruxue's offensive. Bang! Meng Ruxue's palm imprint shattered instantaneously, and her figure was sent reeling back nearly 10 meters by Chu Yun's force. Her pupils dilated, her heart tumultuous with disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her. Chu Yun had actually reached the early stage of the shattered realm. Moreover, the power he wielded was far superior to her own. How could this be? She had once been an empress, possessing a divine constitution and bones. Unquestionably of the holy caliber, she was a fiercely competitive individual, believing her talent surpassed that of anyone in the original realm. Yet now, Chu Yun's strike had transcended realms and crushed her. Her heart was tumultuously shaken, resulting in a significant blow to her confidence. Miss Ming, cease your actions. We are all family here. There is no need for such hostilities that might mar our harmony. Chu Yun urged once more. Bah! Shameless! Chu Yun, who said we are family? Meng Ruxue, too proud to concede, felt a surge of defiance and charged at him, preparing to employ some hidden cards against him. But in the next moment, a figure appeared, grasping her arm. As the dreamlike figure of Ruxue halted, she turned to gaze at the newcomer in surprise. Father! She exclaimed. The visitor was none other than Meng Changzhou. At that moment, his expression was grave and his brows slightly furrowed. Ruxue, you are being reckless. How dare you lay hands on His Highness? Have you rebelled against us? Meng Changzhou immediately reprimanded his daughter, prompting Ruxue to retort fiercely, Father, this is a personal matter between Xiao Yin and me. You need not interfere. Upon hearing this, Meng Changzhou was taken aback. The identity of the ninth prince, Xiao Yin, had come to Ruxue's knowledge. Enough. Cease this folly at once. Ruxue, where has your usual rationality gone? This is the imperial palace, not a marketplace. His thunderous reprimand finally caused Ruxue to halt. Her previously fiery emotions began to subside as she realized that engaging in a brawl with Chu Yun within the palace would ultimately bring trouble to her father. I understand. She finally conceded, retracting her strength and abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. Your Highness, Ruxue has offended you. It is my lack of discipline that has led to this. I hope you will forgive her. Meng Changzhou expressed his apologies to Chu Yun. Do not mention it, Prime Minister. There is a significant misunderstanding between Miss Ming and me. I shall personally visit her residence at a later time to clear up this misunderstanding, Chu Yun replied earnestly. Humph. Ru Shui turned her face away, hardly believing Chu Yun's words. She was acutely aware that had it not been for him, her plan at Sanyua Valley would have succeeded, and she would not have spent over 10 days in seclusion recuperating from her injuries. To her, the enmity between her and Chu Yun was insurmountable. Yet, unbeknownst to her, it was Chu Yun who had arranged for her rescue by the revered Master Wan Lei. All of this stemmed from differing perspectives, devoid of right or wrong. After hearing this, Meng Changjong nodded. Very well, Your Highness, I shall take my daughter and take my leave. With that, he led Ru Shui and the woman away from the imperial palace. Chu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the prime minister had arrived. Otherwise, had the situation escalated further, he would have been compelled to subdue Ru Shui forcefully. However, this would complicate his future attempts to mend their relationship. While the backdrop could be easily adjusted, the words to convey his intentions would rely on Chu Yun's own eloquence. Your Highness, did you previously offend Miss Meng? Luo Feng inquired curiously from the side. It is a long story. Chu Yun shook his head and sighed. Let us not speak of her. You mentioned arranging for a Tai to leave the city. They should have arrived outside the city by now. Let us commence. I hope to catch a larger fish. Understood. Your Highness. Luo Feng responded promptly. He then sent a message to the princess residence. Shortly thereafter, a Tai, the chief steward of the 9th prince's residence, departed the imperial city under the pretense of procuring supplies. In the residence of the 6th princess, within a brightly adorned palace, Princess Chu Xinyan and the 8th prince, Chu Hao, sat alone in the spacious hall. Chu Hao held a paper fan in his hand, his smile subdued, as his fingertips gently caressed its surface. The queen has dispatched someone to follow Atai out of the city, likely intending to act against him once he is beyond the city limits. With the revered Shura also having departed, even with Luo Feng providing close protection, he would be utterly defenseless against a being of the same realm. At this moment, Chu Xinyan appeared utterly transformed compared to her demeanor at the banquet. Her aura was as frigid as frost, devoid of the warmth she previously exhibited towards Chu Yun. In fact, upon mentioning Chu Yun, she could not conceal a palpable disdain. Chu Yun's talent had surpassed our expectations, yet his foundations were too shallow. Now, having openly severed ties with the Eastern Palace, his days were already numbered, remarked Chu Hao as he caressed his paper fan with a faint smile. Chapter 62, Surrounded. The prince's retainers. Chu Xinyan cast her gaze towards him, lamenting, what a pity, I had hoped he could serve as a useful pawn to help us delay Lan Ji. It seems now that we can hardly rely on him. Chu Hao maintained a calm smile, replying, why should we depend on him? Father S. celestial decline leaves him with less than 2 months. At that time, Lan Ji will undoubtedly mobilize all her forces to seize power within the dynasty. It will be our prime opportunity to infiltrate the ancestral mountain. Chu Xinyan then inquired, have you acquired that item? Chu Hao nodded slowly. Not long ago. Mother obtained it and entrusted it to me. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she will hold off the 2 celestial beings of the royal family for us. We must spare no effort to rescue our maternal grandfather. This is the greatest opportunity we have had in many years. His gaze was resolute, as if the matters discussed were akin to his very purpose for existence. Chu Xinyan nodded deeply. Though she spoke no further, her thoughts mirrored his. The mission bestowed upon them since birth was to dismantle the seal within the ancestral mountain. Unknown to the world, the 2 of them, along with their mother, the current favored concubine, were the bloodline descendants of the 10-eyed celestial demons sealed within the ancestral mountain. Outside the royal city, Atai had flown several dozen miles alone, arriving at a secluded valley surrounded by steep cliffs. The valley bore no remarkable features, yet at this moment, he halted, suddenly turning around, and called out without a change in expression, cowering and lurking, you wretched rodents. Do you intend to remain hidden? Come forth, all of you. His voice reverberated through the desolate valley. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that being a dog of the Shur family grants you the right to be arrogant? Today, I shall teach you how to be a proper dog. 3 figures then emerged at the valley's entrance, an elder and 2 middle-aged men. The elder, one of the prince's strategists and a retainer of the Eastern Palace, was known as Mr. Bai. The other 2 were also retainers under the prince, both possessing late-stage broken realm cultivation, while Mr. Bai had reached the early stage of Nirvana realm. Encircling Atai, who was merely at the mid-stage of the broken realm, they found it as effortless as reaching into a pouch. I wondered who would come. By Jing, so it is you, old dog. The prince sent you 3 to capture me, did he? Atai, undaunted, retorted with a hint of sarcasm. I truly admire your composure. Even at the end of your rope, you managed to feign such nonchalance. Since you wish to pretend, I shall allow you to do so for a while." With a wave of his hand, Mr. Bai commanded the two Broken Realm warriors to charge forward, their spiritual energy coalescing behind them, resembling dragons and tigers. Towering dozens of feet high, their fists and palms, imbued with immense power, struck fiercely. Suddenly, the ground erupted as a colossal tree, 100 feet tall, rose effortlessly to intercept their spiritual waves. Two green leaves transformed into azure spiritual radiance, shooting forth like arrows, piercing through the two men's bodies and binding them together on the spot. The two Broken Realm attendants gasped, rendered powerless to resist. Mr. Bai's expression shifted subtly as his gaze fixated ahead. Two figures emerged from either side of a tie, revealing themselves to be Yang Muqian and Feng Zili. This was also a test bestowed upon them by Chu Yun, to ascertain whether they truly intended to align themselves with him. Mr. Bai's pupils narrowed slightly. Feng Zili, of the Wangxian Dao sect, do you intend to oppose the Crown Prince? Mr. Bai, the Crown Prince is not the rightful sovereign of the Great Xia. The only true leader in this realm is the Ninth Prince. Therefore, I advise against any futile resistance. Surrender willingly, and you may yet avoid suffering. Feng Zili urged in a dispassionate tone. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai grasped the situation entirely. Since the Wangxian Dao sect had already pledged allegiance to Chu Yun, there was little left to discuss. He promptly turned to flee the valley. Great Sumeru Palm. A Sumeru palm imprint descended from the heavens, forcefully pinning him down. His legs sinking deep into the earth, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Mr. Bai looked up sharply. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the two figures above him, Yin Ding and Yin Song. How could the Yin family have allied themselves with Chu Yun? A wave of terror surged through him. Both the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect had defected to Chu Yun, and the Eastern Palace had failed to glean even a whisper of this development. The implications were chilling. He realized that they had grossly underestimated Chu Yun. If he could coax a neutral force like the Yin family into his fold right under the Queen's nose, it suggested he possessed undisclosed trump cards. Yet, the Eastern Palace remained dismissive of him. If this attitude persisted, they would find themselves in grave danger. Bai Jing, we have known each other for over a decade. Though our friendship is not deep, we have shared a few drinks. Please, do not force us into a difficult position. Surrender willingly and return with us. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to strip you of your powers. Yin Song warned, his gaze unwavering. After much contemplation, Mr. Bai let out a long sigh. Surrounded by 4 Nirvana realm warriors, 2 of whom were at the pinnacle of their realm, even the most fortuitous of circumstances would yield him no chance of victory. Ultimately, Yin Ding sealed the powers of the 3 men and covertly escorted them back to the city. Atai, having completed his task, strolled back with an air of confidence. Chu Yun intended to convey to the Queen's faction that while Atai was unharmed, the individuals they dispatched would never return. In the 9th Prince's residence, Chu Yun was leisurely fishing atop the fishing platform, simultaneously preparing a hot pot, with Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong attending to him, offering shoulder massages and leg rubs, their expressions reflecting sheer enjoyment. Shortly thereafter, Luo Feng approached, announcing, "Your Highness, Atai has returned." "What is the situation?" Chu Yun, feeling relaxed, casually replied. "The individual has been captured and, as per your earlier instructions, is temporarily detained within the Yin family." He continued, "The Eastern Palace must have realized something amiss. With Atai's safe return through the city gates, those watchful eyes must have already reported back." Luo Feng earnestly relayed the information. Chapter 63, Deputy Leader of the Divine Sect, Yin Rujuan. A faint smile graced Chu Yun's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He understood that the Queen's faction would keep a close watch on those around him, especially after their attempt on Atai. Yet, Chu Yun chose to act contrarily, directly sending 2 members from the Wangxian Dao sect along with the Yin family to take action outside the city. The Queen would never fathom that aside from his own household, Chu Yun had numerous individuals at the Nirvana realm at his disposal. Let them remain there. When night falls, we shall proceed, he stated calmly. "Yes, Your Highness," Luo Feng replied before turning to leave, ensuring not to disturb Chu Yun's serene leisure. "Xia? Has Xian emerged from her retreat?" Chu Yun inquired. Xia shook her head. "Your Highness, Lady Yu's secluded chamber remains undisturbed." Chu Yun nodded, acknowledging the situation. In recent days, he refrained from interrupting the heavenly demoness, for it was a critical moment for her true form to break through to the Nirvana realm. He had unwavering faith in her innate talent to achieve this breakthrough without any complications. Attention! Congratulations, Master. Venerable Thunder's annihilation of the Lucian sect in Southern State has awarded you 13,000 editing points. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed within Chu Yun's mind. Venerable Thunder had proven exceptionally effective, having obliterated nearly 10 sects in recent times. With this additional 13,000, Chu Yun's editing points had now reached a total of 35,200. In the Southern State, one of the 13 provinces of the Great Xia Dynasty, at Qianlu Mountain, lay the headquarters of the Lucian sect, a prominent sect within the region. Yet, the Grand Hall of the Lucian sect was now in ruins. Mountains collapsed, bloodshed rampant, and chaos reigned. Aside from the remnants of walls and mountains of corpses, not a trace of its former glory remained. The Lucian sect was not only a vassal of the divine sect, but also a force within the Queen's faction, with its leader enjoying the Queen's deep trust. However, at this moment, his body lay in 8 pieces, and his soul had been obliterated by Thunder, leaving no chance for rebirth. Shortly thereafter, Venerable Thunder emerged from the sect's treasury, having emptied it of all its treasures. Just as he prepared to depart, a radiant celestial fire fell from the heavens. Hurtling towards him, Venerable Thunder swiftly evaded, retreating 1,000 meters to avoid the fiery onslaught. After the celestial fire descended, the overwhelming flames erupted violently, instantly transforming the entire Lucian sect into a sea of fire, trapping the esteemed Wan Lei within the inferno. With a calm demeanor, Wan Lei raised his gaze. Before him stood a man clad in a crimson coat, towering at 8 feet, exuding an imposing presence. His cold, piercing eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, scrutinized Wan Lei. An ethereal aura emanated from him as he stood upon the heavens, accompanied by celestial flames that rendered the very air around them fervent. At the pinnacle of the esteemed realm, Wan Lei sensed that the aura of this individual slightly surpassed his own, yet he was not a celestial lord. It could only indicate that he was a long-established pinnacle of the esteemed realm. Nonetheless, he felt no fear. In essence, aura is one thing, but combat prowess is another. The outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. In his recollection, there seemed to be no figure of his stature among the esteemed beings of the Great Xia. Where do you hail from? Throughout this journey, you have annihilated so many sects associated with my divine sect. What is your true motive? The man in red fixed a frigid glare upon him, questioning with intensity. Claiming to be a member of the divine sect, Wan Lei deduced his identity. At the pinnacle of the esteemed realm, there were only 3 individuals within the divine sect. Coupled with his mastery of the celestial fire, the conclusion was unmistakable. The vice sect master of the divine sect, Yin Rujuan. With the vice sect master personally intervening, it seemed that my actions had indeed compelled you to desperation. However, you come alone. Brimming with confidence, believing you can detain me? Wan Lei spoke in a measured tone. Yin Rujuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then let us see. In an instant, Yin Rujuan unleashed his battle form, a towering figure of flames, resembling a divine being engulfed in fire, standing like a mountain against the sky, exuding tremendous might. Wan Lei, not to be outdone, released his own battle form. Boom. The colossal battle form, towering 1,000 feet high, was adorned with flickering bolts of lightning. Resembling a world-destroying thunder god, standing resolutely in the heavens, with countless bolts of thunder racing through the sky, each imbued with consciousness. The surrounding space crackled with thunder, transforming the vast expanse above into a magnetic field of lightning, a conflagration of 1,000 fires. The profound thunder shook the heavens. The 2 battle forms unleashed their cataclysmic powers, as thousands of blazing fireballs cascaded down like meteors. The thunderous battle form harnessed the might of thunder, condensing countless spheres of explosive lightning, each containing a multitude of thunderous energies, striking forth with ferocity. Boom. The fierce clash of the 2 pinnacle esteemed beings reverberated throughout the entirety of Southern Province. In an instant, Qianlu Mountain, soaring 1,000 feet high, was obliterated by the shockwaves of their confrontation, reduced to mere flat ground. Countless forces in Southern Province were astonished, their gazes drawn towards Qianlu Mountain. Even the esteemed ancestors of various factions in Southern Province were stirred from their seclusion, hastening towards Qianlu Mountain to witness the identity of those engaged in battle. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince sat with his head bowed upon the main seat, while Chu Yuan, the Duke of Guanshan, and several other guests sat nearby, each face darker than the last. One of the courtiers attempted several times, finally casting a cautious glance toward the Crown Prince, and said, "Your Highness, we still cannot get in touch with Mr. Bai." Bang. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Ah, What in the world is going on? The Crown Prince, in a fit of rage, smashed the table into splinters, his expression a portrait of fury. He could not comprehend the series of events that had unfolded over the past few days. First, there was the incident involving King Haidi and Wang Han, followed by the disappearance of his 3 courtiers, one of whom was his trusted advisor. The trio had banded together to confront a mere mid-stage broken realm cultivator, a Tai. Yet, the latter returned to the 9th prince's estate unscathed, strutting about nonchalantly, while his 3 dispatched men remained unreachable. They were utterly silent. Everyone understood that the Crown Prince was in a volatile state, thus no one dared to interject. They too were bewildered. What had transpired since Mr. Bai and the others left the city? A tense silence enveloped the hall for several moments until one of the Crown Princess courtiers, mustering his courage, spoke up. Your Highness, we have dispatched personnel to monitor all the experts within the Chuyun residence, including the Shi family here in the Imperial City. However, as of now, they have not exited the city even once. The disappearance of Mr. Bai and his companions could hardly be attributed to them. This situation is most peculiar. It seems we have been caught in a web of inexplicable events, both previously and today. Your Highness, could it be possible that our plans have been leaked? Upon hearing this, although the expressions of the courtiers did not change, their hearts were stirred. The implication was clear even to the dullest of minds. There was a traitor among them. Chapter 64. The aristocratic families of the Imperial City, the Kai and Lu families. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Prince, who had initially been consumed by rage, gradually calmed down. After a moment of contemplation, he sternly rebuked, Mei'er, I do not wish to hear such divisive words again. I will ponder this matter carefully. I am weary. Let Wang Guanshan and my 3rd brother remain, the rest may withdraw. With a wave of his hand, the courtiers complied. Yes, Your Highness. As they departed, only the Crown Prince and his 2 companions remained in the hall. At that moment, he bore a heavy expression, evidently harboring doubts about the individuals within his inner circle. Yet, he could not outwardly display this sentiment, as it would jeopardize their unity. He had complete trust in his 3rd brother and Wang Guanshan. Your Highness, it seems there is indeed a significant possibility that internal issues have arisen. Should I report this to the National Master and Her Majesty the Empress? Wang Guanshan, his face serious, inquired. The Crown Prince replied solemnly, There is no need to raise alarm for now. I will convey the matter to Mother and the National Master myself. If there is a traitor among us, that person will undoubtedly be cautious and will not act recklessly. Thus, uncovering them may not be an easy task. Chu Yuan then interjected, Elder brother, if that is the case, we must rely on the local forces within the Imperial City. Upon hearing these words, the Crown Prince pondered earnestly. 3rd brother, personally convey a message to the heads of the Kai and Lu families, as well as to the leaders of the 1,000 Kill Mercenary Corps and the Cloud Mist Pavilion. Urge them to hasten to the Eastern Palace. I have matters of great importance to discuss with them. Understood, Chu Yuan responded promptly and immediately dispatched messages to these factions, the Kai and Lu families. The 2 foremost noble clans within the Imperial City were renowned for their deep-rooted power, ranking 1st and 2nd among the aristocracy, surpassing even the Yin family. Notably, the Kai family, as the preeminent house, boasted an esteemed elder of venerable status within their ranks. As for the 1,000 Kill Mercenary Corps and the Cloud Mist Pavilion, they were also formidable forces within the Imperial City. Although their foundations did not run as deep as the Kai family, they too possessed several powerful practitioners of the Nirvana realm. They shared a commonality. All were aligned with the Empress's faction, loyal to the Crown Prince's cause. Half an hour later, 4 figures entered the hall of the Eastern Palace in a staggered formation. The identities of these 4 were as follows. Kai Yongming, the head of the Kai family. Lu Sansi, the head of the Lu family. Feng Bubi, the leader of the 1,000 Kill Mercenary Corps. And Yun Yang, the mistress of the Cloud Mist Pavilion. 3 men and 1 woman, each emanating an increasingly potent aura, all of them formidable practitioners of the Nirvana realm. After exchanging pleasantries with the Crown Prince, they took their seats. My lords, may I inquire why we have been summoned today? Kai Yongming, the head of the Kai family, was the first to speak. Esteemed guests, several days ago, the Black Iron King and Elder Wang Hansua of the Divine Sect went missing due to matters concerning Shaoyan. Not long ago, 3 of my attendants ventured outside the city to confront the steward of the Chuyun residence, but they too have encountered misfortune. Their whereabouts remain unknown, and I suspect that there may be some insidious elements within the Eastern Palace. Thus, I must seek your assistance. For you are the only ones in whom I can place my trust. The Crown Prince, Chu Rong, spoke gravely. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the expressions of the force shifted in alarm. The Black Iron King and Elder Wang were missing. Cai Yoming's brow furrowed deeply. He had dealings with both individuals, particularly with Wang Hansua, whose prowess was comparable to his own. If even he had vanished, the implications behind this matter could be far more complex than they appeared. Your Highness, was the bounty placed on Xiaoyan initiated by you? Yun Yang, with her graceful demeanor and ageless visage, spoke, her voice imbued with a subtle charm. Indeed, that was the will of my mother. We must ascertain the truth regarding Xiaoyan. The Crown Prince's countenance showed a hint of disappointment. However, as of now, there has been no news from the Misty Rain Pavilion. From my perspective, the prospects seem rather dim. Upon hearing this, the thoughts of those present diverged. Lu Sansi, the head of the Lu family, known for his shrewdness within the imperial city, pondered briefly before inquiring, Your Highness, what is the stance of the Empress on this matter? What do you require of our families? In strict terms, it was the Empress who held sway over the allegiance of these four great factions. Although the Crown Prince possessed equal nobility as a dragon's son, he was still perceived as somewhat youthful by them. The term solitude signifies setting aside the matters concerning Xiaoyan for the time being and focusing on confronting Chu Yun and his associates. With the absence of the Shura Venerable, I find it hard to believe that Luo Feng can remain hidden within his residence indefinitely. The moment he emerges, it shall present us with the optimal opportunity to act against him. A flicker of urgent, murderous intent crossed the prince's gaze. His desire to eliminate Chu Yun grew increasingly fervent, particularly given the recent tumultuous events. Now that the Shura Venerable has been reassigned, this opportunity must not be squandered. As they listened, it became evident that with the Shura Venerable absent from the imperial city, their chances of dealing with Chu Yun had indeed increased significantly. However, their only source of apprehension remained the reigning monarch. Your Highness, if we were to assassinate Chu Yun within the city, would the repercussions not be rather severe? Lu Sansi ventured. He has just returned, and His Majesty regards him with such esteem. Should he perish at this juncture, a storm of retribution would surely follow. Cai Yoming, too, expressed his concerns. Your Highness, I believe Lu's words hold merit. Chu Yun may be eliminated, yet if he were to die now, His Majesty would undoubtedly be furious. And the consequences could be dire. The prince's expression darkened with a flicker of anger. I care not for such matters. Chu Yun must die swiftly. Even if father were to seek retribution afterward, with both myself and Mother Empress here, what is there for you to fear? Cai Yoming maintained a composed demeanor, responding, Your Highness, I believe it is prudent to consult with Her Majesty the Empress regarding this matter. I have already stated. The prince retorted, I shall speak with Mother. You need only find the opportunity to strike at Chu Yun. If there remains any doubt, then eliminate Luo Feng as well. You are all my loyal subjects. And once I ascend to the throne, you shall be richly rewarded. The prince's impatience grew. At that moment, he realized that the four individuals he had summoned were not entirely obedient to his commands. Rather, a significant portion of their hesitance stemmed from his mother. Cai Yoming and Lu Sansi exchanged troubled glances when a figure adorned in imperial robes appeared slowly at the door, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as they fixed upon him. The prince noticed her, and his expression shifted instantly. Mother Empress. Chapter 65. The thoughts of Lan Ji disregarded his gaze, her demeanor somewhat frosty as she gracefully entered the hall. I have come to see you, Mother, the prince declared, bowing respectfully. In an instant, the others in the hall rose to their feet, paying their respects. Once he regained his composure, the prince dutifully vacated his seat, inviting his mother to take her place. As Lan Ji approached and settled herself with an elegant sweep of her robes, she said, Enough. You may all rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cai Yoming and Lu Sansi responded, gradually resuming their seats. Mother, why did you not inform me of your visit in advance? I would have welcomed you at the door, the prince said with profound respect. Lan Ji regarded him with an unflinching gaze. Ronger, your heart is in turmoil. Do you not realize this? Are you aware of the potential consequences if the head of the Kai family and others were to act upon your words? The crown prince's expression reflected a hint of discontent. Mother, I am aware that if Chu Yunru were to perish, father would undoubtedly be enraged. Yet, these recent inexplicable setbacks in our endeavors lead me to feel as though an unseen force is covertly aiding him. My unease has intensified in recent days. If Chu Yunru remains alive, I shall find no solace within. Lan Ji's gaze turned frigid as she admonished him sternly. If he dies, will you truly find peace? Rongoi. I have often instructed you that in the game of strategy, the paramount concern is not merely discerning your opponent's moves, but rather fortifying your own strength. If your heart were sufficiently resolute, how could you succumb to such anxiety that disrupts your calm demeanor? By dispatching the Kai and Lu families to eliminate Chu Yun, you are essentially laying everything bare before your father. Such actions would irrevocably undermine the grand scheme that I have meticulously devised. Do you comprehend? Do you genuinely believe that the shadow guards at your father's disposal are ineffectual? The Kai family, the Lu family, as well as Yunwu Tower and the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, none of these factions operate outside the vigilant watch of the shadow guards. You have lost your wits. Permitting them to pursue Chu Yun, this is utterly foolish. Lan Ji berated him mercilessly, showing no leniency towards her son, the prince. The others present fell into a profound silence. The reason Lu Sanci and Kai Yongming refrained from acquiescing to the crown prince's wishes was that their factions were openly aligned with the empress. Within the imperial city, the emperor had long stationed shadow guards to monitor them. It was not merely their intent to assassinate Chu Yun. Even the slightest aberration in behavior would promptly be reported to the higher authorities. After receiving a scathing reprimand from Lan Ji, the crown prince seemed to awaken to the gravity of his misjudgment, realizing that such actions would yield more harm than benefit, potentially jeopardizing his mother's long-cherished plans. Indeed, mother, your reproach is well-founded. I recognize my error. I implore you to impose punishment upon me. He lowered his head in shame, acknowledging his fault. Your Highness is still young, and considering the recent peculiar events, it is understandable that his thoughts have become impulsive. Lu Sanci interjected, advocating for the crown prince. Yes, your majesty. While the prince may have acted rashly, there are reasons behind his actions. We beseech you to temper your anger, Kai Yongming added promptly. Your majesty, please quell your wrath. Several others, well-versed in the art of diplomacy, also joined in seeking leniency. We implore you to show mercy. Chu Yuan stood as well, expressing his support. Seeing this, Lan Ji's anger diminished somewhat. Enough, you need not defend him. I am more aware of my son's nature than anyone else. Ronger, I hope you will not repeat this mistake. The crown prince solemnly vowed, Yes, mother, your teachings are etched in my heart. Very well, everyone take your seats. Lan Ji waved her hand, and once all were seated, she proceeded to the crux of the matter. Previously, the 100,000 soldiers under the Black Iron King's command have been ordered by His Majesty to be dispatched to the border. Lan Ji's opening statement caused a palpable shock among the gathering. So swift. The Black Iron King had barely gone missing for a few days when His Majesty ordered the transfer of his troops. This was tantamount to stripping him of his military power. How fortuitous. Could it be that His Majesty shares some unspoken bond with Xiaoyan? Lu Sanci voiced his concerns with vigilance. There is an 80% likelihood that they share some undisclosed connection. Furthermore, there is another piece of news that is sure to reach the imperial city shortly, the annihilation of the Flowing God sect in the southern province. The assailant was confronted by Ru Jun, leading to a fierce battle atop the Qianlu mountain. Ultimately, the formidable barrier created by the Flame Sovereign was forcefully breached, allowing the perpetrator to escape, who currently remains unaccounted for. As Lan Ji recounted this, her expression grew increasingly grave. What? Not even the intervention of Lord Flame Sovereign could prevent this. Who, then, is this assailant? Kai Yongming exclaimed in astonishment. The others also displayed similar expressions of shock. Ru Jun. To them, he was akin to a legendary figure, the deputy master of the God sect, at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. One of the most renowned titans of the great Xia dynasty. The fact that such an individual could be evaded by the assailant, and that the barrier was so forcibly torn apart, signifies that this individual's power is undoubtedly on par with that of the Flame Sovereign. As for the specifics of his identity, little is known. He is also at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, a bald man whose cultivation attributes are associated with lightning. Beyond this, there is scarcely any other information available, Lan Ji elaborated. A bald man, pinnacle of the sovereign realm, lightning. The minds of those in the hall diligently pondered, scouring through the annals of the great Xia dynasty's history for a match, yet none seemed to fit. Could he be from another dynasty? Feng Bubi mused. This cannot be ruled out, yet at least we now possess a concrete direction. The southern province, along with the neighboring two major provinces, has been jointly sealed off by the God sect, Blood God sect, and Corpse Shadow sect. They will undoubtedly not allow this turmoil to persist any longer, Lan Ji asserted with a serious demeanor. In addition to the three major sects, several of their vassal forces are also mobilizing, determined to ensure that the bald man does not succeed again. The God sect has even deployed their treasured divine eye to encompass the three provinces. Once the Thunder Sovereign reveals himself, escape will be virtually impossible. Thus, there is no need for excessive concern. The coalition of the three sects will essentially prevent any opportunity for him. Kaiyoming remarked. Mother, what shall we do next within the imperial city? If Chu Yun cannot be eliminated, does that not render us powerless? Inquired the third prince, Chu Yuan. There are two tasks. We must employ every means at our disposal to uncover the traitor within the East Palace. Additionally, you must ascertain who is assisting Chu Yun. Leave no one who has exited the city today unexamined. Lan Ji declared firmly, given that they have been monitoring Chu Yun's residence, including the Shi family and even officials from the Chancellor's office, yet issues have still arisen. It is clear that others within the imperial city are aiding Chu Yun. Yes, Your Majesty. The group responded solemnly, rising in unison. Chapter 66. The Celestial Demoness Breaks Through. Editing points. 45-200. After the others departed, only Lan Ji and her two sons remained within the East Palace. Mother, must we truly wait over a month to eliminate Chu Yun? If this drags on, might he not develop unforeseen changes? In the realm of dreams, Changzhong, the Prime Minister, wielded an overwhelming influence, with a significant portion of the military officials entwined in his web. The Crown Prince spoke earnestly, harboring an unsettling intuition that should Chu Yun survive until a month hence, it could jeopardize their meticulously laid plans. This sixth sense burgeoned within him, intensifying with each passing moment. Regardless of how much chaos Chu Yun stirred, his lack of capability confined him to a certain limit, relying solely on the favor of the Shi family and his father's current affection. To spare him now would serve to further beguile the emperor. As for Changzhong, I have my own stratagems in place. You and Yuan need only to identify the traitor among you. The rest shall be of no concern to you, the empress assured with conviction. Yes, mother. As night descended, the celestial demoness emerged from her seclusion, having successfully breached the initial stage of nirvana. Congratulations, Xinr, on your successful breakthrough. Chu Yun remarked with a smile as he observed the approaching figure of the celestial demoness. The empress has commanded the Kai family to investigate who is aiding you in the shadows, and they have sensed the internal turmoil, the celestial demoness stated promptly. In response, Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, saying, no matter, let them investigate. Even if they uncover the Yin family's involvement, it poses no issue. I have already summoned Master Wanlei back to the capital, so there is little cause for concern. Chu Yun was capable of communicating with Master Wanlei from vast distances. Aware that the three major sects had united to blockade the three continents, even the divine sect had deployed their treasured divine eye, encompassing a sprawling area, rendering Master Wanlei unable to act. Thus, bringing him back to the capital was indeed the most prudent choice. Upon hearing that Chu Yun had made arrangements, the celestial demoness felt reassured and remarked, the empress has devised a plan to deal with Changzhong, though its specifics remain unknown for now. However, I suspect it likely involves Meng Ruxue. After the death of his wife, Changzhong's only vulnerability lies in his daughter. Hence, should the empress truly wish to control him, using Meng Ruxue as leverage would be the most effective strategy. Listening intently, Chu Yun pondered briefly before responding, I understand. I will alert the Prime Minister to heighten his defenses. With a decisive nod, he added, now that you have emerged from seclusion, let us pay a visit to the Yin family. Rising, he signaled to Yi Tun to accompany him and the celestial demoness as they stealthily departed for the Yin residence. In the dead of night, within a concealed chamber of the Yin family, Mr. Bai and his companions were held captive, their powers shackled, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. Yin Ding and Yin Song, along with two members of the Wangxian Dao sect, guided Chu Yun to this location, with the former introducing, Your Highness, these are the ones. Chu Yun's gaze swept over them before he declared, Yi Tun, it is now in your hands. Yi Tun grinned, rest assured, master. With that, a formidable aura of malevolence coalesced in his grasp, shrouding the surroundings in darkness as he stepped forward. Accompanying this was the chilling and mournful wails of Mr. Bai and his companions. Upon hearing the cries, Yin Ding and Yin Song displayed slight shifts in their expressions, yet they refrained from uttering a word. Despite their acquaintance with Mr. Bai, the struggle for imperial power unfolds in a manner fraught with bloodshed and death. Should they fall into the hands of the Empress, their fate might indeed be grimmer. The Empress has already begun to suspect that there are individuals within the imperial city aiding me. She has instructed the Kai family's factions to conduct an investigation. Given their capabilities, they are likely to uncover your identities. At this moment, Chu Yun remained unperturbed by the agonizing screams of Mr. Bai's group, engaging in calm conversation with Yin Ding and the others. When it was suggested that their cover might be compromised, Yin Ding maintained a composed demeanor. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Chu Yun offered a gentle smile. There is no need for alarm. Even if they ascertain that the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect are backing me, they would not dare to take significant action within the imperial city. The Yin family's foundation is firmly established here, and I shall ensure that our situation is monitored closely. He then turned to Elder Feng. You should send a message back to your sect leader, informing them that the Empress is likely to incite her affiliated sects to retaliate against the Wangxian Dao sect. They must remain vigilant. Tomorrow, I will contact my uncle and request that he dispatch a respected member of the Shi family to assist you. Chu Yun had meticulously arranged his plans and was already prepared with countermeasures. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. I will immediately relay this information to our sect and advise the leader to prepare accordingly. Feng Zili expressed his gratitude. The hatred value towards Mr. Bai has reached 100%. The hatred value of the two Shattered Realm guests has also peaked at 100%. Upon receiving the system's notifications, Chu Yun promptly commanded, Very well, eliminate them. Understood, my lord. As night enveloped the surroundings, the voice of Yi Tun echoed. Shortly thereafter, the screams of Mr. Bai and his companions ceased abruptly. Congratulations, Master. Yi Tun has slain Mr. Bai, earning 6,000 editing points. Yi Tun has eliminated two Shattered Realm guests, earning 4,000 editing points. Having resolved the matter, the nightfall faded. Yi Tun emerged, appearing entirely unfazed, and let out a contented belch. The three individuals had garnered Chu Yun a total of 10,000 editing points. With the previous total of 35,200, he now possessed 45,200. By the morrow, he would be able to proceed with background editing once more. Very well, let us conclude for tonight. Elder Feng, you and the others shall stay at the Yin residence for now. Await my further instructions, Chu Yun declared. Yes, Your Highness. After departing the Yin residence, Chu Yun and his group made their way through the night to the Tianbao Pavilion. Chapter 67. The Tianbao Venerable, conquering the Tianbao Pavilion, breaking the monopoly. Tianbao Pavilion, once the premier merchant hall of the Great Xia Dynasty, though now overshadowed by the Misty Rain Tower, still managed to thrive through its monopolistic dealings in various states and regions, maintaining a respectable standing. In the dead of night, Chu Yun, accompanied by several companions, entered the Tianbao Pavilion. He immediately identified himself to one of the pavilion's stewards and expressed his intention to meet with their esteemed leader. The steward ushered Chu Yun and his companions into a reception room, saying, Your Highness, please wait here for a moment while I summon the pavilion master. Chu Yun nodded, acknowledging the steward's efforts. Yitu and the demoness exchanged glances at their surroundings, with the former inquiring, Master, if we cannot reach an agreement, should we resort to more forceful measures? Chu Yun shook his head, replying, There is no need for that. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to persuade him. Not long after the steward departed, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A rotund gentleman, exuding an air of affluence with his ample girth and a genial smile, sauntered in. Your Highness, your visit to our humble Tianbao Pavilion at such an hour is truly an honor for us. Chu Yun smiled in return. Pavilion Master, you are too kind. I apologize for the late intrusion. This portly middle-aged man was none other than the Pavilion Master, the esteemed Tianbao Zun. Not at all. I have long heard of Your Highness's remarkable demeanor, and seeing it firsthand today confirms the accolades. He responded warmly. As they exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere remained cordial. Once everyone was seated, the Pavilion Master inquired, Might I ask what brings you to our Tianbao Pavilion at this late hour? Chu Yun replied candidly, I wish to discuss a particular business venture with you. However, I am unsure if you would be willing to engage in such a deal. The Pavilion Master's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Oh, I would be eager to hear more. Glancing around the room, Chu Yun continued, Pavilion Master, in recent years, Tianbao Pavilion has faced relentless pressure from the Misty Rain Tower, resulting in a nearly 70% decline in business within the imperial city compared to former times. Were it not for your monopoly on trade in other provinces, I fear the main pavilion would be forced to close its doors. In light of this, rather than persist in a futile struggle, why not seek a different path? The Pavilion Master raised an eyebrow, and what alternative route does Your Highness propose? Chu Yun replied straightforwardly, if Tianbao Pavilion were to gain the support of the imperial family, even if it cannot surpass the Misty Rain Tower, it could at least compete on equal footing within the imperial city, avoiding an imbalance of power. The Pavilion Master stroked his sparse beard and chuckled, I understand your suggestion. Your Highness, you wish for Tianbao Pavilion to align with you, much like Prime Minister Ming does. The ongoing covert rivalry between the Ninth Prince and the Crown Prince is well known throughout the imperial city, especially with the backing of Meng Changzhou. The power struggle has become all the more captivating. However, there is a significant difference between being a spectator and participating in the fray. Such a shrewd individual as the Pavilion Master would not be swayed merely by enticing promises. Surely you understand that once the struggle for imperial power is thrust into the open, Tianbao Pavilion cannot remain unscathed. Rather than be compelled to choose a side, why not take the initiative? Chu Yun asserted with a composed demeanor. The esteemed Tianbao elder smiled faintly, responding, "Your Highness speaks true. However, for our Tianbao Pavilion to choose you based solely on this ephemeral collaboration seems rather dubious." Upon hearing his tone, Chu Yun understood the underlying implication. The Pavilion Master believed that his chances of success were minimal. The Tianbao elder, remaining silent yet smiling, tacitly agreed. Suddenly, the aura of the Broken Realm emanated from Chu Yun. The Tianbao elder's brow furrowed in surprise. The Broken Realm? I did not anticipate that Your Highness's cultivation was so profoundly concealed. Yet even so, he thought, the risk of aligning with Chu Yun was still exceedingly great. Calmly, Chu Yun replied, "Since time immemorial, risk has always coexisted with opportunity, has it not? Pavilion Master, you are aware that the forces of the Lucian sect have been vanquished, correct?" The Tianbao elder narrowed his eyes. "Could it be that Your Highness orchestrated this?" Chu Yun admitted, "My people were responsible. They faced Yin Rujuan and withdrew unscathed. He is already on his way back to the imperial city, along with Yi Tun." Chu Yun cast a glance at him, and Yi Tun comprehended, releasing a subtle pressure emanating from his venerable form. The Tianbao elder's expression shifted slightly as his gaze turned sharply toward him. "I indeed underestimated you. I did not realize you were a venerable being. Master?" The Tianbao elder's heart raced. Initially, he presumed that this individual was merely a guardian sent by the Shi family for Chu Yun's protection. However, the term master denoted an entirely different relationship. It implied that, despite his youth, Chu Yun had not only reached the Broken Realm, but also possessed a servant of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, Pavilion Master, the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect now stand firmly on my side. The Black Iron King and Wang Hansua are also under my control. I can assure you, I did not enlist the assistance of the Shi family or the imperial power in accomplishing these feats, Chu Yun further divulged. The Tianbao elder's pupils quivered deeply. All of this was achieved by the Ninth Prince relying solely on his own strength? The implications sent a chill down his spine. If this were indeed the case, then this Ninth Prince was not merely a concealed tiger, but a true dragon capable of tearing through the heavens, treading upon the clouds while lying in wait within the abyss. After contemplating for a long while, the Tianbao elder finally inquired, "I ask Your Highness one question. If Tianbao Pavilion assists you in seizing the throne, what can we genuinely expect to gain in return?" The annual auction rights to royal treasures shall be divided, with more than half allocated to Tianbao Pavilion, along with the exemption from all taxes imposed on the pavilion, thus allowing it to become the royal purveyor. With such support, it would be sufficient to establish a semblance of balance between you and the Misty Rain Pavilion within the imperial city. For Chu Yun, there was no need for him to exert effort in courting various factions. Once his master, Xian Yaozi, arrived, all disputes over imperial power would settle. However, Tianbao Pavilion was different, as a local force of the Great Xia. Allowing the foreign Misty Rain Pavilion to crush them would ultimately result in the complete domination of the Great Xia's commercial economy by the Misty Rain Pavilion in the future. Thus, Chu Yun must support a force capable of standing on equal footing with them within the Great Xia realm, thereby achieving a balance in their commercial capabilities. In doing so, the Misty Rain Tower would be unable to monopolize the entire economy of Great Xia. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, the esteemed Tianbao was genuinely moved. Responding earnestly, "Very well. I hope Your Highness will remember your promise from tonight. Therefore, our Tianbao Pavilion is willing to serve you with utmost dedication." Chapter 68, Wuxie. Master Ke. Having successfully won over the Tianbao Pavilion, Chu Yun and his companions returned to the prince's residence. The following day, everything in the imperial city remained as usual, with no significant changes. The Kai and Lu families continued their investigations into Chu Yun's allies within the city. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince were still collaborating to apprehend the traitors within the Eastern Palace. Little did Chu Rong know, the greatest traitor was not far away, lurking right before his eyes. In Chu Yun's chamber, the background editing cooldown has expired. The master may edit the background once more. Chu Yun, already eager and poised, awaited the system's notification. Putting aside other matters, he focused on editing the background of Meng Rushue's unresolved grievances. He had long contemplated this change. Time could no longer be squandered regarding Meng Rushue. He had already heard that the Prime Minister had temporarily confined her to her residence for her safety. Seizing this opportunity would be the most convenient means of fostering their relationship. As for what would follow, he intended to choose between the brothers of the Mei'er Holy King and the leader of the Rakshasa sect. After all, there was merely a 7-day cooldown period, and he had no intention of being frivolous. Ding. Background is being edited. Please wait. Cause and effect alteration complete. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, Master. Background editing was successful. Chu Yun's editing points were significantly reduced by 800, leaving him with 37,200. Simultaneously, a profoundly sincere and unforgettable memory surfaced in his mind. It was from a past life, when Meng Rushue, in her youth, witnessed her village being ravaged by bandits, leading to her parents' tragic demise. Captured due to her beauty, she, along with over 100 young women, was destined to be sold into brothels for profit. However, one of the bandits' apprentices, named Wuxia, was also a pitiful soul. Orphaned at a young age, he had been taken in by the bandits. Yet his kind heart rendered him a target for bullying among the thieves. Even his master treated him like a mere servant. Wuxia, seeing Meng Rushue alone and forlorn, took it upon himself to secretly care for her, providing her with food. Yet, due to the hatred she harbored for those who had slain her parents, she viewed even Wuxia's kindness as insincere, treating him with harshness and coldness. However, just a day before she was to be sent to the brothel, the third in command of the bandits, who was also Wuxia's master, developed an inappropriate desire for Meng Rushue's beauty. In the dead of night, he plotted to defile her within the confines of her cell. Fortunately, at the last moment, the innocent Xiaoxi arrived just in time. In an attempt to protect Meng Rushue, he inadvertently used the dagger gifted to him by his master, fatally wounding the enemy. Under the cover of night, he fled the confines of captivity with Meng Rushue, both resolute in their desire to escape the den of thieves. However, their endeavor did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The bandits soon discovered the death of their third in command and mobilized en masse to hunt down the two. Surrounded and trapped, Meng Rushue and Xiaoxi found themselves in an inescapable predicament. In a moment of desperation, Xiaoxi recalled a martial arts manual he had once found, the price of which was his very life to enter the realm of cultivation. In the final moments, he grasped Meng Rushue's hand and plunged the dagger deep into his own heart. Utilizing the techniques from the manual, he sacrificed his life so that Meng Rushue could step into the threshold of cultivation, granting her the strength for self-preservation. At that moment, Meng Rushue's heart was irrevocably stirred, especially as she held his heart in her palm, feeling the warmth of his body gradually fade into an icy stillness, ultimately collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, an eternal seed was sown in Meng Rushue's heart. She was uncertain of her feelings for Xiaoxi, yet he had forever etched his presence in her heart at that fleeting instant. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Meng Rushue's destined holy body awakened. That very night, she harnessed the power of destiny to vanquish the bandits, avenging her village, her parents, and Xiaoxi. Yet, despite his unwavering kindness towards her, she had responded with cold indifference. The one who saved her and ultimately sacrificed his life became a thorn in Meng Rushue's heart. This thorn transformed her character irreversibly, rendering her unable to return to her former self, forever viewing others through a lens of icy detachment. All her regrets and guilt were bestowed upon the deceased Xiaoxi. How naive and innocent he was. He perished at the moment when her feelings for him were at their most fervent and genuine. After absorbing this poignant memory, Chu Yun could only sigh deeply at the tragic past. Xiaoxi was not foolish. His affection for Meng Rushue was pure and unblemished, a pristine devotion. Even in his dying moments, he entrusted his life to her, urging her to live on in his stead. Little did he know that as he pressed the dagger into his own heart, he became the singular anchor in Meng Rushue's soul. This recollection was hauntingly tragic and desolate. Even though Chu Yun had not truly lived through it, merely possessing the memory weighed heavily upon his heart. In considering the passage of time, he realized today marked the anniversary of Xiaoxi's death. A sudden thought struck him. Meng Rushue would undoubtedly remember this day. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun resolved to visit the Prime Minister's residence that very day. He summoned Luo Feng, and together they set off for the Prime Minister's abode. Meanwhile, at the National Teacher's residence, Master Feng Tian was seated before a chessboard, deeply engrossed in thought as he contemplated his next move. Master, Honorable Ku has arrived. announced a respectful steward of the national teacher's residence. Bring him in, the master replied, not lifting his gaze, wholly absorbed in the game. Yes, master. After the steward departed, it was not long before a middle-aged man clad in black approached, emanating an aura of gloom that sent shivers down one's spine. It seems the national master is in good spirits. The empress has sent me here discreetly to the national master's residence. I wonder what the matter could be? The man spoke with a soft, almost piercing tone. Feng Tianjing slowly lifted his head to regard the newcomer and replied nonchalantly, Kazun, your journey must have been arduous. Please, have a seat. The other party, without any pretense, sat down comfortably. The empress has summoned you, Kazun, solely to request your assistance in capturing a person alive. Feng Tianjing stated. Who? Kazun inquired. The daughter of Meng Changjong, Meng Ruxue, Feng Tianjing answered with a serious expression. Chapter 69, The Corpsine Sect. Kazun, you are to meet Meng Ruxue. Meng Ruxue, a mere child? Kazun's confusion was evident upon hearing this. Is it truly necessary for me to come all the way to the imperial city for such a trivial matter? This seems rather excessive. You see, even you could not have anticipated that the empress would require your personal involvement in dealing with a mere girl. Meng Changjong would certainly be even less capable of foreseeing this, Feng Tianjing remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Kazun began to grasp the significance of the request. Ah, I understand now. The empress fears that Meng Changjong may already be on guard. Sending someone else might lead to failure, is that correct? Feng Tianjing did not deny it. With your abilities, you could seize a person's head from miles away without difficulty. I believe capturing the daughter of Meng Changjong should pose little challenge. Kazun raised his head, a sinister smile gracing his enchanting face. Rest assured, National Master, capturing a young girl is certainly within my capabilities. Feng Tianjing glanced at the time and continued. Currently, Meng Changjong is conveniently within the palace. This presents an excellent opportunity. His implication was unmistakable. Await my good news. Upon hearing this, Kazun immediately rose, waved his sleeve, and vanished from the National Master's residence. At the Prime Minister's residence, due to the Prime Minister's absence, the Chief Steward, Chang Yun, received Chu Yun and Luo Feng. This steward was also the second most powerful figure in the Prime Minister's estate, an absolute confidant of Meng Changjong, and possessed formidable skills at the late stage of nirvana. Steward Chang, I have come today primarily to meet Miss Meng. I would appreciate it if you could guide me, Chu Yun stated. Chang Yun greeted him with a smile and responded, Certainly, please follow me, Your Highness, along with Lord Luo. Subsequently, Chang Yun led Chu Yun and Luo Feng to the door of Meng Rushue's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, Chang Yun gently rapped on the door. What is it? Came the cold voice of Meng Ruxue from within, akin to a voice from an icy mountain. His Highness the Ninth Prince wishes to see you. He is waiting outside, Chang Yun announced. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing Meng Ruxue standing before the three of them. A smile broke upon Chu Yun's face. Miss Meng, I hope you are well. Meng Ruxue narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze upon him. You certainly have quite the audacity to come here. It is not a matter of courage. I have come primarily to resolve a misunderstanding with Miss Meng. The corner of Meng Rushue's mouth curled into a cold smile. A misunderstanding? Very well. If you wish to resolve this matter, then enter on your own. Meng Ruxue turned and walked deeper into the room, prompting Chu Yun to follow suit. Your Highness. Luo Feng expressed his concern from the side, fearing for his safety as he ventured alone. Chu Yun smiled calmly, assuring him. Do not worry, Commander Luo. You and Steward Chang may remain outside. Nothing will happen. With that, he stepped inside, and the door closed abruptly behind him. The barrier set by Meng Changjong materialized within the room, effectively severing all connections and sounds from the outside world. As Chu Yun entered Meng Rushue's chamber, he surveyed his surroundings, inhaling the delightful fragrance and remarking, the scent in this room is truly exquisite. Should I address you as Xiao Yin or Chu Yun? Meng Ruxue inquired, seated leisurely, showing no inclination to act hastily. At that moment, her icy demeanor softened with a hint of curiosity. Chu Yun, indeed. Xiao Yin is merely a pseudonym, he replied, taking a seat opposite her with an air of composure. I am quite intrigued. How did you come to know the heavenly demoness? And what of your ability to control the evil infant? Do you believe that should I disseminate this information widely, you would find yourself in a perilous position? Don't think that even the great Xia dynasty or the supreme authority would be able to protect you. Meng Rushue's cold gaze bore into him as she spoke with an impassive tone. Pouring himself a glass of water, Ji Yun took a sip and replied, I believe you. Once this news spreads, troubles will indeed come knocking at my door. However, his expression shifted to one of gravity as he looked directly at her. Should you proceed with such actions, I fear you may live to regret them for all eternity. A soft chuckle escaped Meng Rushua's lips. Chu Yun, you overestimate yourself. While my father may side with you, I would not feel the slightest regret even if you were to perish. Even if I were to lose the power struggle. I possess means to safeguard the Prime Minister's residence. Your demise holds no significance for me. Her laughter reflected her disdain for his arrogance. Chu Yun maintained a serious demeanor as he regarded her. Indeed, I have always been inconsequential to you. Meng Rushua furrowed her brow, perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor and the meaning of his words. Initially, I aided the heavenly demoness in breaking your 100 absolute death. Circumstances demanded it. And I had no alternative. Fortunately, I arranged for your rescue, and seeing you safe has provided me with great relief, Chu Yun stated, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Meng Rushua's expression shifted subtly. What do you mean? It was your people who saved me? That is of little consequence now, Chu Yun replied with a gentle smile. As for your intentions to speak of my ability to control the evil infant, I shall not impede you. I bear you no malice and will not hold it against you. You needn't worry. Gradually rising to his feet, he turned his face aside under Meng Rushua's bewildered gaze, mimicking the tone of the once innocent before his demise. Schwer, the innocent has long since perished. You ought to forget that past. That heart did not cease to beat but has found a new place to continue fulfilling its mission. Live well, not just to survive. After Chu Yun finished speaking, he appeared profoundly contemplative as he made his way toward the door. In an instant, the figure of Meng Rushua suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path. At that moment, her expression transformed dramatically. The previous calmness and composure had vanished, replaced by a visage filled with shock, doubt, and incredulity. Who exactly are you? How could you possibly know these things? Speak. How did you come to know all of this? Meng Rushua's breath quickened. The matters concerning Wuxia were known solely to her. When she had plunged her hand into Wuxia's heart, he uttered those very words. Live well in my stead, survive. That phrase was indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to erase. You need not know who I am. My current identity is merely that of the 9th prince of the Dynasty Dynasty. Rushua, it brings me great joy to see you again. That alone suffices. Chu Yun's continuous retreat had already destabilized Meng Rushua's heart, as memories of Wuxia surged uncontrollably in her mind. How could Chu Yun be aware of these matters? Furthermore, his tone bore a striking resemblance to Wuxia's. Could it be that he is? Are you Wuxia? Are you his reincarnation? Meng Rushua's voice trembled slightly. She could not ascertain whether Chu Yun truly was Wuxia's rebirth. Yet, if he were indeed the one, then everything prior would naturally align, regardless of the truth. He was merely an inconsequential individual. It held no significance. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chu Yun lowered his head, appearing somewhat desolate. As he prepared to open the door, stop. At this moment, Meng Rushua abruptly grasped his hand, a force coalescing into a drop of essence blood between her fingers. Following that, she released a drop of soul blood that had been sealed within her very soul. This drop of soul blood once belonged to Wuxia. In his final moments, he had bestowed all his vitality upon Meng Rushua. At that time, she was far too weak, and with all her might, she could only retain a single drop of his soul blood, becoming her eternal remembrance. Now, as Meng Rushua took out this drop of soul blood to verify Chu Yun's identity, it was evident that she had made an immense decision. For regardless of success or failure, this drop of soul blood would vanish, leading her to irrevocably lose the last remnant of Wuxia. She combined this drop of soul blood with Chu Yun's own essence blood, her gaze unwavering and focused intently on the transformation of the two drops. Remarkably, the fusion of the two droplets proceeded seamlessly, without the slightest hint of rejection, ultimately merging into a single drop of vibrant red essence blood. At this moment, Meng Rushua's eyes widened, tears glistening at the corners. The astonishing revelation before her overwhelmed her emotions to an indescribable degree. It's true. It's really true. Chu Yun is indeed Wuxia, his reincarnated self. You truly are him. Why? Why did you not tell me sooner? Meng Rushua now actively grasped Chu Yun's hand, her excitement palpable as she inquired. The matters of the past need not be dwelled upon excessively. It suffices to know that you are well. Moreover, I am but an inconsequential individual, Chu Yun stated in a somber tone. At this moment, Meng Rushua, observing his demeanor, felt a profound sense of guilt. I did not mean it that way. You are not unworthy, Chu Yun. My previous life was bestowed upon me by you. You are immensely significant to me. Perhaps the most important. My earlier words were spoken in ignorance of your identity, and for that, I am truly sorry. Meng Rushua lowered her head, overwhelmed by remorse. She had long harbored deep guilt towards Wu Xie, and her earlier callous remarks had wounded him deeply, making her feel utterly despicable. Simultaneously, Chuan shared this sentiment. He perceived himself as somewhat unworthy, akin to a mere green tea bimbo. He found it increasingly unbearable. Yet, he felt powerless. A woman like Meng Rushua could not be approached with force, only with gentleness. It was imperative to leave a lasting impression upon her, making her acutely aware of her indebtedness to him. In doing so, Chuyun could truly seize the reins of their relationship. Do not speak like that. Rushua, I have told you, regardless of your actions, I shall not hold you accountable. I have come merely to resolve our misunderstandings. As for your connection with the demoness, she has assured me that she will not trouble you further. I hope that, moving forward, even if you cannot be friends, at least you shall not be enemies. This is for you. Chuyun presented Meng Rushua with the source of nirvana from his collection, recognizing that this was precisely what she needed at this moment. Indeed, upon seeing the source of nirvana, Meng Rushua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The source of nirvana? Is this what you have prepared for me? Chuyun nodded. I am aware of your situation with the demoness. The nirvana seal on you can only be broken with the source of nirvana. Please accept it. I must take my leave now. Meng Rushua, holding the source of nirvana, felt a tumult of emotions as she watched Chuyun open the door and depart. Momentarily at a loss for words, Chuyun did not linger. Upon exiting, he joined Luo Feng and Chang Yun as they headed towards the estate's entrance. This was part of Chuyun's strategy. Emotions, when allowed to linger, can often be more memorable than when fully expressed at once. It was akin to why female internet celebrities in Chuyun's previous life employed the tactic of teasing and retreating. This interplay of desire keeps emotions taut and steadily ascending, ensuring that the one being teased remains perpetually in the mind of the teaser. At that moment, Meng Rushua tucked away the source of nirvana and, having pursued only a few steps, suddenly noticed a small paper figure descending from the sky, emanating waves of spiritual energy, directly advancing towards her. Sensing the danger, her expression shifted, and she swiftly retreated. The paper figure shimmered with spiritual light, unleashing dozens of black chains of malevolence that ensnared her limbs. The malevolent aura upon the shackles clung to her like a parasite, thoroughly suppressing Meng Rushua's entire strength, leaving her utterly defenseless. Such was the prowess of the esteemed realm. Curse be it. The paper figure dragged Meng Rushua's form aloft, poised to depart into the heavens. Despite her frantic struggles, she remained ensnared by the shackles of dark energy. The reincarnation divine pearl. In this dire predicament, Meng Rushua had no choice but to unleash her most formidable trump card of this lifetime. The celestial treasure, split in twain. In an instant, a cascade of reincarnation frost brilliance erupted from within her being, radiating like the cleansing light of a pure world, successfully purging all malevolent energy within her. The shackles that had grasped her form were obliterated by the divine radiance of reincarnation, allowing Meng Rushua to leap downward. What is this power? The secrets within the young girl's body are indeed numerous. Alas, you cannot evade a second time. The voice of the paper figure echoed with a sinister tone reminiscent of Ku, as it unleashed thousands of malevolent papers, each resembling a venomous serpent, surging forth to overwhelm her. Remnant Wind Phantom. Compassion Seal. At that moment, two formidable attacks at the Nirvana realm barreled in, accompanied by a whirlwind of Nirvana flames. Chang Yun executed the Compassion Seal with a single palm strike. Together, they thwarted the onslaught of the malevolent papers descending upon Meng Rushua. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Yun and the others hastily returned, relieved to find Meng Rushua unharmed. Rushua, come here. Chu Yun called out, and she promptly soared to his side. With Luo Feng and Chang Yun standing protectively before her, confronting the paper figure ahead. Chapter 71. The situation escalates, sieging in pursuit. The esteemed realm. To think they would deploy an esteemed realm practitioner against the young lady. Chang Yun gazed at the paper figure, his expression a blend of shock and dread. Although the chancellor had prepared, he had not anticipated that the queen would resort to such measures against Meng Rushua. Chang Yun produced a square plate, casting it into the sky, where it manifested a golden shield that enveloped them. I have sent word to the chancellor. All we can do now is hold our ground, Chang Yun declared, his face grave. This golden shield could withstand the full might of a peak Nirvana realm practitioner, yet against an esteemed realm. Chang Yun felt an unsettling uncertainty. Ha ha ha, do you think such trivial tactics can hinder me? The paper figure emitted a derisive, sinister chuckle before unleashing two tentacles imbued with dark energy, savagely battering against the golden barrier. Bang! Bang! In mere moments, cracks began to form upon the golden shield, teetering on the brink of shattering. This won't do. It cannot withstand the might of the esteemed realm. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, as he gradually amassed power within his grasp. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault of the sinister tentacles, the golden shield shattered completely, forcing the four figures to dart in different directions. Starstorm. Luo Feng, channeling his nirvana power, conjured a massive storm source star, directing it towards the tentacles. Even at the pinnacle of the nirvana realm, one is but an ant. The tentacles of the paper figure, unyielding in their strength, pierced through the past, subsequently unleashing a wave of energy that surged forth like a tsunami, propelling Luo Feng and Chang Yun away. The tentacles lunged once more towards Meng Ruxue. In that moment, Chu Yun unleashed the blood heaven realm, a torrent of sanguine energy cascading from the heavens, enveloping Meng Ruxue in its embrace. With a thunderous crash, the tentacles missed their mark, upending the entire garden, turning pavilions and rockeries upside down. The blood energy surrounding Chu Yun shielded Meng Ruxue, drawing her closer to him. Astounded by Chu Yun's formidable capabilities, Meng Ruxue gazed at him in shock. Chu Yun, his eyes fixed intently on the paper figure, spoke in a grave tone. Can you hold him off for 50 breaths? Do you have a plan? Meng Ruxue inquired immediately. After 50 breaths, he will be vanquished. Chu Yun declared with unwavering conviction. Very well, leave it to me, Meng Ruxue replied, nodding in agreement. You too, despite your tender years, are truly remarkable. And this has surprised me greatly. Thus, you shall both accompany me. A vast black canopy known as the Corpse Swamp Celestial Veil appeared before the paper figure, within which countless strands of corpse energy wreaked havoc. This seemingly bottomless veil unleashed two lifeless puppets, their bodies impervious and powerful, heedless of all obstacles as they charged towards Chu Yun and Meng Ruxue. Reincarnation Divine Pearl. Pure Universe Divine Light. Meng Ruxue positioned herself before Chu Yun, her hands releasing the Reincarnation Divine Radiance, forming a barrier of rebirth that stood before them, pure and sanctified, impervious to desecration, effectively halting the assault of the two puppets. With the aid of this celestial treasure, Meng Ruxue managed to withstand the might of beings at the sovereign level, far surpassing the capabilities of Luo Feng and Chang Yun at the Nirvana stage, which left Chu Yun quite astonished. He recalled the words spoken by the heavenly Demoness, do not underestimate a reincarnated emperor, as Meng Ruxue held her ground for approximately 30 breaths. The two puppets had yet to advance even a fraction, yet her condition was visibly deteriorating. Her complexion had turned ashen, as if she had been gravely ill, and her body had weakened to a precarious state. It was evident that forcing the celestial treasure's power through her body was far too taxing for her current physical state. I shall observe how long you can endure, the paper figure declared, intensifying the force of the canopy, further augmenting the combat strength of the two puppets. Boom, boom, boom. The radiance of the reincarnation divine light rapidly diminished under the relentless bombardment of the puppet's power. However, at that moment, Chu Yun suddenly lifted his head, his expression grave. Let him perish. With a resounding crash, a radiant formation descended, its overwhelming force shattering the two corpse-laden puppets. Reinforcements have arrived, the paper figure exclaimed in disbelief, but in an instant, the space around them tore apart. The figure of the sovereign of arrays emerged, gesturing to weave a spatial array, grounding it in the void, thereby ensnaring the paper figure in place. Break. The corpse-ridden canopy was forcefully pressed down by a beam of light from the sovereign of arrays, tearing it apart with sheer strength. Your Highness, this is a technique of substitution. His true self is hiding miles away. Master Sijin has seen through the paper figure's ruse and promptly reported to Chu Yun. Can it be tracked? Chu Yun inquired with a solemn expression. Indeed. However, this would inevitably expose my identity and power within the imperial city, Master Sijin replied. No matter. Spare no effort to capture this esteemed individual. Chu Yun ordered with unwavering seriousness. Understood. At this moment, Master Sijin released his restraints, stepping into the formation. The paper figure immediately unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, a force capable of crushing a massive mountain, yet it was effortlessly dismantled by a lethal array conjured by Master Sijin. Subsequently, he seized the paper figure in his grasp. Which faction do you belong to? When did such a personage emerge within the Daxia Imperial City? The paper figure asked, astonished. You need not concern yourself with that, Master Sijin replied tersely, crushing the paper figure. At the moment of its explosion, a thread of blood was left behind, which Master Sijin swiftly grasped. Heavenly Trace. Master Sijin activated a secret technique, a gleam illuminating his forehead as he integrated the blood thread to locate its owner. Soon, he pinpointed the individual's location and vanished from the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, Meng Rushue was utterly weakened, having exhausted too much vital energy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Rushue. Thankfully, Chu Yun was timely in supporting her. Luo Feng and Chang Yun hurriedly approached, although blood stained their lips. Their injuries were not severe. Miss. Your Highness, how's the miss? Chang Yun inquired anxiously. She is fine. She has merely expended too much energy and fainted temporarily. It is not serious, Chu Yun assessed after a brief examination. Chang Yun finally exhaled in relief and then asked, Your Highness, who was that esteemed individual who intervened just now? He is one of my subordinates. Fortunately, I summoned him at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, today's events would not have been so simple, Chu Yun replied gravely. He immediately contacted Master Sijun to head to the Prime Minister's residence. Thankfully, Meng Rushue held on for several breaths. Otherwise, Chu Yun would have had to resort to his ultimate trump card, the celestial essence stored within the warehouse. Your Highness's subordinate is at the esteemed level. Chang Yun's expression turned to one of shock, scarcely believing his ears. The Ninth Prince actually had a subordinate of such caliber. How astonishing. Chapter 72. Master Ku overpowered, Master Sijin suppresses. Manager Chang, since Rushue is fine, I entrust her to you. Chu Yun, unable to pay heed to Chang Yun's astonishment, entrusted Meng Rushue to him. Very well, Chang Yun replied, supporting the unconscious Meng Rushue. Commander Luo, we must depart. Chu Yun's countenance darkened as he immediately set off with Luo Feng. Within the Imperial City, Master Sijin swiftly locked onto Master Ku's position using the trace of blood. At this moment, the esteemed Ku stood atop a towering edifice within the city, when he suddenly sensed an impending force approaching. With a swift motion, he tore through the fabric of space to evade it. Boom. Instantly, a square formation imprint materialized at his prior location, unleashing destructive power that obliterated everything in that vicinity. The figure of the revered master of arrays emerged from the void, and upon realizing his strike had missed, he promptly formed hand seals, conjuring multiple formation imprints that relentlessly targeted Ku's path of advance. Bang, bang, bang. These imprints radiated a formidable brilliance indicative of the revered realm, ensnaring the space in an extensive freeze. Hiss. With the entire space immobilized, Ku, compelled by circumstances, was left with no choice but to forcibly rend the fabric of reality once more. A tempestuous storm, with a mere wave of his hand. The Master of Arrays summoned the power of the formations, which swiftly coalesced into a swirling vortex, ensnaring Ku within its grasp from below. The entire storm array shimmered with razor-like winds, reminiscent of a dragon forged from countless blades, its overwhelming might leaving Ku with no avenue for escape. Ku unleashed a barrage of sinister spiritual waves, yet he could not make a dent, as each attempt was devoured by the tempest's might. Damn it! Did you truly believe I would cower in fear? Provoked, Ku ceased his concealment and fully unleashed his colossal essence, a towering figure of malevolence rising 1,000 feet high. Manifesting above the Imperial City. 5 elements, secret kill. The Master of Arrays unleashed 5 formations in the sky: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, seamlessly merging them under his command. In an instant, a dazzling 5 elements killing array erupted, casting its radiant glow upon Ku, descending upon his formidable form. Eerie spirits. Corpse tide. With a lift of his palms, Ku summoned forth 2 torrents of corpse aura, surging forth to clash with the descending 5 elements killing array. Bang. Boom. The collision of 2 revered powers resonated, causing buildings within a radius of several dozen miles to tremble, while many nearby cultivators, sensing the ominous energy, hastily fled to safety. Amidst the tumult, the 2 revered beings engaged in a brazen display of power within the Imperial City, with Ku's formidable essence creating a spectacle that reverberated throughout the realm. Chu Yun and Luo Feng soared to a vantage point, observing the fierce confrontation below. Ku had invoked his esteemed form, yet the might of the 5 elements killing array pressed upon him relentlessly. Moreover, the hurricane array further sealed off his chances of escape, plunging him into dire straits. To his astonishment, it was him, the left protector of the Corpsine sect, Kuti. Upon recognizing Ku's true identity from afar, Luo Feng immediately acknowledged him. The Corpsine sect, indeed, it was undoubtedly sent by the Empress. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, speaking solemnly. No matter the circumstances today, Ku-yi shall not escape this imperial city. At that moment, the battlefield erupted with fervent energy, and seeing that Ku-'s strength was waning, the Master of Arrays swiftly reinforced the power of the formations, amplifying the 5 elements killing array to an even greater zenith. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 waves of corpse energy from the venerable Ku were devoured by the power of the 5 elements, and his battle form was violently struck by the 5-element formation. With a cough, the venerable Ku spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His battle form was injured, causing his entire aura to weaken slightly. Ku-yi, you have such audacity. Daring to harm the daughter of my true self, you shall remain here today. A cold, chilling voice reverberated from afar. Not far in the sky, Meng Changjung stood atop his battle form, wielding a radiant spear that measured 100 zhang in length, sweeping forth with 4 luminous dragons, directly launching an assault on the venerable Ku, already under the pressure of the formation master. The venerable Ku was compelled to divert his attention to fend off Meng Changjung's spear dragons. In that moment, the formation master seized the opportunity, unleashing a formation imprint that thundered through the chest of his battle form, sending a jolt of pain coursing through the venerable Ku, as if his very organs were being torn asunder. Bang! After being struck once more by the formation master, his strength dwindled, triggering a chain reaction. Meng Changjung's 4 spear dragons effortlessly crushed through his corpse energy defenses, obliterating nearly half of his corporeal form. The venerable Ku's upper body was shattered, blood and bone strewn about, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, the formation master had fully suppressed his battle form, 3 formation imprints descending to bind any movement of his battle body. Meng Changjung once again condensed the brilliance of his spear, piercing towards the remaining half of the venerable Ku's flesh with lethal intent. Suddenly, a thick layer of watery mist enveloped the heavens, forming a celestial cloud that obscured half of the sky, blocking Meng Changjung's formidable power. With a slight narrowing of his pupils, Meng Changjung halted his advance. Next to the venerable Ku, the frozen space shattered, revealing a gnarled hand, slowly tearing through the fabric of space, with a figure emerging while wielding a dragon-headed scepter. How lively it is here. I did not expect such a revered figure to be concealed within the imperial city. I have indeed been remiss in my knowledge. From which force do you hail? The national master, Feng Tianzhang, appeared, his gaze fixed intently on the formation master, his eyes reflecting a mix of gravity and suspicion. The formation master had no intention of engaging him. Instead, he ruthlessly shattered the venerable Ku's battle form, the formation imprint exploding. Bang bang bang. Too much arrogance. With his battle form destroyed, the venerable Ku was severely weakened, his aura diminished by 50%, blood spattering from his lips, his delicate features now etched with rage and hatred. Such a level of injury would require him months to recuperate. He could hardly hope to restore his battle form in a short span of time. National Master, what do you mean by this? The venerable Ku accused. You conspired with him to attack my estate, injuring my beloved daughter. Could it be that the National Master is colluding with him in this matter? Meng Changjung stood resolutely upon his battle form, showing no deference to Feng Tianzhang, having openly declared his intent to assault the estate, thereby irreparably severing their ties. What harm was there in that? Chapter 73. The turbulence of the winds and clouds, the might of the emperor. What do you mean by such words, Chancellor? As the left protector of the Corpsine sect, the venerable Ku insisted, I cannot possibly believe he would commit such acts. There must be a deep misunderstanding at play. Moreover, this individual's identity remains a mystery. As the Chancellor, a minister of the court, he ought to join me in apprehending this person first, to prevent any potential threat to the safety of the imperial city. The seasoned Jiang, however, remained unperturbed, effortlessly shifting the focus with a few words. Meng Changjung squinted slightly, about to speak, when the national master interjected with assurance. Rest easy. He is one of my subordinates, and his actions here are solely aimed at capturing the rebel who disturbs the order of the imperial city. The national master has consistently shielded the rebel who attacked the chancellor's residence and provided justifications for him. Is it possible that, as the chancellor suggested, he is indeed in league with such nefarious scoundrels? Xu Yun, accompanied by Luo Feng, approached with an unwavering demeanor, boldly proclaiming. At that moment, numerous gazes from the surrounding battlefield were fixed upon Xu Yun and his companions. Leaders from various factions within the imperial city, including several esteemed elders, were discreetly observing the unfolding situation. The esteemed Tianbao stood atop the Tianbao pavilion, his expression marked by surprise as he gazed in their direction. If this esteemed individual was indeed a subordinate of the Ninth Prince, Then combined with last night's night swallow, he would command 2 powerful elders. This was utterly astonishing. He felt a measure of relief for the decision he made the previous night. In addition, members of the Yin family, along with some formidable figures from the Eastern Palace and the Queen's faction, had now revealed themselves in the distant sky, their gazes fixed intently upon the scene. The Crown Prince's face displayed a mixture of shock and trepidation. This esteemed elder is under Chu Yun's command. When did he acquire such a formidable subordinate? Why had the Eastern Palace received no word of this? Simultaneously, Chu Yun confronted the National Master with unwavering fortitude. The latter's brows furrowed in slight astonishment, quickly replaced by a somber expression. Ninth Prince, though you are a royal, by seniority, you lack the standing to speak to me in such a manner. You have no right to interject here. Are you willing to jeopardize the stability of the dynasty by slandering the National Master? Feng Tianzhong, ever cunning, artfully evaded the critical issues, framing Chu Yun with accusations to divert attention from Ku's actions. With the Son of Heaven present, chaos cannot ensue. I shall reiterate, step aside. You cannot protect Ku today. Chu Yun's gaze was resolute, disregarding the immense celestial pressure emanating from the National Master. Arrogant. Chu Yun, do you truly believe you can provoke me? The National Master retorted coldly. Today, I stand here to witness how you intend to proceed. His expression was frigid, and he unleashed the power of an esteemed elder, manifesting a towering battle form high in the skies. The overwhelming aura of peak elder status, coupled with Meng Changjong's battle form, was pressed down upon them. Xijin, an esteemed elder, recognized the impending conflict and swiftly summoned his own battle form. The might of a late-stage esteemed elder clashing directly with the National Master. 3 formidable battle forms loomed over the imperial city, their presence formidable and awe-inspiring. Yet, some unseen ancient figures were acutely aware that these 3 would not engage in combat. Should they unleash their might within the imperial city, it would be left in ruins. As anticipated, a formidable aura of destiny emanated from the depths of the royal palace, exuding an irresistible presence akin to the celestial order itself, which subdued even the auras of the 3 great warlords on the spot. Impudent! What do you take the royal city for? The voice of the Emperor of the Great Xia thundered through the skies of the imperial city, reverberating across the expanse. Meng Changjong and the National Master halted their actions, bowing towards the palace. The former proclaimed, Your Majesty, it is not my intention to instigate conflict. It is this Ku who has assaulted my residence and harmed my beloved daughter. Such a nefarious villain. I truly do not understand why the National Master would protect him. The National Master immediately defended himself, stating, Your Majesty, I am unjustly accused. I merely consider matters from the dynasty's perspective. After all, Master Ku is the left protector of the Corpsine sect. I find it hard to believe he would commit such an act. There must be someone framing him. The 2 held their respective positions when the Emperor's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a terrifying celestial might that bore down upon Ku. Master Ku, explain the situation. Your Majesty, Ku is truly innocent. Upon my arrival in the imperial city, I was assaulted by this individual. The claim that I attacked the residence is utterly absurd. Ku pointed accusingly at the esteemed Jinzun, stubbornly attempting to defend himself. After all, he had employed a substitute technique. And since Chu Yun and the others lacked definitive evidence, as long as he maintained his denial, the Emperor could not condemn him without a shred of proof. At that moment, Meng Changjong suddenly laughed, saying, Ku, do you truly believe that I have made no arrangements within my own residence? In the next instant, a beam of light emanated from him, transforming into a visual array that depicted the initial attack on Meng Ruxue by Ku's paper figure. Indeed, Meng Changjong had set up an image retention array in his residence. He was truly cunning. The National Master immediately lost his confidence. With irrefutable evidence now presented, Ku could not be shielded from his fate. Ku's face changed. He had never anticipated that Meng Changjong possessed such a trump card. Ku, not only did you assault my residence, but you also dare to deceive the Emperor. For your treason against the crown, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Chu Yun stepped forward, pointing at Ku with righteous indignation. At this moment, Ku was so flustered he could hardly find words to refute. The evidence lay glaringly before them. To argue further would be to treat the court as fools. Even Feng Tianjing turned away, plunged into silence. Boom. At this moment, the heavenly might of destiny from the 9th heavens transformed into a golden dragon, bathed in resplendent light, and directly enveloped the bloodied remains of Master Ku, soaring into the sky. In that instant, all of Ku's power was forcibly sealed beneath the embrace of the golden dragon. He had contemplated resistance. But in the face of the emperor's overwhelming might, he found himself utterly powerless, being drawn into the royal palace. Kui's crimes are unforgivable. His entire cultivation shall be sealed, imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, and dealt with subsequently. This matter concludes here. The ninth prince and the chancellor entered the palace, while the others dispersed. As the emperor's voice echoed and the immense pressure from the heavens dissipated, the gathered crowd slowly began to disperse. "Yes, your majesty," replied the people in attendance. The national master cast a piercing glance at Chu Yun, and the revered master of arrays snorted coldly and then vanished into the vast sky. Meng Changzhong and the master of arrays retracted their warrior forms and gradually approached Chu Yun. "Your Highness, let us proceed to the palace," Meng Changzhong suggested. Listening to his words, Chu Yun nodded. "Master of arrays, Captain Luo, you may return to the residence. I shall meet with Father Emperor alongside the Chancellor." "Yes, Your Highness." With the Chancellor present, Luo Feng felt at ease and turned to depart with the Master of Arrays. Chu Yun then made his way toward the Imperial Palace with the Chancellor. Within the East Palace, the Crown Prince and the National Master had returned. And Chu Yuan was seated on the throne. What on earth is happening? How could Chu Yun possess a subordinate of the revered realm? Who is that person? The Crown Prince's brow furrowed, unable to fathom the situation. The National Master echoed his concern, stating, "One thing is certain, he is definitely not from the Shi family. None of the revered figures from the Shi family resemble him." Chapter 74. The First Revered, a Filial Disciple. Elder Brother. It seems that Chu Yun is far more formidable than we anticipated. Do you think he may have hidden cards we are unaware of? Chu Yuan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression shifted slightly. Feng Tianzhong immediately responded, "Let us not lose our composure. If we cannot ascertain that person's identity, we should pay a visit to the Misty Rain Tower." Chu Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, National Master, I understand what must be done. However, given the current circumstances, how shall we address the situation with Master Ku?" Feng Tianqing's expression darkened slightly. With His Majesty personally involved, this matter is beyond our control. We can only hope that the Empress has some means to resolve it, or perhaps the people of the Corpse Insect may assist. Feng Tianzhong was also quite troubled. The situation escalated unexpectedly when Kui captured a figure like Meng Ruxue. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Ultimately, the Emperor had to intervene. And under the previous circumstances, no one could safeguard him. It is well known that the most powerful revered figure in the entire Great Xia dynasty is none other than the Great Xia Emperor. He rarely takes action because it is generally unnecessary. In terms of revered strength, even the Azura revered falls beneath him. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that within the imperial city, the Great Xia Emperor is endowed with the fortune of the dynasty. Even against a figure of the celestial phenomenon realm, he could contend. This is also the primary reason why even the Empress's faction, despite its vast network, dares not act recklessly within the imperial city. Had the Emperor been present in the palace at the time of Chu Yun's birth, there would have been no possibility of him being stolen away. This exemplifies the absolute deterrence of a sovereign ruler. For now, there is nothing more to be done. Third brother, you shall go to the Misty Rain Tower and see if you can gather any information regarding the revered subordinate of Chu Yun. The Crown Prince commanded. Yes, elder brother. I shall depart immediately. Chu Yuan promptly left the East Palace, hurrying toward the Misty Rain Tower. Within the Imperial Palace, Chu Yun and Meng Changzhong stepped into a grand hall. Having greeted His Majesty, the Emperor, who was seated upon the imposing dragon throne and had been waiting for some time, he gestured with a nod, saying, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The two replied as they stood. "How is Ruxue?" The Emperor inquired with evident concern, having learned that Kui had been imprisoned in the Sky Prison. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Ruxue is well, having sustained no injuries, though she did faint," Meng Changzhong responded. The Emperor nodded. "That is good to hear. Old Ninth, what is the situation with that esteemed figure under your command?" Chu Yun had anticipated that his father would eventually broach this topic. Such a matter was of grave importance. A powerful figure of that caliber within the imperial city, especially in proximity to his own son, was something that a father and sovereign could hardly remain ignorant of. "Father, this individual was specifically sent by my master to assist me," Chu Yun replied calmly. "Your master?" Both the Emperor and Meng Changzhong were taken aback, having never before heard of Chu Yun's Mei'er. Chu Yun had prepared his explanation, recounting the tale of how he encountered Zai Yaozi in his youth and how he was nurtured to grow independently. He also informed them that his master would arrive in the imperial city in a little over a month. "Is that so?" To be able to dispatch a figure of the esteemed realm so casually. Old Ninth, what is the level of your master? The emperor inquired with curiosity. Qu Yun stroked his chin, recalling, I am not privy to the specifics of his cultivation. I only know that in the past. He could dispatch a figure of the Tianxiang realm as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken with just a single sword stroke. Upon hearing this, both Meng Changjong and the emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. To kill a Tianxiang realm expert, as one would a chicken, this strength must surely be at least that of a supreme. The notion that old Ninth's master was a supreme left the emperor profoundly stunned. Meng Changjong, filled with excitement, eagerly asked, Your Highness, is this true? Can your master truly annihilate a Tianxiang realm expert in an instant? Qu Yun replied with calm assurance. I cannot say for certain. After all, that was in the past. Given the passage of time, my master must have made some progress, lest he be deemed inadequate in his role. Indeed, the most lethal kind of pretension is that which is unspoken. As Qu Yun nonchalantly articulated these thoughts, the expressions on the faces of the emperor and Meng Changjong flickered. However, as their astonishment began to fade, Meng Changjong's spirit soared, and an uncontainable joy illuminated his visage. With such a formidable master, why should we be concerned about the empress's faction? Once the master arrives, the balance of power within the imperial city will surely tilt in our favor. Old Ninth, why did you not inform your father sooner about your master? The emperor could not help but exclaim. With a radiant smile, Qu Yun scratched his head. Father, it is primarily because my master advised against disclosing such matters lightly. Had it not been for his impending arrival, I would not have shared this with you. In his quest to fulfill his filial duties, Qu Yun promptly shifted all responsibility onto the elusive Stenyaozi. This behavior was not surprising, considering the eccentricities often exhibited by those of high caliber. The emperor nodded in understanding, recognizing the peculiarities that accompany such individuals. By the way, father, Qu Yun inquired with a serious demeanor, what are your intentions regarding that villain Kui? What ideas do you have? The emperor countered, not offering a direct response. If possible, the son wished to request that Kui be entrusted to him. Chapter 75. The Empress's Strategy, Plotting at the Borders. In the emperor's eyes, Qu Yun's desire for Kui might stem from a wish to determine the villain's fate, especially given that he had assaulted the minister's residence, nearly endangering their lives. Little did the emperor know, however, that Qu Yun's interest in Kui was motivated by the potential bounty of hatred points and editing points the esteemed figure could provide. The emperor pondered for a moment. Although Kui had been imprisoned, he was nonetheless affiliated with the Cultivation sect. Given the gravity of the situation, it was unlikely that the sect would remain passive. They would certainly send representatives to the imperial city to plead for Kui's life. After all, a figure of his stature would be considered a significant loss for the sect. Very well. Since you desire this, I shall leave Kui's fate in your hands. Externally, I shall proclaim that he has already been executed, denying others any chance for maneuvering. The emperor made his decision, exhibiting a measure of affection for Qu Yun as he acquiesced to the request. Thank you, father, Qu Yun exclaimed, beaming with gratitude. Subsequently, the emperor commanded Qin Feng to discreetly deliver Kui to the residence of the ninth prince, publicly declaring that Kui had attempted regicide during his imprisonment, and thus had been sentenced to death by the emperor himself. In Qu Yun's residence, Kui was confined within a secret chamber, his limbs bound. In this foul environment, he resembled a wolf filled with vengeance, his ferocious gaze fixed intently upon Qu Yun. I never anticipated that after reigning over the great Xia dynasty for so many years, I would fall into your hands. Qu Yun, you are remarkable, but do not revel in your triumph. Should I perish, the Cultivation sect will ensure your demise as well. Not even your father can protect you forever. You will die. Oh, you will die a fate far worse than mine. With eyes bloodshot and a fierce grin, the esteemed figure spat these words. Qu Yun, unfazed by the impotent howls, maintained his composure. Soon after, Yi Tun approached slowly. Master, he said. Qu Yun nodded. Proceed. Employ the harshest methods. Kui's attack on the minister's residence almost resulted in Meng Ruxue falling into his grasp. Thus, I cannot afford to show any mercy, and I harbor a tinge of anger toward him. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation from his master's demeanor, Yi Tun replied earnestly. Understood. Rest assured, master. He gradually advanced, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, encasing both himself and the esteemed figure within. Ah, Qu Yun, you shall not escape unscathed. Ah. As the night enveloped the surroundings, the anguished howls of the revered echoed endlessly. Akin to the torment of being flayed alive, with his soul seemingly torn apart 1,000 times, each scream infused with the agony of molten lava. The sound reverberated throughout the chamber. The hatred value towards Ku has reached 100%. As the system's notification resonated, Qin slowly turned his head. It is time, finish him. Consequently, an ominous radiance emerged from the darkness, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit descending from the heavens, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the chamber into one of chilling terror. Soon, Ku's voice ceased abruptly, his breath entirely extinguished. Focus. Congratulations, Master. Night Swallow has slain Ku, earning 15,000 editing points. Having dispatched Ku, he acquired a modest sum of editing points. Although not substantial, it was not insignificant either. Currently, his editing points stood at 52,200. The cooldown period for editing background would last another 6 days. Thus, he could only indulge in opening blind boxes. As the darkness dissipated and the malevolence faded, Night Swallow emerged with satisfaction. Master, I have a premonition that I am on the verge of breaking through once again. Once I refine all the essence of Ku's soul, I might just touch the threshold of the mid-stage of the revered realm. Though Night Swallow had recently broken through, the abundance of souls he had consumed, thanks to Chu Yun's continuous feeding, had fortified him. Essentially, if he were to devour another practitioner at the early stage of the revered realm, a breakthrough would be inevitable. Chu Yun nodded. First, let us visit the Xiang residence and see if Ru Shui has awakened. Certainly, Master. In the royal palace, within the Queen's chamber, the National Master Feng Tianzhong sat alongside 2 royal offerings, Ren Lin and Hong Chun. All 4 were gathered in the hall. With the Queen's expression notably grave, news has already spread throughout the palace that during his confinement, Ku attempted regicide, prompting the Emperor to issue an immediate order for his execution, leaving no room for leniency. The other 3 listened with heavy hearts. No one had anticipated the Emperor's sudden decision to strike against Ku. As for Ku's alleged attempt on the Emperor's life, it was utterly implausible. Not only was he a prisoner, but even had he not been injured, he lacked the capacity to harm the Emperor. Hence, the regicide was merely a facade presented to the world. However, this action effectively shattered the relationship between the royal family and the Corpsine sect. The Emperor's refusal to grant the Corpsine sect any leeway was unexpected, not only for the sect's higher-ups but also for the Queen, who felt a sense of astonishment. After years of marriage, having shared a bed, this behavior seemed uncharacteristic of him. He should have been more aware of the consequences of casually executing a revered figure from a sect. The Emperor's actions were indeed perplexing. My lady, do you think he has sensed something? Inquired the offering Hong Chun suddenly. After all, his period of celestial decline is drawing ever closer. The Queen furrowed her brow slightly at his words. It should not be the case, as our people have yet to make a move. He could not have known in advance. However, given the current dire situation, we must resort to the plan we had previously prepared. National Master Feng Tianzhong, with a serious expression, assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, I have discreetly sent the border defense maps. I believe it won't be long before news of the border's fall reaches the imperial city. The Queen nodded. She needed to divert the Emperor's attention away from them, and instigating turmoil at the border was the only way to shift his focus. By the way, there have been no traces of the esteemed individual by Chu Yun's side, which is indeed peculiar. However, the factions aiding Chu Yun have already been identified as the Yin family and the Wang Xin Dao sect from Qizhou, the Queen continued. What? The Yin family and the Wang Xin Dao sect? It is indeed them. Hong Chen and Ren Lin's faces darkened with anger upon hearing this. Your Majesty, it appears we have underestimated Chu Yun. To gain the clandestine support of the Yin family and the Wang Xin Dao sect, along with the protection of a mysterious esteemed individual, he possesses considerable capabilities, certainly more than we previously believed, Feng Tianqing stated solemnly, gripping his scepter. The Queen, with a frosty demeanor, replied, He does hold some merit. But what I find most detestable are those factions that aid him. Since they have made their choice, they must face the consequences of that choice. As for June, he has already led the elite of the divine sect to Qingzhou. We shall wait a month to eradicate the Yin family completely, uprooting their very foundation. Upon hearing the Queen's decision, the 3 fell silent. Regarding Ku's demise, the Queen personally sent a message to the leader of the Corpsine sect, urging them to remain patient and await her further instructions. Chapter 76. Meng Rushue's Heart, Refining the Source of Rebirth. In the Prime Minister's residence, after the events concluded, Meng Rushue awoke from her brief unconsciousness. Meng Changzhong, having learned of his daughter's extraordinary capabilities through the projection array, was immensely astonished to witness her withstand the power of the esteemed Ku. Yet, he was not an unenlightened father. If Rushue chose not to reveal her strength, she undoubtedly had her reasons. Should she wish to confide in him, he would naturally listen, but if she preferred silence, he would not pry, much like the emperor in this regard. In Meng Rushue's chamber, she reclined against her bed, her complexion having regained much of its vitality. Meng Changjong sat nearby, inquiring about her health. At that moment, Chu Yin entered through the door and, seeing her, expressed concern. "Rushue, how do you feel? Is your body well?" Meng Rushue looked at him, the coldness in her gaze replaced by a rare smile. "I am fine, just need a few days of rest. The prince has arrived. Since that is the case, let him stay with Rushue while I attend to some matters," Meng Changjong said, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. He had sensed something unusual about their relationship through the projection, and witnessing his daughter smile at the ninth prince was indeed unprecedented. He sensed a subtle warmth of emotion rising within him. Naturally, if Shui Ruo were to be with the ninth prince, he would become the ninth prince's father-in-law. A notion he held no objections to. Very well, Qin nodded, and soon after, the prime minister took his leave. Qin approached the bedside, sitting beside her. His gaze filled with emotion as he earnestly looked at her. "Ku, he has been slain by my hand. Rest assured, I shall not spare anyone who has harmed you." Meng Rushue was not surprised. Instead, she calmly countered, "What about the demoness?" Chu Yun's expression shifted to one of concern as he rubbed his brow. Her. Seeing his demeanor, Meng Rushue couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I was just teasing you. I understand that your relationship with her is likely not so simple. She may even reside in your estate. Am I correct?" Qiyun did not deny it. "Indeed, like you, she holds great significance for me." Meng Rushue nodded, refraining from probing further into their relationship, and then said, "I see. When the opportunity arises, arrange for us to meet privately. Matters between women are best resolved without male interference." Upon hearing this, Qiyun pondered briefly before acquiescing. "All right, whenever you wish to see her, I shall make the arrangements." Meng Rushue then shifted the topic, asking, "This could she was sent by the empress. What confidence do you have regarding her?" Chu Yin replied with assurance, complete certainty. Meng Rushue was slightly taken aback. "Really? I must remind you. She has the backing of not only the forces of the divine sect, but also the clan elders of Huangzu Mountain, along with the support of the Emperor Emeritus. This is why your father can only watch as she builds her faction without taking lethal action against her. Her position as empress is primarily secured by the support of the Emperor Emeritus. Otherwise, her status as the matriarch of the harem would not be so solid." Meng Rushue's warning revealed to Chu Yun more about the empress's connections. He was surprised to learn that his long-unmet grandfather was aligned with the empress. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm demeanor. "Do not worry. Even if the entirety of Huangzu Mountain supports her, I possess absolute confidence in dealing with her. If the heavenly sovereign is insufficient, then I shall call upon the supreme sovereign. If that is insufficient, I shall invoke even greater powers." In summary, the empress and the Eastern Palace stand no chance. Meng Rushue was somewhat astonished by his confidence, but chose not to press further. For her faith in Chu Yun was unwavering and unconditional. After dining at the prime minister's residence and sharing a few drinks, Chu Yun departed with Yi Tun. Meanwhile, Meng Rushue held the source of nirvana, entering seclusion to prepare for her breakthrough. Upon returning home, it was already late at night. As he stepped into the courtyard, the demoness was already waiting for him. "How is she?" the demoness inquired first. Chu Yun was taken aback that her first question concerned Meng Rushue's injuries. He replied, "She is fine. She has begun her pursuit of breaking through to the nirvana realm." The demoness nodded knowingly. It's no surprise. She hasn't been left behind, after all. The illustrious Empress of Destiny could scarcely be hindered by the flames of nirvana. Chu Yun offered little explanation, merely stating, "She has informed me that once she achieves her breakthrough, she wishes for you two to meet privately. She mentioned that your matters cannot be resolved with my assistance. Only you two can address them yourselves." Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness fell into a reverie, recalling the genesis of their discord, which had escalated into enmity. She spoke the truth. The resolution of our relationship lies solely within our own hands, and no one else can intervene. "Very well, you should take your rest. I shall take my leave." The heavenly demoness turned and returned to her chamber. A flush of wine red still adorned Chu Yun's countenance as he gradually made his way back to his own room. He secured the door and subsequently summoned the system. Exchange for 5 golden blind boxes. Chu Yun, having accrued 52, 200 editing points, expended 20,000 of them for the blind boxes, leaving him with 32,200 points. The remaining sum was ideally suited for future background editing. Blind box exchange successful. Would the master like to open them immediately? Why save them for the new year? Open them. Opening blind boxes, please hold on, stare. Congratulations, master. You have received 1 minor realm elevation card for the respected realm, 2 minor realm elevation cards for the Nirvana realm, 1 Nirvana realm cultivation card, and 1 Supreme War artifact, the Emperor's Banner, upgradable. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. Please check. Chapter 77. The Supreme War artifact, the Emperor's Banner. A Supreme War artifact? System, what is this? Chu Yun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Emperor's Banner. A Supreme War artifact, second only to sacred artifacts. It contains 100,000 souls, capable of summoning a legion of spirits and devouring all, wielding immeasurable power. Moreover, the Emperor's Banner possesses vast potential. Its limits extend beyond mere consumption of souls, allowing it to evolve into a sacred artifact, or even an imperial weapon, should it devour sufficient souls. Devouring souls? Wouldn't he that infringe upon Yitun's domain? Chu Yun's eyes blinked in astonishment as he waved his hand, revealing a pitch-black soul banner, shrouded in dark, malevolent spiritual energy, seemingly concealing countless vengeful souls. Emanating a chilling aura. Is this truly the Emperor's Banner? It feels more like a demonic ensign, with such dense malevolence that one might think they had stepped into the underworld. Chu Yun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. System Master. The Emperor's Banner is a righteous artifact that bears a hint of malevolence. This is entirely natural. Heh. Chu Yun's lips twitched. What a clever play on words. Indeed. And what of its power? If it is a Supreme War artifact, can I wield it with my current cultivation? He scrutinized the Emperor's Banner curiously and then posed his query. System. As long as the master elevates their cultivation to the Nirvana realm, it can be utilized, albeit only to a fraction of its potential. Nevertheless, it would still provide considerable assistance. Only usable at the Nirvana realm? How fortuitous. I shall use the Nirvana realm cultivation card I just acquired. Understood. As the Nirvana realm cultivation card was activated, Chu Yun felt his aura surge dramatically, surpassing the threshold of realms. Within him, the fire of Nirvana was ignited, resulting in an instantaneous transcendence of both body and soul. He had entered the initial stage of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, Chu Yun's cultivation was firmly established in the early Nirvana realm. Sensing the power coursing through him, he slowly opened his palm, and a wisp of Nirvana energy, resembling blood flames, manifested in his hand. This single strand of Nirvana energy, if unleashed, could instantly transform the entire estate into a sea of blood. System, what stage is my combat strength at right now? Chu Yun inquired, filled with curiosity as he felt the Nirvana energy within him. System, Master, if you were to utilize the Blood Heaven world, your strength would equate to the mid-stage of the Venerable Realm. If you wield this supreme battle weapon, your combat power could nearly rival that of a typical peak Venerable Realm. Upon hearing the system's explanation, it became evident that should Chu Yun reveal all his hidden cards, he could contend with an ordinary peak Venerable Realm. This meant that as long as the Celestial Manifestation Realm did not intervene, no one could threaten his life. At this juncture, he had secured enough power for self-preservation, no longer needing to rely on the protection of Night Devourer and Venerable Sijun within the Imperial City. What a marvelous treasure the human sovereign banner is. Chu Yun gazed at the ominous human sovereign banner in his hand, increasingly captivated by its allure, to the point of becoming somewhat enamored. After holding it for a while longer, he finally decided to stow the banner away. He also possessed a Minor Realm Enhancement card for the Venerable Realm and 2 Minor Realm Enhancement cards for the Nirvana Realm. The former was intended for Wan Lei, while the latter 2 would be used by Mu Rong-yin and the Fire Spirit Maiden, simultaneously suppressing their breakthrough aura. System, acknowledged, currently in use. Focus. Congratulations. Master, the 3 Minor Realm Enhancement cards have been successfully utilized. Wan Lei's cultivation has successfully broken through to the early stage of the Celestial Manifestation Realm. The Fire Spirit Maiden and Mu Rong-yin have successfully advanced to the early stage of the Venerable Realm, with the cultivation levels of the 3 enhanced. Chu Yun now boasted 1 Celestial Manifestation and 2 Venerables among his ranks. He eagerly anticipated Wan Lei's return as his first Celestial Manifestation subordinate. Once he was back, Chu Yun would no longer need to worry about the machinations of the Empress's faction. With the successful breakthroughs of his companions, satisfaction washed over Chu Yun, and as night deepened, he laid down to rest and drifted into slumber. 3 days later, following the death of Kui, many officials and factions within the imperial city anticipated further upheaval, knowing that the Corpsine sect would not rest idly. However, for 3 consecutive days, the imperial city remained eerily calm. Even the Empress's faction had quieted down. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered at dusk by an urgent message. The 2 great empires of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Qin Snake Empire and the Great Flame Empire, unexpectedly mobilized their elite forces and launched a joint assault on the borders of Great Xia, even led by those of the Venerable Realm. For reasons unknown, the 2 great empires possessed an uncanny awareness of the defensive arrangements along the borders of the Great Xia, revealing every vulnerability with remarkable clarity. In less than half a day, the entire border of the Great Xia fell into utter ruin. The 100,000 soldiers stationed at the border suffered near total annihilation, with only a handful of remnants managing to escape. The 2 highest-ranking commanders of the Great Xia, who were revered masters guarding the border, were also captured and subdued by the combined might of the 2 empires' esteemed authorities. The remaining commanding officers met their demise, while the second prince's whereabouts became shrouded in mystery, leaving his life in question. Upon hearing this news in the imperial city, it is said that the emperor erupted in furious wrath, shattering the desk in his study. A testament to the depth of his fury, he promptly summoned several high-ranking ministers, including the heads of various departments, the prime minister, and the commanders of the major military divisions, convening an emergency meeting. After a little over half an hour, the emperor issued orders for the commanders of the Black Wolf and Bone Blade armies to lead their troops to quell the uprising at the border. In addition to the garrison forces at the border and in the provinces, the Great Xia boasted 4 major legions, each led by esteemed commanders who answered solely to the emperor. The combined strength of these 4 legions exceeded 2 million. The Black Wolf and Bone Blade armies alone numbered over 1 million, and given their valor and formidable prowess, it was believed that restoring order at the border would be no great challenge. In the palace of the Empress, the revelation of the breach in defenses caught Chu Yun by surprise as he sat beside her. Having spent the day within the palace, he was only now learning of this grave news. The border had fallen, and his father had dispatched 2 major legions to restore control. The fundamental reason for this calamity lay in the breach of the defensive strategies. Indeed, your father surmises that the only possibility for such a breach would be the disclosure of the border defenses, which provided the Great Yin and Xianxi empires with an opportunity, the Empress stated with a serious expression. The border defenses are a closely guarded secret of the Great Xia. My dear mother, who could possibly know the intricate details of these defenses? Chu Yun felt the gravity of the situation and was particularly concerned. Very few, within the entire dynasty, apart from the leaders of the 4 major legions and the 2 revered commanders at the border, only the chief of the Shadow Guards and your father are privy to this information. This matter is a military secret of our dynasty, one that even the Minister of War and the Prime Minister are not qualified to know, the Empress responded. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun furrowed his brow. If the border defenses were compromised, then the suspects would only be those few individuals? He pondered briefly before inquiring further. Mother, among those you mentioned earlier, is there anyone associated with the Empress's faction? The Empress couldn't help but ask. Yuner, do you suspect the Empress's faction is involved? Chu Yun's demeanor turned grave. Although there is currently no evidence, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is intricately linked to them. It is far too coincidental. After Kui's demise, they found themselves in a period of calm, only for the border to encounter such turmoil. I refuse to believe that this is merely coincidence. Chu Yun's intuition was remarkably sharp, and he was convinced that there were indeed shadows of the Empress's faction lurking behind this affair. Hearing this, Consort Shi explained. Among these individuals, none have established a close rapport with the Empress. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some may have been bribed by her, secretly aligning themselves with her. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun replied, Mother, if the opportunity arises, you might inform father of my suspicions, urging him to exercise caution. I understand. I shall visit the imperial study shortly to discuss it with your father, Consort Shi responded. Then I shall take my leave, mother. Chu Yun rose, bid farewell, and departed the palace. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Luo Feng promptly approached. Your Highness, Wan Lei has returned. Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. I am aware. Please summon Wan Lei and Yi Tun. I have matters to discuss with them. Yes, Your Highness. Soon after, in the Great Hall, Chu Yun took his seat, and shortly after, Wan Lei and Yi Tun entered in succession. Master, they greeted. Chu Yin nodded and inquired, Yi Tun, how well have you assimilated Kui's power? Yi Tun responded eagerly, Master. I have refined all of Kui's abilities and have now reached the threshold of mid-stage respectable realm. Chu Yin nodded approvingly. Then tonight, I shall allow you to feast once more. A plan began to form in Chu Yun's mind. Since the Empress's faction preferred to maintain a facade of tranquility, he would choose to act in stark contrast. Master, do we have another target? Yi Tun exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, eager for action. Chu Yin instructed, Wan Lei, tonight you shall visit the 1,000-kill mercenary corps. You know what needs to be done. Wan Lei, the heavenly sovereign, promptly affirmed, Rest assured, Your Highness. Chu Yin added, Yi Tun, tonight we shall pay a visit to the Cloud Mist Tower. Yi Tun responded immediately, Understood, Master. The 1,000-kill mercenary corps and Cloud Mist Tower were both pillars of the Empress's faction within the Imperial City. The absence of these two would undeniably deliver a significant blow to her influence. In the 8th Prince's residence, 8th Prince Chu Hao and 6th Princess Chu Xinyan were seated within a side hall. At that moment, a woman dressed in a yellow palace gown entered, exuding an extraordinary aura, imbued with the essence of time. Yet her skin and appearance remained vibrant and youthful as she entered with an expressionless demeanor. Mother. Both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan stood to greet her respectfully. This woman was none other than their biological mother, the beloved consort of the great Xia dynasty, Song Yiling. The consort nodded and proceeded directly to the elevated seat. Chu Hao promptly vacated his position to allow her to sit. After the consort took her seat and cast a glance at them, she gestured for them to sit as well. Chu Hao settled into a nearby chair, folding his fan and inquiring, Mother, your presence here indicates there is a matter at hand? The consort replied coolly, You are both aware of the unrest at the borders. I presume. Chu Xinyan nodded. Indeed, Mother. My brother and I were just discussing this matter. The leak in our defenses leading to the border's fall indicates that there must be traitors within the 4 great legions. However, I did not anticipate that Father would send 2 legions to quell the rebellion. Does he not fear that the traitors may be among those 2 commanders? The imperial concubine maintained an unusually calm demeanor. This is a precaution left by your father, the emperor. If the traitor is indeed one of those 2, it would play into his hands. However, concerning the matters at the borders, I believe that the traitor has not allied with the enemy dynasty, but rather with the empress. Chu Hao raised an eyebrow. Mother, do you mean that these are merely distractions released by the empress to capture Father's attention? The concubine's expression remained serene. She must be fearful that they might plot against your father's vulnerable period. Thus, she resorted to such a desperate strategy. However, regrettably for her, this has instead forced our second brother to return. She continued, Your second brother's whereabouts are currently unknown, but it is highly likely that he is on his way back to the imperial court. Chu Hao's face tightened. But mother, our second brother is alone and without support. Although he has trained at the borders for many years, even upon his return, he would hardly pose a threat to the empress and her faction, would he? The concubine shook her head. You are mistaken. Your second brother is the one among you princes with the most extraordinary fortune. I once attempted to control him, but to my surprise, he harbored a remnant soul within, nearly overwhelming me with its power. Should he desire the throne, then the likes of Chu Yun and Chu Rong would be as insignificant as ants to him. Upon hearing this, both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were taken aback. They were well aware of their mother's formidable strength. It was no exaggeration to say that even their father, should he truly engage, would find it difficult to harm her. The revelation of their second brother Chu Huang's potential left them astounded. Mother, will this not disrupt our plans? Chu Hao asked solemnly. That is precisely what I fear. The concubine replied. Thus, Hao, you must meet someone for me tonight. Chu Hao inquired, who? Yun Yin Yang, the mistress of the Cloud Mist Tower, she answered. Yin Yin Yang? Is she not aligned with the empress? Why must we meet her? Chu Hao was filled with confusion. Chu Xinyan, standing beside him, wore a similarly perplexed expression. The concubine smiled faintly. She is no ordinary person. Her concealment is on par with mine. It was only during a previous chance encounter that I discovered her true identity. Chu Hao grew even more curious. Mother, who exactly is she? The concubine suddenly interjected. Have you heard of the Yuanming Dynasty? The Yuanming Dynasty? Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both fell into deep contemplation. Soon after, Chu Hao raised an eyebrow and instinctively said, Mother, are you referring to the Yuanming Dynasty that was obliterated 500 years ago by a coalition of the 10 major dynasties? The concubine nodded. Indeed. It is the very Yuanming Dynasty that has been extinct for over 5 centuries. In its prime, The Yuanming dynasty's foundation and strength could easily have placed it among the top 10 dynasties. At its peak, its prestige soared, commanding such respect that even the powerful lords of the 10 major dynasties regarded it with trepidation. Regrettably, the emperor of the Yuanming dynasty was excessively arrogant, holding himself in such high regard that he disregarded the 10 great dynasties, even humiliating them on multiple occasions. Ultimately, this hubris led to his tragic downfall. Upon hearing the concubine's words, both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan felt a flicker of recognition. They had encountered references in historical texts that noted the Yuanming dynasty's lack of allies was a direct consequence of the emperor's inflated self-image, which ultimately facilitated the easy annihilation of his dynasty by the 10 great dynasties. But mother, what connection does Yun Yin Yang of the Yunwu Tower have with the Yuanming dynasty? Chu Hao could not help but inquire further. The true identity of Yun Yin Yang is that of a royal orphan from the Yuanming dynasty. The former princess of Yuanming, Xinyan, the concubine explained. The Yuanming princess. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. While they were not well versed in the history of the Yuanming dynasty, the fact that the Yuanming princess had managed to evade the relentless pursuit of the 10 great dynasties and escape to safety was simply unfathomable. Moreover, it was astonishing that the illustrious orphan of the Yuanming dynasty had sought refuge in their own daxia and willingly aligned herself with the faction of the empress. A move that was perplexing to say the least. Mother, if Yun Yin Yang is indeed the Yuanming princess, what could possibly motivate her to join the empress's faction? Chu Hao pondered aloud. Her true capabilities must surely surpass those of anyone within the empress's circle. The strength of the Yuanming dynasty in its prime far exceeded that of the current Daxia dynasty. Consequently, it was reasonable to surmise that the princess, after years of accumulated experience, would possess formidable power. She is likely at least at the celestial alignment realm, and if I am correct, she may still possess the treasured artifact of the Yuanming dynasty, the concubine remarked, her expression grave. When the 10 great dynasties annihilated Yuanming, they were unable to locate its national treasure. It is highly probable that it resides with Yun Yin Yang. Chu Hao's expression shifted to one of shock, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Mother, how do you propose I engage with Yun Yin Yang tonight? The concubine replied, It is quite simple. You may directly convey our intentions to her, should she choose to assist us, once your maternal grandfather is freed and his strength restored. He can help her with a certain matter. Given that he was once a peak powerhouse at the King's realm, I believe she would be inclined to accept. Chu Hao nodded. Yes, mother. I understand. That night, within the Chuyin residence, Your Highness, Elders Fong and Yang have arrived. A report came from the garden pavilion. Chu Yun and the demoness sat together, sipping tea and discussing matters, when Luo Feng approached to deliver the news. Qian then turned his gaze to see Fang Zili and Yang Muqian approaching, both offering respectful bows. Your Highness, they greeted. Chu Yun nodded. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Highness. Once seated, Chu Yun inquired, Elders, have you come to discuss something? Your Highness, the vice sect master of the divine sect, Yen Rujuan, has led a substantial force of elite members and has besieged Qingzhou, trapping us without engaging in battle, Fang Zili expressed, concern etched upon his face. Qian set down his teacup and replied, Did not my uncle dispatch a revered elder from the Shi family to assist? How can the situation still be so dire? Fang Zili shook his head and sighed, Your Highness, the grand elder of the Shi family is currently within our sect. Although we do not fear Yin Rujun, the divine sect has consistently adopted a strategy of encirclement without direct confrontation. Our ancestors are concerned that they may be awaiting reinforcements. Listening to this, Qian found the reasoning quite sound. If Yin Rujun discovers the presence of Shi family members in the Wang Xiandao sect, the most prudent course of action would be to summon more allies, overwhelming us with sheer numbers to deliver a painful lesson. Shiner, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chu Yun turned to the heavenly demoness, eager to hear her perspective. The heavenly demoness replied calmly, If the divine sect calls for reinforcements, it is highly likely that they will come from the blood god sect nearby. The Shi family is too distant from Qizhou, even with a teleportation array. Their support would be slower than that of the blood god sect. The only viable solution now is to request the Snow sect, the overlord of Hanzhou, to send their powerful members to assist Wang Xiandao sect. Hanzhou and Nanzhou flank Qingzhou on either side. The dominant force in Nanzhou is the blood god sect, while the Snow sect reigns over Hanzhou. Fortunately, the blood god sect has a close relationship with the divine sect, both being factions of the empress. Conversely, The Snow Sect maintains a strong bond with the Shi family, particularly the current leader of the Snow Sect, who is an ardent admirer of the Shi Venerable. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun nodded. This plan is indeed commendable and the most feasible option at present. I shall immediately send a message to my uncle, requesting his assistance from the Snow Sect. Without delay, Chu Yun dispatched a message. Fang Zili and Yang Muqian's faces lit up with joy as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. There is no need for such formality. The Wangxian Dao sect has drawn the ire of the Divine Sect because of my actions, so it is only right for me to take this step. What is there to thank? Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further thanks. This gesture filled Fang Zili and Yang Muqian with warmth, relieved that they had not chosen the wrong person in their time of need. Before long, the two departed from the prince's residence. As night fell, Chu Yun began to orchestrate his plans. Wanlei Tianzun would proceed to the Qiansha mercenary group to eliminate everyone within, while Chu Yun and Yi Tun would stealthily venture to Yunwu Lu, preparing to capture everyone there in one fell swoop. Yunwu Lu, situated to the south of the imperial city, may not boast the vastness of Yunwu Lu, but its towering structure reaches into the clouds, surrounded by mist. Hence its name. Meanwhile, the 8th Prince Chu Hao made a late-night visit, ostensibly to discuss an important matter with the owner of Yunwu Lu, Yun Yin Yang. Within the reception hall of Yunwu Lu, the 8th Prince Chu Hao sat composedly. Soon, a woman adorned in a purple gown, exuding elegance and a delightful fragrance, entered the room. Your Highness, I apologize for not greeting you sooner during your late visit to my Yunwu Lu. I hope you will not take offense. Yun Yin Yang said with a warm smile upon her face. It is I who has intruded upon your evening, Chu Hao replied with a smile. As Yun Yin Yang took a seat opposite him, her gaze fixed upon him with a beaming expression, she inquired, May I ask what brings the 8th Prince to seek an audience with me? Chu Hao fixed his gaze upon her and spoke. You have come here late at night to discuss a partnership on behalf of my mother, the esteemed Empress. Oh, the Empress? I wonder what kind of collaboration you seek. Yun Yin replied, her curiosity piqued. We would like to invite you, Master Yun, to join us in a month's time to enter the royal ancestral mountain and break a seal within, Chu Hao stated earnestly. Yun Yin's expression shifted subtly. 8th Prince, are you aware of what you are proposing? Chu Hao smiled calmly. I am fully aware. I trust you know precisely what I mean. After all, as a princess of the Yuanming dynasty, you must have some understanding of the secrets that lie within the royal ancestral mountain. Chu Hao directly revealed Yun Yin's identity. Upon hearing this, her countenance underwent a slight change, yet she quickly regained her composure. At this point, Yun Yin decided to drop her pretense. It was time to speak candidly. I wish to know, what is your relationship with the demon sealed within the royal ancestral mountain? She inquired directly. Chu Hao did not shy away, responding honestly. He is my maternal grandfather. Your grandfather? I see. I did not expect your mother to be a descendant of the demon. No wonder, Yun Yin remarked, her expression revealing a mix of intrigue and surprise. She had not anticipated that within the harem of a great Xia emperor, such hidden depths existed, even harboring descendants of demons. Since it is your mother who has sent you, I assume there is more she wishes you to convey. Yun Yin continued. Chu Hao nodded. My mother stated that should your highness assist us, once my grandfather is freed and regains his strength, he will grant you a favor in return, thereby repaying your kindness. Upon hearing this condition, Yun Yin contemplated deeply. The demon sealed within the mountain was rumored to have once been a peak-level demon king. The prospect of having him indebted to her was undeniably enticing, especially since those she wished to eliminate now surpassed her in power. Very well. Relay to your mother that I accept this proposal. As for the specifics, we shall determine them when she meets with me. Yun Yin agreed with a nod. Chu Hao, filled with joy, replied, Thank you, Your Highness. Just call me Master Yun. The dynasty that has crumbled into history is hardly deserving of the title of princess, she stated. Understood. I shall take my leave now, Yun Yin said, her deep, beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Goodbye, Master Yun. I shall take my leave, Chu Hao said, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, Yun Yin noticed something and her expression changed. Wait. Chu Hao halted, puzzled. Is there anything else, Master Yun? Yun Yin frowned slightly. Tonight, my cloud mist pavilion is quite lively. 8th Prince, please remain here for a moment. With that, she exited the reception room, leaving Chu Hao in a state of confusion. Inside the cloud mist pavilion, at this moment, atop the highest level of the cloud mist tower, several elders and elite disciples were rendered unconscious by the malevolent energy emanating from Yi Tun. He and Chu Yun ascended with determination, intending to subdue Yun Yin Yang first, but found themselves at a loss upon reaching the Master's chamber. Observing the situation, Yi Tun unleashed his revered consciousness, spreading it from top to bottom in search of Yun Yin Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, as his consciousness extended into the corridor, it was violently repelled by an overwhelming force of spiritual energy. Yi Tun coughed up blood, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Master, we must retreat. Realizing the presence of a formidable expert within the Cloud Mist Tower, Yi Tun hastily urged Chu Yun to leave. However, in the next moment, Yun Yin Yang's figure manifested directly before them. Though her aura was subdued, the playful smile on her face instilled a deep sense of trepidation in Yi Tun. This was the very powerful individual who had wounded him. At this midnight hour, the Ninth Prince has brought a revered practitioner to my Cloud Mist Tower. One wonders what your intentions might be, Yun Yin Yang remarked, her tone icy yet laced with feigned amusement. Chu Yun felt a slight shock within. The fact that Yun Yin Yang could injure Yi Tun was indeed astonishing. It became clear that this woman was far from ordinary. I never imagined the master of the Cloud Tower possessed such formidable strength, indeed a hidden gem. Chu Yun responded with calm composure. Yun Yin Yang smiled gently. Oh, compared to the Ninth Prince, my little secrets are hardly worth mentioning, are they? Tonight, you intend to reenact the tragic fate of the Li family within my Cloud Mist Tower, do you not? Upon seeing Yi Tun beside Chu Yun, along with the previous presence of the revered practitioner, it became evident that either of these two powerful beings could have been responsible for the mysterious disappearances of the Li family members. Chu Yun refrained from arguing, instead fixing his gaze upon her to buy time. However, from the looks of it today, capturing the Cloud Mist Tower seems unlikely. He continued, yet I am curious. Do the Queen and Crown Prince know about your true strength? Yun Yin Yang shook her head with a smile. There is no need for the Ninth Prince to concern himself with that. It appears you have your own secrets, and I am quite intrigued. Without movement, she reached out with a hand, manifesting a golden palm print the size of the ceiling, radiating immense power as it advanced toward Chu Yun. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the palm print, Chu Yun broke into a sweat, sensing the imminent threat. Blood River. Evil veil swallowing clouds. Both Chu Yun and Yi Tun sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy from Yi Tun that coalesced into a black celestial canopy, filled with rampant evil energy and the wails of countless malevolent spirits. Chu Yun summoned the power of the blood heaven world. 3 blood rivers surged forth like a raging tsunami, colliding directly with the palm print. Bang! Boom! However, the moment their combined forces made contact with the palm print, they were shattered into oblivion like cotton. Chu Yun and Yetun's expression shifted, abruptly evading the impending force. The power of a peak, respectable realm. You possess such formidable strength. Upon sensing Chu Yun's might, Yun Yin Yang's face revealed a hint of astonishment. Without hesitation, she enveloped the entire upper floor with her power's magnetic field, ensuring that the intense clash of energies within remained contained. She was determined to have a proper encounter with this Ninth Prince, Zuke Sutian. Immediately, Chu Yun's palm transformed into the claw of the Zuke beast. Ablaze with the divine flame of purity, the claw seemed poised to rend the heavens as the force of rebirth surged, surpassing that of the majority of respectable realm warriors. It lunged towards Yun Yin Yang's face. Chapter 81. Yun Yin Yang's shock, negotiation. Beast transformation. Yun Yin Yang was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Chu Yun's arm morph into the claw of the Zuke. The art of beast transformation was exceedingly rare within the Great Xia Dynasty, and to witness such a powerful manifestation was a first for her. Chu Yun's combat prowess truly astonished her. However, regrettably, no matter how monstrous his abilities, he could not hope to escape her grasp this night. Yun Yin Yang extended a finger, a beam of light shooting forth to strike the Zuke claw. An overwhelming golden radiance enveloping the divine flame of purity like mist. Simultaneously, the golden light penetrated and entwined around Chu Yun's claw, suppressing the strength within his entire arm. System. Activate the breath of the celestial sovereign. Seeing his strength falter before Yun Yin Yang, Chu Yun resolved to unleash the breath of the celestial sovereign. Bang! Yet, at that critical moment, a bolt of thunder cleaved through the fabric of space, like a raging dragon of thunder descending, shattering Yun Yin Yang's power restraints. No need for the system. Chu Yun swiftly mitigated the damage. System, sweating profusely. Do not harm my master. The figure of the Thunder Sovereign erupted from the void. A myriad of thunderstorm spirits radiating forth, transforming the surrounding area into a tempestuous electromagnetic field, summoning an immense golden thunderous palm. Celestial Aspect Realm. Yun Yin-Yang's eyelids twitched. She had not anticipated that Chu Yun possessed a subordinate of the Celestial Aspect Realm. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly ignite an uproar throughout the Great Xia dynasty. Yun Yin-Yang unleashed 3 golden flowers as their petals unfurled. They bore the lethal force capable of slaying respectable realm warriors, colliding like piercing spikes. Bang! Boom! Upon impact, the petals and the golden thunderous palm erupted in a cataclysmic wave of energy, sending both combatants reeling. Yun Yin-Yang stabilized herself before the Thunder Sovereign, who swiftly descended to shield Chu Yun. Around them swirled the residual force of their clash, with rifts in the void fracturing in all directions. In this exchange of power, Yun Yin-Yang held the upper hand. Chu Yun felt an inner tremor. The master of the Cloud Mist Tower was a celestial sovereign. This situation had escalated dramatically. He was certain that the Empress was utterly unaware of Yun Yin-Yang's true combat capabilities. Otherwise, she would not have been so restrained. Fearing her aura might attract the notice of royal powerhouses. Your Excellency has only recently breached the celestial realm, yet possesses such formidable combat prowess. Your talents are indeed remarkable. Ninth Prince, this evening, you have truly left me in awe. In the grandeur of the Great Xia dynasty, few can astonish me. But your performance tonight undoubtedly ranks among them. Yun Yang did not take further action. Rather, she offered her appraisal. Chu Yun fixed his gaze upon her, responding, "You flatter me, Master Yun. Tonight, you two have left me quite astonished. Should Lan Ji and Chu Rong discover that they are under the command of a celestial sovereign, I can only imagine their expressions." Yun Yang smiled gently. "If that is the case, why don't we reach an understanding? What do you think, Your Highness?" Chu Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall treat tonight's events as though I know nothing. As for Master Yun, let us pretend I have never set foot here. What say you?" At that moment, both Chu Yun and Yun Yang wished to keep the information under wraps. The Thunder Sovereign was one of Chu Yun's trump cards, and should it become known, the Empress's faction would find it difficult to maintain their composure, potentially precipitating a grand conflict. Furthermore, the appearance of a celestial sovereign in the imperial city would not go unnoticed by the old-timers of Huangzhou Mountain. Similarly, Yun Yang was in a precarious position. Exposure could lead to her expulsion by the royal powers. "No problem. I shall not breathe a word about tonight," Yun Yang assured with a slight smile. "Then I shall take my leave," Chu Yun replied. With that, they reached a tacit agreement, and the Thunder Sovereign tore through the fabric of space, whisking them away from the Cloud Mist Tower. Yun Yang remained in place, her brow furrowing slightly as she gazed at the spot where they had vanished. The Ninth Prince, Chu Yun, appeared to be far from simple. The Empress's plans, set for more than a month hence, now stood a significant chance of failure. Alas, success or failure bears no consequence for me. I am merely a passerby. Yun Yang chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on it, and turned back toward the reception hall. She refrained from informing Chu Hao of anything, offering him a few perfunctory remarks before sending him away. In the prince's residence, upon their arrival, Chu Yun immediately tossed a few medicinal pills to Yi Tun, instructing, "Take these and focus on your recovery." "Thank you, master," Yi Tun replied, consuming the pills before withdrawing to tend to his wounds. Tonight was indeed perilous. How deeply Yun Yang had concealed her true nature. As a celestial realm powerhouse, what could be her ulterior motives for lurking within the imperial city? Chu Yun found himself lost in contemplation. "Your Highness, should we not report this matter to His Majesty?" Wan Lei suggested. Chu Yun shook his head. "It wouldn't be wise to breach our verbal agreement so hastily." After a moment of deep reflection, he decided to set aside his worries. When his master arrived, he would demand answers from her directly. "Wan Lei, what has become of the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps?" Chu Yun inquired next. "Your Highness, due to the urgency of the situation, I rushed to their aid upon receiving your call for help. I have temporarily secured the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps within this celestial-grade soul banner," Wan Lei responded, producing a soul banner that exuded a potent aura of vitality, containing the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, including those in Nirvana realm. Chu Yun contemplated for a moment and, with a flick of his blood-infused fingers, 2 beams of crimson light surged forth, entering the soul banner. Inside, 2 more souls materialized, those of Wang Han and He Tai Wang. Initially, he intended to retain these 2 individuals for a future execution before the queen, but given the multitude of unforeseen variables, he resolved to exchange them for editing points. He hoped to craft an impressive background in 2 days' time. "Commence the operation," Chu Yun commanded. "Torture the souls of the entire Qian Sha mercenary group until they shatter." "Yes, Your Highness," came the reply. Following a series of operations conducted by Wan Lei, all members of the Qiansha mercenary group, along with Heitai Wang and Wang Han, were transformed into editing points. In total, they amassed 35,000 points, which, when combined with the previous 32,200, brought Chu Yun's total to 67,200. He decided against utilizing these points for the moment, eager to see if they could yield a significant boon when crafting the background. The following day, the peaceful royal city was shaken once more by the news of the mercenary group's disappearance. However, this time, the queen and her council were no longer at a loss. Their suspicions were firmly directed at Chu Yun. Within the palace, the queen sat in a side chamber, accompanied by the national master and several royal advisors, including Crown Prince Chu Rong and Third Prince Chu Yuan. Beyond the disappearance of the Qiansha mercenary group, news had also arrived from Qizhou. The two respected leaders of the Blood God sect were already mobilizing troops to support Yin Rujuan, aiming to deliver a painful lesson to the Wang Xian Dao sect. Unexpectedly, the Shui sect from Han province intervened, with its two venerated leaders personally rushing to Qizhou to assist the Wang Xian Dao sect. There were even clear reports that the Azura master was en route as well. After weighing the pros and cons, Yin Rujuan had no choice but to retreat. The disappearance of the Shi family, Chu Yun, the Qiansha mercenary group, and the previously vanishing Li and Yu family strongly suggested that it was the handiwork of a venerated figure under Chu Yun's command. Old Feng Tiancheng furrowed his brows. It is indeed highly probable, he remarked. Yet, without evidence, even if we suspect him, we are powerless in the public eye. After all, the emperor currently stands with them. Elder Hongshan, with a somber expression, added, Mother, because of this incident, both the Kai and Lu families have sent messages to me, expressing their members' trepidation, fearing they may be next. If we do not take action, we risk losing their loyalty. The Crown Prince interjected, with all these matters converging, the Queen, Lan Ji, wore a grim expression, deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Within the royal city, all factions allied with us shall aid in constructing a spatial teleportation array connecting the East Palace and the National Master's residence. Should such an incident occur again, we can call for assistance immediately. As for the future, we shall wait. The turmoil at the borders cannot last long. The Azura will likely return to the royal city. So for the time being, let everyone refrain from reckless actions. We must wait. When your father ascends to the royal ancestor mountain, it will herald the day when this imperial city undergoes a complete transformation. The crown prince solemnly replied, Yes, mother. The empress, by choosing to remain still amidst the chaos, has indeed devised the most prudent course of action. The emperor's celestial decline has but a month left. During this period, it is best to avoid any unnecessary complications. As for that little wretch, Chu Yun, once the spatial teleportation array is established, he will undoubtedly lose any opportunity to intervene. The following day, Meng Rushua emerged from her seclusion, successfully breaking through to a new realm. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yun promptly made his way to the Prime Minister's residence. After receiving the consent of both young ladies, he arranged for their meeting to take place that very night. Within the gardens of Chu Yun's estate, under the luminescence of the night, the celestial demoness stood, her enchanting visage appearing even more captivating beneath the moonlight. Chu Yun approached slowly with Meng Rushua, and the celestial demoness turned to face them. In that instant, their gazes locked. The two women stared at one another, expressions inscrutable, neither uttering a word. Noticing the awkwardness, Chu Yun took it upon himself to break the silence. Ahem, Exiner, Schwer, you are both of utmost importance to me. Please do me the courtesy of speaking amicably without resorting to violence. Upon hearing his words, Meng Rushue revealed a hint of a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she remarked, Exiner, such a familiar address. Just as Chu Yun was about to clarify, he was interrupted by the celestial demoness. All right. Let us converse privately. You need not interfere. Seeing this, Chu Yun sighed. Very well. I shall take my leave while you two discuss. He turned and walked to a nearby fishing platform, quietly observing the interaction from a distance. His unease lingered. He felt compelled to keep watch. Should a conflict arise, he would be ready to intervene. However, to Chu Yun's surprise, their conversation seemed to flow rather smoothly. From afar, he observed them engaging in dialogue. After a while, he even noticed faint smiles gracing their faces. What is happening? Have these adversaries reconciled? Are they merely playing a role for my benefit? Given the reliability of the system's information, he found himself questioning whether they had been feigning discord all along. After some time, their conversation came to a close. Both women approaching Chu Yun with calm demeanor. He promptly stepped forward, Curiosity piqued and inquired, "Have you resolved your differences?" The celestial demoness tilted her head. Gazing at him, "What of it? Do you wish for us to engage in a brawl so that you might choose between us?" Chu Yun shook his head vigorously. No. I certainly did not mean that. It's just that your conversation has unfolded so seamlessly that it surprised me. Ming Rushue smiled gracefully. "We understand your desires better than you think. Therefore, she and I have harmonized our intentions to spare you any discomfort." Hearing this, Qian felt a warmth in his heart, his face lighting up with joy. "To have both of you as my companions in this life is indeed my fortune." Ming Rushue and the celestial demoness immediately flushed, the former shyly retorting, "Do not speak nonsense. Who wishes to be your companion? Indeed, your audacity rivals that of a city wall." The celestial demoness chimed in. "Heed my words, consider them mere ramblings. I have prepared a splendid feast to celebrate your reunion. Come, let us indulge in merriment together." Chu Yun approached, taking both of their hands, and led them directly to the reception hall. After several rounds of drinks, as the night deepened, Ming Rushue ended up spending the night at the prince's residence due to the late hour. Chu Yun arranged for her to have a luxurious guest room, while the heavenly demoness returned to her own quarters to rest. Upon returning to his chamber, Chu Yun tossed and turned, tormented by thoughts that refused to leave him, unable to find solace in slumber. How perplexing! This lack of self-control was uncharacteristic of him. Suddenly, he sat upright, drenched in sweat, his body ablaze with heat, his face flushed. This was all so odd in the past. He had managed to resist temptation for 5 hours while watching a romantic film from the islands. Why now was his mind filled with visions of the heavenly demoness and Ming Rushue? Just as Chu Yun was engulfed in confusion, a figure stealthily approached the door, whispering, "Your Highness? Your Highness, it is me, Atai." Dazed, Chu Yun replied, "Atai, what mischief brings you here at such an ungodly hour?" Atai chuckled at the door. "Your Highness, I was just thinking of you. Why have you not yet visited Miss Yu and Miss Ming? Are you still holding back?" Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. "You? Did you administer something to us?" Atai chuckled again. "Your Highness, this was all by the command of the Empress Dowager. I had no choice. The Empress desires to hold her grandchild soon. Thus she provided me with the special aphrodisiac of the great Chu dynasty. She has approved of both Miss Yu and Miss Ming, saying that you may choose either, or even both if you so wish." Chapter 83, A Night of Spring. The Great Chu's Specialty. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yun's head began to spin. No wonder he felt an increasing heat within him, an overwhelming desire that was impossible to restrain. "How much did you give us?" he inquired, his face growing ever redder. "Not much, Your Highness. Just 3.5 pounds, all mixed into the wine," Atai replied earnestly from outside. With a resounding thud, Chu Yun forcefully pushed the door open. Appearing before Atai, his forehead lined with dark veins, 3.5 pounds of aphrodisiac. "Do you take me for a beast?" "No, wait. If you mixed it in the wine, does that mean they too?" Chu Yun's body trembled, his gaze fixated on Atai. Atai chuckled, "Your Highness, both young ladies have shared in that 3.5 pounds of aphrodisiac, and they are likely experiencing the same restless night as you." Seeing Atai's expression, filled with amusement, Chu Yun felt an urge to strike him, yet knowing he was merely following his mother's orders, he refrained from doing so. "Very well, I shall remember this, Atai. Once I resolve this matter, you shall see how I reward you." With a cheerful pat on Atai's shoulder, Chu Yun swiftly made his way to the heavenly demoness chamber. As Atai gazed in the direction where Chu Yun had departed, he cheerfully advised, "Your Highness, I have added 5 pounds of the potent Dali stone powder to your drink. I assure you, it will invigorate you immensely." Inside the abode of the celestial demoness, her complexion was flushed, her enchanting visage resembling that of a monkey's rear. She sat upon her bed, focusing her energy to suppress the effects of the potent concoction coursing through her veins. However, the unparalleled essence of the Chu was such that it amplified desires 1,000-fold, penetrating to the very marrow. Even those at the esteemed realm would find themselves unable to resist its allure. Bang! At that moment, the door swung open with force, and Chu Yun strode in confidently, approaching her. "Are you so eager? I never said you couldn't touch me. Must you resort to such tactics?" The celestial demoness, drenched in perspiration, recognized her visitor as Chu Yun and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, mistakenly attributing the 3+ pounds of aphrodisiac to him. With an expression of indignation, Chu Yun replied, "If I were responsible for that, do you think I would be ensnared as well?" It was only then that the celestial demoness opened her eyes to behold the crimson-faced Chu Yun. Her initial displeasure transformed into confusion. "What is this?" "Atai, my mother instructed her to do this. claiming she desires a grandchild sooner rather than later. I'm just as innocent in this matter, Qiyun explained, feigning innocence. Upon hearing this, the celestial demoness felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she quickly retorted, I see this suits your desires perfectly, you lecherous man. Qiyun raised his hands in mock surrender, maintaining his act. What can I do? After all, it is 3.5 pounds of intoxicating powder. If Xiana were to blame me, should I simply leave? You dare. The celestial demoness glared at him. Look at you. If I stay, you call me a pervert. If I attempt to leave, you want to allow it. Alas, being a man is truly challenging, Qiyun lamented, still playing the part. The celestial demoness' face was now so flushed that it was indistinguishable whether from shyness or intoxication. Breathless and anxious, she urged, hurry up. A grown man like you is wasting time with idle chatter. What good is that? With that, Qiyun could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, enveloping the celestial demoness in a fervent embrace, kissing her passionately. She felt a jolt akin to electricity coursing through her already heated skin intensifying further. Qiyun eagerly explored her soft lips, his moist tongue dancing within, and gently laid her back upon the bed. Just as his hands began to wander, the celestial demoness pulled away momentarily, whispering softly, be gentle. A tempest of passion erupted within the room. However, after half an hour, as a sudden thought struck Qiyun, he dashed towards Meng Rushue's chamber. Upon entering, he felt as though he were being stalked by a she-wolf, a sense of impending danger pricking at his consciousness. The door was firmly shut, and within, he could hear the cacophony of the bed collapsing amidst chaos. Tenderness intermingled with ferocity. That night, Qiyun found himself restless. An unforgettable experience etched into his memory. 2 days passed, and they remained ensconced within the room, reluctant to emerge. The Prime Minister's residence had sent individuals on 2 occasions, expressing concern for Meng Rushue's well-being. However, Atai had dismissed their worries, claiming that Meng Rushue was merely accompanying the prince in his cultivation practice. It was not until the 3rd day that Meng Rushue emerged from her quarters and returned to the Prime Minister's residence. Her face bore a slight blush. And though her appearance remained unchanged, her demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, now imbued with a unique charm. As for Qiyun, as dusk approached, he staggered into his quarters, his legs fluttering like butterfly wings, his eyes sunken, and his body trembling with weakness. My prince, what has happened to you? Luo Feng inquired upon entering, seeing Qiyun as if his soul had been drawn away, appearing exceedingly frail and pale, stirring his concern. Call Atai to me, Qiyun commanded, having taken several medicinal pills that restored some of his vitality. My prince, Atai went to seek Lady Shi immediately upon hearing that you had finished your seclusion, and he has yet to return, Luo Feng informed him. Very well. He certainly possesses remarkable speed, Qiyun gritted his teeth, vowing to teach him a lesson upon his return. His life had nearly been extinguished over the past few days. The initial encounters had indeed been filled with amusement, but after over 100 repetitions, he felt like a mere automaton, devoid of sensation, numb to everything. Yet the potency of the medicine still coursed through him, leaving him unable to cease. Luo Feng, observing the situation, began to understand the circumstances. No wonder he had seen satisfaction etched across Qiyun's features when he had witnessed Meng Rushue depart. My prince, you truly embody the spirit of a battle wolf. But youth is not an excuse for reckless indulgence, he mused silently. My prince, Elder Feng and the others visited earlier, bringing news that the elite forces of the Divine Sect have completely withdrawn from Qizhou, with the assistance of the Shui Sect and the support of the Shi family. The Wangxian Dao Sect is currently safe, Luo Feng reported the recent developments to Qiyun. Qiyun nodded. I understand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. He then instructed Xiao Chun to prepare some returning yang pills for him. Yes, my prince, Luo Feng replied respectfully. After Luo Feng departed, Qiyun took a moment to recuperate, finally able to focus his thoughts. This fatigue was not merely a matter of cultivation level but stemmed from a fundamental issue. Only those who had endured such exhaustive physical and mental strain could truly comprehend it. System, check editing points. Current editing points, 67,200. The cooldown period for editing backgrounds has elapsed. Recommend some formidable backgrounds. System, certainly master. Lord of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Heavenly Sacred King, 20,000 editing points. Younger brother of Yun Yang, 10,000 editing points. Son of the Master of the Nine Swords Sacred Land, 80,000 editing points. Son of the Buddha from the Spirit Buddha Sacred Land, 80,000 editing points. Young Master of the Peach Blossom Divine Island, 80,000 editing points. Disciple of the Deputy Master of the Rainy Mist Tower, 97,000 editing points. Master of the Tianqi Sect, 50,000 editing points. The Disciples of the Great Emperor of the Nine Heavens, 170,000 editing points. The Son of the Great Emperor of the Origin, 200,000 editing points. The Disciple of the Semi-Emperor of the Wandering River, 100,000 editing points. A lifelong friend of the Semi-Emperor of the Thousand Machines, 86,000 editing points. The Seven Masters of the Grass Hall, 300,000 editing points. Many background choices are available. Please review them, and if they are insufficient, you may exchange them. Chu Yun gazed at the plethora of background information, each one more impressive than the last. Yet, what astonished him the most was the final entry, the Seven Masters of the Grass Hall. This background demanded an astonishing 300,000 editing points. It surpassed those of the sons and disciples of emperors by a considerable margin. What an extraordinary background this was. Among these backgrounds, one name also captured his attention, Yun Yin-yang. To become the brother of Yun Yin-yang, one must pay 10,000 editing points. Besides being of the heavenly aspect, does she possess some extraordinary qualities? System, what is the story behind Yun Yin-yang? Why does her connection command such a value of 10,000 editing points? Chu Yun inquired. Master, Yun Yin-yang, whose real name is Xin Yin-yun, is the fallen princess of the Yuanming dynasty, having concealed her identity to hide within the great capital of the Daxia Empire. As for her connection being valued at 10,000 points, it is not primarily due to her own merits, but rather because there exists another prodigious talent from the Yuanming dynasty who is still alive, the sixth prince of Yuanming, who is also Xin Yin-yun's brother. According to the normal progression of the story, this sixth prince of Yuanming is destined to reach the pinnacle of the king realm in his future cultivation and become the new emperor of Yuanming, thereby restoring the glory of his lineage. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun finally understood the intricacies surrounding Yun Yin-yang. To think she was once a princess of the Yuanming dynasty. How surprising. Chu Yun stroked his chin and continued to sift through the backgrounds, disregarding those that exceeded his current editing points for the time being. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the background of the Lord of the Tianqi Sect, which required 50,000 editing points. How formidable must this faction be? System, please provide a detailed introduction to the Tianqi Sect. Tianqi Sect, located within the sacred land of Tai in the Yuan realm, at its zenith. The sect's foundation ranked among the top 10 within the sacred land. However, since the previous generation's leader failed to break through to the Saint King level, the sect has experienced a decline, losing its former glory. Despite this, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Currently, the Tianqi sect still boasts several existences at the king realm. In fact, there are even 5 saints at the saintly level, namely the 4 knights of Tianqi and the current vice leader of the sect. Does this imply that if I were to assume the position of sect leader, I could command all of them? Chu Yun asked eagerly. Not quite. The master remarked, the dynamics within the celestial enlightenment sect are intricate. The deputy master has coveted the position of sect leader for many years, yet has been consistently suppressed by the 4 knights. Thus, even if you ascend to the role of sect leader, given the current state of affairs within the sect, it is imperative that you establish your authority to command everyone unequivocally. Why should I bother editing this background? What a nuisance. Chu Yun couldn't help but scoff. Do not be hasty, master, for I have not yet finished speaking, came the reply. Should you become the sect leader of the celestial enlightenment, a significant advantage awaits you. And that is? Chu Yun inquired, intrigued. You will gain the ability to contact the 4 knights and command them. The 4 knights heed only the sect leader's call. Their mission is solely to protect the sect leader of the celestial enlightenment. Therefore, master, regardless of your authority or reputation, as long as you hold the title of sect leader, you will inevitably become their protected charge. In essence, this meant that by merely editing the background, he could acquire the formidable protection of 4 saintly warriors. Chu Yun blinked in astonishment. System, precisely. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun resolutely declared, very well. Let me edit the background to become the sect leader of the celestial enlightenment. Editing background, please hold. Changing causality complete. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, master. The background has been successfully edited. In an instant, Chu Yun's editing points diminished by 50,000. Leaving him with a mere 17,200. Subsequently, a round jade token materialized in his hand, inscribed with the characters for celestial enlightenment. A new memory flooded his mind. revealing that this token had fallen into his possession during a previous outing. As the name suggests, it was the sect leader's decree selecting him as the new leader of the Celestial Enlightenment. Master, you may now activate this token and announce to the entire Celestial Enlightenment sect the birth of the new sect leader. Additionally, you can summon the 4 knights to the Great Xia. The system meticulously instructed Chu Yun on the operation. Nodding and understanding, he channeled his spiritual energy into the token. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Tai sacred land, a colossal mountain range stretching over 10,000 miles erupted with radiant light from its peak, shooting skyward. Instantaneously, the entire Celestial Enlightenment sect was stirred. The Deputy Master, the 4 knights, and the 5 saints hastened to the summit, gazing at the divine light with astonishment. It is the sect leader. The sect leader's decree has been activated. Our sect finally has a new leader. Among the 4 knights, the warrior's expression was one of intense excitement, his eyes gleaming with joy. Then, from within the divine radiance, Chu Yun's voice resonated. For knights, proceed to the Great Xia Dynasty to assist your sect. Yes. The 4 knights immediately acknowledged the command and vanished from the Celestial Enlightenment sect. Though they knew not the identity of the new sect leader, their duty and mission remained clear, to safeguard him. Remaining at the mountain summit, the Deputy Master's brow furrowed, revealing a shadow of malice, while a flicker of lethal intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 85, The Complete Origin Realm. For great territories. Inside Chu Yun's chamber. At this moment, he gazed at the token of the sect leader of the Apocalypse sect in his hand and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" System, indeed, Master. The 4 knights of the Apocalypse sect are already en route to the Great Xia Dynasty. How long will it take for them to arrive? System, approximately 1 month. The Tai sacred land is exceedingly distant from here. And this 100 Dynasties region is considered the boundary of the Yuan realm, lacking a spatial teleportation array to the sacred land, thus the efficiency is naturally reduced. Although Chu Yun had never ventured beyond, he had gleaned some understanding of the entire territory of the Yuan realm from the system. The primary territorial map of the Yuan realm is divided into 4 regions. The first region, the most peripheral 100 dynasties, encompasses over 100 unified dynasties, colloquially known as the 100 dynasties. The second region, known as the Sacred Land, is in proximity to the core of the Yuan realm, where the spiritual energy and environmental conditions far surpass those of the 100 dynasties. The forces that dominate the Sacred Land are those deeply rooted sacred grounds, home not only to saints and sacred kings but also to formidable beings above the immortal stage. The third region is the unequivocal core of the Yuan realm, the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. Within the Pure Land, one finds powers with a history spanning millions of years, where only the most accomplished practitioners thrive. The most formidable forces of the Yuan realm reside entirely within the Pure Land, including the main hall of the Misty Rain Tower and several imperial lineage families. The final region is known as the Starry Sea of Secrets. This is the most enigmatic place in the entire Yuan realm, a mysterious land yet to be fully explored by anyone. Many powerful cultivators regard the Starry Sea of Secrets as a realm for exploration, where opportunities and dangers coexist. Together, these 4 regions form a complete Yuan realm. After comprehending this from the system, Chu Yun realized just how insignificant the Great Xia Dynasty was within the vast expanse of the Yuan realm, barely amounting to a mere fraction. A month's time seemed akin to the leisurely pace of his master, Skin Yaozi. Very well, since there is no immediate urgency, and given that Lan Ji has chosen to remain still, I shall refrain from action. Chu Yun felt at ease, with no trace of worry in his demeanor. After all, the initiative now lay firmly in his hands. In the Prime Minister's residence, upon returning, Meng Rushua intended to head straight to her chamber. However, she encountered Meng Changjong midway. "Shuer, I have heard that you have been practicing martial arts with His Highness these past few days. How has your training been?" Meng Changjong inquired earnestly. Meng Rushua, her cheeks flushed, struggled to maintain composure. It's fine." "Really? You seem rather tense, Shuer," Meng Changjong observed, sensing something amiss in her tone. Meng Rushua offered a faint smile. "Father, I have been quite exhausted from the training with him these past few days. I shall return to rest now." With that, she swiftly darted away. As Ming Chang gazed at her hurriedly departing figure, a hint of helplessness graced his smile. Alas, a daughter cannot remain. This lad, quicker in action than his father, truly exemplifies the family's singular disposition. With a resigned sigh, Meng Chang shook his head and walked away. As the father of Meng Rushua, he could discern her unease. Little did he anticipate that Chu Yun's impatience surpassed even that of his own father in his youth. Henceforth, the Ming family had undeniably forged an even closer bond with the royal lineage. After consuming several rejuvenating pills and undergoing days of restoration, Chu Yun finally replenished his depleted vitality, his complexion glowing with newfound vigor. As for the instigator of the brutal conflict, Tai, having brought forth Chu Yun's mother, and under the auspices of consortship, Chu Yun refrained from imposing any severe punishment. Instead, he discreetly included tin gene of a special local delicacy into Tai's meals. Given his physique and the dosage, Chu Yun promptly assigned him to the Misty Rain Pavilion, enlisting Su Nian to find a dozen courtesans to indulge him thoroughly. After 5 days at the pavilion, Tai was ultimately carried back, his legs rendered incapable of supporting him, a victim of excessive indulgence, appearing even more wretched than Chu Yun. Upon his return, Chu Yun took the initiative to visit him alongside the celestial demoness. The celestial demoness, both beautiful and benevolent, added an additional 4 gene of potent invigorating powder to his medicinal cuisine. This left Tai standing for 3 days and nights, utterly exhausted, both strained and sore. Ultimately, it was Chu Yun who summoned the esteemed Master Wan Lei to assist in his recovery, providing Tai with a profound lesson. For over 20 days, tranquility reigned within the imperial city. The residents of the 9th Prince, too, basked in laughter and merriment due to Tai's escapades. Although the imperial city experienced no disturbances during this period, there were still notable developments. The Shura sovereign had returned to the imperial city and was already within the palace. Furthermore, the turmoil at the borders had subsided. The armies of the Qin Snake Dynasty and the Great Flame Dynasty had been expelled by the Black Wolf and Blade Bone legions, and the 2 imprisoned dignitaries of the Great Xia had been successfully rescued. Currently, the defenses at the border have been re-established, with the 2 legions on their way back. Additionally, another significant event transpired yesterday. The 2nd Prince, Chu Huang, returned to the imperial city. He promptly entered the palace to report to the emperor and clarify the situation. According to Chu Huang, after the border fell, he lost contact with others and thus chose to return to the imperial city alone. Moreover, he explicitly stated that the infiltration of the defense plans led to the border's downfall. The emperor, in an effort to provide an account for the fallen soldiers at the border, personally commanded the long-secluded commander Jin Mu of the Shadow Guard to mobilize all resources to investigate this matter thoroughly, ensuring the traitor who leaked military secrets would be apprehended. At the 9th Prince's residence, Chu Yun and the celestial demoness sat upon the fishing platform, with Chu Yun now boldly placing his hand upon the celestial demoness' flawless alabaster thigh. From time to time, he would casually touch and knead, an action that earned him numerous disdainful glances from the heavenly demoness. Yet, Chu Yun's heart remained unwavering. Ultimately, the heavenly demoness had no choice but to indulge him. Previously, Sun Yen had sent me a message advising me to pay heed to my second brother, who is extraordinarily complex. Chu Yun, while fishing, casually remarked, "When did your relationship with Sun Yen become so amicable? Does he now provide you with free messages?" The heavenly demoness, seated beside him, expressed her surprise. "I am uncertain," Chu Yun replied with a shrug. "After the incident with Tai, my interactions with him have merely increased slightly. However, his sudden message took me by surprise." The heavenly demoness pondered, finding it peculiar. Sun Yen's actions were tantamount to extending an olive branch towards Chu Yun, especially given his own notable identity. He hailed from the Pure Land of Shenzhou and was acutely aware of the vastness of the Yuan realm. His choice to proactively befriend Chu Yun was indeed unexpected. Representing the Misty Rain Tower, the information he provided was unlikely to be false. Nonetheless, one should remain slightly cautious regarding his goodwill, she advised after a moment of contemplation. "I understand. Rest assured, I am not so naive as to lack any vigilance." Chu Yun replied with a relaxed smile. "I am merely curious about what extraordinary qualities my second brother possesses that prompted Sun Yen to personally offer me a warning." The second prince, Chu Huang, despite being Chu Yun's brother, had yet to be seen by him. Chu Yun had only heard tales of his brother's exploits, notably his departure from the political turmoil of the imperial city to the borders, where he achieved remarkable military feats and garnered significant esteem within the border forces. However, that was the extent of his knowledge. As far as Chu Yun was aware, his brother had no faction within the court and did not engage in political affairs, thus existing merely as a name without any supporting power in the imperial city. Such a person remained inconspicuous to both Chu Yun and the Queen's faction. "If you wish to know, why not simply meet him?" the heavenly demoness suggested nonchalantly. "Now is not the time. Moreover, I believe he may come to see me himself. Chu Yun replied, exuding confidence. He was aware that many years ago, the death of the second prince's mother was orchestrated by Lan Ji and given Chu Huang's intelligence. He surely understood who his enemies and allies were. Sensing Chu Yun's awareness, the heavenly demoness refrained from further commentary. Suddenly, Chu Yun recalled, by the way, Exiner, do you know about the Chowdang? Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness' expression turned serious. Chowdang, why do you inquire about that? Observing her reaction, Chu Yun realized the significance of this faction. Even during his previous inquiries regarding the Misty Rain Tower, the heavenly demoness had not displayed such a heightened level of alertness. Do not be anxious. I am merely asking casually. If you are aware, could you enlighten me about this faction and the origin of its name? The Grass Hall, a name that evokes the image of a dilapidated thatched cottage, was spoken by Chu Yun. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness let out a sigh of relief. Having previously feared that Chu Yun might provoke someone from the Grass Hall, despite the vast distance between them, that would indeed be akin to a mouse-consuming rat poison, leading to inevitable doom. The Grass Hall, situated in the Pure Land of Shenzhou, was quite distant from the Great Xia. In reality, the entire Grass Hall, including its master, comprised merely a handful of individuals, with more than half of them being servants. The true power within the Grass Hall resided solely with 6 esteemed gentlemen and their teacher, the sage. Yet, this seemingly diminutive force commanded such respect in the entirety of the Yuan realm that no faction dared to provoke them. Even at their peak, both Shi and Chu Yun would only approach the people of the Grass Hall with utmost reverence. The heavenly demoness spoke with a serious demeanor, and Chu Yun understood that she referred to Meng Ruxue. Chu Yun's face reflected his astonishment. What? A force so small commands such deference in the Pure Land of Shenzhou? The heavenly demoness nodded solemnly. The 6 gentlemen of the Grass Hall are all at the imperial realm, each more formidable than the last. As for the sage, no one has ever witnessed him in action. However, the fact that he has trained 6 imperial beings speaks volumes of his terrifying prowess. Even in the absence of his direct intervention, most cultivators in the Yuan realm regard him with the reverence reserved for deities. Chu Yun's body shuddered in realization. No wonder the background points for the 7th gentleman of the Grass Hall were set at 300,000. This force was indeed immensely powerful in the Pure Land of Shenzhou. To have produced 6 imperial-level figures, one could only wonder at the sage's own level of mastery. At this moment, Chu Yun found it hard to fathom, and he silently resolved to eventually edit the background of the 7th gentleman of the Grass Hall. In the imperial palace, in the late hours of the night within the royal study, the emperor stood alone, facing away from the entrance, his gaze fixed above. The Shura Venerable and Meng Changjong entered slowly. Your Majesty. The emperor then spoke softly. In 10 days, I must enter the ancestral mountain to face the 5 declines of heaven. Both the Shura Venerable and Meng Changjong were not surprised, as they were evidently aware of this matter. Your Majesty, my father has secretly departed the Shi family and is en route to the imperial city. Along with the Shui sect, the Wangxian Dao sect, the Luo family, and the Yun family, their venerables and ancestors are clandestinely gathering towards the imperial city. During your 7 days in the ancestral mountain, we shall guard the imperial city diligently, living up to your expectations, the Shura Venerable stated earnestly. Despite the meticulous schemes of the Empress's faction, the emperor was not without preparations of his own. To ascend the throne, one must possess a keen intellect. He had summoned the ancestors of the Shi and Yun families into the city as a precaution. Should the Empress and her allies remain inactive during this period, it would be for the best. However, if they were to act, the contingencies he had arranged would undoubtedly provide a formidable challenge. Inform old Jiu about this, Changjong, please. If his master has yet to arrive, let the esteemed one under his command lend you assistance, the emperor declared. Yes, your Majesty. I shall inform His Highness. The 9th prince of this matter tomorrow, Meng Changjong responded. Your Majesty, has Commander Jimu uncovered any leads on the traitor? Xiao Luo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, this traitor was at least a figure of considerable rank, likely wielding significant military power. If not apprehended soon, he would remain a thorn in their side, capable of inflicting harm at any moment. The emperor turned, his expression growing somewhat frigid, according to the intelligence brought back by the 2nd prince. Jimu has already identified the individual. The delay in action is merely a strategy to catch a bigger fish. You need not worry about this matter. Understood. Both Xiao Luo and Meng Changjong replied, finally feeling a sense of relief. There are still many who are unclear about the realms. I shall reiterate and request that you mark them accordingly. Innate realm, Qi Condensation Realm, Qi Gathering Realm, Qi Transformation Realm, Golden Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Venerable Realm, Celestial Aspect Realm, Tianzuan, Supreme Realm, King Sealing Realm, Saint Sealing Realm, Saint King Realm, Indestructible Realm, Celestial Absolution Realm, Eternal Realm, Quasi-Emperor, and Emperor Realm. The Saint Sealing Realm is commonly referred to as the Saint, while the Celestial Aspect Realm is known as the Tianzuan. Chapter 87. The Pursuit of Chu Huang. The following day, Meng Changzhong relayed this news to Chu Yun, elucidating the gravity of the situation. Naturally, Chu Yun assented, even instructing Meng Changzhong to assure his father to remain at ease during the celestial tribulation. His master would undoubtedly arrive before then. At that time, should the Empress's faction dare to act, their fate would be sealed. In the 9th Prince's residence, Chu Yun sat in the garden pavilion, enjoying tea and flowers with the Demoness and Ming Ruxue. During these days, he was untroubled by concerns over editing points or his background. He understood better than anyone that this period of tranquility was a rare opportunity for enjoyment. When his father entered the Royal Ancestor Mountain in 9 days, he had no desire to earn editing points. Others would willingly present their lives before him. Thus, if he did not take the time to savor this peaceful interval, he would truly be remiss in honoring himself. However, as Chu Yun engaged in light-hearted banter with the two ladies, Luo Feng approached. "Your Highness, the 2nd Prince has arrived." Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged, revealing a sense of anticipation. "Commander Luo, please escort him here." "Yes," Luo Feng promptly complied. "Chu Huang, whom I have met a few times, possesses a charisma far surpassing that of Chu Rong and his ilk. Before your return, he was the sole one among the younger generation of the great Xia who caught my attention. However, his demeanor is quite unassuming. He shows little desire for imperial power, instead prioritizing his cultivation." Meng Ruxue remarked from her seat. "If he has captured Shuer's interest, I must certainly meet my second brother." Chu Yun replied with a smile of expectation. Before long, Luo Feng led a strikingly handsome and imposing man, walking steadily towards Chu Yun. "Your Highness, this is the 2nd Prince," Luo Feng introduced. Chu Yun immediately rose, smiling. "Chu Yun, pleased to meet you, second brother. There is no need for formalities, 9th brother. Long before, in the frontier, I had heard of my 9th brother. Today, upon our first encounter, his exceptional demeanor truly stands out." Chu Huang, with a composed expression, greeted warmly. "Second brother, you flatter me. Hearing that second brother returned safely from the border brings me great joy. Please, have a seat." Qian added with a welcoming smile. After Chu Huang settled down, his gaze fell upon Meng Ruxue. "I did not expect Miss Meng to be here. I am honored." "You are too courteous, Prince," Meng Ruxue replied, gracefully nodding. 9th brother, may I inquire as to who this young lady is?" Chu Huang turned to gaze at the heavenly Demoness. Qian explained, "Second brother, this is my beloved wife, Yu Qingxin. Along with Shuer, both of them are my consorts." Upon hearing this, Chu Huang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as his eyes flitted between the two women. Noticing their lack of denial, he could not help but exclaim, "I see. 9th brother, you are indeed fortunate. With such two exquisite and virtuous partners, one cannot help but envy you." Qian laughed heartily and continued, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Second brother, I presume your visit today is not merely for a casual chat?" With this remark, Chu Yun effectively steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. The smile on Chu Huang's face remained as he replied, "9th brother, you are astute. The primary reason for my visit today is to seek cooperation with you." "How does second brother propose we collaborate?" Chu Yun inquired. "Although we are not of the same mother, we share a blood bond. Therefore, I shall not beat around the bush. The contest for the throne between you and the crown prince is now evident to all. I am uncertain of the current situation, but I can assist you. Once you secure the throne, simply deliver the head of Lan Ji to me, and I shall wholeheartedly aid your ascent to the imperial seat." Chu Huang spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this aligned closely with my own thoughts. How could this second brother harbor no animosity towards Lan Ji? His hatred likely exceeds my own. The vendetta for my mother's death is one that cannot be overlooked. Chu Huang's ability to endure for so many years speaks volumes of his determination for vengeance. "Second brother, to speak candidly, I can readily agree to your proposal. You may soon see this wish fulfilled. However, I must ask, do you truly feel no yearning for that imperial throne?" Qian's gaze was fixed on Chu Huang's expression, as were the two women. His words served as a test of Chu Huang's ambition. Should there be even a hint of insincerity, Qian would undoubtedly remain skeptical. Yet, Upon hearing this, Chu Huang simply shook his head with a fearless smile, responding, "Ninth brother, I comprehend your thoughts. You wonder how one in royal lineage could be indifferent to the throne that lies behind him. After all, every being possesses desires. Indeed, I have desires, but they have never been for power, status, or rank. What I yearn for, what I pursue, is the great path. The end of that path is where my true fascination lies. As for the title of emperor, it is merely a shackle in my eyes. If you harbor any doubts, I shall solemnly vow that I shall never become the heir of the great Xia in this lifetime." Chu Huang responded with unwavering integrity. Should Chu Yun continue to question him, it would only reflect his own lack of understanding. "Brother, between us, must we dwell on such matters? I trust you. As for anything else, there is no need for further discourse." At this moment, Chu Yun displayed remarkable candor. The two men exchanged glances and subsequently shared a knowing smile. The bond of gentlemen rests on mutual sincerity, where unspoken understanding suffices. Chu Huang spent half a day in Chu Yun's residence, imparting numerous insights before taking his leave. In truth, Chu Huang had not been idle at the borders. Within the Queen's faction, he had already subtly gained control over several influential leaders. From this, he acquired specific intelligence. Within 9 days, the foremost powerhouses of the Queen's faction would arrive at the imperial city. All of them were esteemed beings, covertly making their way here, while the disciples and elders of their respective sects remained untouched. There was no other reason. The Queen had no need for them. This also indicated that the Queen still wielded military power within this imperial city. 3 days later, the atmosphere within the imperial city grew increasingly somber, descending into a tranquility bordering on the eerie. At the pinnacle of the Misty Rain Tower, Sun Yin stood alone atop a palace crafted from purple gold and glazed tiles. He spoke to the air before him. "Tower Master, the main tower has sent word. The sword cultivator known for being invincible among his peers has emerged from a hidden realm in the pure land of the divine continent and is now present in the land of 100 dynasties. According to the direction of his use of the teleportation array, his destination may very well be the Great Xia or one of the neighboring empires. The main tower indicates that should he require anything, we, the branch towers, shall exert every effort to accommodate him. If anything is beyond our capabilities, we may appeal directly to the main tower for resolution." Chapter 88. The Background of the Carefree One. Sun Yin's words reverberated through the vast hall. Soon, the voice of the Tower Master, ethereal and resonant, echoed from the lofty heights of the Grand Hall, the invincible sword cultivator among his peers. "Is he the supreme being known as the Carefree One?" Sun Yin nodded. "Indeed, that is correct. Although he is merely a supreme being, he has left behind numerous feats in the pure land of the divine continent, garnering the attention of many significant figures, with some imperial lineages personally courting him. Unfortunately, he rejected them all, yet it is said that he maintains good relations with several emperors of the Pure Land, which is truly remarkable for a supreme being to engage with emperors on equal footing. Though the Carefree One lacks a solid foundation or background, being a wandering cultivator, he has captured the favor of several influential figures, becoming close friends with them, including a deputy master of the main tower of the Misty Rain Tower. The Carefree One is indeed a legend, highly esteemed by numerous emperors. Since the main tower has issued a command, we shall proceed accordingly. You are free to take charge of all matters," declared the Tower Master of the Misty Rain Tower. "Understood." Sun Yin nodded slightly and continued. "There is one more matter to discuss. Only 6 days remain until the Emperor of the Great Xia enters the period of decline. A significant portion of Lan Ji's followers has already secreted themselves in Xia Prefecture. Moreover, the formidable members of the Shi and Yun families have also taken action. It appears inevitable that a bloody battle will erupt within the imperial city. However, the Empress and Xin Yun have been in frequent clandestine contact lately. If I am not mistaken, their objective likely pertains to the ten-eyed celestial demon residing within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. The Misty Rain Tower is undoubtedly well aware of the identities of Yun Yin Yang and the Empress. After all, their titles are well known, and aside from Chu Yun, whose talents are exceptional, any subtle movements by other cultivators are unlikely to escape the vigilant eyes of the Misty Rain Tower. The ancestors of the Great Xia once single-handedly suppressed this calamity-inducing ten-eyed celestial demon within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain. Yet this act regrettably cost the Empire half of its fortune and the ancestor's life. Otherwise, with the profound foundation of the Great Xia, it could have secured a place among the top 10 empires in this realm of 100 dynasties. The tone of the Misty Rain Tower's master bore a hint of sorrow. Presently, the Great Xia dynasty ranks merely in the middle tier among the myriad empires, failing to even reach the upper echelon, let alone compete with the 10 great empires that possess kings. Indeed, however, in my view, should Chu Yin ascend as the monarch of the Great Xia, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for transformation. Sun Yin suddenly interjected. Brother Nian, your appraisal of Chu Yin is surprisingly high. Have you perhaps sensed something? The master of the Misty Rain Tower inquired. Sun Yin smiled faintly. It is merely intuition, a gut feeling. I have faith in him and in my own instincts. Upon hearing this, the master of the Misty Rain Tower saw no point in further questioning. Even if Sun Yin had indeed sensed something, he was evidently unwilling to divulge more at this moment. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As for matters concerning the royal family, it is best to observe. Understood. Sun Yin then turned and departed. At the State Master's residence, beneath the ground lay an underground palace, surrounded by formations designed to conceal all presence and perception. At this moment, aside from the State Master Feng Tianzhang, there were a dozen figures resting within this palace, each of them at least at the initial stage of the venerable realm. Among them was Yin Rujuan, the Vice Master of the Divine Sect, as well as the Blood Demon Sect's esteemed Blood Xian. Among these venerable figures, aside from Yin Rujuan and Feng Tianzhang, there were also 4 at the pinnacle of the venerable realm: Zhou Lin, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sect; Jiang Xie, the Vice Master of the Corpsine Sect; Gue Qi, the Vice Master of the Blood Demon Sect; and Qi Quan, the leader of the Sky. These individuals are all renowned figures within the Great Xia dynasty. As for the other venerables, they hail from these prominent sections. The Sky ranks among the top 10 forces within the Great Xia dynasty. While its foundation may not rival that of the Corpsine Sect or the Blood Demon Sect, its strength should not be underestimated. The assembly of these individuals in the underground palace of the State Master is undoubtedly for the impending battle in the Imperial City, set to unfold in 6 days. As long as the Emperor of the Great Xia remains absent, this faction possesses sufficient power to control everything within the Imperial City. Should Meng Changjong, Xiu Luo, and others refuse to submit, they shall meet their demise. Master Guoshi, what is the current situation within the city? Are there any signs of unrest? At this moment, the vice leader of the Blood God sect, Gue Qi, stepped forward to inquire. All is tranquil. You need not worry. The Empress has arranged everything meticulously. When the time comes to act, all 4 city gates will be under our control, and the entire Imperial City will become our hunting ground. For now, we shall simply await in silence, the Guoshi replied, holding a glass filled with a crimson-hued spirit, savoring its flavor before speaking. The sinister figure from the Corpsine sect cast a glance at Yin Rujuan and, noticing his troubled expression, asked, Brother Yin, why do you appear so anxious? Feng Tianzhang and several others turned their gaze toward him as well. Yin Rujuan then explained, I have been quite curious about the esteemed individual who wielded thunderous powers on Qilu Mountain. We have employed divine sight to no avail in locating him, and he has since vanished. My heart is unsettled. If we do not uncover the truth about this person, I cannot shake the feeling that it may lead to misfortune. Brother Yin, you are overly concerned. Given the current circumstances, not even a peak expert could thwart our plans, let alone one individual. It is essential to understand that the true decisive force in this matter is not the esteemed ones, Jiang Xie confidently asserted. Indeed, the infiltration of powerful celestial realm practitioners has already been meticulously arranged by the Empress, ensuring absolute success. Moreover, she possesses a trump card capable of turning the tide. Thus, Brother Yin, you need not harbor further worries. Come, let us celebrate in advance the imminent triumph of this battle. From this moment forth, the Great Xia dynasty shall echo only our voices, while the Shi family and their ilk shall become mere history. Feng Tianzhang raised his glass, toasting with the other celestial realm practitioners in jubilant celebration. Unbeknownst to them, their premature festivities were a grave misstep, destined to lead to failure. Chapter 89, The Ancient Era. The Heavenly Mechanism Emperor. 3 fleeting days had passed. During this time, the Empress's faction operated with meticulous care, having secretly positioned dozens of celestial realm experts within the Imperial City. Concurrently, the Emperor's military arrangements were taking shape, under the guidance of the Xiu Luo and Meng Changjong. The celestial realm practitioners from the Shi family, Shui sect, Yin family, Wang Xiandao sect, and Luo family had quietly infiltrated the Imperial City. Outwardly, the Imperial City appeared serene, but beneath the surface, tumultuous waves surged. As the foremost families of the Imperial City, The heads of the Kai and Lu families discreetly summoned their kin from outside to consolidate their strength in preparation for a decisive clash 3 days hence. In the residence of the second prince, Chu Huang stood in a secluded courtyard, holding a message that read, "The celestial practitioners of the Blood God sect and Corpse Yin sect have arrived at the city's outskirts." His expression grave. Chu Huang crushed the message in his grip. Blue Ji has truly been plotting this for a long time. The 2 venerable figures from the Blood God sect and the Corpse Yin sect have already arrived outside the city. It appears that the elder from the Divine sect is also nearing his arrival. Once the emperor retreats into the ancestral mountain, the 3 heavenly lords, empowered by this circumstance, could potentially upheave the imperial city. A remarkable intent to kill ignited in Chu Huang's gaze. Lan Ji's actions are tantamount to a coup. She betrays his father and seeks, to a certain extent, to alter the very fabric of the great Xia dynasty. Regrettably, the 2 heavenly lords of the royal family are entirely biased towards Lan Ji, for they believe that as long as the crown princess sins, the power struggles of the imperial throne would merely serve as their training ground. The other, an ancient ancestor of the royal family, is even more indifferent to such matters. As long as the throne is occupied by a descendant of the Chu family, he shows little concern, intervening only in the event of a catastrophic disaster befalling the great Xia dynasty. This situation has its merits and drawbacks. The drawback being that Queen Lan Ji can plot without restraint, employing unscrupulous means to secure her son's position as the crown prince. The advantage, however, lies in the fact that the power of the great Xia emperor remains unrestrained, allowing him to fully exhibit the prowess and talent befitting a sovereign. Xiao Huang, you need not overly worry about this. Hasn't your father arranged for the forces of the Shi family as heavenly lords to come? In due time, they will be more than capable of contending with them. If the situation spirals out of control, and even the Chu Yun proves ineffective, then I shall once again borrow your body to take action. A mere handful of ants in the celestial realm in the past, a mere glance from me would suffice to terrify them into submission. A profound voice resonated within Chu Huang's consciousness. Master, I am not particularly concerned about this matter. With your protection, Lan Ji is destined to fail. However, I am curious. How did you perceive the extraordinary nature of my 9th brother? Chu Huang inquired with intrigue. The voice within his soul responded once more. I have calculated his fate. Can you guess the outcome? The disciple does not know, Chu Huang replied. His fate is shrouded by an unparalleled celestial mystery, more powerful than anything I have ever encountered. Thus, the potential achievements of Chu Yun in the future are boundless. There exists a significant likelihood that he may ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation in the Yuan realm. This is the primary reason I have urged you to cultivate a good relationship with him. Your dynasty's fortunes may very well hinge upon this one individual, Chu Yun. Chu Huang was utterly astonished by his master's words. He had never witnessed his master bestow such high praise upon anyone throughout their long acquaintance. Even he, possessing the ancient heavy pupil and 10 supreme unyielding bones, was referred to by his master as an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. Yet, his own fate could still be discerned by his master, while his 9th brother's fate was so formidable that it eluded even his master's insight. This revelation deeply shocked Chu Huang. It is essential to understand that his master is not merely a figure of this era, but a sage from the ancient age. Many eras ago, a cataclysm of ancient proportions befell the Yuan realm, commonly referred to as the era of the fallen emperors. This catastrophic event led to the demise of all the great emperors of the ancient age. The master of Chu Huang was the sole survivor of that calamity, a lingering remnant of the celestial mechanism emperor's soul. Master, Chu Huang exclaimed with joy, if what you say holds true, then the future of the great Xia, under the leadership of 9th brother, shall surely tread upon the sacred lands of the divine continent and stand tall at the pinnacle of the world. Indeed, replied the master, Chu Yun's ambitions extend beyond mere cultivation. He harbors significant aspirations for conquering the world. I sensed this during our last encounter. However, for your great Xia dynasty, this may not be a detrimental matter. A sovereign devoid of ambition and ruthlessness, or one who is content with the status quo, inevitably leads their dynasty towards annihilation. The celestial mechanism emperor has existed for countless ages, witnessing the rise and fall of innumerable powers, and understands that for a dynasty to thrive and expand, conquest is essential. If that is the case, entrusting the great Xia to 9th brother would allow me to venture into the divine continent without any lingering concerns. Chu Huang remarked with a smile. His aspirations do not lie in power. This is his true sentiment. What he yearns for is the grand stage of cultivation, the very heart of the Yuan realm, the divine continent. At the residence of Chu Yun, his father and mother, the emperor and empress, have been meticulously planning the forthcoming endeavors. However, Chu Yun remains an anomaly. In recent days, he indulges in merriment, savoring the pleasures of life. With nothing pressing to attend to, he often drags the celestial demoness or Meng Ruxue into his chambers, spending half a day in leisure. Without the unique products of Chu Yun expresses himself freely. Though still fierce, he has learned moderation. Absent the previous butterfly legs, these days, he truly relishes the joy of being a sovereign in the mortal realm. As night fell, Chu Yun dined with the two women, inviting Wan Lei, Luo Feng, Yi Tan, Morong Yin, and Hua Ling to join them at the table, sharing food and drink. It is likely that Lan Ji and the others could never have imagined this. In the vast imperial city, within Chu Yun's residence alone, there exists one celestial and four esteemed beings. During the banquet, laughter and conversation flowed among Chu Yun and his companions, yet the celestial demoness suddenly changed her expression, directing her gaze towards Chu Yun. Upon meeting her eyes and sensing her demeanor, he inquired, "Exioner, what troubles you?" "My avatar in the Eastern Palace has just relayed a piece of news from the Crown Prince. Lan Ji has orchestrated a scheme for years, secretly poisoning your mother 3 years ago. At her whim, she can activate the poison, ensuring your mother's instant demise." The celestial demoness did not shy away from revealing this information, as they were all allies. Chapter 90. The Dismemberment of Chu Yuan. The masters of the three sects arrive at the imperial city. As the celestial demoness spoke, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. The smile that once graced Chu Yun's face faded, replaced by a somber expression, his features darkening, and an intense aura of murderous intent emanating from his brow. "What kind of poison is this? Is there a remedy?" Chu Yun inquired in a grave tone. The heavenly demoness' expression grew serious as she replied, "According to Chu Rong, it is a delayed toxin that Lan Ji inadvertently acquired. Even a master poisoner at the supreme level would require time to counteract it." Chu Yun's face tightened as he asked, "So, it means there is currently no way to cure my mother?" The heavenly demoness remained silent. Dream Ruxue also furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Though both had once been emperors in a past life, they were not experts in the art of poison. Moreover, even if they could concoct an antidote, they were left with a mere 3 days. No matter how swift they were, half a month would be needed, which they simply did not have. After all, their current cultivation was merely at the nirvana stage. In their past lives, they could have resolved such matters with a mere gesture. However, with the antidote being time-sensitive, they were at a loss. Yet, there remained a way to preserve her life. "Ruxue and I can employ a secret technique to temporarily freeze your mother's life force. This way, they would be unable to trigger the toxin within her until we can concoct the antidote." The heavenly demoness pondered for a moment, realizing this was currently the only feasible solution. Dream Ruxue nodded in agreement. Indeed, this method appears to be the most prudent course of action. After all, these individuals lack a true master poisoner. Otherwise, this would not be so complicated. Just as Chu Yun was about to consent to this plan, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. "Master, there is no need for such measures. The Plague Knight among the Four Horsemen is a master poisoner of the sacred level and will arrive in the imperial city within 2 days at the latest. Once he arrives, your mother's poison can be easily neutralized." In a critical moment, the system's assistance was incredibly timely. Chu Yun smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse: war, pestilence, famine, and death. Among them, pestilence was renowned for his mastery of poison. Even some saints within the Tai Chi sacred grounds regarded his potent toxins with great trepidation. No matter how formidable Lan Ji's poison was, it would be trivial before a saintly poisoner. "Never mind. I have a way. I can resolve my mother's poison," Chu Yun declared confidently after gaining assurance. The heavenly demoness and Dream Ruxue exchanged surprised glances. By not resorting to freezing her life force, it implied that within these 3 days, Chu Yun would be able to cure the toxin afflicting his mother. "Do you know a master of poison?" Dream Ruxue inquired curiously. Chu Yun chuckled lightly. "Not someone I know, but someone I possess." Both women and Luo Feng were momentarily taken aback. The prince actually had a hidden ally yet to reveal himself. Very well, this matter need not be a source of concern any longer. However, since Lan Ji has poisoned my mother, it is likely she seeks to leverage my mother's life against the Shi family. Such treachery is intolerable. Within the depths of Chu Yun's enigmatic eyes, a shadow of chilling malevolence flickered. "Master, shall we take action ahead of time?" Night Swallow inquired. Chu Yun shook his head. "No. To act now would yield little impact on them. We must wait until they are on the cusp of success, when their desires reach a fever pitch, and then strike decisively to shatter their spirits and bring about their complete collapse. A cold smile crept across Chu Yun's face. However, before that, he needed to prepare a gift for Lan Ji. Night Swallow, you shall extract Chu Yuan's soul and dismember his physical form. On the day they rise, deliver this gift to them. Chu Yun summoned the imperial flag, releasing the tormented and nearly broken Chu Yuan from its confines. Night Swallow rose, waved his hand to collect the remains, and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Master, I shall prepare this grand gift." With that, Night Swallow turned and departed. Chu Yun and the others resumed their gathering. In the East Palace, late at night, Lan Ji arrived at a secluded hall. The Crown Prince awaited her presence alongside 3 middle-aged men. Upon her entrance, one tall and imposing figure approached with a smile. "Junior sister, it has been a long time. Your Majesty, I greet you." The other 2 men followed suit, bowing to the Empress. Lan Ji regarded them, her dignified demeanor softening with a hint of a smile. "Elder brother, was your journey into the city smooth? Fear not. The route you arranged perfectly evaded the Shadow Guard surveillance, making it quite seamless. However, upon entering the city, I caught a whiff of that wretched fellow's presence, which was rather distasteful," the tall man, Nieming, remarked. He was indeed the current leader of the Divine Sect. The other 2 were equally formidable, the Blood God Sect's master, Shui Wuwen, and the Corpsine Sect's leader, Shang Wanyi. Lan Ji understood well that the loathsome individual Nieming referred to as none other than the current patriarch of the Shi family, the Shura Venerable. The most powerful venerable in the vast Daxia Empire was undoubtedly the Emperor himself. Following him, there were 3 others tied for second place, the Shura Venerable, Nieming, and the Shadow Guard's Grand Commander, Jin Mu. Their strengths were remarkably similar, thus rendering a definitive ranking impossible. "Elder brother, there is no need for concern. The lifeblood of the Shi family is now firmly in my grasp. The Shura will have no choice but to submit to us, unless he wishes to witness his beloved sister perish before his very eyes," Lan Ji replied coldly, a smile gracing her lips. Having meticulously plotted for many years, she had anticipated every contingency. Even if the Emperor was prepared, she remained unafraid. From the very beginning, the Shi family, who had once been the Emperor's most reliable ally, had been ensnared in her web. It seemed that the poison within Shi Mingyue's body had matured to perfection. In that case, I am rather eager to see the Shura kneel before me, begging for mercy." Nieming laughed heartily, unrestrained in his mirth. The remaining individuals wore smiles as Lan Ji inquired, "By the way, have my father, Blood Old, and Xing Lao arrived?" Shui Wuhan nodded. "They are already waiting in the valley outside the city. Once the Emperor enters the Ancestral Mountain, the 3 of them can enter the city and resolve everything." Lan Ji smiled reassuringly. "That's good. Now, everything is in place. We simply await the favorable winds." Chapter 91. The Arrival of the Spirit-Slaying Dynasty. Xian Yaozi has arrived. A day later, only 2 days remained until the Daxia Emperor's period of celestial decline. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of the imperial city, 2 elderly men clad in simple robes entered the city and gazed toward the end of the street. It seemed as though they pierced through countless structures, peering across the palace to the towering peak of the Ancestral Mountain. Unfortunately, such a splendid view would soon fade into nothingness. Among the 2 elders, one possessed eyes that appeared to penetrate the endless space from the city gate, taking in the entirety of the Ancestral Mountain within the palace. "Let us go," he said, sensing that their awaited presence was already upon them. The other elder, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Let us proceed." In an instant, the figures of the 2 vanished silently from the street. At the misty rain tower, Sun Yin sat in his chair, perusing the collected intelligence reports. Suddenly, a senior elder rushed in, presenting him with a message. "Lord Su, this is the latest important news. Please take a look." Upon receiving and opening the document, Sun Yin's brow furrowed in surprise. The Spirit-Slaying Dynasty has indeed arrived. To his astonishment, they had sent 2 esteemed kings. The Daxia dynasty found itself in genuine peril. The senior elder continued, "My lord, as one of the top 10 dynasties in the 100 dynasties, the Spirit-Slaying Dynasty's interest in the Daxia dynasty must undoubtedly stem from the national seal that suppresses the 10-eyed heavenly demon." Sun Yin understood the intentions of the 2 kings from the Spirit-Slaying Dynasty. Their timely arrival clearly indicated that someone within the imperial city had tipped them off. Otherwise, their visit could not have been so fortuitous. There exists an unwritten rule among the 100 dynasties. The 10 strongest dynasties must not intervene in the internal affairs of other dynasties, nor instigate conflict without justification. Otherwise, they would face collective sanctions from the other dynasties. Even if the spirit-slaying dynasty coveted the Daxian national seal, they would never act overtly. Sun Yin contemplated deeply, weighing whether to discreetly inform Chu Yun of this news. However, doing so would equate to a deliberate breach of the rules established by the Misty Rain Tower. The matter concerning Chu Huang was merely personal and could be justified by personal loyalty, but the situation involving the spirit-slaying dynasty was of paramount importance, two entirely different concepts. I understand the situation. You may leave now. Yes. After the elder departed, Sun Yin pondered for a while longer before ultimately deciding to withhold excessive information from Chu Yun. He offered only a vague hint. Immediately, a message was dispatched to Chu Yun. In the residence of the 8th prince, Chu Hao, Chu Xinyan, and the esteemed concubine Song Yiling were seated in the grand hall, clearly awaiting the arrival of someone. Shortly thereafter, the very fabric of the hall seemed to tear apart, and from the rift emerged two figures, materializing from the ethereal realm. They were the two elders who had previously entered the city. Song Yiling acknowledged the two venerable figures, and both she and the others rose to offer their respectful salutes. To their astonishment, the infamous Song Laoma had indeed left behind a daughter. Were it not for the emperor's summons, the old man would scarcely have believed it. You have managed to conceal yourself within the Daxia Empire for many years. All for the sake of your father, the old demon. Your efforts are truly commendable, remarked one of the elders from the Zhangling dynasty. A hint of mockery and disdain lacing his words. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. The condescending attitude was uncomfortable for anyone. However, given that Song Yiling was the one seeking assistance, she could only force a smile. My father is sealed within the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, with no other recourse. I am compelled to approach you in this manner. I have conveyed information to His Majesty of your dynasty, and I implore the two esteemed elders to extend your assistance in liberating my father from his plight. One elder waved his hand dismissively. That is agreeable. After so many years, the seal that confines your father has grown exceedingly weak. Breaking it should pose no difficulty. However, as previously agreed, we require the Daxia Empire's national seal. Furthermore, we shall need the blood of the reigning emperor to fully activate the seal's power. Therefore, after aiding your father, you shall not concern yourselves with any further matters. Concubine Song Yiling nodded in agreement. Very well, that is acceptable. As long as the two esteemed elders assist in freeing my father and I shall refrain from intervening in any subsequent affairs, including the life of the emperor and the national seal, which you may take at your discretion. The two elders responded with satisfaction. Excellent. Now let us arrange for your accommodations. Esteemed elders, the rooms have long been prepared. Please follow me. Chu Xinyan interjected. She then guided the two elders to their quarters. Once they departed, Chu Hao's expression darkened. Mother, they seek not only the national seal, but also father's life? He is, after all, my biological father. Song Yiling's demeanor turned icy, her resolve unwavering. However, for the sake of your grandfather, we have no other choice. What we owe your father in this life, I shall repay in the next. We must not show the slightest weakness. Chu Hao's face revealed a struggle. Mother. But those two from the Zhangling dynasty do not seem to be benevolent individuals. Can we truly trust them to help us? Song Yiling lowered her head, falling into silence for a moment before letting out a long sigh. There is no alternative. For now, we must choose to trust them. Once your grandfather is freed, we can address everything else. As dusk approached, a man clad in a cloud robe, with a 3-foot-long azure blade hanging from his waist, entered the imperial city. His presence akin to that of a legendary sword deity, imbued with boundless sword intent. His sword-like brows arched as he cast a glance toward the direction of the 9th prince's residence, a smile gracing his lips before his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, within the estate, Chu Yun was leisurely fishing on the platform when he suddenly felt the sword spirit jade in his embrace tremble. A look of surprise illuminated his face, and his heart soared with excitement. His master, the elusive Xian Yaozi, had finally arrived. What has got you so exhilarated? Inquired Meng Rushua and the heavenly demon girl, noticing the change in Chu Yun's demeanor. Of course, the one I've eagerly awaited has finally come. Chu Yun laughed heartily and rose to his feet. Just as he was about to head toward the door, suddenly, a crack in the air above the fishing platform appeared, and Xian Yaozi's figure leisurely stepped through it. You've reached the Nirvana realm. Quite commendable. Your progress is impressive. You truly are my disciple. Upon his arrival, Xian Yaozi's gaze swept over Chu Yun, and upon seeing his cultivation had attained the Nirvana stage, he offered his praise. Meng Rushue and the heavenly demon girl felt a sudden tremor in their hearts upon witnessing Xian Yaozi's unexpected appearance, utterly unaware of his presence until now. They realized he was a formidable being far beyond the realm of a respectable elder. It seemed they could sense a terrifying sword intent within him, one that, if unleashed, could effortlessly shatter the heavens above the entire Great Xia imperial city. Chu Yun, I have seen my master. Chu Yun greeted him with joy, elated to witness his master's continued grandeur. Master, Meng Rushue and the heavenly demon girl now fully comprehended the identity of the figure before them. He was none other than their beloved, the unparalleled, wandering sword cultivator, Xian Yaozi, whom they had often heard about. Xian Yaozi nodded with satisfaction. These two girls are not ordinary. With their solid foundation in the Nirvana realm, a grand future awaits them. He glanced at Meng Rushue and the heavenly demon girl, expressing his admiration for them as well. His figure descended, standing before Chu Yun and the others. You honor me with your words. As you have reached the transformation realm, your arrival in Great Xia shall resolve all matters, he assured. Though Meng Rushue and the heavenly demon girl remained modest, despite their past as emperors, with status and vision at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Such was a bygone era. As the saying goes, the past is the past, and the present is the present. One cannot compare the two. Without the strength of your humility must prevail. Yuner, should you have any matters to discuss, simply speak to your master. If you desire the position of heir, I shall assist you in ascending to it. Who dares to oppose? They shall meet their demise. The words of the carefree master, though succinct, brought an uncontrollable smile to Chu Yun's face. With such reassurance from his mentor, the disciple felt entirely at ease. Yet, he refrained from rushing. How could his master traverse such a vast distance to the Great Xia, only to have his arrival marred by trifling matters? Regardless of the circumstances, the feast must be enjoyed first. Master, please, Chu Yun graciously gestured. Very well, the carefree master replied with a gentle nod, and together they proceeded to the grand hall. Chu Yun instructed Atai to prepare a splendid banquet, where he and his companions, including the heavenly demoness, Luo Feng, Meng Rushue, and the Thunder Sovereign, warmly entertained their revered master. To the master's surprise, he found not only his disciple but also numerous esteemed beings of the revered realm, even those of the heavenly aspect. He was mildly astonished but felt a greater appreciation for his nurturing method of training. Without it, Chu Yun might have become a mere spoiled scion, relying solely on his status to intimidate others. The revelry continued late into the night before finally dispersing. Chu Yun personally arranged for the master to have a luxurious guest room in the prince's residence, allowing him to rest temporarily. During the banquet, Chu Yun also informed the master of the current dynamics within the Empress's faction. However, the carefree master paid little heed to these political intrigues. In his view, such factions were trivial matters, easily resolved with a single stroke of his blade. At the supreme realm, he was invincible. Even against those of the kingly realm, he was more than capable of holding his ground, for his sword was the embodiment of unmatched prowess. After ensuring his master's comfort, Chu Yun sent word to Ming Changzhong and his uncle, the Azura Sovereign, assuring them that his master had arrived in the imperial city, and they need not worry. Later that night, just as Chu Yun was about to retire with the heavenly demoness, he unexpectedly received a message from the Sovereign of Arrays. The seal of the Tianhua cauldron has been broken. Without delay, Chu Yun, accompanied by the two women, made their way to the sovereign's secret chamber. There, the four gathered around an egg the size of a cabinet, standing 2 meters tall and entirely translucent white. The surface of the shell bore ancient, dark purple-black patterns, yet its nature remained indiscernible. This egg was the very entity sealed within the Tianhua cauldron. The Sovereign of Arrays contemplated using his soul power at the revered level to probe it, but discovered that a protective barrier enveloped the egg. Should he attempt to breach this barrier, the creature within might perish. Thus, he abandoned that course of action. You too, with your vast knowledge from past lives, can you discern what species this egg belongs to? Chu Yun inquired of the two women. Their expressions turned serious as they stared intently at the egg, lost in thought. After a moment, the heavenly demoness questioned Meng Rushue. Do you find it familiar? Meng Rushue pondered deeply before responding. It bears a resemblance, yet these dark purple markings are perplexing. This is the pattern of the Qiongqi. How could it possibly appear on the egg of such a species? The celestial sorceress suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Could it be a fusion of aberrant species? Meng Rushue's body trembled at the prospect. If we pursue this line of thought, it is indeed a possibility. The celestial sorceress continued. Beyond this, I can conceive of no other explanation. However, if this is true, the individual responsible for creating this egg must be nothing short of extraordinary. Meng Rushue stated with utmost caution. Isn't it? Spare me the riddles. There are others present. Say something I can comprehend. What connection does this egg have with Qiongqi? Is it a descendant of Qiongqi? Chuyin asked, his impatience palpable. The celestial sorceress solemnly responded, this egg is that of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. However, the markings upon it are indeed those of Qiongqi. It is highly probable that someone took a white tiger egg and infused it with Qiongqi's bloodline. In other words, the life form within this egg is an aberrant species. It possesses the appearance and abilities of the white tiger, while also bearing the bloodline of Qiongqi, a fusion of a divine beast and an evil beast. Once it is born, its potential is beyond our comprehension. The celestial sorceress's tone was exceedingly grave. If this aberrant species truly comes into existence, will it be classified as a divine beast or an evil beast? No one could ascertain. However, this kind of bloodline fusion is a taboo, a phenomenon that defies the heavens. The beast clans of the divine land would never permit such a monstrosity to emerge in this world, for once it fully matures, its terrifying bloodline could disrupt the balance maintained among the beast clans for countless years. Yet, upon hearing this, Chuyun was utterly astonished. The divine beast white tiger? The evil beast Qiongqi. The entity within this egg is, astonishingly, a hybrid of the two. I have struck gold. It is well known that both the white tiger and Qiongqi possess bloodlines that transcend the imperial realm. Each of their individual potentials resides in the imperial realm, let alone the combined potential. It is simply unfathomable. This truly defies the heavens. Instantly, a thought blossomed in Chu Yun's mind. I must hatch this aberrant species and have it recognize me as its master. In the novels I read in my past life, those formidable protagonists either rode upon magical beasts or divine beasts, exuding power and charm, captivating countless hearts. If I wish to become such a figure, my steed must certainly be a divine beast of great stature. Chapter 93. A drop of white tiger blood. The 4 knights arrive. Exionur Schwer. Chu Yun addressed the 2 women. What do I need to hatch this egg? He then looked at them expectantly. You wish for it to recognize you as its master? Dream Rushue and the celestial sorceress, having fought alongside him, instinctively guessed Chu Yun's intentions. Chu Yun smiled. Indeed, I cannot let such a golden opportunity slip away. I also understand that upon its birth, this creature, due to its bloodline, may present me with considerable challenges. However, do you perceive me as a person who fears trouble? Chu Yun directly articulated the warnings the 2 women intended to convey. The celestial sorceress pondered for a moment before explaining. Hatching it is not difficult. This should merely be a young tiger. A single drop of white tiger's essence is sufficient for it to break its shell and be born. Chu Yun instinctively began searching the system's marketplace. Indeed, he found the white tiger's essence. However, the price was enough to dissuade him. 700,000 editing points. What a ridiculous sum. This system is a swindler. Chu Yun could not help but curse. System. Master, do you not see the grade of this drop of white tiger's essence? It is of the eternal realm level. The price of 700,000 is hardly exorbitant. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. Those lower-grade white tiger essences are beneath our consideration. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yun realized it was indeed true. The 700,000 price tag was for white tiger's essence of the eternal realm. Yet, for hatching the egg, such extravagance was unnecessary. The level of the sovereign realm would suffice. Unfortunately, this obstinate system refused to sell any of lower grade, deeming them unworthy. Chu Yun found himself in a quandary. Meanwhile, Meng Rushue suddenly remarked, I have heard that the royal family of the Qin Dynasty, one of the 10 great empires, possesses a drop of white tiger's essence of the saintly realm level. If you wish to hatch this white tiger egg, this is likely your only option. Otherwise, you would have to seek it from the Misty Rain Tower, but that would not only be costly, it might also expose the secret of this egg. Listening to her words, Chu Yun calmly pondered, the Qianla royal family it is. Then, that drop of white tiger's essence will eventually be mine. In his heart, Chu Yun was resolute about acquiring that drop of white tiger's essence from the Qianla royal family. He temporarily stored the white tiger egg within his blood heaven realm, submerging it in the river of blood to help it acclimate to his aura. On the final day, upon receiving news from the Azura sovereign that Chu Yun's master had arrived in the imperial city, the emperor of the Daxiao relaxed the worries that had burdened his heart. With a supreme power present, no matter how the empress's faction stirred, they could not overturn the situation. At noon, Qin entered the palace to meet the emperor alone. In the imperial study, the emperor sat, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Qin stood below him, his expression composed, remaining silent as well. After a while, the emperor spoke. Very well, since this day was inevitable, it shall be as you wish. If Lan Ji and her ilk truly provoke matters to that extent, I grant you the authority to show them no mercy. Upon hearing this final verdict, Chu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank you, father. With his father's words, he could now proceed to eliminate the empress's faction within the imperial city without hesitation. By the way, father, I need to take mother back to our residence to treat her poison. There is no need for you to worry. My master and the others will ensure her safety. Chu Yun continued. Prior to this, he had already informed the emperor about Lan Ji poisoning Shi Minwei, which solidified the emperor's resolve. As long as the empress's faction caused trouble, he granted Chu Yun the liberty to leave no one alive amongst them. All right, you may go. Ensure the safety of your mother, the empress. The emperor nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall take my leave, replied Chu Yun. He turned and made his way to the residence of Shi Minwei, escorting her out of the palace and back to his estate. As dusk approached, the 4 great knights of the Tianqi sect arrived at Chu Yun's mansion. At this moment, in the back garden, Chu Yun, along with Zhang, the heavenly demon maiden, and Ming Ruxue were engaged in casual conversation within the pavilion. The 4 knights tore through the fabric of space and appeared before Chu Yun. Their auras subdued as they bowed deeply. Knight of Plague, greeting the sect master. Knight of Famine, greeting the sect master. Knight of War, greeting the sect master. Knight of Death, greeting the sect master. The arrival of the 4 knights brought immense relief to Chu Yun. He had previously established contact with them through the sect master's decree, knowing their exact arrival time. Please rise. Chu Yun nodded lightly, his demeanor calm and composed. Thank you. Sect master. The knights, adorned in robes of various colors, stood upright. Holy One, Knight Yuner of the Tianqi sect, it is unexpected that you have become the sect master, Zhang exclaimed, taken aback by the knights' introductions and realizing their identities. He had never anticipated that his disciple would ascend to such heights. Although the Tianqi sect had fallen from grace, it remained an invincible force within the realm of the 100 dynasties. Each of the 4 knights was a being of exceptional prowess, revered even by the 10 great dynasties. The heavenly demon maiden and Ming Ruxue were equally astonished. Chu Yun was indeed the sect master of the Tianqi sect. What other secrets was he concealing from them? Given the urgency of the situation, there would be time for further discussion later. Plague, come with me. The rest of you, please wait here, Chu Yun instructed, rising immediately. Yes, sect master. The Knight of Plague, tall and slender, possessed blue eyes that glimmered with an ethereal light. Chu Yun led him to find his mother. Yinner, Your Highness. Shi Minwei, engaged in conversation with the Tai, turned her gaze upon Chu Yun as he arrived. Mother, I have brought someone to assist you in dispelling the poison. Just relax. Chu Yun stated earnestly, cutting straight to the point. Seeing her son's serious demeanor, Shi Minwei nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand. Chu Yun gestured to Plague, who stepped forward, a divine aura emanating from his fingertips, coursing through Shi Minwei's body. After a few breaths, the Knight of Plague had a clear understanding of the situation within her. How is it? Can it be resolved? Chu Yun inquired urgently. The Knight of Plague smiled calmly. Rest assured, sect master. Although the poison is potent, the antidote is not difficult to procure. In half a tea's time, it can be completely eradicated. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then let us proceed. Very well. With that, Plague began the process of detoxification. Placing a hand atop Shi Minwei's head, a radiant light enveloped her, infusing her body with divine brilliance, visibly purging the toxins from her meridians. Chapter 94, The Night Operation. Turmoil in the Imperial City. After the poison in Lady Shi was completely cured, Chu Yun allowed her to stay in his residence. After all, it was much safer for his mother to be within his own estate. Returning to the palace made Chu Yun feel somewhat uneasy. Moreover, he had also invited the Demoness and Ming Ruxue to keep her company, which significantly improved Lady Shi's mood compared to her time in the palace. In the pavilion, Chu Yun, Xian Yaozi, and the 4 great knights were gathered. Yesterday, Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, sent me a message. The content revealed that there were many who had set their sights on the royal ancestral mountain, and even those at the supreme level might face danger. While the meaning was somewhat ambiguous, it served as a warning. At this moment, Chu Yun spoke up. It seems that the Misty Rain Tower's proactive alert demonstrates that you share a close rapport with this Sun Yin, Xian Yaozi remarked with a hint of a smile. Expressing surprise, Chu Yun shook his head. My relationship with him is rather conventional. I find it puzzling why he would take the initiative to inform me. The Death Knight interjected, Master, even if other forces have their eyes on Great Xia, it is inconsequential. With a single command from you, the four of us shall fight for Great Xia. Chu Yun was fully aware of the loyalty of the four knights. He casually mentioned this, knowing he had four saints at his side. Frankly, in this land of 100 dynasties, he could easily assert his dominance without fear. After all, Sun Yin had no way of knowing that he was the leader of the Heavenly Awakening sect. That night, atop the Misty Rain Tower, the Tower Master asked, Are you saying that Xian Yaozi has come to Great Xia and has not left Chu Yun's residence? This implied that this unrivaled sword master had traversed such a great distance from the pure land of Shenzhou solely for Chu Yun. The Tower Master, still hidden from view, sounded incredulous. Did Chu Yun and Xian Yaozi truly know each other? This was rather extraordinary. Their relationship remained unclear. But it was undeniable that Xian Yaozi was currently at the 9th Prince's mansion. Master, according to the previous orders from the main tower, should Xian Yaozi come seeking us, we must do our utmost to accommodate him. Should we send someone to Chu Yun's residence now? Sun Yin inquired. No need. Such an action would be too deliberate. And besides, our Misty Rain Tower has no precedent for extending unsolicited goodwill to others or other factions. Even if he is favored by Deputy Tower Master Yin, we cannot set this precedent. We shall observe the situation as it unfolds. The Tower Master had a premonition that Xian Yaozi's visit to Chu Yun was likely connected to the impending turmoil in the Imperial City. Ensure our people keep a close watch on the movements of all factions within the Imperial City. I require first-hand intelligence, commanded the Tower Master. Understood, Master. That night, the streets of the Imperial City grew eerily quiet, as various factions seemed to sense that a storm was approaching, instructing their disciples to refrain from venturing out. At midnight, the Emperor entered the royal ancestral mountain shortly after the hour had passed. The celestial decline of the 5 decays has descended upon him, requiring his utmost concentration to confront it. He is now powerless to manage any external matters. Within the National Master's residence, in the depths of the underground palace, National Master Feng Tianzhong, Yen Rujuan, Zhou Lin, Jiang Qiqi, Goei Qi, Qi Quan, and over a dozen esteemed elders have gathered. Shortly thereafter, the space of the underground palace was torn asunder. Queen Longji, accompanied by the leaders of the 3 sects, Crown Prince Chu Rong, 3rd Prince Chu Yuan, and a multitude of guests under the Crown Princess command, emerged from the void. Your Majesty, Yen Rujuan and Jiang Qiqi promptly led the way. Bowing respectfully to Longji, Please rise, Longji responded with a nod. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd lifted their heads in unison. The Queen then announced, Half a stick of incense ago, His Majesty entered the royal ancestor mountain, wholly engrossed in transcending the 5 decays, which signifies that our actions may commence. Your commands. Your Majesty, the esteemed elders urged. Very well. The opposing forces of the dynasty shall be dealt with by several celestial lords. Your task is to secure all neutral officials and consolidate their power. The control of the 4 city gates now lies in our hands. Tonight, this city shall become our hunting ground. Let us proceed. Longji's inspiring declaration ignited fervor within the hearts of the esteemed elders, inciting their impatience to act. Indeed, Yen Rujuan and the others immediately tore through the space, departing the underground palace to head towards the residences of various officials. Junior sister, have the Shadow Guards made the necessary arrangements? Niuming inquired, standing nearby. Jinmu has yet to reveal himself. We must be cautious of his schemes. I have already mobilized the Legion. Blood Elder will also make an appearance when the time comes. No matter how formidable Jinmu may be, he will surely fall before the Celestial Lord's might. Let us go. We shall pay a visit to the head of the Shi family and the current Chancellor. Longji's expression was one of confidence as the space before them tore open once more, and their figures vanished from the underground palace. Moreover, the Queen's faction within the Imperial City began to mobilize upon receiving the news. The Kai and Lu families, 2 prominent clans, gathered their forces. Led personally by the esteemed ancestor of the Kai family and the heads of both families, setting off to seize the Yen residence. Chapter 95, The Battle of Esteemed Elders. Forces emerge. At the residence of the 9th Prince, Chu Yun sat in the hall, engaged in a game of chess with the carefree Zizi, while the heavenly Demoness, Meng Ruxiwe, and the 4 knights sat nearby. They have made their move. The main forces of the esteemed elders have gone to the residences of various officials, while the queen has entered the palace to seek out your uncle. Their people are at all 4 city gates, the heavenly demoness remarked, her avatar having accompanied the queen throughout. Listening to this, Chu Yun remained calm, his expression unperturbed. He had long been prepared for this. Holding a chess piece with a faint smile, he contemplated for a moment before placing it down. Let the game commence. Tonight, this city shall witness some excitement. At the Yin family residence, the entire estate was suddenly surrounded by over 1,000 individuals, led by the esteemed ancestor of the Kai family and the heads of the Kai and Lu families. Yin Ding, Yin Song. Today marks the demise of the Yin family. Kai Yongming, wielding a spiritual sword, emanates a transcendent aura that envelopes him, leading the disciples of both prominent clans as they stand majestically in the air. Surveying the Yin residence with disdain, Yin Ding, along with Fang Zili and others, promptly emerged from the depths of the Yin estate, confronting them directly. The elder of the Kai family slightly opened his eyes, casting a contemptuous glance at Yin Ding and his companions, lamenting the decline of the Yin family. With such poor judgment, the fate of today's Yin family shall be sealed by your hands. In response to these words, Yin Ding coldly retorted, Elder Kai, you have placed such a heavy accusation upon me. I cannot bear such a weight. Whether my family will face calamity tonight, I cannot say. However, you shall certainly encounter misfortune. No sooner had Yin Ding finished speaking than the revered Tianbao descended from the heavens, standing on a nearby celestial platform. His rotund form emanated a profound aura, the pressure of his esteemed presence gradually descending upon them. Tianbao Zongzhe, how could your Tianbao pavilion align itself with Chu Yun? The elder of the Kai family furrowed his brow upon witnessing the arrival of Tianbao Zongzhe. Those who comprehend the times are indeed wise. Is it not appropriate for my Tianbao pavilion to make a judicious choice? Tianbao Zongzhe replied with a faint smile. Humph, foolishness. Do you truly believe you can withstand us alone? Should you dare to interfere, the remaining subordinates of Her Majesty will arrive post-haste. You shall meet your end. The elder of the Kai family threatened. Tianbao Zongzhe merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated through the space surrounding the elder of the Kai family, shattering his protective barrier and ensnaring him in a net of golden lightning. What? The battle's sovereign body. The elder of the Kai family was taken aback, hastily attempting to summon the battle sovereign body to counter the threat. Yet, in the next instant, before his battle sovereign body could materialize, a terrifying explosion obliterated his physical form into a mist of blood. His soul was severely injured, leaving him in a state of utter panic. In the blink of an eye, a coarse hand, charged with lightning, pierced through the void and seized him, rendering the elder of the Kai family powerless to resist. Tian Zun were the elder's final words, as the next moment, the venerable of 10,000 thunder stepped forth from the ether, casting his terrified soul into the gaping maw of Yitan. Yitan devoured it with fervor, grinning wide as he remarked, though a bit aged, at least it's been around long enough to have flavor. Tianbao Zongzhe was left speechless within, pondering the absurdity of his son's commentary while savoring the moment. Meanwhile, the members of the Kai and Lu families stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions a mixture of horror and confusion, including their patriarch. Their esteemed elder had been vanquished in a single strike. The bald man before them was a heavenly sovereign. How could this happen? Which heavenly sovereign would grace the Yin family with their presence? By decree of the Crown Prince, all instigators tonight shall be met with merciless retribution. The venerable of 10,000 thunder declared, as he gathered a surge of thunderous energy in his palm and unleashed it upon the crowd of the Lu and Kai families. The air was filled with the relentless sound of explosions, echoing through the heavens. The members of the Lu and Kai families were unable to even utter a cry of despair before they perished beneath the thunderous blasts. To Chu Yun, they were mere pawns. Elevating their hatred value would only serve to overrate their significance. It was paramount for the Lord of Thunder to act swiftly and decisively. With the elite of both the Kai and Lu families annihilated, the remaining defenders would be left to your charge. The Lord of Thunder cast a glance at the esteemed Tianbao and Yin Ding, then spoke. Understood, responded Yin Ding and his companions, showing utmost respect in the presence of a Tianzuan. Following this, the Lord of Thunder and Yi Tun departed once more, while Tianbao and his group split into 2 factions to raid the Kai and Lu families. At the Ministry of War, Yin Rujuan personally led 2 esteemed figures of the divine sect to seize control of the Minister of War. However, midway, a storm of battle energy struck between the 3 of them. Yen Rujuan and his companions reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught, their gazes drawn to the source. Instantly, their brows furrowed slightly. Before them stood three formidable battle figures, towering in the night, shimmering with brilliance, exuding the power of respect that swirled around them. Yen Rujuan, are you in such a haste? You were equally swift in Qizhou. It's quite unfortunate that the clan leader did not get to see you, remarked a tall, slender elder clad in a blue robe, standing atop a blue battle figure. This was none other than the eldest elder of the Shi family, Shi Quan. The other two were also esteemed members of the Shi family. A 3-on-3 confrontation between the divine sect and the Shi family was a nearly evenly matched affair. You have indeed come, as expected. It seems the emperor was prepared. Yen Rujuan observed the trio before him, his brow slightly furrowed, though their presence was anticipated. Since you know, why not surrender? Shi Quan commanded from his position atop the battle figure. Haha. Surrender? To be frank, even with the emperor's arrangements, we cannot be stopped. Attack. With a single command from Yen Rujuan, the three battle figures emerged simultaneously. The 6 battle figures of the esteemed ones manifested in the celestial expanse, their powers coalescing before them, transforming into an array of colossal and terrifying offensive strikes, igniting a fierce battle under the cloak of night. Boom. Bang. The energy fluctuations of the esteemed ones clashed tumultuously, reverberating throughout the imperial city in waves of sound. Not just in 1 or 2 locations, but in over 10 spots. The chaos akin to Yen Rujuan's battlefield erupted along the well-trodden paths of numerous officials' residences within the dynasty. These individuals were precisely part of the emperor's and the Shi's arrangements. Figures like Jiang Xie, Guiqi, and the other esteemed ones were intercepted by the powerful figures of the Shui sect, Yin family, Luo family, and the Wang Xiandao sect, effectively barring them from approaching the officials' residences. The aura of the esteemed one surged and receded within the imperial city, astonishing countless beings within its confines. The surrounding battlefields witnessed numerous structures collapsing, streets fracturing, and several magnetic waves and whirlpools of residual power from the esteemed ones forming amidst the chaos. Simultaneously, the queen led her entourage to the royal palace, yet in her pursuit of the Azure sovereign and Shi Minwei, she found herself thwarted. Chapter 96. The Change at the Gate, Jinmu's Appearance. Within the palace, Lan Ji and her companions traversed the halls, only to discover the residence of the Azure sovereign devoid of any presence. The only remnants were the lingering spiritual energies, which formed 8 significant characters suspended in midair. If you wish to kill me, come to the minister's residence. These bold letters provocatively stirred the tempers of Lan Ji and her party. Very well. Since we are already gathered, it saves us an extra trip, Lan Ji commanded. Nie Ming, with a decisive motion of his hand, unleashed his overpowering spiritual force, tearing through the fabric of space as he led the group towards the minister's residence. At the North City Gate, the largest of the 4 gates of the imperial city, stood a man clad in black wolf armor, resolutely positioned atop the battlements, flanked by numerous soldiers in wolf armor. This man was none other than the commander of the Black Wolf Army, one of the 4 great legions of the dynasty, known as the Fierce Wolf Sovereign. He was also among those covertly nurtured by the queen, and the very individual who had previously leaked the border defense plans. Meanwhile, beyond the city gate, a throng of armored figures surged forth, their imposing presence akin to ferocious dragons. Upon witnessing this, the fierce wolf smirked coldly, releasing his battle sovereign form, which loomed in the heavens, exerting a sovereign's might that halted the advance of the 2 legions outside the city. The soldiers of the Black Wolf Army, positioned on the battlements, readied their spiritual arrows. Fierce Wolf, are you and the Sky Wolf Army plotting a rebellion? The 2 commanders of the Bladebone Army and the 7 Killers Army, upon receiving news of the Queen's insurrection, sought to lead their forces into the city. However, they were immediately obstructed by the fierce wolf at the North Gate, who confronted them with an indignant roar. Rebellion? That is a grave accusation. I am here by the Queen's command to guard the North Gate. No one shall set foot inside the city through this gate tonight. Bladebone, 7 Killers. For the sake of our old friendship, withdraw your troops. You shall not enter the imperial city tonight. The fierce wolf sovereign bellowed. Fierce wolf, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? You conspire with the queen, and do you not fear the emperor's wrath? The Bladebone sovereign retorted from the sky outside the city, incensed. Ah, the emperor. After tonight, the fate of this great Xia may not be dictated solely by him. The fierce wolf sovereign scoffed. Enough with the idle chatter. If you do not withdraw your forces to your encampment, we shall remain here. I have ample time to entertain you, but if you wish to enter the city, there is no chance. The fierce wolf sovereign spoke with a mocking glint in his eyes. You, both the Bladebone sovereign and the Seven Killers sovereign, were visibly enraged. Despite their numerical advantage, the North City Gate was difficult to breach, and the Black Wolf army excelled in their archery from above. Any attempt to overpower them would surely exact a heavy toll. As the two commanders continued to deliberate, swoosh! Suddenly, a general from the Black Wolf army, standing beside the revered Lord of the Wolves, pierced through his heart with a single strike, disregarding all defenses. The overwhelming force shattered his internal organs in an instant. The Lord of the Wolves, his face contorted in horror, felt the ethereal shadow of his battle form falter. He struggled to summon his strength to resist, only to discover that the power of the man before him was so formidable that it forcibly suppressed the revered energy coursing through his veins. By royal decree, the commander of the Black Wolf army, Wei Lang, has betrayed the border defenses, colluded with others, and brought calamity upon the dynasty. His sins are unforgivable. Henceforth, he shall be judged by the Shadow Guard. No mercy shall be shown. The general's voice and appearance morphed as he spoke. Clad in a yellow robe, his expression icy. He towered with a commanding presence, his eyes piercing like blades as they fixed upon the Lord of the Wolves. Upon seeing this face, terror enveloped Wei Lang. Jinmu, how could you be here? The Lord of the Wolves was seized by an overwhelming dread, unable to comprehend why the commander of the Shadow Guard, Jinmu, stood before him. You may ponder that question in the underworld, Jinmu replied coldly, his hand descending mercilessly. Within his palm, a tumultuous force erupted, akin to the explosive birth of stars. The entire form of Wei Lang radiated a searing blaze from within, and in an instant, the once mighty commander of the Black Wolf army was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Commander! The faces of the Black Wolf generals atop the city walls turned pale with panic. Their pillar of strength was gone, slain by the fearsome commander of the Shadow Guard. In that moment, confusion gripped the Black Wolf soldiers. Swiftly, a wave of Shadow Guards surged forth from the distance, led by three principal commanders, overpowering the key leaders of the Black Wolf army. First, imprison them. We shall dispense justice once the Emperor has returned, commanded Jinmu. Understood. The Shadow Guards, led by Qin Feng and others, immediately set about subduing the generals. The Bonebreaker commander and the Seven Killers commander soared to the city walls. Commander Jinmu nodded and addressed them. In addition to the Black Wolf army, the Bone Shatter army has also joined the rebellion. They are stationed at the East City Gate. Your forces will enter through the North Gate and dismantle them from within. The revered ones under the Ninth Prince will assist you in reclaiming control of the four city gates. Although uncertain of which revered ones serve the Ninth Prince, the two commanders readily affirmed, yes. It was astonishing that two of the four legions had fallen under the Queen's control, which explained her audacity. The North Gate swung open, and the two commanders led their forces into the city. Chiyun had also dispatched Fire Spirit Maiden, Murongin, and the revered Sijin to the other three city gates, coordinating with the two legions to regain control over all four city gates. In the Estates Plaza, several figures stood resolute, feeling the tumultuous sounds of crashing waves and collapsing structures echoing from all directions within the imperial city, remaining steadfast as they awaited the arrival of the Queen and her entourage. Aside from the revered Azura and the enigmatic Meng Changzhong, there were also Yun Bai, the chief of the Yun clan, Luo Su, the leader of the Luo clan, and Xiao Ying, the master of the Shui sect. The three of them stood at the pinnacle of the revered realm, representing the foremost echelon beneath the celestial sovereigns. Before long, a vast expanse of space above the plaza was rent asunder. The figures of Queen Lanji, Nie Ming, Shui Wuhuan, Shang Guanyi, Chu Rong, and Feng Tianzhong emerged slowly from within, standing tall amidst the celestial dome of the minister's residence. Azura, it has truly been an eternity since we last met. I never imagined you would choose such a location for your endeavors. The feng shui of this minister's estate is quite favorable, indeed, for a burial site. Upon seeing the Azura, Nieming immediately wore a mocking smile. Lan Ji's gaze swept across the scene, landing on the leaders of the Yun clan and others. She was not at all surprised. The fierce battles of revered warriors erupting throughout the streets of the city could not be concealed, and she was well aware that the emperor had made preparations. But what of it? After all her plotting, even if the emperor was prepared, it merely served to delay the inevitable. The outcome remained unchanged. Nieming, you remain as foolishly arrogant as ever. In a 5-on-5 confrontation, what makes you think you can triumph? The Azura retorted with a chuckle. Is that so? Azura, is your beloved sister not by your side? Niaming suddenly smiled with a hint of amusement. Unfazed, the Azura responded, What do you mean by that? Chapter 97, The Storm Over the Minister's Residence. The Fury of Lanji. A playful smile graced Niaming's lips as the queen produced a small puppet, its likeness bearing a striking resemblance to Minhue. Azura. Minhue has long been poisoned throughout her body. Her life now rests in my hands. If you wish to spare your sister from torment, her meridians exploding in agony, then you must surrender. Do not resist, or else Minhue shall endure untold suffering because of you. Lanji threatened openly. To her surprise, the Azura remained unmoved by her words, even chuckling. Oh, such a terrifying poison? Then by all means, give it a try. Lanji furrowed her brow. Do you believe I would hesitate? The Azura laughed heartily. Lanji, feel free to proceed. Seeing this, Lanji was resolute. She directed her power into the puppet's arms, triggering the poison within Minhue's limbs. Yet, in the next moment, a shocking occurrence unfolded. The instant her power penetrated, the puppet suddenly exploded, leaving Niaming's previously amused expression drastically altered. How is this possible? How could the poison within her vanish? Is she dead? No. If Minhue were dead, you could not possibly still be smiling. Has she been cured? At this moment, Lanji would rather believe Minhue had perished. The poison had infiltrated silently, undetected even by the emperor. How could Minhue have discovered it? Furthermore, even if she had, how could she possibly have found a cure? This peculiar toxin had been acquired by her during her youth in an ancient ruin, and even a supreme poison master might struggle to remedy it. How had this been achieved? Lanji, your inability does not imply that others share the same limitations. Yunner has already neutralized the poison that plagued her mother. And everything that transpires tonight, apart from His Majesty's arrangements, is entirely orchestrated by Yunner. The beautiful dream you harbor in your heart is destined to shatter this night. The Azura sovereign sneered. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crown prince, Lanji, and even Feng Tianzhong were imbued with disbelief. Chuyin? He was the one who cured the poison and orchestrated all of tonight's events? How could this be possible? He is but a junior, no matter his prowess. He could not possibly possess such means. Chuyin? He is indeed the son of Minhue? How could he possess such capabilities? Niaming and Sheng Wanyi, too, were profoundly astonished. Indeed, it appears you remain oblivious. Your Highness, Empress, the very Xiao Yin you have tirelessly sought is none other than His Highness the Ninth Prince. Meng Changzhong interjected, thus propelling Chu Yun's momentum to its zenith. What? Chu Yun is Xiao Yin. How can this be true? How could he possibly be Xiao Yin? The Crown Prince's eyes trembled with disbelief, his emotions spiraling out of control. He found it nearly impossible to accept this revelation. Chu Yun is Xiao Yin? What then of his previous fascination with Xiao Yin? Was it merely the folly of a self-deluded fool? Lanji's pupils involuntarily constricted. She was forced to acknowledge that she had underestimated Chu Yun. Had she known this, she should have taken drastic measures to eliminate him upon his return. At that moment, Yi Tun emerged from the void, standing beside the Azura sovereign. He gazed at Lanji and chuckled. Empress, our master Chu Yun has instructed me to present you with a special gift. I implore you to open it personally, lest you squander his thoughtful intention. With a wave of his hand, 5 boxes, enveloped in a shroud of power, lined up neatly in the air. The power surrounding the boxes was specifically designed to thwart any soul probing. Beyond that, it held no other means of defense. Lanji furrowed her brows, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over her. She scanned the 5 boxes before her, noting the absence of any energy fluctuations, suggesting that their contents were inanimate. Show yourself. Master of tricks. Let your master reveal himself to me. Lanji refrained from opening the boxes immediately, instead seeking to compel Chu Yun's appearance. Master is not present at the moment. He is engaged in a game at the manor. Should you accept this gift? I believe you will have the opportunity to meet him soon. Yi Tun chuckled. The Azura sovereign and Meng Changzhong, to be honest, were also curious. What could Chu Yun have prepared for the Empress? Upon hearing this, the Empress advanced closer. Niaming remained vigilant, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger to his junior sister. Lanji stood before the 5 boxes, and in the next moment, she waved her hand, unleashing her sovereign power to unseal all 5 gift boxes. Her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the contents within. Instantly, her pupils filled with wrath and boundless murderous intent. Bang! Meanwhile, the doppelganger of the celestial demoness, transformed into Chu Yuan, had been waiting for a long time and struck directly at Chu Rong with a single palm. The two were merely inches apart, and Chu Rong was utterly unprepared, his attention consumed by several boxes nearby. By the time Ye Ming and the others reacted, it was already too late. Humph. Third brother, what are you doing? The celestial demoness seized Chu Rong by the throat, suppressing all the power within him, ready to take his life at any moment. In that instant, although Ye Ming and the others were all at the revered level, they dared not act recklessly. Mindful of Chu Rong's life, Lan Ji also turned sharply, and upon seeing Chu Rong held captive by Chu Yuan, her fury was palpable. Yet she was compelled to force herself to remain calm. It was crucial to understand that everything she had done that night could be justified solely because of her son. She had helped Chu Rong secure the position of crown prince, garnering the support of all officials, backed by their influence. This was sufficient to overpower the emperor in 7 days. However, if Chu Rong were to perish, her plan would collapse as if its core had vanished. The death of the crown prince would render her efforts to command the loyalty of the civil and military officials meaningless. Her once justifiable actions would instantly be cast as a coup d'etat. Chapter 98. The Celestial Lord appears, aiming to strike at Chu Yun. In the princess residence, Chu Yun was still engaged in a game of chess with the carefree master. Now that Chu Rong has fallen into your hands, why not simply kill him? With the crown prince's demise, her scheme would be thwarted, the carefree master remarked nonchalantly. Chu Yun smiled. Indeed, he must be eliminated. Yet, even if Chu Rong were to die, Lan Ji would undoubtedly concoct another excuse. For instance, cleansing the prince's side or stabilizing the court. These are all common tactics for usurpation. However, with the crown prince dead, those old fossils from the ancestral mountain would no longer support Lan Ji in her chaos. The carefree master shook his head and chuckled, placing a white piece on the board. In his view, only Chu Yun possessed the leisurely disposition to toy with individuals like Lan Ji, tormenting their mental state. Were it him, a single stroke of the sword would compel both the empress's faction and the royal ancestors to kneel. Lan Ji could never fathom that each step she took henceforth had already been anticipated by Chu Yun. What he desired was to torment the mental state of Lan Ji and her ilk to the utmost limit. Ultimately, if Lan Ji had any hidden cards, he could simply summon his master or the 4 knights to conclude matters. It was akin to playing a game of honor of kings. Even with an overwhelming advantage, one would not recklessly unleash one's ultimate skill against a severely weakened opponent. In the residence, the atmosphere in the square was rife with tension, with each person's face reflecting astonishment and confusion. Why did Chu Yuan suddenly turn against the crown prince? After all, they were offspring of the empress. Suddenly, a laughter broke the stalemate. Empress, how do you find this gift? Do you still like it? Night Swallow's words prompted the gazes of Shura, Ye Ming, and the others to dart towards the boxes, and their expressions changed drastically. Within those 5 boxes lay the dismembered limbs of Chu Yuan and the head, which bore an expression frozen in madness after enduring endless torment. Even the 5 gift boxes were surrounded by a myriad of rose petals, meticulously arranged by the Night Swallower. It was evident that he had devoted great effort to prepare this gift for the queen. In that moment, everyone comprehended the unfolding truth. The figure before them, Chu Yuan, was an imposter. The real Chu Yuan had long been substituted and was now dismembered into 6 pieces. When did you replace Yuan? The queen's countenance darkened severely. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at the avatar of the celestial demoness. Before the banquet in the Eastern Palace commenced, your son had already been taken to the 9th prince's residence. Alas, after months of torment, the last words on Chu Yuan's lips, as his soul shattered, were those of his mother. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lan Ji, you seem rather neglectful of your son. A chilling aura emanated from Lan Ji, her phoenix-like eyes now cold enough to kill. The celestial demoness knew how to magnify hatred, and her words caused Lan Ji's resentment towards Chu Yun to surge dramatically. The appearance of the celestial demoness avatar shifted at that moment. Upon witnessing a woman of such stunning beauty, Feng Tianzheng and Shang Wanye's brows furrowed even deeper. Enough of this idle chatter. I will take Chu Rong with me. Should anyone dare to move a muscle, I shall kill him immediately. If Chu Yuan is dead and we lose the crown prince, Lan Ji, can your plans for tonight still proceed? The celestial demoness spoke with calm authority, as if holding her very lifeline. Lan Ji suppressed her fury, but in the face of the celestial demoness' words, she could only fall into silence. Mother, save me. Mother, slap. Silence. The crown prince was still pleading with Lan Ji when the celestial demoness delivered a blow that knocked several of his teeth out, forcing him to comply. Witnessing this scene, Ye Ming and the others clenched their fists, their murderous intent palpable. Yet, The celestial demoness remained unfazed. She grasped the crown prince's neck and gradually moved away from their side, heading towards the direction of the Shura elder. Suddenly, as the celestial demoness and Chu Rong were about to land, a vast void collapsed, enveloping the celestial demoness in a terrifying black radiance, rendering her immobile. This force surpassed even that of the Elder Realm. Simultaneously, from within the collapsing void, an elderly figure clad in purple robes stepped forth, exuding an overwhelming presence. With a single hand, he aimed to obliterate the celestial demoness. Old Blue, you can no longer contain yourself and have finally revealed your presence. At that moment, from another corner of the void, a figure resembling an elder flew out, bearing a 7-part resemblance to the Shura elder. As he appeared, he immediately positioned himself in front of the celestial demoness, stamping down to disperse the encroaching pressure. With a punch, he clashed against the purple-robed elder. The explosive force of their confrontation sent both of them staggering back. Fortunately, this newly arrived elder shielded the celestial demoness, carrying Chu Rong safely to the side of the Shura elder. Father! Father! The revered Jura and the ethereal Lady Lan spoke simultaneously. The other two venerable figures, also inclined slightly in respect, addressed the heavenly sovereign. The elder in purple robes was none other than the ancient patriarch of the divine sect, Lan Shang, the heavenly sovereign Lan. As for the figure resembling the Azura, he was the esteemed elder of the Shur clan, the grandfather of Chu Yun, Shi Qianshan, the heavenly sovereign Shur. Lan Shang raised his hand. His failure to reclaim the prince cast a slight pall over his countenance. Is it just you? The other two should not linger in the shadows. Come forth at once. Lan Shang's gaze fell upon Shi Qianshan, his pupils dark and his voice cold. In that case, we shall not stand on ceremony. Even before their forms were visible, their voices had already reached them. In an instant, portals of void emerged flanking Shi Qianshan. An elderly man and a woman, emanating the formidable presence of the heavenly realm, possessed a tremendous power capable of reducing the entire estate to ashes in an instant. The Yun clan's Yun Jineo and the Shui sect's Gongsun Jun. The emperor has indeed made considerable preparations. You 3 old fellows have secretly arrived in the imperial city for tonight's gathering, Lan Shang remarked, observing the trio before him. All 4 were of the heavenly realm, each a figure of the heavenly sovereign level. However, Yun Jineo and Gongsun Jun were only at the initial stage of the heavenly realm, while both Lan Shang and Shi Qianshan were firmly in the latter stage. Yet, in the current 3-to-1 scenario, Lan Shang saw no glimmer of hope for victory. What of Shuitong and Xingqian? Not summoning those two? Do you intend to confront us 3 alone? Shi Qianshan scoffed. The names he mentioned belonged to the 2 heavenly sovereigns of the Blood God sect and the Corpse Shadow sect. At that moment, a hint of amusement unexpectedly surfaced on Lan Shang's otherwise grim face. They have already gone to seek your dear grandson. As for me, who told you that we have only 3 heavenly sovereigns on our side? Upon hearing this, Shi Qianshan's brows furrowed deeply. Beneath the veil of night, 2 figures emerged amidst the moonlight, riding the tempestuous waves, their steps graceful as they approached. The shadows of their heavenly sovereign forms manifesting behind them like avatars of the night. Both were middle-aged, one donned a dark crown, strikingly handsome and exuding an aura of chilling majesty. The other was a diminutive man, standing less than 5 feet tall, yet radiating an equally formidable presence of the heavenly sovereign. Chapter 99. The Battle of the Void. Yun Yinxiang is blocked. Upon their arrival, these 2 mysterious heavenly sovereigns positioned themselves beside Lan Shang. Shi Qianshan, Yun Jineo, and Gongsun Jin scrutinized the newcomers with utmost caution. Yet, a sense of bewilderment washed over them, for the faces and auras of these 2 were utterly unfamiliar, igniting a shared suspicion within their hearts. Outsiders? Foreigners? Shi Qianshan pondered, furrowing his brow. Indeed, Shi Qianshan, these 2 esteemed friends hail from the sacred land, and I have specifically invited them to assist us. It seems that, in light of this, the advantage tonight lies with us, Lan Shang replied with a cold smile. At this moment, the battlefield was set for a match of 3 against 3. However, these 2 celestial sovereigns hailing from the sacred land exhibit a prowess significantly superior to that of Gongsun Jun and Yun Jineo, being of the same realm as Shi Qianshan and his companions. Viewed in this light, the Azura sovereign's side is undeniably at a disadvantage. More crucially, 2 celestial sovereigns have already set forth towards the residence of the 9th prince. With the intervention of these 2 formidable sovereigns, Lan Ji firmly believes that no matter what extraordinary means Chu Yun may possess, he will ultimately be left with no choice but to surrender. Do not rejoice too soon. Lan Ji, do not forget that your son remains in my grasp. Just as Lan Shang was reveling in his triumph, the heavenly demoness tightened her grip around the prince's neck and spoke coldly. Lan Ji's gaze darkened. The prince falling into the hands of the heavenly demoness was indeed a rather troublesome predicament. Yet, at this moment, she felt a semblance of confidence. Should you dare to harm Romer, Chu Yun shall meet a fate tenfold in suffering. The two celestial sovereigns from the Blood God sect and the Corpsine sect are likely nearing Chu Yun's residence. If you so much as injure Rongo by a hair, I assure you, Chu Yun shall endure unimaginable torment. Lan Ji immediately retaliated with her words. Shi Qianshan cast a concerned glance at the heavenly demoness, apprehensive for his yet-to-be-seen grandson. At that moment, the Azura sovereign approached and whispered a few words into his ear. Instantly, the worry in Shi Qianshan's deep gaze dissipated, replaced by shock and exhilaration. By the heavens, there is a supreme being in my grandson's residence. What is there to fear? The heavenly demoness chuckled upon hearing this. Lan Ji, do you truly believe that Chu Yun will face any peril in his abode? On the contrary, you hardly know me. I have never been one to cower in the face of threats. Suddenly, the body and soul of Prince Chu Rong erupted violently, leaving no trace behind. A demise most abrupt. Lan Ji and Ye Ming were momentarily taken aback. How dare she? She truly had the audacity to slay the prince. To murder the crown prince of Daxia. You traitors are unforgivable. Dispose of them at once. In an instant, Lan Ji's visage was etched with sorrow and fury, quickly shifting to a new rationale. Now, she had no choice but to leverage her son's identity as the crown prince of Daxia against them, vowing to eradicate all involved. Niaming and Feng Tianzhong fixed their gazes upon the heavenly demoness like wolves, their strength surging forth like cannon fire. Shi Qianshan raised his hand to block, while Lan Shang and the other two celestial sovereigns lunged forward. Today, your Shi family must accompany my grandson to the grave. Humph. Shi Qianshan snorted coldly, his hand unfurling as a torrent of sovereign power surged forth like a raging river, causing the space within the residence to collapse entirely. In an instant, everyone within the residence found themselves ensnared in a void. The six celestial sovereigns engaged in a furious battle, their figures darting and twisting as they fought. Already hundreds of miles away in the void, clashing fiercely, the six sovereigns manifested in the void, their forms towering over the battle sovereigns, embodying a multitude of overwhelming lethal strikes, engaging in a fierce melee throughout the expanse of the void. In the midst of the chaos, the formidable figures of the Azura sovereign, Yun Bai, and Meng Changzhong engaged in an intense battle with Nian Ming, Shang Wanyi, and Lan Ji. Numerous battle forms, akin to a vast cosmic nebula, filled the arena, while an endless surge of sovereign energy reverberated back and forth, each eruption causing the material of the void to explode anew. The clash of power resembled meteors crashing into the ocean, creating a flurry of blossoms within the void, eliciting towering waves. At the heart of this tumultuous scene stood only the avatar of the heavenly demoness, a being of nirvana. She found herself unable to contribute meaningfully and sought to flee the void, yet was thwarted by the spatial blockade. As the leader of the Corpsine sect, Shang Wanyu wielded immense power, while embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Snow sect's leader, Qiuing. He simultaneously controlled a puppet at the initial stage of the sovereign realm, sealing the entrance to the void and pursuing the heavenly demoness. Observing this, the heavenly demoness opted for evasion. Not even her true form could contend with the sovereign puppet at this moment. Fortunately, Yi Tun swiftly discerned the situation. Initially, he and Meng Changzhong had managed to suppress the queen thoroughly. Yet at this critical juncture, he rushed to rescue the heavenly demoness, affording Lan Ji the opportunity to break free and restore equilibrium in her battle with Meng Changzhong. In this void confrontation, it appeared that neither side held a significant advantage. Both remained locked in a stalemate. At the palace gates, Yun Yang did not heed the queen's command to confront the Chu Yun faction, but instead prepared to enter the royal ancestral mountain to assist the favored concubine, Song Yiling. However, her flight was abruptly halted by a familiar figure before her, radiating with golden lightning and sporting a bald head, appearing resplendent under the moonlight. Has Chu Yun sent you to watch me? Upon encountering the Thunder Sovereign, Yun Yang's brows furrowed slightly. His Highness instructed that, as you are a sovereign, I must remain cautious. Instead of attacking the Yin family, you aim to enter the palace. What is your true intent? The Thunder Sovereign inquired earnestly. Yun Yang felt a twinge of annoyance. You need not concern yourself with that. I do not wish to oppose your master, but do not obstruct me. Should a confrontation arise, you would not be my match. Her words conveyed both her reluctance to confront Xu Yun and her unwavering confidence in her own prowess. You are at the late stage of the heavenly aspect realm, while I am at the early stage. Indeed, there is a disparity. However, should I unleash my full power, I could easily keep you occupied for days and nights without issue. Upon finishing his statement, the Thunder Sovereign revealed a soul banner emanating a dense, dark malevolence, a presence that instilled primal fear in countless souls. This was none other than the Human Emperor banner. On this night, Xu Yun had deliberately entrusted the Human Emperor banner to the Thunder Sovereign, fully aware that Yun Yang possessed a treasured artifact of the Yuanming dynasty. To prevent her from wielding that powerful item against the Thunder Sovereign, Xu Yun had provided this equally formidable sovereign battle weapon for his protection. A sovereign battle weapon. You possess a sovereign battle weapon. Upon witnessing the scene, Yun Yang's astonishment was palpable. It is well known that the supreme battle weapon is a rare treasure, with only the legendary imperial seal of the Great Xia dynasty being comparable. Although the Farming dynasty possesses its own treasured artifact, it is still a revered national treasure. Yet here stands this bald giant, effortlessly producing a supreme battle weapon. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from it, this sinister banner undoubtedly ranks among the finest of such weapons. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. If not, then heed the prince's command and remain within your cloud mist tower tonight, avoiding any trouble. Wan Lei Tianzuan spoke sternly. Chapter 100. The Emergence of Xia Yozi. A sword leaves the abyss. Yun Yang fixated on the human sovereign banner in Wan Lei Tianzuan's grasp, her mind racing with thoughts. After much contemplation, she finally sighed deeply. Very well, I shall refrain from involving myself in tonight's affairs. With that, she turned and departed. Although she too possessed a supreme battle weapon, revealing her trump card to counter Wan Lei Tianzuan was clearly unwise. There was no need for her to become a target for the sake of Song Yiling. Having made her decision, she did not linger but decisively returned to the Cloud Mist Tower, sealing herself inside, choosing instead to be merely an observer of the night's events. Wan Lei Tianzuan followed suit, stationed outside the Cloud Mist Tower, keeping watch over her. At the Chu Yun residence, as a piece descended onto the board, Chu Yun remarked, "How curious. What could Yun Yang possibly seek in the palace at this late hour? Could there be unforeseen developments within?" Meng Rushua interjected. "Do not forget the words of Sun Yan. Dangers may lurk even at the Supreme Realm. Tonight's upheaval might not be so straightforward." "Very well. Let us observe what grand commotion unfolds tonight." Chu Yun responded leisurely, placing another piece. His editing points had significantly increased, and the animosity levels of Lan Ji, Nie Ming, and Lan Shang had all surpassed 80%. Allowing them some more leeway would soon lead to the opportune moment for reaping their downfall. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the night sky, carrying with it a distinct scent of blood. A smile crept across Chu Yun's face. "It seems the harbingers of death have arrived." "Much obliged, master." Seated across from him, Xia Yozi appeared unfazed, seemingly engrossed in the game. Above the Chu Yun residence, two elder figures arrived amidst a tempest, one clad in blood-stained garments, his aura thick with the stench of carnage, hands stained with an unknown quantity of blood. The other exuded a chilling presence, his body reeking of corpse energy, with a sunken forehead and darkened third eye, reminiscent of one emerging from a mass grave, his eyes striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. As they materialized above the Chu Yun residence, they effortlessly unleashed their supreme-level pressure, enveloping the entire estate. These two were none other than the Supreme of the Blood God sect, Shui, and the Supreme of the Corpsine sect, Jiangxing. Meanwhile, their spiritual senses detected that Chu Yun was leisurely engaged in his game within the main hall. "Ah, he truly seems to have an abundance of leisure," one murmured, but alas, such good fortune is bound to come to an end. With a dismissive smile, Shui's face revealed his disdain. Immediately, a blood-colored tentacle shot forth from the space beside him, aiming directly at the hall where Chu Yun resided. This sanguine appendage, akin to a blood cloud that obscured the heavens, enveloped the entire hall upon its emergence. Jiangxing stood coolly aside, his eyes resembling those of an otherworldly seer, betraying no emotion. In their eyes, two exalted figures like themselves stooping to capture a mere junior was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It would be beneath their dignity to intervene further. Xiao Yaozi, deep in contemplation over his next move in the game of chess, did not even glance in their direction, merely uttering a single word, "Noisy." He then casually combined his fingertips and released an unadorned sword chi. In an instant, the sword chi pierced through the blood-colored tentacle, dissipating it into nothingness, and struck directly at the two. "What? The Eye of the Blood God. The arrival of the Yin God. Both Shuiyi and Jiang Xing's expression shifted drastically upon sensing the aura of the sword qi, leaving them no time for further contemplation. They acted decisively, unleashing their celestial power like a torrent from their palms. The skies above the estate turned crimson with blood energy, within which emerged an Eye of the Blood God, formed from countless drops of blood, casting a blood-red beam that collided with the sword qi. Jiang Xing's abundant corpse energy birthed a terrifying Yin God, amalgamated from thousands of malevolent spirits, rivaling the stature of a celestial being, releasing myriad ghostly energies towards the sword qi. In an instant, the two celestial beings unleashed their might, creating a tumultuous uproar that reverberated throughout the entire estate. Their formidable presence palpable to countless forces within the imperial city, who felt the overwhelming power of the two exalted figures. However, as these two formidable celestial attacks met the sword qi released by Xiao Yaozi, a singular explosive sound erupted. The moment the sword's might resonated, the Eye of the Blood God and the gathered Yin God shattered instantaneously. The sword qi bifurcated, simultaneously piercing through the foreheads of both adversaries. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the two were struck by the sword's force, leaving behind a chasm over a kilometer deep in the estate's courtyard. Each possessed a sword qi embedded within their brows, penetrating their minds and impaling them to the depths of the abyss, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting. On their faces, apart from sheer horror that threatened to rend their very souls, lay an abyss of confusion within their eyes. They were celestial beings. How could the combined might of the two fail to withstand this sword qi? Instead, they had been gruesomely nailed here, devoid of any means to counter. Why was there such a terrifying existence within Chu Yun's estate? What could possibly explain this? A single sword qi had subdued them. What unfathomable power must lie behind it? Could it be that he was a supreme being,